Jun Xiaoyao transmigrated into the desolate Xianyu, immortal domain, of the cultivation world, and became a Shenzi, divine son, of the Jun family, one of the three most powerful families around, whose ancestors were once great emperors of the immortal realm. Talk about lineage, right? Born with the heavy responsibility of bringing the family back to its peak. No pressure, kid. His dad's the white, robed divine king, Jun Wudi. Total badass name, I know. Mom's the goddess, Jiang Rao. Jun Xiaoyao possesses the archaic holy body, one of the most OP physiques ever, and he's got a system that gives him rewards. Score, he cultivates, gathers followers, the usual protagonist stuff, gets involved in the fight for the Jun family's head honcho position, all while trying to rescue his dad from a sticky situation. After many years, Jun Xiaoyao becomes the strongest cultivator ever, decisively wipes out major forces to snatch up those sweet opportunities. Gotta be ruthless in this world. The story kicks off with a newborn baby slowly opening its eyes, thinking, where the heck am I? Its tiny hands flailing around like crazy. In front of him, a magical scene unfolds in the archaic immortal domain, where the Jun family resides. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts, followed by some crazy phenomenon. Radiant golden light bursts from the sky, and majestic dragon and phoenix apparitions, along with mystical light, flower motes, start dancing all around. So fancy. Amidst the blinding light, a golden ray shines directly down on the Jun family. At the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the elder, Jun Zantian, the top dog in the Jun family's Council of Elders, looks up to the sky, raising his hand and shouting, "May the heavens bless us and bestow upon the Jun family a killing son." Right as he finishes, an announcement booms from inside. "Elder, the madam has given birth. It's a son." Jun Zantian spins around, surprised, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Quick, bring the baby out here for me to see." In his arms, the baby stares blankly around, thinking, did I really transmigrate? Jun Zantian grins, cradling his grandson, and whispers, "My good grandson, I'm your grandpa." At that moment, two figures appear before Jun Zantian. They are two of the Jun family's elders. One strokes his beard, murmuring, "This child gestated for years. Finally born." The other elder, with silver hair, reaches out and says, "Zantian, let me hold the baby for a moment." As they approach, a Xuanlong, mystic dragon, illusion suddenly appears before the baby. The two elders gasp in astonishment. It's the archaic holy body, in its dormant form. After careful examination, they sadly shake their heads. Indeed, it is the archaic holy body. What a pity. In the vast universe, certain special predestined affinities exist, which help the fetus sense the aid of heaven and earth, thereby giving rise to special physiques. Among the 3,000 special physiques, the archaic holy body ranks in the top 5, along with the eternal immortal body, the chaos god body, and the azure heaven overlord body. The archaic holy body is one of the most powerful physiques, always competing for the top spot. If successfully cultivated to great completion, the possessor of this physique can even challenge ancient great emperors. However, the golden era has passed, heaven and earth have changed, and the cultivation rules are no longer suitable for the archaic holy body to develop. The heavenly Dako has created 10 shackles to bind the potential of this physique, making it difficult to develop. The elder gently pats Jun Zantian's shoulder, his tone full of regret. Even if it's difficult for this child to cultivate, but with the Jun family's status in Xianyu, it wouldn't be hard for him to live a life of glory, enjoying life like a mortal emperor. Jun Zantian's eyes turned heavy, sadly looking at his grandson. Meanwhile, the baby suddenly sensed something strange. A weird voice echoed in his head. "Congratulations, host! You've logged into the system." System check. Logged in at the Heavenly Emperor Palace. "Do you want to proceed with the immediate login?" the system prompted. Upon initial login, the host can trigger a random surge and receive rewards of 5 stars or higher. Seeing the system window pop up, the baby pondered for a moment and decided to accept. Immediately, the system displayed a notification, "Congratulations, host. Login successful. Reward, a rare 8-star, a fully realized archaic holy body." As soon as the notification appeared, a dazzling golden light burst from the baby's eyes. Both elders standing nearby were stunned by this sight. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, enveloping the baby's body. Suddenly, 10 chains of the heavenly Dario appeared around his body. In the blink of an eye, the first golden chain shattered into tiny fragments. Boom! An earth-shattering roar erupted as a terrifying aura of blood energy exploded from the baby's body. Immediately afterward, the second, third, and fourth chains shattered in succession. Finally, all 10 chains broke simultaneously, unleashing the full potential of the archaic holy body. Jun Zantian was utterly shocked by the sudden transformation of his grandson in his arms, sweat pouring down his face. He continued to hold the baby tightly, his eyes glued to the dazzling golden light. At that moment, the entire heavenly emperor palace shook violently, and a radiant glow illuminated everywhere above the 9 layers of clouds. The weather changed drastically, with thunder roaring continuously, creating a magnificent scene in the sky. Countless saintly phantoms appeared, an immeasurable number, all simultaneously bowing towards the Jun family. This scene shook the entire desolate heaven Xianyu. Jun Zantian went from one surprise to another, his mouth agape, speechless. For a full 5 seconds the elders were no exception, their eyes fixed on the magnificent phenomenon before them, a multitude of saints paying homage. Recovering his composure, Jun Zantian finally closed his mouth, then couldn't contain his joy. He lifted his beloved grandson high, shouting, "Amazing! Congratulations! This is the phenomenon of the holy body, the homage of 10,000 saints. Ha ha! My grandson has the potential to become a great emperor." A fully realized archaic holy body grasps 6 types of phenomena, and upon awakening, will form the 6 paths of reincarnation, making him invincible beneath the immortal realm. Meanwhile, the little kid was bewildered by the situation, thinking to himself, "What the heck is this? Why are these guys so dramatic?" Beside him, the 2 Jun family elders chimed in, unable to hide their excitement. The archaic holy body is born to break the shackles of the heavenly Tao, truly unprecedented. The archaic dragon clan bragged about their long Aeotian. But this time, the dragon clan is definitely going to be crushed by us. Ha ha. The little kid became even more speechless, thinking, "They're showing off like they're already invincible. Maybe I should be a bit more humble later on." At this moment, Jun Zantian suddenly frowned and thought, "I haven't even named my precious grandson yet. What do you guys think about Jun Cheng?" The 2 elders immediately turned, their faces full of disdain, pointing at Jun Zantian and saying, "If you give him a name like that, he won't even acknowledge you as his grandpa when he grows up. What kind of name is that? Too ordinary, too common, with no flair at all." Suddenly, the protagonist's biological mother appeared. She was a woman with fiery orange hair, named Jiang Rao. Jiang Rao looked at her son with gentle eyes and said, "How about calling him Jun Xiaoyao? It's easy to become an immortal, but it's hard to live a carefree life. I only hope that my son can live freely and unfettered throughout his life." Jiang Rao's words attracted the attention of the 3 Jun family elders, because her identity was also extraordinary. Jiang Rao was the divine maiden of the Jiang family, one of the ancient aristocratic families famous throughout the world. Jun Zantian pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Then we'll name him Jun Xiaoyao. It's easy to become an immortal, but it's hard to be carefree." Truly a saying that unfilial son once said. The white-haired elder standing beside him replied, "Zantian, don't worry too much. Jun Wuhui, the white-clad god king, might still be alive. Perhaps he hasn't disappeared but is just trapped somewhere." Jun Zantian listened to the elder's words, his eyes thoughtfully looking at his great-grandson, who was full of vitality. He nodded slowly. "I hope so too." Meanwhile, at the Jun family's cemetery, the ancestral tombs were shaking violently. A stone coffin emitted a rumbling sound, immediately attracting the attention of those nearby. Everyone was horrified, exclaiming, "This is bad. The coffin of the old ancestor is no longer suppressed." The stone coffin emitted a dazzling light, as if it were about to open at any moment. Tension enveloped the entire Jun family, while all eyes were fixed on the coffin. Back to our main dude, Jun Xiaoyao, who's currently catching some Z's, totally peaceful. Meanwhile, Jun Zantian's battling the cold and fretting to the 2 elders, Xiaoyao being a grand completion holy physique. If that gets out, things could get seriously messy. We gotta work together to conceal this unstable holy physique of Xiaoyao's. The 2 elders nodded, one chiming in, "True that." Plenty of Xianyu forces have their eyes on the Jun family. Even the biggest trees get uprooted by the wind. Jun Xiaoyao is basically our family's treasure right now. Can't afford any slip-ups. Jun Xiaoyao, ears perked up, gets everything. He sticks up 2 fingers, all innocent, and thinks, "Old man gets it. Gotta stay calm, stay humble, don't sweat it, guys." Jun Zantian turns to Jiang Rao and says, "Hurry up and bring the little guy over here," Jiang Rao happily replies. "Then we'll have to trouble you, father, and the elders." Then the three of them start weaving hand seals together, casting a seal to hide Xiaoyao's holy physique. A beam of golden, orange light shoots right into Xiaoyao, who's floating inside like, "Whoa, feels like I'm losing gravity." Suddenly, a freezing voice booms from the sky. "You bunch of idiots! What in the world are you doing?" Instantly, a golden wall of spirit energy blocks the light beam heading for Xiaoyao. The white-haired elder is completely caught off guard. Then, boom! A massive explosion splits the imperial palace in half. Jun Zantian glances over and says, "That's the 18th ancestor." After the blast, Xiaoyao is being cradled by an old geezer with silver hair, none other than the Jun family's 18th ancestor. The three elders see the 18th ancestor and immediately drop to their knees, bowing and saying in unison, "We, the junior elders of the Jun family, respectfully welcome the 18th ancestor's emergence from seclusion." The 18th ancestor, eyes blazing, glares at the three elders, voice like thunder. "Since when did the Jun family's descendants have to resort to such sneaky crap? Can't even protect a kid?" Xiaoyao, meanwhile, is fiddling with the 18th ancestor's beard, thinking about this kind old grandpa showing up, but he's already starting to forget stuff. Jun Zantian, after getting scolded, respectfully replies, "Ancestor, please don't be angry. I'm just afraid someone might try to hurt my grandson down the line." The 18th ancestor hears this, eyes filled with murderous intent, and says coldly, "Let's see who dares to try. Spread my word. If anyone dares to harm this child, I, this old fossil, won't hesitate to start an immortal war that'll shake the heavens and earth." The three elders below are terrified at the mention of the immortal war. Sweating bullets, the two other elders whisper to each other, "The immortal war is like a world war started by those orthodox sects, shaking the heavens and earth, with countless people dying. And the ancestor is willing to do that for just one kid?" Jun Zantian looks up and asks the ancestor, "You mean you're coming out of secluded cultivation to fully protect this child?" The ancestor's gaze is firm, replying coldly, "Why wouldn't I?" Secluded cultivation inside a coffin is the most extreme form of cultivation discovered by high-level cultivators in Xianyu. They seal themselves inside a coffin, cutting ties with the outside world. Success will result in breaking free from the coffin, while failure will result in being sealed away forever and death within the coffin. The 18th ancestor is now playing around with Xiaoyao and says with a smile, "Innate grand completion primordial holy physique, this is a God-given stroke of luck for our Jun family. From now on, all the family's resources will be focused on this child. Also, I'll bestow upon this child the Lingxiao seed." Hearing Lingxiao seed, all three elders are completely shocked. They exclaim in unison, "Bestow the Lingxiao seed upon his soul." Xiaoyao, totally clueless, thinks, "Lingxiao seed, what the heck is that? Way too much setup at the beginning, no one's even explaining things to me." Lingxiao seed implies that while the Jun family can have up to tens of thousands of members, only those on a special list are eligible to be granted the seed by the old ancestor. Possessing this self-mutilation symbol means one is qualified to compete for the position of the next family head. Historically, only one person can be the best among these 10 special existences. That would be the first family head of the Jun family, the first self-mutilation spirit, who is also Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-robed divine king, Jun Wuhui. At this moment, Jun Zantian said to the Grand Ancestor, "Arranging it this way, I'm afraid it's not stable, because a person with the qualification for the self-mutilation symbol needs to go through countless trials. This child has just been born and has already obtained the self-mutilation spirit effect. How are we going to convince everyone?" The Grand Ancestor's eyes darkened, and he replied, "If they don't accept it, then they can come and snatch this spirit effect later. I won't interfere with that." Hearing this, Xiaoyao's eyes widened and his mouth dropped in fear. Is this old man setting me up with flags everywhere? Is he making me the target of everyone? I'm just a baby, you know? Why can't you just let me chill and ignore the world? The Grand Ancestor had no idea what Xiaoyao was thinking, still happily playing with his little treasure. While Jun Zantian, with a contemplative look, muttered, "Wu Hui, your son is born already." Meanwhile, Xiaoyao was naked and crying miserably, tears streaming down his face, thinking, "Can you please stop messing with me? Someone get me some clothes. It's so cold." Suddenly, a system window appeared before Xiaoyao's eyes with the words, "Login location has been updated. Host, please log in to Mount Tai Ancient Tablet Area." Xiaoyao looked at the system window and thought, Where the heck is Mount Tai ancient tablet? 3 years later, at the gate of the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, a high-pitched exclamation from a female disciple rang out. This is the Jun family's divine child, startling the 18th grand ancestor who had just come out of seclusion. He's 3 years old already. Find me to buy the latest news about the divine child. Bulk orders get discounts. At the same time, in the Jun family's garden, Jun Zantian was sitting and teaching Xiaoyao. He said, Xiaoyao, next I'll talk about the essentials. You must listen carefully. The initial cultivation is the physical body realm, with a total of 5 major realms. As long as heaven-defying treasures are cultivated, it can be completely achieved. Next is the divine treasury realm, also with 5 major realms, divided into 5 visceral organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. When you reach the great perfection of the divine treasury 5 realms, you can gather spiritual sea, condense divine light, and transform true spirit. Xiaoyao rested his hands on his chin and casually asked, Grandpa, how long does it take to break through to the divine treasury realm? Jun Zantian stroked his beard, closed his eyes leisurely, and replied, Ordinary people need 5 years, but those prodigies of the major families only need 3 years, and you can do it in 1 to 2 years. Xiaoyao touched his dantian and muttered, 1 to 2 years, huh? But I feel like I can break through at any time. Jun Zantian looked at Xiaoyao with encouragement in his eyes. Then try to circulate your energy for me to see. Xiaoyao closed his eyes and sat down in meditation. The surrounding spiritual energy began to gradually stir. Jun Zantian watched in surprise as the surrounding spiritual energy was quickly absorbed by Xiaoyao. He thought, as expected of my grandson, so quickly entered meditation. This ability and aptitude are too monstrous. But suddenly, in just about 5 seconds, Xiaoyao directly broke through 2 realms without any difficulty. Jun Zantian was even more astonished to see Xiaoyao successively breaking through the 5 realms of body refinement. The bursts of spiritual power were easily absorbed into his body. Afterwards, Xiaoyao took a breath and happily said to his grandfather, Looks like I successfully broke through to the divine treasury realm, right? Grandpa Jun Zantian was so happy he was about to cry. Xiaoyao looked at him with concern. Grandpa, are you okay? Jun Zantian smiled, his eyes glistening. Grandpa is fine, just very touched and happy. Xiaoyao was embarrassed but also proud. Jun Zantian continued. To celebrate your breakthrough to the divine treasury realm, Grandpa wants to give you a gift. Is there anything you want? Xiaoyao was sweating, thinking, even if Grandpa wants to ask me what I want, I still don't understand this world, so how do I know what I want? Suddenly, Xiaoyao remembered the system mission from 3 years ago. He turned to his grandpa and asked, Do you know what the Mount Tai ancient tablet is? Jun Zantian immediately turned around and quickly replied, Mount Tai ancient tablet, huh? What a coincidence. No one understands the Mount Tai ancient tablet more than your grandpa. Its origin is a stele in the wild heaven immortal territory. Just attack it, and you can measure the strength of the physical body. After that, our Jun family dug it up and placed it in the martial arts training ground to test the physical strength of future generations. Hearing this, Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, That's great, it's not too far away, basically, I just need to get there now. He tugged at his grandpa's sleeve, making a pleading face with sparkling eyes. Grandpa, can you take me to see that Taiyue ancient stele? I've already broken through to the divine treasure realm, so I can test my physical strength. Right? Jun Zantian happily lifted Xiaoyao onto his shoulders, laughing loudly. Haha, sure thing, Grandpa will take you there. At this moment, at the Jun family's martial arts training ground, a young woman stepped forward towards the Taiyue ancient stele. The girl was about 14 or 15 years old, with blonde hair, dressed in robes, touching the stone stele. The woman had blue eyes, blonde hair, and fair skin, with cherry-like lips, possessing an extremely beautiful and refined aura, her eyes fixed on the ancient stele. Then, one hand circulated spiritual power, breathing out in a fighting stance. The woman's eyes were extremely determined, concentrating all her spiritual power into her right arm, unleashing the heaven-suppressing golden palm towards the Taiyue ancient stele. After a loud noise, spiritual power scattered around the woman. After attacking, her expression remained cold. On the Taiyue ancient stele, the measurement of the blonde woman's physical strength appeared. 150,000 caddies, roughly 500 grams. The other disciples, seeing this scene, were filled with admiration. She's really good, reaching 150,000 caddies. How old is she this year? That girl is a disciple of the Branch family, and she seems to be quite famous. Suddenly, a girl with black hair and red eyes, with a very annoying face, appeared and spoke up. What's so amazing about this? This Jun Linglong is known as the 7-aperture exquisite heart. She's destined to become a saint in the future. How can you compare the fact that her strength only increased by 30,000 caddies from the last test? The other disciples whispered behind her back. 30,000 caddies is already amazing. What more do you want? Another female disciple recognized her as Lan Qingya, the Scourge, one of the top 10 on the list, with the title Self-Willed Jun Chengjian. Jun Chengjian's sword. Don't provoke her, or it won't end well. Then, Lan Qingya approached Jun Linglong, her tone sarcastic. Oh my, why aren't you answering me? Are you speechless? Jun Linglong remained in thought, not responding. She ignored her and turned to leave, making Lan Qingya extremely angry. She cursed loudly. That bitch, don't you ignore me like that. Her face turned cunning, and she continued, I heard you rejected young Master Chengjian's invitation. Is that right? Jun Linglong's eyes turned sharp and dangerous. So what? If you want to choose a master, of course you have to be careful. Jun Chengjian's strength isn't bad, but he lacks a bit of tolerance. Otherwise, why would he let you come and bother me? She coldly waved her hand and left. Lan Qingya was ignored and humiliated, and she was extremely angry. Her hands clenched tightly, her whole body trembling. Then, she unleashed an attack towards Linglong, shouting, You're really arrogant. I must teach you a lesson for young Master Chengjian. Before Qingya could launch her attack, Linglong grabbed her hand tightly, squeezing it so hard that she had no strength to resist. Linglong, at this moment, with cold eyes, said to Qingya, You want to teach me a lesson? Go home and learn more. Suddenly, Xiao Yao appeared and said, Is this the place? Both Linglong and Qingya looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. Linglong thought to herself, Who is that kid? When did he appear here? How come I didn't sense anything? When Xiao Yao touched the Taiyue Ancient Stele, the system immediately displayed a notification, Congratulations to the host, for successfully checking in at the Taiyue Ancient Stele. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6-star reward, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength. The system continued, distributing the reward to the host. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength is using the spirit to guide the divine. Using the divine to form the image. Raising hands and lifting feet is like divine elephant strength. Upon mastery, the body has uncountable, tiny particles. Each tiny particle can be compared to the strength of a divine elephant. Awakening tiny particles is 10,000 divine elephant strength. One punch shatters mountains. The sea turns to dust. Stars break. The sun and moon are within one's thoughts. Xiao Yao, at this moment, looked at the description of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, and secretly smiled in his head. A 6-star reward is the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, huh? Last time checking in I obtained the great accomplishment Ancient Sacred Body, which seemed like 8 stars. Star level is the reward's intensity level, but I don't know what the highest number of stars a technique can have. While Xiao Yao was thinking, Qing yelled from behind, Hey you little rascal, who are you? Do you even know where you are? This isn't a place for little devils like you to come. Xiao Yao's train of thought was interrupted by the shout. He turned around, annoyed, thinking, That voice is as grating as a squawking duck. Seriously, what a headache. Then he confidently put his hands on his hips and said, You're asking who I am? I am Jun Xiao Yao of the Celestial Emperor Palace. Got a problem with that? Upon hearing the title, Jun of the Celestial Emperor Palace, Linglong was taken aback, while the disciples below buzzed with discussion. Could this child really be the one who made the 18th ancestor come out of seclusion to be granted the status of Shenzi, divine son, at birth? At this moment, Qingya was incredibly flustered and restless, thinking, What's going on? Why is everyone so excited? Jun Linglong, on the other hand, was deep in thought and remained silent. Suddenly, she pressed Qingya's head to the ground, immediately forcing her to kneel and pay her respects. This Jun family disciple greets the Shenzi. Qingya, with her head pressed to the ground, was full of resentment, cursing inwardly. That little bee Linglong, she's definitely doing this on purpose. Then, she also knelt down and said, Greetings, Shenzi. I was rude earlier. Please forgive me, Shenzi." The disciples below finally understood the situation with wide eyes. All of them respectfully knelt down to pay their respects to the Shenzi. Xiaoyao looked at the scene around him, his face expressionless, speechless at the people below, thinking to himself, "What the heck? Shouldn't have jumped out and questioned people, only to make a fool of myself and build up prestige in front of everyone." Then he turned towards the ancient stele and thought, "The Mount Tai ancient stele can test and measure physical strength. Since I'm already here, how would I know without trying?" Then Xiaoyao got into a fighting stance. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes to focus his mind. He recited the incantation of the divine elephant tramples hell strength, a body cultivation technique. When he began, an illusion of a golden divine elephant appeared. Seeing this scene, both Lingzong and Qingyao were utterly astonished, their eyes wide open. Xiaoyao's eyes flickered slightly. Then he unleashed the full power of the divine elephant tramples hell strength towards the Mount Tai ancient stele, the aftershock from the punch shaking the entire martial arts arena, sending dust flying everywhere. The Mount Tai ancient stele trembled, displaying a power of 1,000,000 caddies. The disciples below silently watched the results on the stele. Xiaoyao retracted his hand, thinking to himself, "Impressive. Even without mobilizing the spiritual energy in my body, I can still unleash this kind of power. Truly a good thing." At this moment, the disciples below started gossiping again. "I remember he's only 3 years old. He's been getting the best resources since he was born." Another one said, "Powerful is powerful, but you can't have too high of expectations for a 3-year-old. But he doesn't deserve the title of Shenzi." Hearing this, Xiaoyao glanced down at the disciples and smiled silently. "Meh he he he, so they're not convinced, huh? Now this is getting interesting." He channeled all his spiritual power and pressure towards the disciples below, including Linglong and Qingya. Both were sweating under the pressure. Qingya, totally freaked out, gritted her teeth thinking, "What's this crazy aura? Even young Master Chengjian couldn't pull off pressure like this." Xiaoyao turned around and said, "So, you think I'm not worthy? Then I'll go all out and show you." He poured all his spiritual power into his fist, added the divine elephant subduing force, and punched straight at the Taiyue ancient stele. Just then, Xiaoyao's grandpa, Jun Zantian, was flying overhead, looking down. He burst out laughing seeing Xiaoyao putting his all into that punch. The moment the fist slammed into the Taiyue ancient stele, thousands of cracks immediately appeared on the steel's surface, with a chorus of crack, crack, crack. In a blink, the ancient stele shattered into 1,000,000 tiny pieces, raining down, leaving nothing but a pile of rubble. Xiaoyao just stood there, silent, while the disciples below were bug-eyed, jaws dropped, totally shocked by his power. Seeing the Taiyue ancient stele turned into confetti, Xiaoyao clenched his fist, thinking, "Holy crap, I freaking shattered it." Xiaoyao's face looked terrible. He wondered, "This stele's gotta be some kind of treasure, right? How am I gonna explain this to the family?" Suddenly, from the broken pieces of the Taiyue ancient stele, a wisp of golden smoke appeared. Coalescing above, it revealed the words, "Bestowing the heavenly Tao reward once more, opening the myriad ancient extreme realm." Xiaoyao, standing below, looked up and read those words. Suddenly the golden smoke shot straight into his dantian, and in that instant a feeling of pure ecstasy washed over him. Jun Zantian chuckled. "This so-called myriad ancient extreme realm is just countless past eras. No one your age has ever had this much power. You just broke through to the divine treasure realm and already touched the threshold of the spirit sea realm. I really don't know what your limits are, kid," he continued. "What was that move just now? Where'd you learn that on the sly?" Zantian sat down, ruffled Xiaoyao's hair, and praised him with immense pride. Xiaoyao wore a guilty expression and said, "Grandpa, I kinda broke the Jun family's Taiyue ancient stele. Is that bad?" Zantian nonchalantly replied, "It's broken, so what, no biggie." But Xiaoyao, worried about getting scolded, started picking up the pieces of the Taiyue ancient stele, saying, "How can you say that? Good or bad, it's still a Jun family treasure. I'll glue it back together. Who knows, it might still work." Zantian saw his grandson like this and laughed heartily. "I didn't expect you to think like that," Zantian then said, laughing. "Don't worry, our Jun family has plenty of treasures. We don't need those old stegels. Just focus on your cultivation." Finished speaking, he grabbed Xiaoyao's collar, lifted him onto his shoulders, and continued, "Let's go, Grandpa will tell you about the methods and realm of the spirit sea realm." As he spoke, Zantian casually walked away. Suddenly, Linglong stood in their way and softly said, "Wait, please hold on, clan elder." Zantian's face immediately darkened. thinking someone was coming to cause trouble. His eyes glared at Linglong, filled with killing intent, and shouted, "You dare to block our path! What's wrong?" Jun Linglong felt an immense pressure from Zantian, making it hard to breathe. She thought to herself, this oppressive feeling is just too much. Then, Linglong knelt down. She clasped her hands respectfully and said, "Disciple Jun Linglong is willing to serve the Divine Lord. Please allow me to become a follower of Shenzi Xiaoyao." Xiaoyao was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The disciples below were shocked by Linglong's action. No one expected Jun Linglong to choose Xiaoyao as her Shenzi. Lan Qingya thought angrily. That little witch, Jun Linglong. Chengjian Gongzi humbled himself and still couldn't win her over. And now she wants to throw all of Chengjian Gongzi's dignity on the ground for Xiaoyao to step on? Xiaoyao closed his eyes, pondering what to do. Then he jumped off his grandpa's shoulder, walked towards Linglong, and asked, "You want to follow me? Why do you want to become my follower?" He knew that the Jun family had a total of 10 sequencers, each with a group of followers with extraordinary strength. These followers were either top disciples of the Jun family or people recruited from outside. Each follower was carefully nurtured to become a capable right-hand man for the sequencer. Even Xiaoyao's father, Jun Wuhui, once had a group of followers known as the Divine King's 8 Guardian Generals. Each member of the group could stand alone, with unmatched prestige and unparalleled heroism. Xiaoyao quietly considered, thinking it through. He was only 3 years old, and not in a hurry to recruit followers. Therefore, he didn't care too much about having Linglong by his side. However, when he heard the whispers from the crowd below as Linglong knelt down, Xiaoyao became curious. They whispered that Linglong was born with the 7-aperture exquisite heart, a rare talent, proficient and sensitive to the world around her. They also said that if she didn't encounter disaster, she had the potential to become a saint in the future. Xiaoyao looked at Linglong and asked, "You have the path to becoming a saint. Why do you still want to follow me?" Linglong's eyes were full of determination. She replied, "It's just intuition." In fact, with her 7-aperture exquisite heart, she could see a corner of the future, but couldn't say it out loud. Saying these things could cause her to bear great karma. Hearing this answer, Xiaoyao could only exclaim, "Intuition? What do you mean, intuition?" Zantian laughed loudly from behind and explained, "She's from a branch family. As descendants of a branch family, resources and connections are extremely scarce. If she wants to develop, she must have a relationship with the family head." "Then," Zantian said triumphantly, "this little girl has a good eye. She saw that my grandson would achieve great things in the future." Xiaoyao couldn't help but chuckle at this reason. "So it's because of family lineage. Lucky I was born well." He turned to Linglong and said calmly, "I know why you want to follow me. I can agree to let you be my follower, but on the condition that you make tea, pour water for me, wash my clothes, and when I'm bored you have to play with me." Jun Linglong was speechless, her face showing obvious surprise. She had never imagined that a Shenzi like Xiaoyao would have such strange requests. When Xiaoyao leaned closer to her face, continuing with a serious but somewhat joking tone, "If you can do those things, I'll give you all the resources you want." Hearing this, Linglong was overjoyed, immediately bowing her head and saying, "Linglong is willing to follow Shenzi to the death and is ready to take risks." Xiaoyao smiled with satisfaction, immediately giving the order, "All right. Now let's go back to the Heavenly Emperor Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyao jumped straight onto Linglong's shoulder, pointing towards the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Linglong was stunned, not understanding what this posture was all about. Grandpa Zantian, standing beside them, couldn't bear it any longer. "Wait, Xiaoyao, isn't this posture my exclusive right?" Xiaoyao replied calmly but with a bit of humor, No. Grandpa, don't joke around. Compared to your muscular shoulders, this little sister's soft, fair shoulders are definitely much better." Zantian was ignored by his own girl, Monocrazy grandson, and was utterly dejected, standing still like a stone statue before curling up in a corner, looking extremely pathetic. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao sat on Linglong's shoulder, happily giving directions. "My grandpa is fine. I'll guide you, don't worry." Saying so, Xiaoyao thought to himself, "Will I be kicked out of the Jun family tomorrow just because I stepped out with the wrong foot first?" Meanwhile, in another forest, Lan Qingyao was zooming along, super worried, thinking she had to tell Chengjian Gongzi ASAP. After booking it through the thick forest, she stopped in front of a huge mountain range. Huffing and puffing, Lan Qingya muttered. "So this is where Chengjian Gongzi is holed up, cultivating." She was nervous, her eyes full of worry, and she cautiously stepped onto the mountain. But, bam! A sword suddenly stuck right in front of her, and a chilly voice came from above. "Hold it right there." Looking up, Lan Qingya saw two dudes on a big branch, eyes sharp as knives. One of them warned her. "You know Qingjian Gongzi is in seclusion. Don't come bothering him." Hearing that, Lan Qingya blurted out, all flustered. But something huge happened. That little devil Jun Xiaoyao smashed the Wangjiu extreme realm. Even Jun Linglong went with him. If we don't tell Qingjian Gongzi quick, things are gonna go south real fast. The two dudes just crossed their arms, looking down on her like she was dirt. One of them smirked. "That can wait till Gongzi finishes cultivating. Looks to me like you're just bored. Went to provoke Jun Linglong and got your butt kicked. And now you're running here to whine to Gongzi, huh?" Mentioning Jun Linglong set Lan Qingya off, her eyes flashing. She rolled up her sleeves, all sassy. What's that supposed to mean? Wanna fight? Just then, a huge rumble came from inside the mountain. The two dudes whirled around, freaked out. "That aura, is that Qingjian Gongzi?" Suddenly, a figure shot straight out of the mountain and into the sky. It was a red-haired guy with a Qingchong sword on his back, looking stoked. Lan Qingya's face lit up like a Christmas tree when she saw him. It's really him. Qingjian Gongzi's out. Overjoyed, Lan Qingya ran over and hugged Qingjian Gongzi tight, gushing, "Qingjian Gongzi, you're out! I'm so happy!" Qingjian Gongzi smiled gently at her. "Isn't this Qingya? Did you come all this way to congratulate me?" Lan Qingya gave him a pitiful look, whining, "Those two just now wouldn't let me see you, aren't they awful?" Qingjian Gongzi, wanting to impress the pretty lady, turned to his goons and said sternly, "They are awful. You two, slap yourselves twice." The two dudes didn't hesitate, and immediately started slapping themselves. Lan Qingya, loving the attention, pouted and gave Qingjian Gongzi her cutest look, then pretended to be all sad. "And that Linglong? You don't even know. Jun Linglong went and followed some arrogant little brat named Jun Xiaoyao, trying to embarrass you on purpose." The second Lan Qingya mentioned Jun Xiaoyao's name, Qingjian Gongzi's eyes went dark and murderous. Suddenly, a huge explosion made the two dudes slapping themselves jump. Turns out Qingjian Gongzi hadn't been paying attention. He suddenly slapped Lan Qingya straight to the point she flew back dozens of meters. Qingjian Gongzi got mad and shouted, "You wouldn't dare say my name in front of Jun Xiaoyao, would you?" After being hit, Lan Qingya slammed into the mountainside, hurting all over, her eyes blank and lost. Before she could figure out what was happening, she was suddenly attacked. Her face was bruised, her eyes staring blankly into space. Qingjian Gongzi glanced at his hand after hitting her, thinking, "This Jun Xiaoyao is the son of Baiyi Shenwang Jun Wuhui and Jiang Rao, the Shennu of the Taikujiang family, and he's favored by Shiba Shizu. That useless Lan Qingya almost got me involved. I need to apologize right now, otherwise I might lose my 10th position in the self-proclaimed list." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jun Zantian looked furious, staring daggers at Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao deliberately looked away, whistling innocently, pretending he didn't know anything. Jun Zantian sat on his chair, looking down at Jun Xiaoyao kneeling before him, and said sarcastically, "Little rascal, you're doing great learning to flirt so young. Got a big sister now, so you don't need grandpa anymore, huh?" Knowing his grandpa doted on him, Jun Xiaoyao sidled closer, whining, "How could that be? I'll always be grandpa's precious little treasure." Jun Zantian couldn't help but laugh, but he still smacked Xiaoyao on the head and pushed him away, saying, all right, don't give me that sweet talk. Tell me, what technique did you use today at the Taiyue Ancient Steel?" Jun Xiaoyao, hearing his grandpa ask about the Divine Elephant Trampling Hells technique, a powerful skill granted by the system, pointed skyward and explained, "Grandpa, it's due to a miraculous encounter I had, called the Divine Elephant Trampling Hells technique." Jun Zantian, intrigued, stared at Xiaoyao, questioning, "Divine Elephant? What now? Never heard of it." Xiaoyao continued, his tone oozing confidence. "Basically, it's a super OP move. They say if you master it, you can transform into an ancient divine elephant, and even summon the gates of hell, forcing demons to fight for you." Hearing this, Jun Zantian visibly flinched, displaying fear before such an overbearing technique. Stroking his beard, he mused, "That powerful, huh? But practicing it won't lead to chi deviation, will it?" Xiaoyao smiled lightly, reassuring, "Definitely not, Grandpa. I've checked it thoroughly." Jun Zantian crossed his arms, contemplating for a moment before nodding slightly, saying, "In general, it's good that you are making efforts. Once you turn 10, we'll throw a huge birthday bash. At that time, all the powers of the Huangtian Xianyu the ancient families, and the supreme great clans will come to attend. We will publicly announce your identity as the reincarnated spirit, letting the entire Xianyu know your era is about to begin. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but gulp. Cold sweat started to pour, his face filled with worry. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up before him. Congratulations, host, for activating a new login location. Please log in at Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday celebration. Reading the notification, his mouth gaped open, eyes wide with shock. The 10th birthday? Does that mean I have to wait 8 more years? Isn't the time gap too huge? What are the rules of this system login? After all, I cannot understand it. Jun Xiaoyao was lost in thought looking at the system panel. Lost in thoughts about the weird rules, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Jun Linglong from behind. He jumped, turning around breathlessly. Jun Linglong bowed slightly, reporting, Shenzi, Jun Changjian, is outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, requesting an audience. Still shaken, Jun Xiaoyao put a hand to his chest, exclaiming, What are you doing? Popping up like a ghost. You scared me half to death. Jun Linglong replied with a calm tone, unfazed. You said I could treat this place as my home, so coming and going freely is normal. Hearing that, Xiaoyao broke out in a cold sweat, his face awkward. Aren't you even a little embarrassed? After that, Xiaoyao sat on the table, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. Who did you say wanted to see me? Who is Jun Changjian? Jun Linglong calmly replied. He's the young master that Lan Qingya always sticks to. Jun Changjian is of the same clan as you, so he can be considered your fellow clan senior apprentice brother. Hearing that, Xiaoyao chuckled softly, looking blank. Who is Lan Qingya again? Jun Linglong lightly pointed upwards. She's the super noisy girl from when you were at the Taiyu Ancient Steel. Xiaoyao slapped his forehead, blurting out, Oh, her! You saying super noisy instantly reminds me. But what's that senior apprentice brother want with me? Fine, lead me to meet him. When Jun Xiaoyao stepped out to the front entrance, his eyes instantly darkened, his expression angered. Before him was Lan Qingya, her hands tightly bound by thorny vines, her face vacant, devoid of emotion. Standing next to her was Jun Changjian, his expression smug. Seeing Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong appear, Jun Changjian laughed. I heard my subordinate doesn't respect anyone, and even clashed with little brother Xiaoyao. Today, I've specially brought her here to take her punishment and atone for her sins. He pointed towards Lan Qingya, who was now tightly tied to a pillar covered in thorns. Jun Changjian chuckled gleefully, continuing, I hope you, little brother, will be magnanimous and forgive this little brat. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze suddenly turned dangerous, overflowing with killing intent. He smirked inwardly, thinking, Take her punishment? Clearly, this bastard is here to show off, trying to intimidate me right off the bat. Afterwards, Xiaoyao smiled amiably, inviting Jun Changjian inside for tea, continuing to put on a calm facade. Once the two were seated, Jun Xiaoyao spoke first, with a polite tone. You've arrived so suddenly, I can only offer tea to entertain you. I hope you'll excuse the humble accommodations. Jun Changjian feigned humility, but in his heart, he was filled with disdain. I'm more like bothering you, little brother. It's truly impolite, however. His gaze swept over Jun Linglong. Feeling infuriated to see the young woman brewing tea, Changjian cursed inwardly. This brat dares to use a maid to brew tea for me. Is he insulting me? Jun Xiaoyao picked up his teacup, thought for a moment, then turned to ask. Is Changjian, brother, planning to leave Lan Qingya kneeling there forever? Changjian, emotionlessly, coldly answered. You're joking, little brother, since she's taking her punishment and atoning for her sins. If you forgive her, I won't leave her there to embarrass herself any longer. Hearing this, Xiaoyao placed his teacup down, his voice hardening. You must have misunderstood. I've never held a grudge for more than a day. If someone offends me, I'll retaliate right then and there. So you don't need to indulge your special hobbies under the pretense of apologizing to me. Jun Linglong, standing beside him, couldn't help but giggle when she saw Xiaoyao pointing and calling out Changjian. She covered her mouth, trying to stay composed, then said, Ahem, so rude. Pay me no mind, you two, carry on. Changjian's face flushed red with anger, but he suppressed it, unable to say anything. After a moment of regaining his composure, he sneered coldly. Seems like little brother isn't satisfied with my way of apologizing, huh? Well then, I don't need to hold back on this stupid thing anymore. With that, he unleashed a lightning-fast sword kui strike, aimed directly at Lan Qingya, who was kneeling on the ground. The sharp attack tore through the air, rushing towards her. At that very moment, a flash of light erupted, along with a loud explosion. The main gate of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was shattered, leaving a long gash across the ground. Luckily, Jun Linglong acted quickly enough to save Lan Qingya from Chengjian's sudden attack. Jun Linglong glanced at Lan Qingya and said mockingly, "Is this the Chengjian Gongzi you've always thought about?" Lan Qingya, at this moment, had eyes full of anger and sorrow, biting her lip without responding. Seeing Linglong's cold eyes, Chengjian grew even angrier, but was interrupted by Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao sat there, holding a teacup, his tone serious. "Your temper's a bit much, isn't it, senior brother? But to directly make a move in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, are you trying to provoke me?" Hearing this, Chengjian broke out in a cold sweat, startled for a moment. Then he forced a wry smile, feigning ignorance. "It's all just a misunderstanding. I would never dare to offend you, being a Shenzi of the Jun family." Xiao didn't look at him, just smiled faintly, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Maybe you see me as a friend, huh? But too bad, I'd rather flip the table over." Before Chengjian could react, he was completely caught off guard by Xiaoyao's intent to make a move. He raised his hands in front of him, trying to defend, but Xiaoyao quickly channeled his strength into his right leg. In his mind, Xiaoyao thought, "This bastard, coming here to discipline my subordinates, and wanting to kill someone right in front of me? Who does he think he's scaring? If I really was a 3-year-old, I might have been frightened by him. But sadly for him, he chose the wrong person." Instantly, Xiaoyao unleashed a powerful kick, his leg covered in golden spiritual energy. Chengjian was knocked back a distance. Blocking the blow, he felt his whole body tremble, cold sweat pouring out, his mind filled with panic. What the hell is going on? How can a 3-year-old have such terrifying divine power? Xiaoyao stood from afar, his voice ringing out coldly. "Chengjian's senior brother, I wasn't lying, was I? If someone offends me, I'll retaliate immediately." Finishing his sentence, Xiaoyao curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, his eyes challenging Chengjian. "The weather's great today. Why don't we have a spar to strengthen our brotherly bond? What do you say?" Or is Chengjian's senior brother too afraid to accept the challenge? The dignified Chengjian, a youth of around 17 or 18 years old, was provoked to the point of utter fury by a 3-year-old. His eyes were full of murderous intent, gnashing his teeth as he thought, "This little brat is really bullying me too much." But immediately after, he calmed himself, taking a deep breath and telling himself, calm down, don't let a 3-year-old make you lose your composure like this." After stabilizing his emotions, Chengjian spoke, "Since you want to spar so much, I, as your senior brother, will gladly oblige." He took out a carrier, Yuan Tian, token, and continued, "But no matter what, I'm much older than you, so I'll only use 3 10ths of my strength. If Xiaoyao little brother can defeat me, I'll offer this primordial heaven supreme order, Yuan Tian Ji Zun Ling, to you with both hands. But if you lose, you better apologize for your rudeness." Hearing about the primordial heaven supreme order, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed curiosity, not knowing what it was. Suddenly, a voice transmission reached Xiaoyao's ears. That's a good thing. It was Jun Linglong, who, while taking care of Lan Qingya, had transmitted to Xiaoyao. She added, "Little Shenzi, since he offered it himself, don't be polite. Beat him up, and take that token. You'll have a chance to use it later." It's possible that the token is related to the supreme treasure, Zi Zun Bao Zhang, in Legends. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao became even more curious. He glanced at Linglong and transmitted, "Supreme treasure, can you explain further?" Jun Linglong continued to transmit. The so-called supreme refers to those immortal existences standing at the peak of the desolate ancient immortal domain. Just imagine how many treasures are waiting for you in this omnipotent treasure vault. Hearing that, Jun Xiaoyao flashed a cunning smile, his eyes gleaming with greed. He rubbed his hands together, looking excited as if facing a juicy, unescapable sheep. He chuckled and replied to Chengjian, "Senior brother's goodies? This little brother is more than happy to accept. He. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's actions and expression, Jun Chengjian shuddered in fear. He thought to himself, "Our Jun family's Shenzi is unexpectedly such a greedy little rascal." Not long after, Chengjian was panting, drenched in sweat, wondering, "How could this be? What on earth is happening? I am a recognized genius ranked among the top 10 talents of the Jun family. Why am I being suppressed so much by a 3-year-old kid? And what's worse, He's wiggling around so annoyingly, making me want to puke blood. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao completely disregarded his opponent. Continuing to make provocative gestures with a disdainful look, he said, Chengjian Xixiong, keep it up, nye. Chengjian felt a mix of fear and anger, thinking, this brat really wants to beat me up. Soon, the Jun family's training grounds were crowded with other disciples eager to see what was happening. They discussed animatedly, what's going on? Chengjian, ranked 10th, is sparring with Shenzi Jun Xiaoyao. Oh my god, the Shenzi is only 3 years old. Isn't this bullying a child? But you can't say for sure, since Chengjian has been suppressed by the Shenzi the whole time. Finally, Chengjian took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure and thinking, I can't let him mock me. If this Xiaoyao has been recognized by the 18th ancestor as the Shenzi, he must have something special about him. I've just been too careless so far. I need to get serious. Chengjian then unleashed a bizarre purple spiritual qi around his sword. The disciples below widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed, that's the Violet Imperial Sword Technique! Chengjian is using the Violet Imperial Sword Technique against a 3-year-old? He seems to be trying his best to win. Chengjian was now completely serious, ready to fight. He thought, these idiots below don't know anything. You guys have no idea how strange this little devil is. Then, he looked at Jun Xiaoyao and said, Xiaoyao Didi, be careful with this move. Don't get hurt. With that, Chengjian thrust his sword towards Xiaoyao, unleashing the sun, sucking 9 swords from the Violet Imperial Sword Technique. The disciples watching from below gasped, thinking, the Violet Imperial Sword Technique, even in the main branch of the Jun family, is considered a high-level technique. And this sun, sucking 9 swords, the sword energy weaves into a net, blocking all escape routes. This jerk Chengjian is planning a kill move on Xiaoyao. At this moment, Chengjian gritted his teeth, using all his spiritual power to unleash the full potential of the Violet Imperial Sword Technique. However, Jun Linglong calmly said, but that's not a problem for my little Shenzi. Jun Xiaoyao confidently chuckled, raised his hand and struck Chengjian's wrist, causing him to helplessly drop his sword. Chengjian was utterly surprised, gritting his teeth as his sword was taken away. His face turned green, and sweat poured down. Fearfully, Jun Xiaoyao calmly looked at Chengjian and said, how should I put this? I just feel like you're much weaker than I imagined. Instantly, Xiaoyao leaped forward, kicking Chengjian straight in the face. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, with aftershocks and dust filling the air, followed by a pearly white tooth flying in the wind, along with Chengjian's blood. Chengjian, caught completely off guard by this earth-shattering blow, looked up at his tooth and wondered, why is my tooth flying in the sky like that? What the heck just happened? Next thing you know, he face plants into the ground, totally out cold. Jun Xiaoyao then whips out that Primal Heaven Supreme token thingy from Chengjian and shouts all smug like, here, little bro, catch this Primal Heaven Supreme token, haha. Just then, the system pops up a notification, key item detected. Login location has been refreshed. New login location, Primal Heaven Supreme Secret Realm. Seeing the system's message, Xiaoyao's stoked. He grips the Primal Heaven Supreme token and goes, well, ain't this a pleasant surprise? Outside the arena, Jun Linglong's patching up Lan Xingya, saying all frosty, you see that Chengjian dude you were crushing on? No cultivation, not outstanding, and his character ain't all that either. You're not exactly Einstein to begin with, so don't let dudes like him fool you, okay? Then, Xingya gets all huffy, yanks her ear away, and yells, will you just stop lecturing me already? Face all teary, Xingya retorts, I don't need your pity. Turning around and storming off, tears streaming down, she mutters, Jun Chengjian, Jun Linglong, Jun Xiaoyao, you Jun guys are gonna pay. Just a heads up, this girl's gonna be a total badass later on, hee hee. But right now, all she looks like is some crybaby with no brains. Can't get a word in edge. Cell-wise with her. After snagging his loot, Jun Xiaoyao sidles up to Jun Linglong and remarks, wow, you really know how to talk to people, don't you? No wonder people hate your guts. Jun Linglong just rolls her eyes and says, I'm just stating the facts. Jun Xiaoyao sees Linglong still doesn't get it. Looking a bit disappointed, he says, if you ever get beat up outside, don't come crying to me to save you. Jun Linglong didn't even catch the first thing Jun Xiaoyao said, let alone the second, so she just stands there, looking totally clueless. And so, summer in Xianyu just kind of buzzed by like that. Then fall came with falling leaves, and winter woke up. Spring arrives, and flowers bloom. Time flies by, quick as a dog chasing its tail. Blink and you miss it. A few years have passed. A young girl with a super cute brown bird perched on her shoulder says all excited, "Yay, we're finally here!" Now, the bustling scene of the Jun family's floating island comes into view. The streets are packed, people hustling and bustling, buying and selling. A super adorable little girl appears and says, "Is this the Jun family's God Island? It's so lively, I wish I could meet that cute little guy." Not long after, two magnificent and radiant phoenixes appear in the sky, soaring over. From the ground, an announcement rings out. The Dao Zi Heaven sect has arrived with gifts to celebrate the 10th birthday of Shenzi Jun Xiaoyao. 9 scrolls of the Tao. The announcement continues. The great evolution sacred ground has arrived, gifting the Shenzi a piece of gathering god Jade Dew and a piece of top-grade divine source. Princess of the great Shang dynasty has also arrived, gifting the Shenzi a mountain and river painting. Meanwhile, 2 dudes carrying gifts are chatting. Careful with that. These are the official gifts and ceremonial robes for the Shenzi's 10th birthday bash. Don't you dare mess them up, the other guy replies. Haha, so many great families are here to celebrate the Shenzi's 10th birthday. It's a real honor for our Jun family, the first guy retorts. It's not like you're the one getting the honor, why are you so happy? Hearing that, the other guy says, well still, it's a little vicarious glory, ain't it? You think our Shenzi, with his amazing talent since he was a kid, has probably broken through to the true spirit realm during his closed door cultivation. Scene changed to Jun Xiaoyao's training area. The same 2 disciples from earlier bow respectfully and announce, by order of the Shenzi, please emerge from seclusion, bathe, change your clothes, and don your birthday ceremonial robes. But when he opens the door, he looks inside and sees absolutely nothing. No sign of the Shenzi anywhere. The room was just covered in sword marks all over the walls and floor. Next to it was a note. Secluded cultivation is so boring. I'm going out to play. Signed, Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, those 2 disciples freaked out, yelling, "Emergency! Shenzi has ditched his seclusion and ran off to play." Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was on some random street, chomping on an apple and saying, "It's been 3 whole years since I've had decent food. What's the point of cultivation if you can't eat? If I ever go into seclusion again, I'll change my last name." Then Jun Linglong appeared, standing behind him, thinking, the thing Jun Xiaoyao hates the most is missing out on gourmet food. Then she raised her hand, closed her eyes, and said, if we're comparing, not being able to shower for 10 days to half a month is the worst. Hearing that someone shared his sentiments, Jun Xiaoyao wholeheartedly agreed, raising his hand and shouting, "Exactly! Now you're talking!" But then, Jun Xiaoyao froze, looking at Linglong and asking, "Wait a second, about 5 seconds. Why are you here?" Jun Linglong glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and said, "I'm following the family head's orders to find and bring back some Shenzi." Jun Xiaoyao heard this and grinned, stopping and turning around to run away, saying, "Bye Felicia. See ya never." Jun Xiaoyao quickly jumped across rooftops at lightning speed to escape Jun Linglong. She immediately chased after him, yelling, "Little Shenzi, stop running. Getting you into that ceremonial robe takes half a day. If you don't come back now, you'll be late." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and glanced back, replying, "I reject formalism. I don't want to wear that heavy, annoying robe. I'll come back when the time is right." As Jun Xiaoyao was running away, a cry for help rang out, making him stop in surprise. He looked down at the bustling market below, where that cute little girl from earlier was beating the crap out of a guy and saying, "What are you yelling about, pervert? You were the one who hurt little Kukui's leg first." The guy, getting pummeled, could barely stammer, I already apologized." Meanwhile, the girl insisted, "What good is an apology? Little Kui's leg is already broken." The people around tried to stop her. A fat guy with a goatee spoke up, "Little girl, how much compensation do you want to forgive my boy?" This little girl responded angrily and sharply, "It's not that easy. Who do you think I am? Think I'm a scammer who likes to extort people?" Then she pulled on the man's shirt and said, "He broke little Kui's leg, so I'll break his leg too. Then we're even." The man was terrified of getting his leg broken and screamed for help. Jun Xiaoyao stood on the roof, looking down and thinking, where did this little troublemaker come from? Daring to bully people in my Jun family's territory. How audacious. Judging by the aura, she must be a cultivator. Jun Xiaoyao then pulled out the leftover appleseed from earlier, using it as a hidden weapon to attack him, shooting the appleseed towards that little girl, and thinking, well, I'll teach you a lesson. The little girl was incredibly perceptive, noticed Xiaoyao's attack, and grabbed the apple seed, shouting, "Who dares to attack this lady?" Then, she looked down at her hand and thought, "Wait a moment, this feeling. Don't tell her." She tossed away the apple seed covered in Xiao Yao's saliva, frightenedly said, "What kind of ghostly hidden weapon is this? It's wet and disgusting." From above, Jun Xiaoyao laughed loudly. "Ha ha, serves you right. Who told you to bully the mortals of my Jun family?" Little girl, at this time, extremely angry, gritting her teeth, looked up at Xiaoyao and asked, "Who are you, huh?" At this time, Xiaoyao had put on a ghost mask, covering his appearance, making the little girl extremely angry. She pointed and shouted, "Where did the ugly monster come from, daring to interfere in this young lady's affairs? Do you know who I am, huh?" Jun Xiaoyao shouted back from above, "You call others ugly monsters, but I think you are the ugly monster. You are an ugly monster. Liar, liar." The little girl at this time was so angry that she cursed back at Xiaoyao. Then she jumped up. He channeled his spiritual energy into his hand, aiming a strike at her. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised at all, thinking to himself, "Whoa, this little brat's got some moves, not bad for a shrimp." The little girl threw a punch straight for Jun Xiaoyao's face, but he swiftly ducked, dodging the attack, and couldn't resist teasing, "Ouch, missed. You raise birds? So you're as silly as the birds?" He leaped backward, putting some distance between himself and the furious little miss. He thought to himself, "That's not enough force to actually hurt someone. She just wants to vent." The little girl, still absolutely fuming, clenched her fists and yelled, "Stop running! You ugly creep! Come over here and let's have a 300-round brawl!" Jun Xiaoyao stuck his tongue out, making a mocking gesture with both hands. "Nah, nah, 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 nah! You can't catch me! And you want to fight? If you're so tough, come and get me, you ugly monster head! Dumbass! Betcha can't catch me! Ha ha!" The little girl was enraged. She chased after Xiaoyao with a knife, yelling, "You ugly bastard! I'm gonna kill you!" Jun Xiaoyao laughed as he ran, thinking, "Gotta distract her for now. I don't want to cause any more trouble." But the little senior sister, Jun Linglong, was still after him. At that moment, Jun Linglong stood on a rooftop, silently observing Xiaoyao from afar. Her gaze landed on a jade pendant on the little girl's chest. She mused, "Is that person from the Jiang family of Qingzhou? Can't be the young miss of the Jiang family, right? That'd be a pain." Jun Linglong crossed her arms, torn between her mission, family responsibilities, and continuing to watch the drama unfold. In the end, she chose to jump back into the story with a smile. "Hee hee, this is fun. Let's keep watching the show." Jun Xiaoyao and the little girl chased each other until they reached a riverbank. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped. He looked back, seeing the little girl breathing heavily, and said, "If you're so tough, then stop right there." Jun Xiaoyao was rather surprised, thinking, "This little girl was able to keep up with me. She is not simple." The little girl had used all her strength to chase after Xiaoyao, and now her face was pale, panting. "If I don't beat you up today, Jiang Luoli will never give up." Jun Xiaoyao nonchalantly crossed his arms, thinking, "Ugh, I only wanted to lend a hand and save someone, but I didn't expect it would lead to such a big problem. How is this going to end?" Suddenly, a flare shot up from behind Jun Xiaoyao. Both of them turned to look at it. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the flare and thought, "Oops, my 18th birthday banquet is about to start." Instantly, Jun Xiaoyao held out his hand toward Jiang Luoli and said, "Sorry, little girl, I'm in a rush. I don't have time to play around with you." Jiang Luoli was caught off guard, not understanding the meaning of Xiaoyao's words. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao focused his power into his hand, his eyes flashing with danger, and with lightning speed, he struck a blow toward Jiang Luoli. She took the hit without reacting, freezing in place for 5 seconds, completely stunned. Moments later, at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, magnificent fireworks burst across the sky, their dazzling light blending with the bright moonlight. From within the palace, an announcement rang out. "The Jiang family of Qingzhou has arrived, presenting to the Shenzi an ancient saint soldier, immortal beyond 3 continents, 100 top, grade saint pills, and 1,000 superb, quality divine essences." Hearing the Jiang family's gifts, those below gaped in astonishment. One person said, "The Jiang family and the Jun family have had many marriage alliances over generations. The Jiang family can be considered the Shenzi's maternal clan." Another person pointed to a beautiful woman in white and continued, "Look, that beauty is Shen Hui Shexian, the divine maiden of Tiandao Cliff, Jiang Shengyi, and the little girl beside her must be the precious jewel of the Jiang family. Jiang Luoli, who possesses the primordial spirit Dao physique. Yet another person said, but that little Mingzhu seems angry about something. I heard she and the Jun family Shenzi, Jun Xiaoyao, are betrothed. Another said, she's still a kid. She must be throwing a tantrum. Young people these days value freedom in love too much. Jiang Shengyi turned her head and whispered to Jiang Luoli, you're in trouble now, huh? Let's see if you dare to run off and cause a ruckus again next time. Being scolded by her older sister, Jiang Luoli said angrily, don't let me meet that ugly monster again or I'll beat him up real good. Jiang Shengyi then replied, are you sure you can beat him? If it weren't for the fact that he was a young hero and didn't have bad intentions, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in one piece to attend the Shenzi of Jun family's Morjum birthday party. Luo Lai stubbornly shouted, sister, you're so annoying. Why are you speaking up for an outsider? Just then, a young man walked up to the two sisters and said, hello, Miss Luli. Long time no see. How are you doing? Luli looked puzzled and replied, sorry, who are you? The young man replied, Miss Luoli, have you forgotten? We met in the Luoyu secret realm. Hearing this, Luoli replied, oh, I remember now. You're that guy. What was his name again? Seeing this, the young man cupped his hands respectfully and introduced himself. I am Yi Shaxing from the desolate ancient Yi family. Jiang Luoli was indifferent, ignored him, and waved her hand, saying, oh, right, hello, and goodbye. Then, she walked past Ye Xingyun without looking back. Jiang Shengyi looked a little worried, and whispered to Luoli, that was very impolite of you, Luoli replied. I really don't remember his name. What can I do? I have face blindness. I can't remember those generic faces. Ye Xingyun was so embarrassed that he was trembling. The old man accompanying Xingyun glanced at him with concern and asked, young master, are you all right? Ye Xingyun gritted his teeth and said, Fubo, I think the feeling of being snubbed by Miss Luoli is also great. This guy is a gold medalist in being jinxed. After a while, all the guests who came to attend the Shenzi's birthday party had arrived. Jun Zantian slowly walked onto the main table in the center, then turned to the guests and said, everyone's almost here, right? Everyone has come from thousands of miles away to attend my grandson's birthday party. I am very grateful. At this time, the people below whispered, I heard that the Jun family's Shenzi was able to defeat the 10th ranked person on the list at the age of 3. I wonder what realm he is in now. I'm afraid he has reached the true spirit realm, right? Jun Zantian was very happy to hear the guests below talking about his grandson, and thought to himself, haha, there are quite a few decisive young people who have come here. Jun Chengjian, you are ranked 10th on the list. Jun Shuihuang, you are ranked 7th. Jun Wanji, you are ranked 5th. And Ye Xingyun, from the desolate ancient Ye family. The Jiang family from Qingzhou, with Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli below. Everyone asked curiously, I wonder where the Jun family's Shenzi is now. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Jun Zantian smiled when he heard the guests ask, and muttered, where did that brat run off to now? Even I don't know. This is really frustrating. Just then, a big hole was broken in the roof, and a figure flew straight down next to Jun Zantian. From behind the thick smoke, Jun Xiaoyao appeared and laughed loudly. Ha ha, don't rush, Grandpa. In superhero movies, the main character usually appears last. Seeing this scene, all the guests were very surprised, and their mouths were wide open. Jun Zantian's face darkened, and he turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao fell from the roof, but still tried to strike a cool pose and said, I am Jun Xiaoyao, the Jun family's Shenzi. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. Seeing his incorrigible grandson acting up, Jun Zantian was furious, cursing under his breath. That little rascal, how can he still be late on such an important day? What's going on in that head of his? Jun Xiaoyao was sweating bullets, secretly relieved. Oops, Grandpa's really mad this time. I rushed back so fast I almost kicked the bucket. Jiang Luoli then noticed Jun Xiaoyao's figure and attire. Seemingly realizing something, Luli's eyes were pensive, thinking, that hairstyle, those clothes, could it be him? Then, it suddenly dawned on her. He was that little brat from before. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoli pointed straight at Jun Xiaoyao and shouted, Hey, yo, stop right there! Jun Xiaoyao was now drenched in sweat, thinking, holy crap, why is this little miss here too? Gotta think of a way to talk my way out of this. He quickly regained his composure. He put his silver tongue to work, using a sweet tone to resolve the situation. Jun Xiaoyao smiled at Jiang Luoli below, saying, Oh, this beautiful young lady, have we met somewhere before? As he spoke, he tried his best to strike his most dashing pose. Jiang Luoli, seeing this scene, was speechless, just thinking, what the heck is this? Sweat streamed down her forehead, and she didn't say a word. Jun Xiaoyao was so embarrassed that he couldn't say anything more either, just offering a forced smile. Jiang Luoli then ran straight up to Xiaoyao, observing him closely, thinking to herself, how can this jerk have such an adorable face? I must have mistaken him for someone else. Then, Luoli put on an extremely cute expression, seemingly becoming interested in this Jun family's Shenzi. Jun Xiaoyao, seeing Luoli's sudden change in expression, was sweating even more, thinking, is this kid also a master actor? I've met my match this time. Jiang Shengyi, standing below observing, could only shake her head, dripping with sweat, thinking, Luoli's bad habit is acting up again. As soon as she sees something cute, she turns into this. Jun Zantian, standing beside her and watching this scene, couldn't help but be surprised. He muttered, well, looks like something's really brewing. Then, he clapped Jun Xiaoyao hard on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Kid, you're quite something. Then Jun Zantian said loudly to both Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli, even though you two have met before, I still need to formally introduce you. Xiaoyao, this is Miss Luoli, the precious gem of the Jiang family. She's also your fiancée. Although she looks small, she's actually a year older than you. Jun Xiaoyao, who was in a normal state of mind, suddenly blurted out, WH, what the actual F? Jiang Luoli, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes, incredibly surprised. Huh? Really? She was secretly overjoyed, but outwardly tried to appear embarrassed, her saliva almost drooling out, but she tried to restrain herself, pretending not to care. Ye Xingyun below was equally surprised, his mouth agape in shock, unable to believe it. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned, his mind racing. Ninja Kano, why did it suddenly turn out like this? I'm already a Shenzi, but I still can't escape an arranged marriage. I have to find a way to make this little miss hate me. I have to tell her that I'm the one who teased her this afternoon. Just then, Jiang Luoli suddenly took out a glittering golden elixir from her sleeve. She gave it to Xiaoyao and said, Here, this is for you. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the glowing elixir and asked, Miss Luoli, what is this? Jiang Luoli put on a cute face, her eyes sparkling. This is a spirit pill refined from the water of the undying spring. Eat it quickly. And promise me you'll keep your face like this. And don't grow up, or you won't be cute anymore. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the elixir and thought, this kid's got some issues. I have to stay calm. Despite his inner turmoil, he still didn't give up on his original plan, and definitely had to find a way to cancel this engagement. Xiaoyao glanced around. Suddenly he saw Jun Linglong, standing in the distance. A wicked idea popped into his head. He pointed to Jun Linglong. He signaled her, saying loudly, Hey Linglong, jump out here. We've already made a lifelong pact. The price is up to you. Jun Linglong was extremely shocked by Xiaoyao's sudden actions, thinking, why is that stingy Shenzi suddenly so generous? But not wanting to get caught up in the joke, she quickly signaled back, But I refuse. I still want to get out of here alive. Jun Xiaoyao immediately signaled back to Jun Linglong. You're my servant, so logically you should listen to my arrangements. Jun Linglong quickly retorted with a sly grin. Sorry not sorry, I choose to resign. He. Xiaoyao tried to smile, but inside he was fuming, thinking, Jun Linglong, you just wait. You backstabbing servant, so addicted to drama you abandon your master. Jun Linglong, now grinning even more wickedly, thought to herself, I just want to watch the drama, it's so exciting and has a lot of yai ma. Gotta tone down the smile a bit, he. Below the stage, guests continuously clapped and congratulated, praising Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli as a match made in heaven. Jun Xiaoyao maintained his polite smile, but inwardly cursed. Did you guys even think this through? I'm just a teenager. Everyone's so happy, like they want to end my life early. Right at this moment, Ye Xingyun slammed his hand on the table, shouting out, I don't approve of this marriage. Hearing that, Jun Xiaoyao was overjoyed as if he found a ray of hope, his heart so happy that he almost cried, and he looked at his savior, Ye Xingyun, with gratitude. Ye Xingyun clenched his fist and continued to shout out, I don't approve of this marriage. Fu Bo, standing next to Ye Xingyun, immediately stepped forward to stop him, saying, Young master, you can't cause trouble like this. But Ye Xingyun stubbornly insisted, I'm not causing trouble. At this moment, Jun Zantian loudly said from above, How ridiculous! Since when did an outsider get to interfere in the marriage of our Jun family? Seeing the tense situation, Jun Xiaoyao quickly raised his hand to stop his grandfather, saying, "Grandfather, please don't get angry yet." Then, he stepped down and walked straight towards Ye Xingyun with a respectful look. Xiaoyao clasped his hands together and asked, "May I ask for the honorable name of this young master?" Ye Xingyun answered clearly, "I'm surnamed Ye. From the ancient Ye family, name is Ye Xingyun." Jun Xiaoyao smiled calmly and said, "Young Master Ye, you should know that since ancient times, successfully robbing a bride requires demonstrating your own strength." Ye Xingyun replied with a composed expression, "So what? Does the Jun family Shenzi want to compete with Ye here?" Xiaoyao flashed a friendly smile and nodded. "Why not?" The crowd below immediately erupted in discussion. "Hey, is this real? The Jun family's Shenzi and the Yek family's young master want to fight? There's definitely going to be a good show to watch." Meanwhile, Jun Shui Huang, who was enjoying a glass of wine, was approached by Jun Chengjian. "I heard you showed up early this time to attend little brother Xiaoyao's 18th birthday party. Is that right?" Shui Huang placed her glass down expressionlessly and replied, "Anyway, little brother Xiaoyao could beat you at the age of 3. How strange." "That's like a critical blow." Jun Chengjian gritted his teeth in anger but couldn't refute it. He looked towards Jun Wanji and thought, compared to her, this one is even rarer. Why would someone with his personality even attend a party like this? Outside the banquet hall, Jun Xiaoyao and Ye Xingyun prepared to face off for the right to rob the bride. Fu Bo, who was with Ye Xingyun, sighed and said, "Young masters, is it really necessary to fight like this?" Ye Xingyun concentrated spiritual energy into his 2 fingers on his right hand, and said with a determined voice, "Fu Bo, don't worry, I know my limits. I won't injure the Jun family's Shenzi." Then, he charged straight towards Xiaoyao, shouting, "Jun family's Shenzi, take this." He unleashed his ultimate technique, the chaotic starfinger, attacking directly at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise when he saw Ye Xingyun's attack. The surrounding guests started gossiping, "No way, the Yi family star god physique really lives up to its name. I wonder how the Jun family's Shenzi will handle this." However, Xiaoyao's surprised expression wasn't because the attack was strong, but because it was too weak. He easily flicked his hand, sending Ye Xingyun's right hand flying, instantly nullifying the chaotic starfinger ultimate move. But right after, Ye Xingyun's eyes were full of determination as he channeled his energy and unleashed the chaotic starfinger again. This time, he stabbed straight at Xiaoyao with his left hand. Seeing this, Xiaoyao was caught off guard and quickly dodged. He was surprised that Ye Xingyun could attack so flexibly with both hands. Ye Xingyun relentlessly launched a flurry of attacks at Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao swayed to the left, then stepped back, a slightly annoyed look on his face. "Seriously? You call this a flurry of attacks?" After a barrage of attacks, Ye Xingyun started to run out of spiritual energy, forced to stop and pant heavily. Xiaoyao, though he'd dodged all the attacks, was still a bit unsteady after all the constant movement. Ye Xingyun gasped for breath, thinking, "Unbelievable. That Jun Xiaoyao dodged all my attacks? This is seriously messed up." Xiaoyao had regained his balance at this point, standing calmly as if nothing had happened. Seeing that calm face, Ye Xingyun felt irritated. People on the outside probably think he's just barely holding off my attacks, but the truth is, I haven't even touched him. Lost in thought, Ye Xingyun suddenly glanced towards Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's eyes were wide, her mouth agape as she watched Jun Xiaoyao's incredibly stylish dodges, feeling completely mesmerized. "Oh my god, he's so amazing!" Luoli thought, unable to take her eyes off Xiaoyao. Ye Xingyun saw the infatuated look in Luoli's eyes as she looked at Xiaoyao, gritting his teeth in anger. He thought to himself, "I absolutely can't lose face in front of Lady Luoli." Instantly, he activated a mystical rune that appeared on his forehead. Powerful blue spiritual energy swirled around him as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Ye Xingyun used the star-devouring black hole palm. The extremely powerful attack shot straight towards Jun Xiaoyao, a smug grin on his face. "Haha, let's see how you dodge this time. Dance for me, young master. You want to dance some more, huh?" Jun Xiaoyao saw the attack approaching, his expression changing from confidence to regret, sweat pouring down his face as he muttered, "What the hell is going on? I was just messing around a bit, and now I have to deal with this." From Ye Xingyun's palm, the star-devouring black hole palm emitted a glittering starlight, and the mighty power of heaven and earth condensed into a dazzling vortex, as if transporting the entire starry sky. This was the technique only the star god physique could use, a super powerful divine skill. Jun Xiaoyao was enveloped by the swirling blue spiritual energy and couldn't escape, feeling an immense pressure bearing down on him. He thought to himself, if this keeps up, I'm gonna get torn to shreds by Ye Xingyun's attack. In that critical moment, a golden light flashed from within the blue spiritual energy, accompanied by Jun Xiaoyao's booming shout, "Godly elephant suppressing prison force." Instantly, the illusion of a giant elephant appeared abruptly, shattering Ye Xingyun's swirling spiritual energy. The massive divine elephant stood firm, confronting the dazzling starlight and spiritual energy of Ye Xingyun. Jiang Shengyi, seeing the golden spiritual energy erupting from Jun Xiaoyao, was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "That golden aura? Could it be the archaic holy body?" The guests below, who had been watching with bated breath, immediately broke out in excited chatter. Is that really the archaic holy body? Could the myriad saints paying homage phenomenon from 5 years ago have been caused by him? Another person asked doubtfully. But didn't we hear that the archaic holy body was crippled, bound by the shackles of the heavenly Davao? At this moment, a knowledgeable-looking person stroked his beard and analyzed, "I'm afraid the Jun family has spent no small amount of resources to help this child break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. But even so, the cultivation path of the archaic holy body cannot be sustained." On the arena, Ye Xingyun and Jun Xiaoyao continued to clash palms. Neither was gaining the upper hand, their eyes full of determination as they gave it their all to win. However, not long after, the illusion of the divine elephant summoned by Jun Xiaoyao gradually dissipated, destroyed by Ye Xingyun's star-devouring black hole palm. Ye Xingyun's powerful attack hurtled towards Jun Xiaoyao, sending him flying into the air in excruciating pain. At this point, Ye Xingyun had also lost control due to overusing the power of the Star King. He couldn't stop his final attack, and even if he felt something, he wasn't conscious enough to hold back. Jun Xiaoyao was sent flying, crashing painfully to the ground. While Ye Xingyun struggled to regain consciousness, Jun Zantian, standing below the stage, was so worried he turned pale. His mouth hung open in panic as he watched Ye Xingyun unable to stop, and Jun Xiaoyao being sent crashing. Thump! Xiaoyao hit the ground, his body no longer able to fight. His mouth was full of blood, and his face was severely injured. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao heavily injured, Butler Fu was furious. He roared Ye Xingyun's name. "Young master, how could you go so hard on a kid in his teens?" Ye Xingyun panicked and immediately explained, "It's not like that, Butler Fu. I didn't go that hard." At that moment, a memory flashed through Ye Xingyun's mind. The crucial moment when they were exchanging palm strikes. In the split second before the attack, Jun Xiaoyao actually smiled slightly and winked at him. Ye Xingyun didn't understand the meaning of that wink back then, but then he realized Jun Xiaoyao had withdrawn the spiritual energy from the hell, suppressing divine elephant, causing his star, devouring black hole palm to strike directly. What's more, Jun Xiaoyao was putting on a great act, crying out in pain as if he was truly seriously injured. Looking from afar, Ye Xingyun gradually realized the truth. He muttered to himself, "That brat, you tricked me. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Just then, Jun Xiaoyao, lying in Butler Fu's arms, pretended to be weak, but still managed to smile. He grabbed Butler Fu's sleeve, his voice faltering. "Cough cough, old Fu. Please don't blame young Master Ye. After all, I was the one who suggested this sparring match." Xiaoyao then put on an extremely magnanimous act, smiling gently at Butler Fu and saying, "Young Master Ye's cultivation is unparalleled. I've lost this match. Everyone knows the archaic holy body is trash. My talent is not high. I wouldn't dare delay Miss Jiang's future. This engagement should be called off." Jun Xiaoyao's words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning Jun Zantian, his grandfather. He understood his grandson too well. He was just so angry he was petrified, silently falling into contemplation, thinking, "You little punk. Just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson." Jiang Luoli, although wearing a fake smile on the surface, felt an uncontrollable anger rising in her heart. She thought to herself, "This guy is just dissing me. He clearly doesn't want the engagement." But not showing her emotions, Luoli quickly ran to Jun Xiaoyao, took his arm, and said with affection, "Xiaoyao Gage, please rest assured, even if you are an archaic holy body or whatever, Luoli will never leave you." Hearing Jiang Luoli's words and seeing her get closer, Xiaoyao's face turned ashen. He recoiled as if he had encountered something terrifying, yelling, "You're clearly older than me. Why are you calling me Gridge? Don't come near me." This scene caused a stir among the people in the Great Hall. Meanwhile, Jun Wanji, one of the Jun family's elders, saw the result of the sparring match between Jun Xiaoyao and Ye Xingyun and was so angry he clenched his wine cup, crushing it before placing it on the table. He growled, "So disrespectful and unruly. No wonder he's a direct descendant, born with a silver spoon in his mouth." Sitting opposite him, Jun Chengjian, another member of the family, poured wine while nodding in agreement. He said, "We have to work our whole lives to get that stuff, while he was born with it." Just then, a white-haired man with a cold demeanor and sharp eyes spoke up. "What the hell? This is the archaic holy body." His voice was full of anger and contempt. The appearance of the group on the roof of the Heavenly Emperor Palace attracted the attention of everyone below. Everyone looked up. They saw a group of people, led by a white-haired man from the demon race, arms crossed and sneering. The white-haired man said loudly with sarcasm, "Archaic holy body? One of the 5 strongest physiques? Can't even beat fireflies." Jun Xiaoyao looked up, his expression emotionless, but inside he was annoyed. He thought to himself, where did these clowns come from, interrupting at just the wrong time? And who the hell is that white-haired guy, talking so recklessly? Jun Zantian, standing from afar, sensed the aura emanating from the white-haired man and thought, "Is that brat from the archaic dragon clan?" Up above, the white-haired dragon clan member coldly called out the name Lan Qingya, who was standing near him. Lan Qingya's face immediately turned pale, and sweat poured down when his name was called. Before he could even speak, the white-haired Dragon Clan member impatiently kicked Lan Qingya down below. The Dragon Clan member said coldly, "You dare to play with this lord? I heard people saying there's some born ancient sacred physique here who broke free from the shackles of fate. That's why I came to check it out." Jun Xiaoyao just stared silently at the white-haired dragon dude, but in his head he was replaying the events from a few months back at the Dragon Nest, the Dragon Clan's territory. The Dragon Clan is one of the ancient royal clans of the demon race, on par with the strongest families in the desolate heaven Xianyu. They stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient aristocratic families, supreme great sects, and undying divine dynasties, the top-tier superpowers of the human race. And yeah, Jun Xiaoyao's Jun family is one of them. Ancient royal clans, especially the Dragon Clan, had periods where they straight-up dominated the Xianyu. They stood above billions of living beings, their names echoing through the ages. The Dragon Nest is like the Dragon Clan's symbol of power. Alongside other top forces like the Myriad Phoenix Sacred Mountain and the Quilin Ancient Cave, they're the top dogs of the demon race, packing some serious heat that makes other forces respect them. So that day at the Dragon Nest, they threw a massive party. The atmosphere was buzzing with hundreds of demons clinking glasses, cheering all over the place, celebrating some big win. The Dragon Child, the heir to the Dragon Clan, had successfully absorbed the first drop of Dragon Origin. The demon crowd was going wild, praising him. Dragon Child is off the charts. He absorbed the Dragon Origin without a scratch. Anyone else would have exploded. A young dude in flashy gold robes with 2 white dragon horns on his head and a weird mark between his eyebrows was chilling at the party. He soaked up the praise from the guests and flashed a cocky smile. Then, he blurted out, all smug, "1 drop of Dragon Origin is nothing. My big bro already merged with 3 drops. This kid at the party was Long Aocean, the dragon child of the Dragon Nest. He's got the blood of an emperor dragon, one of the biggest no-nos of the Dragon Nest. He used to crush young masters and other prodigies, making everyone scared of him." As soon as Long Aocean said humble, his true colors came out. He yelled, "My big bro's good, but I'm a little better, haha. I'll surpass him sooner or later." That made the guests below go crazy, chanting in unison, "Long Aocean is number 1. Dragon Child will achieve great success soon." Some guests who weren't clued in about the Dragon Clan looked curious and confused. One dude from the Horned Bloodman tribe glanced around and asked, "Hey man, what's this Dragon Origin everyone's yelling about? I've been eating and drinking, but I still don't get it." Another dude from the Phoenix Clan sneered, "Are you even a demon? Or did some human sneak in? You don't even know that?" The Chicken Tribe guy saw the Horned Bloodman tribe dude looking clueless, and started explaining, acting all knowledgeable, Dragon Origin is the leftover essence of the bloodline after a Supreme Dragon Clan member kicks the bucket. It's packed with all sorts of innate divine powers and rune imprints. It's a super rare treasure, one of a kind in the world. Hearing that, the Horned Bloodman tribe dude's eyes lit up. "Sounds awesome. Can we use it too?" The Chicken Tribe dude chuckled. "Use it? Dude, even 1 drop would make you explode." Just then, a sarcastic voice came from behind, belonging to a woman. So what if you successfully merge with 1 drop of dragon origin? You had to throw a big party for it. It was Lan Qingya, wearing a cloak to hide her human identity. Lan Qingya raised her glass, her eyes thoughtful, and continued. You guys still don't know about the Jun family? One of the ancient families has a Shenzi with insane talent, to the point where there's an omen of 10,000 saints paying tribute. Seeing you guys is a joke. One of Long Aoshin's underlings heard that and stood up, yelling, Who just insulted the dragon child? This guy was Niu Dingstian, a young powerhouse from the Ox Demon Mountain. He's famous for single-handedly stopping a human prodigy, so he's got some reputation. Right after that, Lan Qingya was busted as a human by a blonde demon chick and got yeeted out of the main hall, landing face first on the ground. The blonde chick mocked. I knew who was talking all big. A little human dares to come to the dragon nest and act tough, spouting nonsense. She was one of Long Aoshin's top lackeys, from the winged human tribe, named Ru Yingtian. She told Long Aoshin, Dragon Child, how about we cook this bitch up for a snack? Long Aoshin rested his hand on his thigh, thought for a moment, and then his expression turned super serious. What did you say earlier? The Jun family? What? Lan Qingya was scared. She thought, the dragon nest and the Jun family have been enemies for ages. I really came to the right place. Determined, she nodded and said, Dragon Child doesn't know? The Jun family Shenzi was born with the ancient sacred physique. The Jun family is sending messages by sword, inviting many powerful families, from the 4 directions of the desolate heaven Xianyu, to the Shenzi's 10th birthday party. Long Aoshin focused, listening intently to Lan Qingya's words. Hearing the words, ancient sacred physique, his 2 lackeys and the guests below burst out laughing. Ha, ancient sacred physique? Don't make us laugh. Thousands of years ago it was a top-tier physique, but now it's just trash, and they're inviting powerful families from all over? However, Long Aoshin heard the mocking, but he remained calm and collected. He yelled, Everyone, shut your traps. Then, he ordered Lan Qingya. Keep talking. Lan Qingya was kneeling. She glanced up at Long Aoshin, secretly excited, and spoke with a determined look. The ancient sacred physique is called trash because it has 10 shackles of fate. If that Jun family Shenzi was born breaking those shackles, why wouldn't the Jun family value him? Long Aoshin angrily shouted. What kind of joke is this in front of me? That's what you call the ancient sacred physique who broke the 10 shackles of fate at birth? Are you kidding me? Furious, he repeated. I heard you say it's an ancient sacred physique who broke the shackles of fate, so I came to see what's up. Lan Qingya got kicked in the gut, clutching her stomach in pain, thinking, damn it, that little dragon bastard. Just as Lan Qingya was about to fall, a woman's hand reached out from behind to support her. It was Jun Linglong, silently helping Lan Qingya. They both managed to land safely. Then, Jun Xiaoyao casually stepped forward, hands on his hips, and with a look of disdain said, Hey there, little bro, this is Jun family territory, you know? To openly beat up my Jun family disciples like that, isn't that going a bit too far? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Long Aoshin grinned slyly, pointed at Lan Qingya, and said smugly, Jun family disciple, what? What are you talking about? That chick, she's my maid. Of course, I can treat her however I want. Lan Qingya, hearing this, was stunned, her eyes lost and fearful. Then she bit her lip and forced a smile. She closed her eyes and said, That's right, I'm Long Chizi, Darren's maid. Jun Linglong was surprised to hear this. Glancing at Lan Qingya, she said, Wow, you're switching masters like changing clothes, aren't you? Who can compete with her? At this moment, from inside the heavenly emperor palace, the sound of a wineglass shattering could be heard. Jun Chengjian, hearing Lan Qingya's words, stared with his mouth agape, so shocked that he dropped his wineglass, cursing inwardly. That bitch Lan Qingya actually dared to bring people from the Zulong nest to make trouble at our Shenzi Jun family's birthday banquet. Isn't she slapping the Jun family's face? Jun Chengjian gritted his teeth in anger, mixed with fear. He thought that if the family head investigated this thoroughly, he might not even be able to keep his spot on the roster. Jun Xiaoyao, standing outside, was quite calm, saying, You say she's your maid, huh? But it's kinda weird, isn't it? Why would she abandon being a missy to become your maid? Jun Xiaoyao then put on a sarcastic expression, pointing at Long Aoshin, saying, Oh, I see, I get it now. So Zulong Nest's Longzi has a fetish for picking up discarded shoes for use, huh? The Jun family doesn't want her, but you're willing to accept her. You're really the legendary simp. I understand. Jun Linglong and Lan Qingya, standing behind, didn't understand anything at all, because Jun Xiaoyao used too much metaphoric and anachronistic language, worthy of being a literature genius, before he transmigrated. After speaking, Jun Xiaoyao turned to Jun Linglong and ordered, "Jun Linglong, take her out of here." But in his heart, Jun Xiaoyao thought, he doesn't really care, huh? I'm so humiliated. However, Jun Xiaoyao was very simple. A few words immediately changed the situation, making the Jun family disciple a traitor, and the Longzi of Zulong Nest someone who accepted the Jun family's trash. Truly a silver tongue that could turn the world upside down. Jun Xiaoyao then casually cleaned his ear with his pinky finger and said disdainfully, "My grandpa, Jun Zantian, once told me that the relationship between our Jun family and the Dragon Clan has always been bad. Especially my father, the white-clothed divine king Jun Wuhui, once used his sage realm power to tear apart the Zulong Nest, making the Zulong Nest the laughingstock of the desolate heaven Xianyu. From then on, the Zulong Nest regarded our Jun family as mortal enemies." Jun Xiaoyao blew away a huge chunk of earwax and continued leisurely, "Little bro, if you still want to pursue your hatred and determination to take revenge, you should directly clash with me, right? Only knowing how to bully weak women and using this nauseating method to go against our Jun family, it's really too low and vile. It seems like you're not only lacking in prestige but also acting like a loser, right?" Long Haoshan was bombarded by a little kid's words that were like swords, seemingly unreasonable but completely convincing. Unable to think of a rebuttal, he could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger until the veins on his forehead bulged. Jun Xiaoyao continued to use his skilled tongue and said calmly, "It's no wonder the desolate heaven Xianyu has been laughing at and looking down on the Zulong Nest in recent years," he just said. Long Haoshan's two subordinates, Niu Dingtian and the Yu race's prideful female genius, could no longer restrain their anger. They flew straight down from the rooftop, attacking Jun Xiaoyao and shouting, "You insolent brat! How dare you insult Longzi Darren like that?" Jun Xiaoyao remained extremely calm, his eyes sharp as knives, shrewd and full of confidence. He said, "The ones backing you are only you yourself." Before he could finish speaking, Niu Dingtian was hit with a powerful punch that shattered his mouth, while the Yun race girl was attacked in the chest by a pillar of ice, blood spurting out as she was sent flying back to her original position, rolling like a fallen leaf. Behind Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Chengjian and Jun Xuehuang appeared, forming a mighty formation, ready to protect him. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the middle, displaying the majesty of a Jun family Shenzi, without needing to directly take action. He raised his voice. "This is the archaic family, Jun family. How can we allow you carp to run wild here?" Niu Dingtian and the Yu race girl couldn't restrain their anger. They flew straight down from the roof of Heavenly Emperor Palace. Rushing towards Jun Xiaoyao, they roared, "You insolent brat! How dare you insult Longzi Darren like that?" Jun Chengjian, with a serious expression, stomped on the ground to gain momentum and jumped forward, thinking to himself, "Lan Qingya is someone I invited to the Jun family. I have to find a way to resolve this matter properly, otherwise I will be blamed by the family head and the elders." As he approached Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes shone with a murderous, bloodthirsty aura. Jun Chengjian cherished his bright sword heart and cultivated sword techniques to the peak of creation, performing the sword move Huri Kyuken, his powerful attack aimed directly at Niu Dingtian. Meanwhile, the proud female genius of the archaic royal clan, Yu race, was not to be outdone. The fragments of pure ice from behind her were created by Jun Xuehuang, who was walking gently with a brilliant azure blue color, and the cold air spread around her, waved and casted Bing Tiansetsu Ren, frozen heaven snow lotus. After a shout, the petals from Jun Xuehuang's ice heaven snow lotus skill came crashing down like a storm, slamming into that feather clan chick and shattering her into a million pieces, like a rain of feathers. Everyone watching was just jaw-dropped. Long Haoshan and his goons' swagger? Instantly crushed. Jun Xiaoyao, standing in the middle of all the chaos, just smirked. Long Shen was definitely going to remember this day. Long Haoshan's two lackeys, hit by both Jun Chengjian and Jun Xuehuang's attacks, instantly sent flying. Jun Xuehuang, eyes cold and dismissive, said flatly, "At my Jun family's Heavenly Emperor Palace, even stray cats and dogs dare to come causing trouble." The guests around were gawking and buzzing. They couldn't believe their eyes. That was Jun Chengjian, ranked 10th on the self-reliance list, and Jun Xuehuang, ranked 7th. Long Shen's subordinates, even with their ancient royal clan blood, couldn't even handle one hit from these famous Jun family disciples. Just how strong are Jun Chengjian and Jun Shuihuang if they can't even crack the top 5 on the self-reliance list? It's insane to think how freakish the top 5 must be. This is the insane foundation of an ancient clan, a supremely glorious, immortal, and eternal Jun family. At this moment, the Feather Clan's Heaven's Chosen, after taking a hit from Jun Shuihuang's Ice Heaven Snow Lotus, was out cold, her face frozen solid. As for Niu Tingtian, after taking a massive slash across his chest from the strongest move in the Violet Emperor sword art, Radiant Sun 9 swords, 10,000 swords returned to 1, he was covered in blood. Can't blame the guy for suffering so much. This wasn't just a day thing, but the result of months of crazed training. After his humiliating loss to Jun Xiaoyao, he had spent 7 years to train this attack. Long Haoshan watched his 2 subordinates, covered in blood, and his rage flared. They're Heaven's Chosen from the ancient royal clans, but they were about to die in front of him. He came here to stomp Jun Xiaoyao into the dirt, but now the opposite was happening. Jun Xiaoyao was chillin', while Long Haoshan's goons were coughing up blood like they were about to kick the bucket. His fury was maxed out. He couldn't take it anymore. Long Haoshan raised his right palm, and a vast, powerful magic power quickly condensed into a white dragon claw, radiating a heaven-shaking aura like it could tear the sky and move the earth. Jun Chengjian barely registered the attack coming right at him before he could react. He was hit square in the chest by the dragon claw. He gritted his teeth in pain, thinking, "This power is just too damn strong." This was the Absolute Dragon Hand, the top-tier martial art divine power of the ancestral dragon nest. The Absolute Dragon Hand is a great divine power with unparalleled power, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Long Haoshan's eyes blazed with resentment, and he roared, "Just die for me." With that shout, he poured more power into the move. Jun Chengjian was immediately sent flying, his sword shattered into pieces. Seeing Jun Chengjian get attacked, Jun Shuihuang quickly made a move, unleashing intense blue ice energy, condensing it in front of her, creating hundreds of sharp ice shards that attacked Long Haoshan. But Long Haoshan, with a cold glare, just glanced at her and said coldly, "What a nuisance." He instantly used his illusionary drunken steps, appearing in front of Jun Shuihuang in a flash. She was slightly surprised, not expecting Long Haoshan to close the distance so quickly. Long Haoshan, as the dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest, poured all his power into the Absolute Dragon Hand with overwhelming force. Even Jun Shuihuang couldn't dodge it in time. A figure appeared with lightning speed, blocking right in front of Jun Shuihuang. The golden long claw from Long Haoshan slammed straight into the other's chest with a thunderous oomph. Dust exploded everywhere, and the ground shook. Long Haoshan was stunned to realize that the person who took the full force of his Absolute Dragon Hand was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. This move, even with a marquee-level weapon protecting you, would be enough to cause serious injury. But Jun Xiaoyao not only wasn't hurt, but nonchalantly grabbed his dragon claw. Jun Shuihuang, seeing this scene, turned pale as a ghost, stammering, "Shenzi here." If Jun Xiaoyao was injured because of her, even dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough to atone for her sins. In theory, after being hit by Long Haoshan's Absolute Dragon Hand, even if you weren't pulverized, you'd at least be coughing up blood and sent flying. But Jun Xiaoyao didn't even flinch, his face expressionless. Only his eyes, deep as ancient wells, were chillingly cold. Jun Xiaoyao's calmness shocked Long Haoshan. Not a single movement, not a sign of pain. Jun Xiaoyao tightened his grip, squeezing Long Haoshan's dragon claw so hard that the 2 golden bracelets on his wrist shattered into pieces. Long Haoshan's face turned pale, sweat pouring down, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. But before he could react, he got slapped across the face like a lightning bolt. Jun Xiaoyao slapped him so hard that Long Haoshan was sent flying. Though he managed to keep his balance, dragon blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. After a few seconds of being stunned, Long Haoshan burst out laughing. "Ha ha, this is exactly what I wanted to see. This is the desolate ancient sacred body that was born to break the 10 shackles of the heavenly Tao." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes darkened, his face serious, his voice ringing with determination. "Clan brother, clan sister, you two fall back. This mudfish is looking for me. It has nothing to do with you all." Jun Chengjian and Jun Shuihuang were both worried, adamantly objecting, unwilling to let Jun Xiaoyao face him alone. However, from behind, Jun Zantian said calmly, "It's fine. Telling you to fall back means fall back, clear the battlefield for them. Today's this little brat's 10th birthday anyway. Let him liven things up for those 4 Directions families to see." While saying that, Jun Zantian cracked a happy grin, clearly looking forward to some drama. Jun Xiaoyao stood facing Long Haoshan, hands lightly clenched, acting all chill like he was waiting for the other guy to make the first move. Meanwhile, Long Haoshan was smirking like he knew something, his eyes flashing with confidence. In a flash, they both charged at each other so damn fast they just left behind two streaks of light, one green, one gold, where they used to be. Up in the air they went at it, throwing punches and kicks like crazy, causing a bunch of booming explosions and shockwaves everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao seemed pretty into the fight, chuckling a bit, his eyes locked on every little movement. Long Haoshan was laughing all smug, like the fight was going exactly as planned. They were trading blows non-stop, totally evenly matched. Every time their techniques clashed, it was followed by satisfied laughter. Ye Xingyun, who was watching from below, was gaping in shock, sweating buckets, and thinking, damn, this is way too fast. I can't even keep up with their moves. And no wonder I can't even touch Jun Xiaoyao no matter how hard I try. Fu Bo, standing next to Ye Xingyun, said seriously, young master, don't blink. Try to watch closely. This is what true top-level combat looks like, not some regular prodigy stuff. What's in front of you is living proof, real freaking monsters. Long Haoshan's eyes flashed with excitement, a satisfied smirk on his face. His right hand shot out, unleashing Dragon Fist, a ridiculously powerful move, creating earth-shattering waves and making the blue energy light up the whole sky. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even flinch, still with that playful look. He licked his lips and used the Jun family's Human King seal. Being from an ancient immortal clan, a family that's been around forever, with crazy deep resources and tons of god-tier martial arts and secret techniques, everything was at Jun Xiaoyao's fingertips. In recent years, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't just stuck with the art of war. He'd also managed to master the Human King seal, a top-tier divine martial art. With his monstrous talent and amazing comprehension, he'd picked up the move super fast. After a few years of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao showed up with the Human King seal, looking like a god descending to earth, a move that suppressed the entire firmament and shattered the sun and moon. Not to be outdone by Long Haoshan, he kept using Dragon Fist, a move that lit up the sky with the image of a phantom dragon. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air as the two massive energies collided like two meteorites, causing a space-destroying storm that shook the whole sky. The magic power from the battle spread out in all directions like ripples on water. Below, Shenu Shen Huixian, Tiandao Cliff, Jiang Shengyi, and little sis Jiang Luoli couldn't escape the terrifying shockwaves of the fight either. They were hit so hard they couldn't even open their eyes and had to shield themselves. After a bit, Jiang Luoli felt the shockwaves starting to die down. Finally, she could open her eyes, but right in front of her was a blue, spiritual energy barrier. A figure was standing in front of them, hand pointing towards the fight. It was Jun Zantian, Jun Xiaoyao's grandpa, throwing up this shield. All around, the void seemed to be locked down, turning into a giant cage, completely blocking out any external tremors. Jun Zantian smiled gently and said, "These two little brats have got some serious strength." Seriously, Jun Zantian lived up to his name as a sacred realm powerhouse of the Jun family, a legendary existence who has reached the sacred realm. Those who reach this level are called powerhouse. A normal force only needs one sacred realm great power to become a first-class force, but how many great powers like Jun Zantian does the Jun family ultimately have? No one knows for sure. Maybe even the Jun family can't count them because there are too many sacred realms in the family. Inside the blue protective barrier, the magic power and violence from the battle were contained, only churning in the closed space. A moment later, as the smoke gradually cleared, the two figures of Jun Xiaoyao and Long Haoshan gradually became clear. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled casually, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Looks like you're having fun with this fight. Aren't you here to get revenge for your ancestral dragon nest?" Long Haoshan didn't even hesitate, his eyes calmly meeting his. "What do the grudges of the previous generation have to do with me? I don't really care. What excites me is fighting a human with an innate archaic holy body like you, who broke the shackles of heaven. How could I not be excited?" As soon as he finished speaking, Long Haoshan raised his right hand and pulled down his white cloak. Then he whisked it aside, his aura exploding as he activated the drop of dragon essence he'd absorbed from his Dantian. A burst of blinding golden light appeared, causing Long Haoshan's entire aura to skyrocket, his expression terrifying, his eyes as sharp as swords, enough to shock people's souls. Borrowing the power of dragon essence, Long Haoshan officially stepped into the divine bridge realm, his aura raging. He shouted, "Human archaic holy body, take another move from me!" Long Haoshin's aura was as vast as a true dragon escaping its chains. Not only did he break through to the divine bridge realm, he also fully activated the power of the dragon essence. Above his head, the sharp blue spiritual energy surged, thick and powerful, covering the space around him. Long Haoshin used the true dragon great divine power and a supreme art of the ancestral dragon nest. Although it wasn't the real deal, it had evolved from it with a force not to be underestimated. The azure spiritual energy crazily gathered, transforming into the illusory image of a giant true dragon that coiled around Long Haoshin, then soared straight into the sky. That true dragon phantom was dense and intricate, its dragon horns sharp, its dragon claws enormous, crushing towards Jun Xiaoyao. Everywhere the dragon claws passed, the surrounding space rippled, demonstrating terrifying power. Jun Xiaoyao, at that moment, looked up at the true dragon phantom, his eyes calm but deep, filled with seriousness. He said softly, full of confidence, "Facing an opponent like you, maybe I should get a little serious. It's the least I can do, right?" Jun Xiaoyao replied, his gaze gradually becoming serious. His hands quickly formed seals like some Naruto character, and with both hands clasped, he pointed forward, confidently declaring, "I'll show you the ancient sacred body you came all this way hoping for." Jun Zantian's eyes widened, utterly astonished by the divine power Jun Xiaoyao was preparing to unleash. His hands formed seals, his mouth chanting incantations, wandering the endless Xuan chaotic void. 9 images of heaven yin and yang, taking one yang to inherit the unified myriad things. Each word of Jun Xiaoyao's incantation resonated, from which a dark sword appeared, the supreme Xuan scripture, the supreme secret art passed down by the Jun family, an ancient aristocratic family. The power of the supreme Shuyan spiritual energy gathered, creating tens of thousands of divine weapon swords. In just a few breaths, countless divine and mysterious swords appeared floating in the sky, as if ready to attack in unison at any moment. Jun Xiaoyao then unleashed his own pure and intense spiritual energy, surrounded by thousands of shimmering Xuan swords. The guests from other clans watching below, upon seeing this scene, were all gaping in astonishment and discussing animatedly, "Is that the Jun family's army decree?" It's said that after mastering this incantation, spiritual energy can condense into tens of thousands of divine weapons, capable of obliterating heaven and earth in a single strike. Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes filled with determination, looked directly at Long Haoshin, confidently urging the ready-made order to face the opponent. Long Haoshin was also extremely confident in his true dragon imprisonment technique. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, saying, "Come on then, the ancient sacred body and thousands of divine Shuyan swords will face off against your true dragon phantom." Bang! You see, each and every divine Shuyan sword, despite facing fierce resistance, still one after another, pierced into the body of the phantom white dragon. After a tense moment of confrontation, small cracks gradually appeared on the phantom white dragon's body, cracking sounds indicating its demise. Finally, the magnificent body of the true dragon could no longer resist, disintegrating into small pieces. Long Haoshin could only helplessly watch, covered in sweat, sighing in his heart, "Ha! Is this the human race's ancient sacred body?" Seeing that the true dragon phantom had completely vanished, Jun Xiaoyao pressed his advantage. He poured more spiritual energy into the army decree, attacking Long Haoshin with all his might. "Dragon Slayer!" Jun Xiaoyao shouted, bringing down the blade. The power crashed down, and although Long Haoshin tried to resist, in the end he could only stand there and take the full force of that powerful attack. After the blow, although Long Haoshin was still standing, his body and clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in wounds. He couldn't hold on any longer, and collapsed to his knees. His eyes were unfocused, lifeless, and he lowered his head, thinking to himself, "Will I ever be able to attain such power?" On the battlefield, the dust slowly settled, revealing thousands of cuts everywhere. The pressure of the true dragon phantom and the power of the Shuyan swords had left the ground riddled with traces of destruction, stretching into a terrifying long path. Jun Xiaoyao stood there, completely uninjured, not even a speck of dust on him. He turned around, facing his grandfather, Jun Zantian. His right hand clenched tightly, raised high, and pointed forward in a triumphant pose, full of the arrogance of the victor. Behind him, Long Haoshin was kneeling on the ground, motionless. The guests from the other clans standing behind Jun Zantian also praised him non-stop. Worthy of being the Jun family's Shenzi, truly a born prodigy. Congratulations to the Jun family for having another prodigal son. Jun Zantian was initially extremely pleased and smug when he saw Jun Xiaoyao's army decree reach completion, and combined with the continuous praise from the guests, he secretly smiled smugly at his grandson's achievements. However, before that smile could fade, his eyes suddenly shifted to surprise and worry, and sweat began to pour down his forehead as Jun Zantian recognized the abnormality. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his head. "The dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest! Get up quickly! You can't lose here! You absolutely cannot lose to the Jun family!" Those words kept ringing, urging him to continue fighting. Driven by those voices, Long Haoshen's eyes became sharper than ever, bursting with murderous intent. He suddenly stood up and continued to charge at Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was still reveling in his self-satisfaction, thinking that Long Haoshen had been completely defeated and had no will to fight. But when he turned his head, Long Haoshen had already swung his dragon hand, striking straight at his back. However, this attack did not cause any damage to Jun Xiaoyao's body. No blood flowed, and not even a feeling of pain appeared on his face. Jun Xiaoyao only glanced coldly behind him, as if the blow had no effect at all. No matter how strong Long Haoshen's dragon claw was, it couldn't penetrate Jun Xiaoyao's invincible ancient sacred body defense. Not only did Long Haoshen's dragon claw fail to harm Jun Xiaoyao's body, but his claws, considered symbols of the dragon race's power, cracked and shattered, piece by piece, falling to the ground. Jun Xiaoyao turned around, his eyes slightly annoyed as he looked at Long Haoshen, and said mockingly, "What the hell are you even doing, you idiot?" Before Long Haoshen could react, Jun Xiaoyao quickly threw a hook kick straight at his head. This powerful kick should have been enough to knock out any opponent, but surprisingly, Long Haoshen managed to block it, although the veins on his face bulged and he clenched his teeth so hard that he drooled. This made Jun Xiaoyao exclaim in surprise, "Oh!" Under Long Haoshen's dantian, where the drop of dragon essence he had absorbed resided, a silver light suddenly radiated, along with a burst of milky white aura. Long Haoshen roared with a mighty dragon's cry. Immediately, azure spiritual energy mixed with white spiritual energy surged around his body, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed Jun Xiaoyao back a few steps. Jun Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and immediately adopted a battle stance, not wanting to give Long Haoshen any more chances. The guests below witnessed Long Haoshen's breakthrough and started gossiping. Who would have thought that the dragon son, Long Haoshen, from the ancestral dragon nest, could once again stimulate the dragon essence in his body to break through? But doing this will only negatively affect the foundation of his future cultivation path. It's not beneficial at all. Why risk it like that? Long Haoshen didn't care about the gossip at this point. He frantically absorbed spiritual energy after breaking through, his boundless aura erupting like a true dragon that had just been freed from its shackles, wildly thrashing about. Dragon scales appeared all over Long Haoshen's body, as sharp as sword blades, making him look like a real ferocious dragon. He exhaled a cold breath, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he looked towards Jun Xiaoyao. In an instant, Long Haoshen disappeared from his spot, leaving only after images, and roared as he rushed straight towards Jun Xiaoyao with terrifying speed. Jun Xiaoyao quickly recognized the approaching danger and gritted his teeth, ready to defend. Long Haoshen attacked lightning fast, but Jun Xiaoyao reacted in time, jumping up and dodging by a hair's breadth. While in the air, Jun Xiaoyao faintly sensed something unusual and glanced down. He was shocked to see many strange strands of spiritual energy wrapped around Long Haoshen's body, as if someone was controlling him. Quickly analyzing the situation, Jun Xiaoyao realized that Long Haoshen was being controlled by a hidden figure. His eyes followed the direction of the strands of spiritual energy, looking up at the sky, through the misty clouds, and he thought to himself, "So? The controller is hiding in the sky, huh?" Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao immediately used the ultimate technique, Hell Suppression Force, combined with military punishment tactic, creating an extremely powerful divine weapon, the Nether God's Spear. He shouted with majesty, "You hidden, cowardly bastard, get your ass out here!" After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao gathered all his strength and threw the Nether God's Spear straight up into the sky, aiming directly at the position of the mysterious person controlling Long Haoshen. However, an unexpected event occurred. As the Nether God's spear was flying upwards, small cracks suddenly appeared on the spear shaft, accompanied by a suspicious cracking sound. In just a few moments, that powerful divine weapon shattered into many small pieces and fell to the ground. Jun Xiaoyao was extremely shocked to witness the Nether God's spear crumbling into pieces right before his eyes. His eyes widened, his teeth clenched, and sweat poured down non-stop, looking at the fragments falling to the ground. At that moment, as if urged by an invisible force, Long Haoshan suddenly rushed forward and hugged Jun Xiaoyao tightly. He struggled to break free from Long Haoshan's tight embrace, but there was no way to escape. "You damn bastard, are you conscious or not? Becoming a puppet like this. What's the point of calling you the dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest?" Jun Xiaoyao roared angrily, pushing Long Haoshan's head away with his hand. But it seemed Long Haoshan had completely lost his mind. His eyes were dull, without a trace of intelligence, while the veins on his face bulged because the dragon essence liquid in his body was overstimulated. Jun Xiaoyao breathed heavily, continued to struggle with Long Haoshan, and shouted, "Wake up now!" Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao used his head to ram straight into Long Haoshan's forehead with all his strength. The powerful blow caused Long Haoshan to fall backward, his face full of pain. At that moment, a series of system data boxes suddenly appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao, stunning him, and a notification window appeared, activated marking for the host's 10-year birthday party. Does the host want to mark it? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the system window, his eyes lighting up in surprise, and he thought to himself, "I almost forgot I still had this system. I thought it had lost its spirit, but hey, better early than never." Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao quickly accepted the system's notification. Of course, he agreed. He decided to accept activation immediately. Ding! New notification. Host has successfully signed in. Congrats, host. You've snagged the 7-star Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone ranks 30th out of 3,000 types of physiques. It's one of the most OP builds out there. The owner can level up like crazy. Supreme Bone Ultimate Divine Power unlocked. Shang Kang Ji Guang. As soon as the system finishes yapping, Jun Xiaoyao's chest suddenly glows like a supernova. A super-duper scary aura blasts out. Inside his chest, a massive energy gathers like a blazing sun inside a shimmering bone. Countless complicated runes are popping up all over Jun Xiaoyao's body. That's the Supreme Bone, baby! Supreme Bone is number 30 out of 3,000 physiques. It's just a hair less awesome than the ancient holy body, but still one of the rarest and most terrifying physiques around. And then there are other special builds, like the Royal Body, God Body, Holy Body, Exiled Immortal, Chan Buddhist Embryo, 7 Aperture, Exquisite Heart, all formidable. But right now, Jun Xiaoyao, rocking this Supreme Bone, is ready to smack down all the top-tier prodigies. He's got the power to steamroll the whole Bafang and Liuhe. The light from the Supreme Bone is blinding, creating a ridiculously flashy halo that's lighting up almost the entire Heavenly Emperor Palace. The guests below are losing their minds. Jaws are dropped, eyes are popping, and some people are feeling their souls tremble. What the actual heck? Could that be the legendary Supreme Bone, ranked 30th? And a natural-born one at that? This Jun family Shenzi is seriously a monster. Totally unfair. Jun Xiaoyao's grandpa, Jun Zantian, is also gaping like a fish. He can't believe what he's seeing. He's thinking, when did this kid get a Supreme Bone? Flashbacks of little Jun Linglong, explaining that the Supreme Bone meant Jun Xiaoyao was destined to stand above all in the desolate Xianyu. He remembers Jun Linglong once explaining to little Jun Xiaoyao that the Supreme Bone represented those standing at the peak of the desolate immortal domain, immortal existences. While Jun Xiaoyao is absorbing the power from the Supreme Bone, he puts his hand on his chest, muttering, "Supreme Bone exists within. Immortal. E.H." Then, he looks up at the sky, at some mysterious dude hiding behind the clouds. Slowly, the figure of a huge dragon appears. Turns out it's a black dragon from the Supreme Dragon Clan. Jun Xiaoyao stares right at the black dragon, thinking, Supreme Dragon Clan, huh? So that's how it is. The ancestral dragon nest wants to kill me, but is too chicken to do it themselves, making Long Haoshan their puppet. Thinking this, rage starts boiling inside him. My dad's legendary feat was using his cultivation as a saint to skin and tendon Supreme Dragon Clan members. Today, Jun Xiaoyao will carry on that legacy. He points directly at the black dragon's head, yelling, "Right now, I'm going to obliterate you, you cowardly loach." Jun Xiaoyao is pumping his golden spiritual power from his Shihai into his chest, where the Supreme Bone is blazing. In an instant, miraculous light erupts. is like a miniature sun shining brightly, illuminating the void. This is the #1 ultimate divine power inside the supreme bone. Shengkang Ji Guang. As brilliant as azure heavens descending, bringing divine tribulation to bury the world. The tribulation light slams into the black dragon, who feels an irresistible power. The black dragon roars in anger. This light is burning my dragon scales. It bares its fangs and claws, furious. You little brat, you dare force me to reveal myself. The guests below are gaping and gossiping. That's the supreme black dragon of the ancestral dragon nest. No wonder that Longzi Long Haoshan dared to challenge the Jun family. He had a backer. But then, they realize it's not that simple. Wait a sec. Could it be that the Jun family Shenzi's true spirit realm cultivation is enough to force out a supreme? One person exclaims in disbelief. Nothing like this has happened in tens of thousands of years. Jun Xiaoyao, clenching his fist, faces the ancestral dragon nest's supreme black dragon, utterly fearless, even contemptuous. He smirks, so the scaredy Shakat finally shows his face. Huh. Oolong, hearing Jun Xiaoyao's confident words, glances down, replying, Jun family junior, your courage is commendable. Let's end matters here today. Jun Xiaoyao hears this, corners of his lips lifting in a cold smile. End matters here, huh? You came to the Jun family to challenge us, then used these underhanded tactics against me, and now you think a few soft words will make me stop? HMPH. His eyes full of anger. Left hand raised high, he shouts. You're really giving the Jun family too much face. The ancestral dragon nest's supreme Yulong grits his teeth, angrily asking, Then what does a junior like you want? Jun Xiaoyao responds with a firm gaze and a hint of murderous intent. His left hand begins to unleash a barrage of attacks. Wasn't I clear enough just now? Today I will continue my father's legacy, and skin and detend you, you loach. Yulong, even having reached the quasi-supreme realm, can no longer control his anger. He glares down at Jun Xiaoyao and roars, You audacious brat! His words resound, shaking the universe. Heaven and earth tremble. A terrifying pressure emanates from him, covering the entire space. All the juniors below kneel on the ground. Ye Xingyun and Jun Chengjian are no exception, collapsing under the oppressive force. Only Jun Xiaoyao remains steadfast. As Mount Tai, completely unaffected by the raging storm, his gaze was resolute, scrutinizing the Yulong Supreme. Oolong was now sweating bullets, thinking to himself, how can a mere true spiritual realm junior withstand my pressure? This feeling is confusing and baffling. Just then, a figure emerged from within the heavenly palace. It was Junwanji, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his right hand conjuring a lightning strike, ready to attack. But at that moment, someone patted Junwanji on the shoulder from behind. It was Jun's Hantian. He stepped forward to stop him, leaving Junwanji utterly bewildered, glancing back at Jun's Hantian. Jun's Hantian didn't reply, simply shaking his head at Junwanji, as if to say this wasn't the time to act. In the air, a cold snort echoed from the deepest part of the Jun family, suppressing all other sounds around. Since when did even a puny supreme dare to yell in front of the Jun family? Jun Wanji was utterly shocked, raising his head with wide eyes, exclaiming, That voice, could it be? The pressure from that one sentence made Oolong Supreme of the Dragon Nest feel uneasy. Chaotic thoughts began to form in his mind. As soon as the words faded, an overwhelmingly brilliant swordlight erupted from the depths, piercing through the void. The radiant sword aura resembled the reflected light of the heavens, so terrifying that the void directly cracked open, creating a pitch-black rift in the turbulent space. As the roaring sword energy swept past, Oolong Supreme only managed to let out a blood-curdling roar. His massive dragon arm was severed, followed by a gush of dragon blood, falling across the sky, causing a massive explosion, shattering the surrounding ground. Everyone was stunned, their minds about to explode, exclaiming, What the heck, one sword strike! And Oolong Supreme easily lost an arm. It's like that power wants to obliterate all the heavens and realms. Jun Xiaoyao, standing behind the billowing dust, suddenly noticed something unexpected. He looked towards Long Haoshan, who was having his neck choked. With a pained expression, he calmly said, You could have safely taken this little brat away, but you chose to attack my Jun family. That attack just now was from none other than the 18th ancestor of the Jun family. Jun Shiba, Jun Wanji, Jun Shuihuang, and Jun Chengjian all trembled at the appearance of the 18th ancestor, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Long Supreme completely lost his composure, seeing Long Haoshen's life threatened. He cried out in pain, "Jun Shiba, stop! Do you dare kill him?" The 18th ancestor, his voice cold and eyes brimming with murderous intent, pronounced, "It's not just this little whelp. Even you will be buried here." Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao unexpectedly turned around, intending to stop the 18th ancestor. But before he could utter a word, the 18th ancestor ruthlessly crushed Long Haoshen's neck, coldly saying, "Since both of you have come, then stay here together." Long Supreme's voice carried unprecedented fear as he rushed toward the 18th ancestor, trying to save Long Haoshen, exclaiming, "You madman! Jun Shiba, do you really want to ignite an immortal war between the Jun family and the Dragon Nest? The entire Huangtian Xianyu will descend into unprecedented turmoil." The 18th ancestor flicked his hand indifferently, his voice infinitely domineering. "So what if there's an immortal war? My Jun family has stood tall in the Xianyu for countless years. Have we ever been afraid of anyone?" Above the heavens, two continuous sword lights swept across the heavens and earth, shaking the Qiankun. A massive black dragon corpse fell from the distant sky, like a god had fallen. Heaven and earth became silent. All living beings lost their voices. That sword strike was precisely the Jun family's 6 immortal sword art, one of the 5 great divine arts. Jun Xiaoyao, just 10 years old, attended a feast, expected to attract hundreds and thousands of powers. At this moment, these powers witnessed firsthand the fall of a quasi-supreme from the Dragon Nest. This wasn't some nameless, insignificant supreme realm nobody, but a quasi-supreme, one who could have once contended with the human race's unparalleled supreme. And yet, such a powerful being was annihilated by the Jun family's 18th ancestor, with 3 swords. The 18th ancestor suddenly called out Jun Zontian's name, making him jump, almost pissing his pants. The 18th ancestor ordered, "You, roast this black dragon and use the grilled meat to entertain the guests." Jun Zontian regained his composure, shouting, "As you command." The guests were all shocked. The shock is real. This is the freaking ancestral dragon nest, practically a supreme-level blood delicacy. Who would dare eat it, even if it's served to them on a silver platter? These big shots wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, scared of catching the ancestral dragon nest's ire and getting their whole faction wiped off the map. But not eating it is like a slap in the face to the Jun family. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Right then and there, under the moonlight, 18th Patriarch stands tall on top of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, still holding that Long Haoshen guy in one hand, and announces, "I reckon everyone here knows the Jun family has a self-ranking list, with 10 spots up for grabs to fight for the next heir position, all filled with top-tier geniuses. But above those 10 spots, there's an extra special spot. 2 names on the list are Jun Chengjian and Jun Shuihuang." Making everyone stop and think to a super hard-to-believe conclusion, they looked up with shock and disbelief. Jun Wanji's face turns even more somber, not hiding his concern. 18th Patriarch keeps going. "Here and now, the one who used his sword to slay the ancestral dragon nest's dragon son, the one who stood his ground against the nether dragon quasi-supreme and forced him to show his true form, the Jun family's Shenzi, Jun Xiaoyao. He is the Jun family's #1 on the self-ranking list." His voice booms from on high, leaving everyone speechless, like a tidal wave just crashed over them. Jun Wanji clenches his fists so hard, and his eyes filled with lightning bolts, that betrayed his inner turmoil. In Jun Wanji's heart, he felt unwilling. After a moment of silence following 18th Patriarch's announcement, the guests start buzzing about the #0 spot on the self-ranking list. Everyone knows deep down because the previous Jun family's #0 was Jun Xiaoyao's dad, the white-robed divine king, Jun Wuhui. After all, this Shenzi of the Jun family is rocking the supreme bone and achieved a breakthrough of 10 shackles with his ancient sacred body. He's only at the true spirit realm and already forced a quasi-supreme from the ancestral dragon nest to show up. How many people in the entire Wild Heaven Immortal Domain can pull that off? Considering the last great emperor of the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain came from the Jun family, looks like they might be cooking up another one this time. Jun Xiaoyao hears 18th Patriarch's announcement about the #0 spot, and his expression turns deep and inscrutable. 18th Patriarch catches Jun Xiaoyao's expression and figures he's really paying attention to that Long Haoshen dude. Out of nowhere, 18th Patriarch just yeets Long Haoshan's corpse down below. Jun Xiaoyao freaks out a bit and watches as Long Haoshan's body is thrown right in front of him by 18th Patriarch, his eyes icy cold. 18th Patriarch says, "That little dragon runt Long Haoshan still has some dragon essence inside him that hasn't been fully refined. You should take it out and refine it yourself. It'll do you a world of good." Jun Xiaoyao hears that and glances down at Long Haoshan's corpse, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He can't help but think about what Long Haoshan went through. 18th Patriarch finishes giving instructions, turns to leave, and says, "Come see me after the feast is over." Jun Xiaoyao stands there in front of Long Haoshan's corpse, silent and thoughtful. He feels a pang in his heart seeing the end of someone who could have been a part of history, even if he was a formidable foe. To show support for 18th Patriarch, Jun Zantian and some of the elders straight up lug the Nether Dragon Quasi-Supreme's corpse to the courtyard and start using their Dao flames to roast it, making Black Dragon barbecue on the spot. The crowd below is still buzzing about whether they dare to eat the dragon meat. The divine maiden Huai Xian and the heavenly Dao Cliff's Jiang Shengyi are holding a plate of grilled dragon meat and go over to Jiang Luoli, asking, "Luoli, want to try some dragon meat?" Jiang Luoli wrinkles her nose in disgust. "No way, it's too fishy." Even though she's the pearl of the Jiang family, she can't just casually chow down on dragon meat, let alone quasi-supreme grade. She's not trying to get on the ancestral dragon nest's bad side. Even with the Jiang family backing her up, she's still hard passing. Behind them, Uncle Fu also brings over a plate of dragon meat to Ye Xingyun and says, "Young Master Ye, have some dragon meat. It's from a quasi-supreme level dragon. Super beneficial for you." Ye Xingyun pulls the same face as Jiang Luoli, wrinkling his nose at the plate in his hand. He can't help but feel awkward about how weird this whole thing is. In a corner of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Zantian and Jun Wanji are having a chat. Jun Wanji is still hung up on something. "Elder Zantian, I have a question about Jun Xiaoyao. I hope you can clear things up for me," Jun Wanji pipes up. Jun Zantian glances at Jun Wanji like he knew what was coming and says, "You want to know why Jun Xiaoyao doesn't have to compete but still gets the top spot, don't you?" Jun Zantian stares at Jun Wanji for a moment, then continues, "It's true he doesn't have a rank. His self-ranking designation was set by 18th Patriarch from the moment he was born." Jun Wanji clenches his fists when he hears that, showing how unwilling he is. As a genius of the Jun family, he's gone through so much hardship, so many tough trials to fight for a spot on the self-ranking list. But Jun Xiaoyao got his spot handed to him from birth, without having to compete. It makes Jun Wanji feel like it's just not fair. Jun Zantian casually munches on his grilled dragon meat and explains, "I know it might not seem fair to you guys, but you can still challenge him for his spot anytime you want. That's the only thing 18th Patriarch won't interfere with." Jun Wanji listens intently to every word Jun Zantian says, then pauses to think it over, with his head down for a while, and finally bows respectfully, saying, "Wanji was being rude, I'll take my leave." With that, he leaves, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with contemplation. Jun Zantian watches Jun Wanji walk away, and thinks to himself, "That kid might be a bit off, but he's not an idiot. If he picks a fight with Xiaoyao now, the Jun family's gonna lose all face." He ponders for a moment, then suddenly remembers something, and turns to ask the attendant next to him, "Oh yeah, where's Jun Xiaoyao?" The attendant comes closer and reports. Reporting, "Elder Zantian, the Shenzi has gone to refine the dragon essence. Given the current situation, the Shenzi might just break through to a new realm and create his divine bridge inside his body." Jun Zantian was munching on a big piece of meat, pondering, true spirit realm to divine bridge realm. That's a huge leap. Suddenly, he realized the importance of it and said, "No way. Gotta find it ASAP." Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was chilling on the top floor of the Heavenly Emperor Palace with Jun Linglong. Jun Linglong, standing behind him, felt a bit surprised and asked, "Is that Long Haoshan's thing?" Jun Xiaoyao handed over a wooden box, replying coolly, "Yep, already cremated. Bury this for me, would ya?" Jun Xiaoyao's tone was a bit gloomy, making Jun Linglong worried. "You seem a bit down, divine child." Jun Xiaoyao didn't turn around, just chuckled. "According to you, should I be happy or what? New prodigy appears, defeats his rival, defies the power of the supreme big shots, surpasses 78 layers of cultivation, brings glory to the clan. So, I should be thrilled, right?" He paused, then sighed. "But in this Huangtian Xianyu, human lives are dirt cheap." Jun Xiaoyao held Long Haoshan's dragon essence in his hand, his eyes filled with contemplation. Jun Linglong couldn't help but ask, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, it's natural law. Since he came to the Jun family to cause trouble, he should have been prepared to die here. Why does the divine child care about this? Jun Xiaoyao remained pensive, replying, the strong prey on the weak, huh? What's the difference between the human race and wild beasts, then? His words left Jun Linglong in silence for a moment. After thinking for a bit, she chuckled softly and said, your way of thinking is indeed different from everyone else in this world. If you're not satisfied with the rules of Huangtian Xianyu, there's only one way. Become the ultimate supreme great emperor in the world. Only then will you have the power to change the rules. Hearing that, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at her, smiling. Ha, you're absolutely right. He looked up at the sky, where the moonlight was shining brightly, looking effortlessly cool. In his heart, he thought, whether it's reincarnation or a system, everything I have today has a reason. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand in the bright moonlight, his voice deep but full of majesty. Above and below the heavens, 3,000 worlds. I am the great emperor, Feng De Xiaoyao. Roar! His eyes were resolute, each word etched into the surrounding space, like a vow to change the rules of this world. At the same time, a stream of golden thoughts emerged from Jun Xiaoyao, creating an invisible wave that touched everything around. Jun Linglong, who possessed the 7-aperture exquisite heart physique, was stunned by this stream of thoughts. The space around her suddenly solidified. Every drop of dew, every falling leaf, stopped in mid-air, making time seem to slow down for a moment. In Jun Linglong's mindscape, 2 blurry figures unexpectedly appeared, gradually becoming clearer. It was a man in white, with a calm and majestic demeanor, standing in front of her. Behind her was Jun Linglong herself, observing everything in astonishment. The white-robed man's face couldn't be seen clearly, but his outstanding aura was like a god standing between heaven and earth. His appearance made Jun Linglong panic, unable to believe the scene before her eyes. Just as her mind was in chaos, booming shouts from behind startled Jun Linglong, making her turn around. Before her, thousands upon thousands of people were kneeling, chanting in unison, Jun Tiandi, Jun Tiandi. The resounding shouts echoed all the way to the horizon, like an endless sea of people bowing in reverence. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashed in Jun Linglong's right eye, accompanied by an unusual sharp pain. She quickly covered her eye with her hand, sweat pouring down her forehead, thinking to herself, Is this the future I just saw through my 7-aperture exquisite heart? Is the divine child really like this? Jun Xiaoyao, standing nearby, noticed Jun Linglong's strange expression, and asked with concern, Sister, what's wrong? Why does your face suddenly look so bad? Afraid of revealing the future, and being countered by the cause and effect of the laws of time, Jun Linglong just shook her head, and tried to remain calm. It's nothing. Jun Xiaoyao jumped down from the high place, his hand tightly clutching the dragon essence he had just obtained. With unwavering eyes, he said in a deep voice, Once I absorb this dragon essence, I should break through to the divine bridge realm. Once my archaic holy body breaks through, it's bound to trigger a lightning tribulation. You should get out of here, sis, to avoid being affected by it. And remember to get me some new clothes, yeah? Jun Linglong, looking all serious, lowered her head respectfully and replied, As you command. Then she dipped out real quick, leaving the area where the lightning tribulation was about to go down. Jun Xiaoyao didn't waste any time. He hopped off the Heavenly Emperor Palace balcony, getting away from the crowded area. The quiet night sky suddenly turned dark and gloomy. The moonlight was blocked by thick black clouds, signaling that the lightning tribulation was about to strike. Over the past few years, Jun Xiaoyao had been in seclusion, constantly cultivating the divine elephant suppressing prison force. This time he'd reached the 4th level, where the strongest attack could trigger the eye of the underworld god. The strongest defense relied on the underworld god's protection, and ultimate speed came from the devil's wings. He was now ready to unleash the divine elephant, suppressing prison force with its strongest transformation, refining a hell furnace. The dragon essence, in Jun Xiaoyao's hand, contained the essence of flesh and blood, and divine runes of a powerful dragon race expert. It now had 0 power to resist, as it was sucked into the hell furnace. Jun Xiaoyao began to forcefully refine it, completely controlling the process without feeling any strain or tension. Even his body, with its archaic holy body physique, was strong enough to withstand all the energy pressure without cracking. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold and decisive, whispering, Let's begin. Immediately after, the heavens began to change drastically. Tribulation clouds gathered, with black clouds accumulating at breakneck speed. Thunder roared, signaling the lightning tribulation was about to descend. The rumbling thunder echoed throughout the space, as if wanting to crush everything. But at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's aura was constantly increasing, making all the guests present at the Heavenly Emperor Palace unable to believe their eyes. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, dumbfounded by his astonishing breakthrough. Jun Zantian stood in the distance, looking up at the swirling black clouds gathering in the sky. His eyebrows furrowed as he worriedly exclaimed, "Those are tribulation clouds. Is he the one undergoing tribulation? This isn't good. Why is it starting so early?" As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning tribulation turned into dazzling bolts of lightning that struck down rapidly from the sky. The terrifying pressure of the lightning tribulation seemed to want to crush everything, terrifying everyone who witnessed it. But even more unexpectedly, the lightning tribulation struck Jun Xiaoyao's body without hesitation. Jun Xiaoyao faced the fury of heaven and earth, standing firm in the void, raising one hand, and immediately, the hell furnace appeared, growing 100 times larger, blocking directly above his head. Crazy lightning bolts, like a rushing flood, poured down, but they were all absorbed into the hell furnace. The pressure from the lightning tribulation was so strong that Jun Xiaoyao's body shook, the terrifying gravity pressing down on him. Beneath his feet, the ground cracked, emitting terrifying shockwaves. Jun Xiaoyao focused all his will and strength, forming a hand seal with his left hand, cold sweat beating on his body. He had to withstand the archaic holy body lightning tribulation, a brutal challenge that only those with an iron will could overcome. The lightning tribulation not only struck the hell furnace, but also directly affected his body. Fresh blood starting to trickle from the corner of his mouth. But Jun Xiaoyao's eyes remained firm. Without the slightest fear, all of his spiritual power poured into the hell furnace, not only to overcome the lightning tribulation, but also to refine the power of the lightning tribulation into his body. Within Jun Xiaoyao's flesh, boundless golden blood energy rose up, his eyes blazing. He shouted, 10,000 archaic holy bodies, lightning tribulation, forge my body into an indestructible holy form." Instead of fearing the wrath of heaven and earth, Jun Xiaoyao instead used the lightning tribulation as a tool for forging, enhancing the power of his archaic holy body. Thunder kept falling in waves, as if wanting to crush him. But they could only push Jun Xiaoyao back a little, without really causing serious damage. Many forces witnessed the scene and were left speechless, all bewildered, wondering, is this guy a monster? Because no one had ever seen anyone undergoing tribulation who could be as confident as Jun Xiaoyao. Throughout history, geniuses who faced heavenly tribulation were all terrified. But Jun Xiaoyao regarded heavenly tribulation as a tool to temper himself, using it as a weapon to forge his archaic holy body. At this moment, between Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows, a dazzling golden spiritual light appeared, radiating a powerful aura. No matter how strong the final lightning tribulation was, it couldn't harm him. Jun Xiaoyao placed his right hand on his chest, where the supreme bone was hidden, then looked up at the sky, his eyes cold and unwavering. He proudly raised his right hand, shouting to the heavens, "Disperse immediately for me." Boundless golden blood energy in Jun Xiaoyao's body surged. An illusionary shadow of an ancient divine elephant appeared behind him, carrying boundless power, as if to suppress all the heavens. The divine elephant shadow pointed to the sky, sucking all the rolling thunder into Jun Xiaoyao's body, leaving the people below only able to gape, unable to speak. Jun Xiaoyao's momentum was too shocking. With a powerful palm strike from Jun Xiaoyao, the ancient divine elephant shadow pushed the thunder back into the heavens, scattering the dark tribulation clouds that covered the sky. Heaven and earth finally returned to their peaceful brightness. The guests below, after managing to close their mouths, started buzzing about the Jun family's Shenzi, everyone sighing and admiring. "I feel like I can't catch up to the Jun family's Shenzi in this lifetime." Some major powers and top-tier prodigies couldn't help but admit that Jun Xiaoyao was truly dominating the stage of the Great Era, even causing some people's Dao hearts to show signs of cracking when faced with his power and decisiveness. As for Jun Xiaoyao, after the thunder tribulation passed, he was extremely excited. The harvest this time was really not small. Not only did his cultivation break through to the Divine Bridge realm, but he also directly reached the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm, allowing him to take a long step forward on the path to becoming a powerhouse. The Divine Bridge realm is divided into 4 main stages: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great perfection. When reaching great perfection, the divine bridge in the cultivator's body will be successfully built. Then they'll enter the unification realm. This is the stage when the soul and physical body combine into one, creating completeness and greater power. Continuing this process, cultivators will seek out Dagyo seeds and immortal seeds to integrate into themselves, called the integration stage. After completing integration, they'll enter the nirvana realm, where they seek out fire seeds to cleanse their divine palace, transforming their true spirit into a primordial spirit. The nirvana stage brings an explosion of strength, helping them reach the sky-penetrating realm. Finally, when they ignite the divine fire, opening the path to the saint realm, this is the cultivation path of the mid-stage realm. Continuing on this path, the strongest will step into the ranks of the saint realm. Jun Xiaoyao, at the age of less than 30, had reached the late stage of the divine bridge realm, an absolutely astonishing achievement. Other geniuses of his age were still struggling in the divine palace realm or true spirit realm. Far from Jun Xiaoyao's progress, Jun Xiaoyao also discovered that the supreme bone in his chest had absorbed the heavenly tribulation and dragon origin power, thus growing stronger. In his heart, he thought, "It seems like the firmament calamity light isn't a complete divine ability yet. I'll have to find a way to nourish this bone more later." The supreme bone, like the ancient sacred body, both hold unlimited potential. However, these two special physiques also require huge resources to nourish, no different from two bottomless pits. Fortunately for Jun Xiaoyao, he was born into an ancient aristocratic family. Otherwise, with the limited resources of a small family, he wouldn't have had enough financial resources to go this far, let alone cultivate. Born at the finish line, a gift from heaven, reincarnation is truly an art, he told himself. At this moment, Jun Linglong appeared below, respectfully calling Jun Xiaoyao's name and bringing a new set of clothes prepared for him. Jun Xiaoyao paused his thoughts, looked at Jun Linglong, and said, "You came just in time. After this birthday party, I will leave the Heavenly Emperor Palace to go on a journey. Help me make a list of interesting places." Jun Linglong nodded in response. "As you command." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were pensive as he thought to himself, "Now is the time to go see 18th Grand Uncle." At the same time, in a distant land of Hongzhou, inside the ancestral dragon nest, the main base of the dragon race, a fierce dragon roar suddenly echoed. This sound was so powerful that it shook the universe, causing the earth and sky to tremble, and the stars to quiver. All living beings in Hongzhou seemed to feel an immense aura of world-destroying might pouring down from the sky. Like the demon race, their faces turned pale, trembling and muttering, That's the ancestral dragon nest's supreme sovereign? Why is he so angry?" In fact, news of the Jun family banquet had not yet reached the ancestral dragon nest, so they didn't know the reason for this fury. Inside the ancestral dragon nest, many powerhouses were communicating with each other through divine sense. One of them spoke up. "Stop the thunder. Your anger is useless. Do you want to drag the Jun family into a war?" A cold and murderous voice rang out. "That Jun family Shenzi dared to kill this one's dragon son. He deserves to be cut into pieces. And Jun Shiba, he even dared to attack Yulong, a quasi-supreme. Does he really not fear our ancestral dragon nest? Does he think the ancestral dragon nest is a place anyone can trample upon, looking down on us like stray dogs on the street?" The cold voice continued. "But Jun Shiba is a madman. Killing him is too difficult." Another divine sense from an ancestral dragon nest powerhouse came out, coldly saying, "If he dares to kill the dragon son of our ancestral dragon nest, why can't we kill the Jun family Shenzi? Isn't it time to put our ancient sacred body Shenzi on the menu?" "But does Long Aoshin need to be informed about Long Aoshin's death?" Another powerhouse in the ancestral dragon nest replied, "No need. Long Aoshin is currently in closed-door cultivation, refining the 5th dragon origin. When he finishes refining 7 dragon origins and adds the God Emperor Dragonblood, he will be able to sweep across the entire immortal domain, especially the younger generation. Even the Jun family Shenzi will be easily crushed by him." The supreme sovereign of the ancestral dragon nest narrowed his eyes and growled, "Very well. This one will wait for the day Long Aoshin defeats the Jun family Shenzi. The entire Jun family will have to pay blood debts in the future." Elsewhere, in the void, amidst the vast sky, a divine bird pulled a chariot across, under the bright and mysterious moonlight. Inside the carriage, a young man wearing a blue robe, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, had just woken up. It was Ye Xingyun. Old Fu, who was sitting opposite him, spoke up. "Young master, you're awake?" What do you think of the Jun family, Shenzi? Ye Xingyun was initially a little dazed, but after a while he finally remembered everything that had happened at the banquet. A feeling of humiliation filled his heart. Someone from the ancient Yi family, a heaven's chosen, had never suffered such setbacks, let alone losing face in front of the goddess he had always yearned for. Ye Xingyun lowered his head and sighed, sneering. The Jun family's Shenzi, he possesses two special physiques. One is the ancient sacred body, and the other is the supreme bone. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation also far surpasses mine. But surprisingly, he isn't arrogant about it. He even treated me with politeness and respect. Ye Xingyun turned his distant gaze towards the moonlight, his voice deep. I am truly too insignificant. Old Fu couldn't help but worry upon hearing these words, wondering if the young master's Tao heart had been affected by this defeat. However, Ye Xingyun continued. Even so, I don't intend to give up. Ye Xingyun placed his hand on his chest, his eyes firm. Even if I'm not qualified to hinder Jun Xiaoyao's path to becoming a great emperor, there are still certain goals I must achieve. Hearing this, Old Fu smiled in relief and satisfaction. It's good that young master thinks this way. At the same time, in the sacred ancestral land of the Jun family, where a 10,000-year legacy had been built, Jun Xiaoyao walked towards the deepest part of the ancestral land. Proceeding to meet the 18th ancestor, Jun Xiaoyao respectfully cupped his hands in a salute before the 18th ancestor. This ancestor wore a gray robe, with snow-white hair, sitting cross-legged in the void. Around him, terrifying scenes appeared. The sun and moon alternated, heaven and earth were annihilated, and the Milky Way reversed, making the person facing him feel like standing before an endless blue sky. The aura of the 18th ancestor was so powerful that it was unimaginable, making Jun Xiaoyao secretly sigh. The Jun family's old fogies are definitely no joke, especially someone as OP as the 18th ancestor. Rumor has it that the Jun family has up to 17 other ancestors as powerful as this one. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stepped closer. His sharp eyes swept over the 18th ancestor, and he asked with confidence, 18th ancestor, is there a reason you summoned Xiaoyao here? Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao had arrived, the 18th ancestor, who rarely showed emotion, couldn't hide his smile this time. He glanced at Jun Xiaoyao with satisfaction and said, Kid, you're pretty good. With such a heroic spirit, you truly have the aura of a celestial emperor. Before the 18th ancestor, even renowned clan elders couldn't help but feel worried, cautious, and even a bit stiff. But Jun Xiaoyao was different. He remained calm, composed, and unwavering, making the 18th ancestor even more pleased. Ancient sacred body, plus the supreme bone, truly outstanding talent, nothing to criticize. What's even rarer is that Jun Xiaoyao's temperament is so steady. He doesn't seem like an 18-year-old young man but possesses the mature and calm demeanor of an adult. After praising Jun Xiaoyao, the 18th ancestor chuckled softly and asked, Xiaoyao, let me ask you something. If you become a celestial emperor in the future, what will you do? Jun Xiaoyao didn't need much time to think. He calmly replied, If Xiaoyao becomes a celestial emperor, I will suppress this entire era and eliminate all enemies in the world. Hearing this, the 18th ancestor pondered in silence, just listening quietly. Jun Xiaoyao continued with a relaxed smile on his face. But if that's all, it would be too boring. Every celestial emperor from ancient times has been able to do that. If I become a celestial emperor, I will create a world that resonates through the ages, an era that surpasses everyone's imagination. Saying this, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled inwardly, imagining a different future, an era with phones, the internet, an era where steel roams the earth, and humans can touch the stars. That'll leave them jaw-dropped for sure. After hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, a hint of fondness appeared in the 18th ancestor's eyes. He chuckled and said, That's indeed interesting. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, as swift as lightning, the 18th ancestor appeared right behind Jun Xiaoyao, causing the surrounding air to still. He said in a deep voice, Jun Xiaoyao, do you want to learn my 6 immortal sword art? Hearing the mention of the 6 immortal sword art, Jun Xiaoyao immediately felt his heart beat faster. The terrifying scene of a sword dominating the sky, reflecting the image of immortals being suppressed, was still deeply imprinted in his mind. Sweat suddenly poured down his forehead. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the 18th ancestor with astonishment and asked, Is that the sword art that instantly killed the true dragon's nest? A quasi-supreme? With just 3 swords? The 18th ancestor laughed loudly, his voice echoing with majesty. That's right, the sword is the king of all weapons, and there are countless sword arts in the Huangtian Xianyu. but those that stand at the pinnacle of this world are called the 5 great divine arts. Our Jun family's 6 immortal sword art is one of those 5 great divine arts. Jun Xiaoyao paused at this and couldn't help blurting out, "The 5 great divine arts, huh?" Then he lowered his head, lost in thought. The 18th ancestor continued to speak, his voice filled with determination. However, the more powerful the 6 immortal sword art is, the more demanding it is to cultivate. This sword art isn't for ordinary prodigies, because its difficulty can cause them to waste too much time without even touching the first threshold. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes filled with determination and expectation, and continued, "Now that you are about to go out and experience the mortal world, this is the trump card that I want to bestow upon you." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt the heavy responsibility placed on his shoulders. He respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, 18th ancestor." His voice was filled with determination. Immediately after, the 18th ancestor waved his hand gently, transmitting the 6 immortal sword art to Jun Xiaoyao. The 6 immortal sword art is divided into 3 forms in total. The first form is immortal questioning, which is the sword of magic power, aimed at the physical body. The second form is immortal extinction, which is the sword of the soul, aimed at the spiritual palace and primordial spirit. The last and most powerful form is 6 immortals, where the spirit and flesh unite to create an invincible sword. This is also the move that the 18th ancestor used to kill the quasi-supreme true dragon's nest with 3 swords. The 18th ancestor turned around at this time, saying gently, 3 years later, when you have learned the first form, you can officially go out and train. From now on, you must solve all your own problems, and you can't always have an old man helping you from behind." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao respectfully nodded in response with a steady voice. "I understand, 18th ancestor." However, in his heart he thought, 3 years. But I can't wait that long. 3 months later, at the treasury of the Celestial Emperor Palace, 2 servants of the palace were chatting with each other. One asked, "Have all the gifts from the Shenzi's birthday banquet been categorized and entered into the treasury after inspection?" The other immediately replied, "That's right. As expected of the 7-aperture exquisite heart, if we had done it, it would have taken us half a year to finish." He chuckled and continued, "Instead of calling Linglong Miss the Shenzi's maid, we should call her the manager. Ha ha." At this moment, Jun Linglong, whom they had just mentioned, was standing in the treasury of the Celestial Emperor Palace, holding a jade green slip in her hand. She read it attentively, her expression showing a hint of contemplation. Without saying a word, the content inside the jade slip was like a letter, pleading, "Linglong, I and my family are in danger. My father is gravely ill, bedridden, and unable to attend the Shenzi of the Jun family's birthday banquet. The Jun family is a supreme ancient family. Please bestow upon our family an immortal medicine to save our king." This would not only save the king, but also billions of citizens of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. "We will repay this kindness." Jun Linglong finished reading the letter, a bit surprised. "Hold up," she thought. "This letter isn't for the Shenzi, it's for me." Called it. Right then and there, the entire world suddenly started shaking, which made Jun Linglong jump a little. She spun around, dashed out the door, looked toward the distant pillar of light and exclaimed, "Isn't that toward the ancestral lands of the Jun family?" A blinding sword aura suddenly appeared, enveloping all the space around it, and phantoms of celestial beings gradually materialized. The sword aura swept across as if to cleave the very stars. The void trembled, and the clouds above were sliced in half, leaving behind a large area of chaotic sword energy. The sword intent was so terrifying that the entire Jun family was shaken. Jun Linglong was sweating bullets, her eyes wide in surprise as she blurted out, This is the Shenzi. How can he create such a powerful sword aura?" The sword aura continued to sweep across the sky, splitting the clouds, creating a force field of energy that fled in all directions. Its power was so earth-shattering that it alarmed many of the Jun family's elders and big shots. Jun Zhantian, one of the family's big shots, gaped at the pillar of light, exclaiming in shock, That's the aura of the 6 Immortal Sword Sutra. Could that be the 18th ancestor?" At this moment, an elder in a brown robe stepped forward, clasped his hands, glanced at the sword energy, and mused, "Not quite. His power, although astonishing, hasn't reached the level of the 18th ancestor. This can only be the Shenzi." The 3 of them stood there with darkened faces, a hint of envy flashing in their eyes. One of them gritted his teeth and hissed, Only 3 months, and that little brat has already learned the first stance of the 6 Immortal Sword Sutra? What kind of freak is he? Just then, deep within the Jun family's ancestral grounds, the 18th ancestor looked towards Jun Xiaoyao, momentarily stunned, unsure how to react. After a moment he burst out laughing triumphantly. That little rascal is really something. In the sky, the sword aura slowly dissipated, leaving behind a clear blue sky. Jun Xiaoyao appeared amidst the misty white smoke, his hands clasped behind his back with great flair, then asked the 18th ancestor confidently, "Is Xiaoyao's immortal question strike up to par?" The 18th ancestor, hearing this, covered his face and laughed heartily. "Ha! It took this old man a whole year to comprehend this immortal question stance. You little monster. You really are. Ha ha." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were thoughtful, and he had sweat on his brow, but didn't reply. It wasn't because he was trying to act arrogant, but because, from the beginning to the end, when practicing martial arts, Jun Xiaoyao had never taken more than 3 days to comprehend them. Taking 3 months to learn the first stance of the 6 Immortal Sword Sutra was slow indeed. The 18th ancestor laughed and patted Jun Xiaoyao hard on the back affectionately, saying, "That's enough, Xiaoyao. It's time for you to start creating an era that belongs to you." A few days later, at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao stretched comfortably after resting and recovering his strength after 3 months of seclusion. His face was radiant as he thought, "Finally I can leave the Jun family and go experience the mortal world. I wonder if little Linglong has chosen a good place for me. Oh well. First I have to go find Grandpa Jun Zantian." Suddenly, from behind, Jun Zantian appeared, his deep voice resonating. Looking for this grandpa. Jun Xiaoyao was a little startled, turning around with a sullen expression, saying, "Why is Grandpa now as elusive as little Linglong doing?" Jun Zantian frowned, looked at Jun Xiaoyao and sighed. "Little rascal, you're wasting your breath. You caused such a big commotion in the ancestral lands, how could I not see it? And you've already learned the 6 Immortal Sword Sutra?" Jun Xiaoyao, with a smug look, flicked his nose and said, "It only took 3 months to learn the first stance. Immortal question, hee hee." Jun Zantian couldn't help but shudder at this little monster and chuckled. "You really know how to hide things. I watched you grow up from a young age, yet I didn't realize you were hiding a supreme bone." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao was startled, afraid that his grandfather would discover his secret system. He quickly covered it up, closed his eyes and blurted out, "Nah, I wasn't hiding anything, Grandpa, I only just found out. But you can see that your grandson has become stronger, especially when faced with difficulties." Jun Zantian understood his grandson's personality all too well, but he didn't pry further, only turning around, clasping his hands behind his back and saying, "All right, I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. Xiaoyao, you possess 2 supreme physiques, so cultivation will require twice the normal effort, especially your desolate ancient holy body. When you were born, you awakened the first phenomenon, the adoration of 10,000 saints. However, the desolate ancient holy body has 6 major phenomena, and there are still 5 that haven't been awakened yet. To awaken them, you need to comprehend them yourself. But Grandpa knows a place that can help you comprehend your second vision." Jun Zantian's words made Jun Xiaoyao thoughtful. This was totally true, because the ancient sacred body wasn't easy to cultivate, and even compared to the supreme bone, unlocking visions was much harder. Even though Jun Xiao's talent was monstrous, he still needed hard work. After thinking for a bit, Jun Xiao used his ultimate, never-failing move from when he was a kid. He put on an adorable, lovable face, looked at his grandpa with sparkling eyes, and begged softly, "Grandpa, please tell me." Jun Zantian pondered for a moment, feeling like he'd experienced something very familiar. He muttered, "Damn, why does this feeling seem so familiar?" Then, he gently pushed Jun Xiaoyao's head away and said, all right, stop being such a baby." Immediately, Jun Zantian's gaze turned serious. "Have you ever heard of the MANHWA Divine Dynasty?" Hearing MANHWA Divine Dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. He scratched his head, thinking for a moment, then replied, "MANHWA Divine Dynasty? Seems like a top-tier immortal force, right? When I'm free, I read records about the Wild Heaven Xianyu and know about many big forces, so I'm not too unfamiliar with the name." Jun Zantian crossed his arms, nodded, and explained, "That's right. The founder of the MANHWA Divine Dynasty was the MANHWA Great Emperor, but that's not important. Our Jun family once had the Qiqian Great Emperor too. What's more important is that it's rumored the MANHWA Great Emperor also possessed the ancient sacred body. There are rumors that deep within the MANHWA divine dynasty's royal palace is a tomb, the MANHWA mausoleum, which might be related to the MANHWA great emperor. Jun Xiaoyao put his hand on his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "But surely the MANHWA divine dynasty wouldn't easily let outsiders into their secret realms, right? Jun Zantian closed his eyes and nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're right, but..." He laughed triumphantly. "It's not entirely impossible. If it really can't be helped, then for your future, our Jun family barging in isn't out of the question." Hearing this pampering, Jun Xiaoyao smiled inwardly, thinking, the Jun family's domineering spirit is truly in their blood. Then, Xiaoyao said, "I'll keep this in mind. I'll find a chance to go to the MANHWA mausoleum to investigate." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly heard the familiar mechanical voice of the system in his head. "Congratulations, host. The check-in location has been refreshed. Please go to the MANHWA mausoleum to check in." On the way back, Jun Xiaoyao walked and thought to himself, 2 check-in locations have been activated. One is the primordial heaven supreme secret treasure, and the other is the MANHWA mausoleum. Can't go to both of those places anytime soon. Suddenly something caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention. When he glanced over, he saw Jun Linglong sitting in a pavilion by the road, amidst an incredibly poetic scene. A little surprised and happy, Jun Xiaoyao walked over and said with a smile, "Linglong Xinji, you weren't waiting for me, were you?" Jun Linglong smiled softly in reply, "I am your servant. Waiting respectfully here is only natural." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt cold all over, shivered, hugged himself, and replied with a laugh, "Don't talk like that, you're giving me goosebumps. Just tell me what's up." Jun Linglong's eyes were sad and she was silent for a moment. Then she knelt down, respectfully offering a letter wrapped in a jade slip with both hands. Her voice was full of sincerity. "Linglong really has something to ask of you." Jun Xiaoyao crossed his arms, glanced down, and said, "I've said it before, I don't like people suddenly kneeling in front of me like this, but whatever. Let me see what this is." He reached out and took the letter. He opened it and muttered, "Vermilion Bird, Ancient Kingdom, Tu Chengsheng, huh." Jun Linglong was still kneeling at his feet, sincerely begging Xiaoyao, her eyes full of hope. After reading it, Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a long time, his eyes becoming gloomy. He slowly said, "Actually, our Jun family isn't lacking in things like this. A longevity pill isn't impossible to give." Suddenly, the system in Jun Xiaoyao's head popped up with a notification. "Congratulations, host. The check-gone location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom Royal Palace." Cut to Fire Province, part of the 3 Chun Dao Province. Fire Province is small, only 1/10 the size of Huang Province, where the Jun family resides. Though small, Fire Province is still a major Dao province, ruling over this entire region. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is the center of Fire Province, an ancient force with a long heritage. Though not as good as the Taigu family, their foundation is deep and their reputation illustrious. Besides the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, there is also the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom, and the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. The 4 great ancient kingdoms are collectively known as the 4 Symbols Ancient Kingdoms. At this moment, inside the royal palace of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, in a magnificent golden hall, a middle-aged man wearing Vermilion Bird crimson armor is lying on his bed. His forehead has turned black, and the aura around his body is weak, as if he is about to die. This is the national leader of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Next to the bed, a beautiful woman wearing a red feather dress, with a graceful figure, slender legs, and snow-white skin, and long, fiery red hair, is taking care of him. The Vermilion Bird national leader shook his head slightly, his voice extremely weak and somewhat despairing. "Daughter, you're having a hard time. Immortality elixirs can't be forced. Don't make things difficult for yourself." He understood the rarity of immortality medicines. Only the supreme Daoju traditions and undying forces could possibly possess them. Even the strongest forces didn't have many to spare. Even less could she benevolently hand it over to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Though the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has no shortage of top-tier holy medicines, an immortal elixir is something they absolutely don't possess. Meanwhile, the emergence of even one immortal elixir would cause a bloody scramble, let alone them selling it to someone else. The beautiful woman pondered for a moment, said nothing, then raised the Kingdom Lord's hand to reassure him, Father, please rest and recuperate in peace. I already have a lead on the immortal elixir. I will definitely cure your illness. At this moment, her beautiful eyes shone with extraordinary charm. Her high, straight nose and red lips were intoxicating, especially the red mark between her eyebrows, further revealing her enchanting beauty. This peerless woman is the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Bai Yunir. Bai Yunir not only possesses stunning beauty, but also carries within her the extraordinary talent of the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. Don't even mention her beauty. Even in the desolate heaven immortal domain, she is ranked at the top, driving countless young talents crazy in pursuit. At this moment, a palace maid entered and reported, "Your Majesty, the Prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom is waiting for you in the main hall." Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord clutched his chest, feeling pain, and angrily shouted, "That bastard dares to come here! Throw him out for me!" Younger grabbed the Kingdom Lord's hand and advised, "Father, don't be too angry. Let me deal with him." In the main hall, a man dressed in azure robes stood waiting, his hands clasped behind his back. Euchre gently entered. She lowered her eyes and greeted him. "Long time no see. The welcome isn't very warm. I hope your highness will forgive me." He put on a friendly face and continued, "Younger, why do you and I need to be like this? After not seeing you for a few days, you seem much more haggard." He is Bai Yunir's fiancé, the Prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the eldest prince, Xiao Chen. Smiling politely, she responded, "Thank you for your concern, your highness." He glanced at Younger, chuckled, and said, "Rest assured, when our wedding day arrives, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom will bring divine medicines as betrothal gifts." Euchre forced a smile, nodded slightly. "Euchre is counting on your highness." But in her heart she thought, "You guys are really that generous." Not long after, Euchre left with the palace maid. This palace maid is named Achu, and she was extremely angry, loudly saying, "It's really hateful. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom is using this as an excuse to ask His Majesty to arrange the marriage. How can that Xiao Chen still have the face to put on a loving act in front of you?" Euchre remained calm, gently reminding, Achu, keep your voice down. There are many ears and eyes outside, let alone how vast the outside world is." The palace maid Achu pouted, puffing out her cheeks, unwillingly saying, "I'm just feeling indignant for you." Given the current situation, Euchre could only raise her hand to her forehead, sighing, lamenting her fate. If she really has to have a political marriage with the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom will completely fall into a passive position. The legacy passed down by their ancestors will soon be swallowed up by the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Is there really no other way? The more Younger thought, the more troubled she became, her clothes soaked with sweat. Just then, a guard hurriedly rushed in from outside to report, "Your Highness, there's an urgent report." He gasped for breath as he stammered, "The Jun family has sent a reply." Hearing this news, Euchre was extremely surprised, frozen for a few seconds, then ordered the guard, "Quickly bring it to me." The guard didn't hesitate, and quickly presented the Jun family's reply. Younger opened it and read it. Her heart filled with joy as if finding a lifeline in a desperate situation. She exclaimed, "That's great, that's great!" Linglong sent a letter back. "Father is saved." Back at the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, Jun Xiaoyao leisurely propped his chin up, deep in thought, This one won't do either. Although I still think I should choose the one from earlier." Behind Jun Xiaoyao were Jun Linglong and an old woman. This old woman is the protector of the family, named Granny Hua. Granny Hua looked at Jun Xiaoyao, puzzled. "Miss Linglong, what is the young Shenzi doing?" Jun Linglong understood the young Shenzi well, so she calmly replied, "Shenzi is probably choosing which mount to ride to Fire Province." In front of them, the mounts that Jun Xiaoyao was considering were all ridiculous exotic beasts. A muscular bunny, a dragon-huffing key, a dopey-faced monkey, a dolly sheep, and even a super-fat pig. Seeing that entourage of mounts, Grandma Hua was super impressed, and said to Linglong, "With the Shenzi's status, the mount choice should at least be 9 Dragons' Chariot. How could he pick from this bunch of weird beasts?" Jun Linglong, feeling unenthusiastic, didn't bother arguing, just replied, "Maybe the Shenzi doesn't want to be too flashy. It's not like he's afraid someone will cause trouble." She recalled what Jun Xiaoyao had said before, Bai Yunir is willing to repay the Jun family. Does that mean the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom will submit to me and become my vassal? Jun Linglong replied, That's exactly what it means. She pointed and explained. Actually, every self-appointed commander of the Jun family has a force backing them. For example, if someone in the list uses a sword, there will definitely be a sword sect ready to obey. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, in recent years, although their strength has weakened, the direct lineage Princess Bai Yungair of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, as the Vermilion Bird Fire God, is a young and promising prodigy. Jun Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, covered his mouth and chuckled. Linglongji, are you exaggerating because you're begging for a friend, little Mu? Yun Linglong was a little annoyed, thinking to herself that she probably was. She was trying to be serious, but the little Shenzi kept teasing, making Jun Linglong want to go MC. Then she fell to the ground, covering her mouth with her sleeve, acting, how would Linglong dare? Linglong is wholeheartedly devoted to the Shenzi. How could I stand by and watch the Shenzi get tricked and give the divine wing to someone else? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless at Linglong's terrible acting, looking at her like, what are you even doing? Only in times of adversity will people's hearts easily change. Jun Xiaoyao froze for a few seconds, then said, alright, stop acting. I was just kidding. Then Jun Xiaoyao turned serious. However, I really don't want all the benefits to go to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Whether the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is worthy of the divine medicine, I have to see with my own eyes. Back in the present, Jun Linglong smiled contentedly at Jun Xiaoyao's way of doing things, thinking to herself that the Shenzi's approach was indeed different. Sure enough, the future she saw earlier was right. As she was thinking, Xiaoyao interrupted her. Little Lingzi, let's ride it, Fireball. This can be a divine beast mount. Jun Xiaoyao hugged a big, fluffy white sheep that was leisurely chewing with satisfaction. Yun Linglong looked at the highly respected Shenzi she had just praised and was speechless, thinking, oh my god, this white sheep? Unbelievable. The white sheep glanced disdainfully at Jun Linglong and spat, as if saying, what divine beast mount? Jun Linglong went from depressed to furiously angry at the rude sheep, shouting, I refuse! What is this for? Inside the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, Jun Linglong suddenly remembered and said to Jun Xiaoyao, oh right, Shenzi, before heading to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, there's one more thing you need to do. I don't know if you can spare some time. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao was riding on the back of the cool white sheep, chewing happily, with a smile. Jun Xiaoyao pointed forward, smiled, and asked strangely, Linglongji, what is it? Linglong's eyes were firm, and her face was serious as she said to Jun Xiaoyao, it's about Lan Qingya. I'm temporarily imprisoning Lan Qingya in the Jun family's ancient prison. The elders in the clan specifically instructed that this matter be handled by you, Shenzi. Hearing the name Lan Qingya, Jun Xiaoyao's face also turned serious. Glancing at Linglong, Lan Qingya is that noisy girl from before. So what? Linglongji, how do you think I should deal with Lan Qingya? Linglong was surprised to be asked by Xiaoyao like that. A decisive and cold Shenzi was now asking for her opinion? Jun Linglong regained her composure and said, Lan Qingya colluded with foreign races to harm the Jun family. According to the Jun family's rules, she will be— Jun Xiaoyao raised a finger, signaling and asking, she will be killed? Jun Linglong explained. She will be tortured, Shebi nailing on the limbs of the sinner, and then exposing them to the sun until they wither. Hearing this explanation of the punishment, Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly, thinking that the Zima called torture was just a joke of the people in this world. Then Jun Xiaoyao held out his hand to Linglong and ordered, bring me paper and pen. Jun Linglong couldn't help but laugh when she heard Jun Xiaoyao say this. The hell? Shenzi's found a way to use torture by paper and pen? But immediately after, she broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, crap, anyway, the Shenzi normally does extraordinary things when he calls me by my first name. Jun Xiaoyao struck a cool pose, raising his hand to his forehead, confidently saying, with me in the Jun family, how can a great emperor not appear in the future? Livnit. Linglongji, write down the quotes of the future great emperor. In the future, all school-aged children must be given these essays to memorize. Jun Linglong concentrated, showing her calligraphy skills to the point of dancing brush into text and writing them down. Xiaoyao glanced down and said, for people like Lan Qingya who do such stupid things, the Jun Heavenly Emperor has a saying, first, kill without teaching. At this time, Jun Linglong's eyes widened, suddenly understanding the deep meaning in the Jun Heavenly Emperor's words. Scene changed to the Jun family's dungeon. Lan Qingya was sitting kneeling in the dark prison. Her eyes were devoid of any expression, like a dead person. Seeing Jun Linglong come, she chuckled. Ha ha, finally here. I only have one request. Give me a quick death. Jun Linglong stood outside, saying nothing. After a moment, she lowered her head to look at Lan Qingya and said, I'm just here to relay the Shenzi's words regarding your punishment. Lan Qingya, you colluded with outsiders to harm the Jun family. The Shenzi sentences you to kneel outside the Heavenly Emperor's palace for a year to reflect. During this year, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to leave. After a year, once the grievances are clear, you will be expelled from the Jun family. The Jun family won't make things difficult for you. If you still harbor resentment towards the Shenzi, then challenge him yourself. He won't refuse any challenge. Lan Qingya was shocked upon hearing this, dumbfounded as to why Jun Xiaoyao would give her such a lifeline. Jun Linglong continued, but if you still don't repent and continue to collude with outsiders to harm the Jun family, then he will exterminate all the forces you've colluded with, and finally, the Shenzi will personally kill you. At the same time, somewhere around the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Chengjian and Jun Xuehuang were practicing combat with each other. Jun Chengjian sat on a pile of rubble, sighed, and said, The Shenzi, he won't really come after me, will he? Jun Xuehuang, upon hearing Jun Chengjian's words, crossed her arms and thought for a moment, then said, The Shenzi didn't care about you offending him back then, why are you still worrying about it? Jun Chengjian pondered for a long time without saying anything. Cut to a scene inside the Heavenly Emperor's palace, where two people were talking. That kid is still soft-hearted after all. Rather than saying soft-hearted, it's better to say that in this world, where everyone is bound by tyrannical rules, Jun Xiaoyao wants to follow the path of kingly way, making all people submit. Turns out it was Grandpa Jun Zantian and an elder discussing Jun Xiaoyao's decision regarding Lan Qingya. Jun Zantian, hearing what the elder said, replied somberly, The kingly way is definitely much more difficult than tyranny. How many people in this world can truly make all people submit? Cut to a scene in the royal palace of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Bai Yungjie appeared, extremely beautiful, joyfully approaching and calling out, Linglong? Linglong also smiled slightly, happy to see her friend again. Bai Yungjie held Linglong's hand, happily smiling and saying, In the end, you still have to rely on your sisters. Men are basically unreliable. Jun Linglong calmly replied, Younger, don't overestimate me either. The Qilin Undying medicine does exist, but it's not in my hands. Bai Yungjie was so surprised upon hearing this that she broke out in sweat, asking, What does Linglong's sister mean? Jun Linglong then explained, Actually, my lord wants to see with his own eyes if this country is worthy of him offering the undying medicine, so he didn't bring it here. Bai Yungjie kept getting one surprise after another, raising her hands and saying, Linglong's sister's lord? Oh my god, I can't believe someone could make a heaven's pride like you willingly serve him like that. I wonder what kind of monster he is. Jun Linglong didn't know what to say upon hearing this, only glancing away, sweating and saying, This, you'll know when you meet him. Cut to a scene in the imperial city of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. In a certain large pleasure house, a table full of delicious food and a cup of green tea being hastily poured appeared. Turns out Jun Xiaoyao had finally arrived at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom riding his little white sheep. Jun Xiaoyao was sitting enjoying the delicacies and fine tea, feeling extremely comfortable, but in his head he was thinking, It would be better if that noisy kid wasn't here. Jun Xiaoyao saw a group of people causing trouble and fighting. A white-haired guy was beating up a waiter of the pleasure house, shouting, I want your best vintage wine. But what the hell did you bring us? The white-haired guy fiercely grabbed the waiter's neck, smirking evilly and saying, Don't you know who we are? You bastards. Because of you guys, my brother's mood has been ruined. Tell me, how are you going to compensate us? The waiter's neck was being squeezed so tightly that he couldn't speak, only letting out screams of pain. He coughed a few times, trying to escape the white-haired guy's ferocious grip. Just then, a strong hand gripped the white-haired guy's hand, causing the atmosphere in the pleasure house to freeze. A young man in a brownish-orange robe with brown hair appeared, stopping the white-haired guy. He glared unhappily at the young man, saying in a heavy tone, What's wrong? What's wrong? Does the Vermilion Bird Envoy also want to make things difficult for my brothers? The Vermilion Bird Envoy's face darkened and said, No, I just think the Azure Dragon Envoy doesn't need to be angry at this waiter. If the food at this pleasure house doesn't suit your taste, we can just find another, better restaurant. The white-haired guy didn't want to get entangled with the waiter upon hearing this. He coldly snorted and released his hand, causing the waiter to fall on his ass in pain. Then he fiercely shouted, "You stinky brat! The Vermilion Bird Envoy is sparing you this time." After speaking, he turned to leave, but didn't forget to say a few words of mockery. "Serving such awful food and still dare to open a pleasure house? I think you guys should just close down." Inside, only the Vermilion Bird Envoy and the waiter remained. The waiter was crawling on the ground next to the Vermilion Bird Envoy, clutching his throat, panting heavily in agony. Jun Xiaoyao at the nearby table was munching down, enjoying the delicious Kwaitong ribs. After hearing the white-haired dude's mocking words before he left, he felt a bit annoyed, thinking, what's so hard to eat? Talk about casting pearls before swine? Wasting such good food? That guy should go chew on wood. No sooner had the white-haired Azure Dragon Envoy left than the Vermilion Bird Envoy knelt down before the waiter, asking solicitously, "Little brother, are you all right?" The waiter was a bit surprised, stammering, I'm fine, Vermilion Bird Envoy." Suddenly, the Vermilion Bird Envoy opened a calloused hand, placing 5 gold pieces in it, saying with a sad look, "Take these, little brother. Endure a little longer. This too shall pass." The waiter looked at the gold pieces in his hand, tears welling up. Then, he knelt down, clasped his hands towards the Vermilion Bird Envoy, and said, "Yes, we will all try to endure." Jun Xiaoyao, having heard this whole exchange, pondered thoughtfully. Not long after, the waiter brought out a platter of food and headed towards Jun Xiaoyao, saying, "Esteemed guest, the extra order of roasted lamb ribs you requested has arrived." Jun Xiaoyao looked at the platter of roasted ribs, drooling with delight, rubbing his hands together and licking his lips, saying longingly, "Took you long enough. Hee hee." It's a bit strange, everyone. Jun Xiaoyao chose the little white lamb, and then now is happily eating delicious roasted lamb ribs. So proud. So this is the reason for choosing the little white lamb, haha. Just as the waiter set down the platter, Jun Xiaoyao asked, "Hey bro, who were those guys just now?" Jun Xiaoyao took a bite of the roasted lamb ribs and continued, "Daring to be so flamboyant in the imperial capital of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Doesn't your national ruler care?" Hearing this, the waiter could only sigh sadly, raising a hand to explain, "Esteemed guest, you don't understand. A few years ago, our national ruler went with the Azure Dragon national ruler to seek opportunities in a secret realm. As a result, for some reason, he was injured by an ancient demonic beast, the Sacha demon, and seriously poisoned. Since then, his body has been critically ill, and he can only lie in bed to recuperate. Only the Quillen Undying Elixir can cure him." Just then, the waiter continued, "The Azure Dragon national ruler happens to have an undying elixir. The Azure Dragon national ruler promised to give the elixir to our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, but the condition is that our imperial princess must marry him." The waiter pointed with a finger, sweating, and continued, "Those people just now are subordinates of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's eldest prince." Jun Xiaoyao chewed, thinking, "Sounds like a way to squeeze people dry." Xiaoyao said with insightful eyes to the waiter, "The Qilin Undying Elixir is a priceless panacea for cultivators. Even the orthodox sects, or the Undying Powers, don't have it in stock. Is the Azure Dragon national ruler really willing to give it up?" The waiter drooped upon hearing this. Who knows? Those people from the Azure Dragon Kingdom have been flamboyant day in and day out since they arrived in the imperial capital. But as long as we think about our imperial princess still maintaining her dignity, we will try to find ways to endure. Jun Xiaoyao quickly finished the entire platter of roasted lamb ribs. Chewing the last bite, he said, "You guys seem to have a lot of respect for that princess." The waiter answered honestly, "After all, the princess's identity is the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire." Xiaoyao wiped his mouth, thinking, "Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, huh? Is she one of the rare talents among the 300 physiques?" The waiter's expression turned proud as he talked about the princess, saying, "Young master, you're probably an outsider here in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom for training, right? We are the people of the Vermilion Bird Divine Bird. The Vermilion Bird Divine Bird is born in fire and dies in flying embers." The waiter patted his chest confidently. "The divine fire will not extinguish. The Vermilion Bird will not perish. Therefore, the imperial princess is a symbol of faith for us people of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom." Jun Xiaoyao was quite satisfied with the waiter's answer, so he smiled slightly and said, "So that's how it is." Not long after, at the imperial princess's palace in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Jun Xiaoyao, with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely strode in. As he approached, he was discovered by two guards. The two palace guards widened their eyes, jaws dropping in shock, and shouted, "Stop! Who are you? How did you appear in the imperial princess's palace?" Jun Xiaoyao didn't rush to answer but smiled slightly, putting on a cool facade. Then, he gently, as if time had stopped, passed right by the two guards. The two guards' eyes bulged out in surprise, their jaws clenched tightly, making a rather amusing clicking sound. Then they immediately yelled, "Guards! An assassin has infiltrated the princess's chambers!" Very quickly, hurried footsteps echoed as they rushed towards the source of the alarm. Hundreds of guards surrounded Jun Xiaoyao, swords drawn, ready to attack, and shouted, "Who goes there? State your name immediately!" Jun Xiaoyao, unbothered, calmly replied, "Huangzhou Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao." The two guards were instantly terrified upon hearing the name, sweating bullets, thinking, Huangzhou Jun family. But they immediately tried to regain their composure, raising their swords high even though their hands were trembling, and yelling, "Even if you are a noble from the Jun family, you cannot freely enter the chambers of our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's princess." Jun Xiaoyao, seeing the guard's attitude, was quite pleased and smirked, thinking, "Oh, they've got some backbone after all." Good impression of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom increased by 1 point. Just then, Bai Yun'er rushed out of the chambers and shouted, "You idiots! Stop at once!" The subordinates were all shocked, turning to look at the princess and exclaiming, "Your Highness!" Bai Yun'er, at this moment, was terrified, drenched in sweat, and pale, thinking, "I'm so screwed." As soon as I sensed his presence, I rushed over, but it was still too late. Is he going to get angry and destroy my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Or what? Bai Yun'er recalled Jun Linglong's serious words. "Yun'er, there's something I need to tell you beforehand. My Jun family's Shenzi may be young, but his personality is super weird, unpredictable. Most of the time, even I have no idea what's going on in his head." Bai Yun'er, hearing this, had a WTF look on her face, sweating and fearing this shielded Jun family Shenzi. Jun Linglong continued, "So, don't expect any preferential treatment based on our friendship. He won't value you just because you're my friend, and don't expect me to beg for you. If I speak up, it'll only make him dislike you more. If you want to get the immortal Qilin elixir from him, you can only rely on yourself." Younger was getting more and more nervous, sweating buckets, feeling that things wouldn't be easy. Back in the present, as the guards surrounded Jun Xiaoyao, Yun'er's face darkened, losing all color, as she gritted her teeth and sweated, thinking, "Welp, we're all screwed. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is done for." After yelling at her subordinates to stop, they blankly turned to look at their beloved princess. Bai Yun'er was using all her brain power to think of a way to salvage the situations. After thinking of like a million possible outcomes, like some superhero wizard, Bai Yun'er quickly approached Jun Xiaoyao. She respectfully clasped her hands in salute, bowed her head, and said, "I am Princess Bai Yun'er of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Yun'er did not know the Shenzi was visiting, and was unprepared to welcome you from afar. Truly inexcusable. My subordinates' clash with the esteemed Shenzi is also due to my poor management. I hope the young master will generously forgive me and the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom." Jun Xiaoyao, the shielded Shenzi, grinned to himself, thinking, "Oh, so this is Bai Yun'er, Jun Linglong's friend." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes twinkled with satisfaction as he saw Yun'er taking responsibility upon herself. Immediately after, Jun Xiaoyao said to Yun'er, "You must be the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom then. Then you must know why I've shown up here." Jun Xiaoyao put his hand to his chin and thought, "But you didn't inform your subordinates beforehand. It seems like you weren't very welcoming of me." Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao turned to leave, waving goodbye. "It was Jun Xiaoyao who came here uninvited, so I'll take my leave." Without a second thought, Yun'er immediately knelt down after Jun Xiaoyao's words, revealing her killer legs. Yun'er slammed her head hard against the ground, showing her sincerity and begging, "Please stop! Please punish Yun'er for offending you. At least, give Yun'er and the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom a chance." Yun'er, at this point, was so desperate to save her father, that she was hitting her head until blood flowed down her face, no longer caring about the dignity of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's princess, or the image of the Vermilion Bird Divine Bird. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Yun'er, seeing all her heartfelt actions. Finally, Xiaoyao raised his hand, channeling the characteristic golden spiritual power of the ancient holy body, and said, "All right, that's enough." Jun Xiaoyao's golden spiritual power gently lifted Bai Yun'er's entire body up. Jun Xiaoyao continued, A princess who embodies the spirit of the entire vermilion bird ancient kingdom shouldn't be kneeling in front of her subordinates. Where's the decorum? Junker had a shocked look, thinking that spiritual power can remotely control things like that. At this moment, with a flick of his fingers, Jun Linglong instantly appeared like she was on crack. Quickly brought table and chairs and poured tea and water, doing everything seamlessly, incredibly skilled. Then, she respectfully invited Jun Xiaoyao to take a seat and enjoy the tea. Bai Yunxie watched this scene from afar. Her jaw almost dropped, her mouth wide open, sweating profusely, marveling. I've heard Linglong's sister say it before, but seeing it with my own eyes is still so surreal. Jun Xiaoyao sat down in the chair, crossing his legs in a cool manner, and said, "All right, I'll give you a chance. How will you convince me to stay within the time it takes to brew a pot of tea?" Younger narrowed her eyes, sweating as she thought. She was extremely worried because the opportunity only came once, and the time was so short. Just a cup of tea. Younger immediately activated storytelling mode. The Fire Province is vast, with 3,000 miles of fertile and rich land, all belonging to the territory of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. If the Shenzi would be so kind as to bestow the immortal Quidlin elixir, to save the life of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's ruler, we gods and royalty, along with billions of citizens in this 3,000-mile territory, are all ready to serve Shenzi. Jun Xiaoyao, after hearing Bai Yunxie's persuasion, sighed, chuckled, and said, "Seems like you're misunderstanding something. The Huangzhou territory, where my Jun family, an ancient aristocratic family, resides, is 100 times bigger than your Huazhou. What's more, the surrounding Zhao regions are also under the control of my Jun family. So why would I need your tiny Huzhao?" Hearing this, Bai Yunxie knew her persuasion wasn't working. She clenched her fist, looking troubled, and said, "Then Younger is willing to submit to Shenzi as her master, only hoping that Shenzi will have mercy and grant her the medicine." Hearing these words from Her Highness the Princess, the surrounding subordinates were utterly surprised and blurted out involuntarily, "Huh, what are you saying, Your Highness? You can't do that." Jun Xiaoyao smirked, pretending to be displeased. Then he pointed at Jun Linglong standing behind him and said, "Do you see who's behind me? This is Jun Linglong, a wanderer for 23 years, pouring tea, washing dishes, doing laundry, making the bed, killing people, arson, assassination. She's proficient in everything. She's my maid." "Do you think you can replace Jun Linglong?" Bai Yunxie, hearing this, blushed with embarrassment and surprise, exclaiming, "Me? How could I compare to Linglong? Gigi, of course not." Jun Xiaoyao feigned anger and yelled, "That's right, you can't. Don't think you can sell yourselves for benefits, young ladies. I'll point you to a clear path. After all, I'm not a devil. The people in this Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom seem to respect you a lot, princess. But I'm not sure if you deserve that respect." Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand towards Bai Yunxie, explaining, "There's something you don't know. Like the great Ho Chi Minh once taught, take the people as the foundation of the nation. If the foundation is solid, the country will be peaceful. If the royalty of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is just trash, unable to even protect its citizens, then why should I waste precious immortal medicine on you people?" Saying this, Jun Xiaoyao stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, his expression utterly arrogant. As he left, he said, "I'll be leaving this country in 3 days. Before then, if you still can't change my mind, it means that both the ruler of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and the undying blaze in my hand are not fated for you." Bai Yunxie fell into deep thought, unsure of what to do. Jun Xiaoyao and Xiao Lingzi left the princess's palace in silence, without a word. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao began to feel the atmosphere getting heavy, cold sweat breaking out. He glanced at Xiao Lingzi behind him, clearly sensing the tension. Xiao Lingzi's face was cold, her eyes filled with murderous intent, making Jun Xiaoyao shudder. Unable to stand the silence any longer, Jun Xiaoyao broke the tense atmosphere. "Linglong, are you blaming me for making things difficult for your friend?" Xiao Lingzi maintained her impassive expression, coldly replying, Wouldn't dare. It's just that I haven't killed anyone, set fire to anything, or assassinated anyone." Linglong's sharp, sword-like gaze from behind made Jun Xiaoyao recall his boastful words earlier. Cold sweat poured out even more as he stammered in fear, sorry. After Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong left Bai Yunxie's palace, Princess Bai Yue went straight to the royal palace, where her father, the ruler of the Chuk ancient kingdom, was struggling to hold on against the deadly poison from the ancient demonic beast, Satsuma serpent. Bai Yunxie gently lifted her father's hand, her eyes full of worry. "Father, I really must do something to save the situation, but I don't know if my decision is correct. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the ruler's sickbed. But with Bai Yucare's arrival, a glimmer of hope seemed to appear in the darkness. After a moment, she continued in a worried tone. The situation of the Chuke ancient kingdom is extremely tense. If this decision is not appropriate, it could plunge hundreds of thousands of people of the country into eternal damnation. The ruler slowly opened his eyes and looked at his beloved daughter with eyes full of emotion. He spoke in a weak but confident voice. If you really want to do it, just do it. Father completely trusts you. Divine fire never dies. Chuke never perishes. Hearing the words of encouragement from her father, Bai Yumier felt her heart fill with confidence. Her eyes lit up as if she had decided on the path she must take. Meanwhile, at the Purple Inn, where Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong were resting, the atmosphere was completely opposite. Jun Xiaoyao, with a carefree expression, held a zither and sang happily with his friends, his comfort and excitement making the whole room burst with vitality. Jun Linglong, seeing Jun Xiaoyao's relaxation, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Does Shenzi also understand such profound and difficult zither skills?" Jun Xiaoyao maintained his cool expression, casually replying with a short but unrestrained sentence, "Knows some. How about it?" After Jun Xiaoyao continued to act deeply, his cold, unpredictable eyes combined with his hair flying in the wind made him look no different from a real SBOY. He looked at Jun Linglong and said, "Linglong, do you know the zither?" Jun Linglong was too familiar with Jun Xiaoyao's fake humility, so she replied immediately, without surprise, "Linglong only knows a few common pieces, but is not proficient in zither." Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Chuke Ancient Kingdom Royal Palace login successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 4-star reward, the ancient sacred weapon, Phoenix Cry Qishan. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the notification, then casually turns to Jun Linglong and says, "It's okay, you just need to know how to play. Teach me a few tunes when you're free, okay?" Jun Linglong, hearing this, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you suddenly interested in learning musical instruments, Shenzi?" Jun Xiaoyao instantly activates his wise mode, points to the sky, and says with an arrogant look, "It's super boring to clear virtual worlds with a cheat code, so I not only want to learn musical instruments, but also all the arts, and even dancing. If I have the chance, I'll become a super VIP carpenter, and mechanic too, hee. He raises his hand to his face, grinning from ear to ear, eyes sparkling as if dreaming about the future. Jun Xiaoyao continues enthusiastically, "Then, I'll think of ways to make computers and develop video games for the heck of it." Listening to Jun Xiaoyao's incomprehensible and futuristic words, Jun Linglong is speechless. In her mind she thinks, "Is this guy really suited to be a Shenzi? He's talking nonsense. Is he okay? Oh well, what can I say?" After a moment of improvising with carefree jokes, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly turns serious and says to Linglong, "What do you think your friend will do to change my mind? I'm a bit curious too. However, that princess needs to be more decisive." Suddenly, from behind Jun Xiaoyao and Linglong, a figure appears. Jun Xiaoyao and Linglong turn around in surprise. It turns out to be Granny Hua, a guard of the Jun family. Granny Hua is extremely serious at this moment, her face solemn as she says, "Little Ling Ezi, your friend just took a letter of annulment to the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao not only isn't worried, but also feels extremely amused, laughing loudly, "A letter of annulment? Let's go, let's watch the show." The three of them quickly head towards the palace of the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. From inside, the cold, deep voice of the first prince echoes, "Xiao Chen, Yuer, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Chen's gaze is serious and cold, his voice full of power. "This joke of yours isn't funny at all." Bai Yumier, standing opposite Xiao Chen, answers frankly and without hesitation, "What I said earlier is exactly what I meant. The Zhuxi Ancient Kingdom is now annulling the engagement with the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. As your highness knows, the Zhuxi Ancient Kingdom has been very busy with state affairs recently. I hope your highness can return to the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom with me immediately. Another day I will personally visit the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom to apologize." Hearing this, Xiao Chen's face darkens, his eyes erupting with anger. "Does your Zhuxi Ancient Kingdom want to humiliate me and the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom?" Hearing the insults from Xiao Chen, Bai Yuye doesn't show any weakness. Her eyes shine with resentment and determination, and she replies confidently, I think it's you who's been humiliating me and the Zhuji ancient kingdom all along. You promised to use the elixir of immortality as the betrothal gift to the Zhuji ancient kingdom, but you only scheduled it 3 years later. Have you ever thought about whether my father will survive until then? And your highness Xiao Chen's henchmen insult the citizens of the Zhuji ancient kingdom in the imperial city every day. Have you ever bothered to care? Do you really want to test my limit? The more Younger speaks, the more her anger erupts. Unable to maintain her composure, she clenches the letter of engagement in her hand and throws it directly into Xiao Chen's face, her voice full of determination. Now I'm telling you, this is my limit. A cornered rabbit will bite. Don't push people too far. The letter of engagement slowly falls, touching Xiao Chen's cold and resentful face. He's so angry that his face is covered in veins, his eyes filled with fury, his voice gritting out each word. You're really quite tough, huh? Having someone backing you makes you completely different, right? Xiao Chen clutches the letter of engagement, his eyes flashing with madness. He continues to provoke, his voice full of sarcasm. I heard the other day that a white-robed young master broke into your boudoir and then left leisurely. That's your new lover, your new support, right? In the end, you're just another man's plaything, using your body to exchange for the elixir of immortality, right? Debasing yourself to that extent. You truly are a slut not worthy of entering the gates of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. Xiao Chen's final insult makes the atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation. While everyone is immersed in the tension, Jun Xiaoyao leisurely uses the stealth technique, a skill he learned during his days of closed-door cultivation. He secretly monitors all the developments between Bai Yumer and Xiao Chen, not forgetting to bring his favorite grilled lamb chop. While nibbling on the food, he enthusiastically watches the drama. Jun Xiaoyao chuckles to himself, his eyes scrutinizing Xiao Chen, thinking, this first prince isn't bad, but let's see how this princess will resolve things after Xiao Chen's cruel insults. Bai Yunger couldn't maintain her composure. Her eyes flashed with anger, but her voice was full of determination. At first, I only thought you were a degenerate intellectual, but now, from the bottom of my heart, I find you truly pathetic. Xiao Chen frowned, unable to understand the meaning of these words. He glared and asked, what do you mean by that? Bai Yunger, with a confident demeanor, doesn't back down. You can only rely on your morbid imagination, along with insults, to salvage your own worthlessness. As a man, you are both pitiful and despicable. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen explodes, his eyes flashing with coldness. Unable to control his anger, he shouts, shut your mouth, you're just a lowly slut. In a fit of rage, Xiao Chen raises his hand, unleashing a palm strike full of azure spiritual power, striking directly into Bai Yunger's chest. Without any defense, Yunger takes the full force of the attack. She flies backward, her body slamming into the wall with a loud crash. The wall shattered, and blood gushed from her mouth. Painting a long streak down the wall, Bai Yunger suddenly collapsed, landing motionless on the ground. Xiao Chen watched from afar, his teeth clenched. His face was a mixture of anger and worry, drenched in sweat. In his heart he cursed, damn it! Why didn't she defend? Didn't even try to dodge? What is this bitch planning? Bai Yunger remained seated, her head lowered, not uttering a word. From a distance, Jun Xiaoyao, still munching on his snack, stared at the scene in astonishment. He thought to himself, holy moly, that last hit probably shattered all of Bai Yunger's internal organs. How's she going to survive this? Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He was so shocked that he blurted out, WTF, what is this? In that instant, crimson flames erupted around Bai Yunger's body. She pressed her hand against the ground and slowly raised her head, looking directly at Xiao Chen with a resolute gaze. The flames surrounding her grew stronger, and the wounds on her body gradually healed. Younger lightly wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and stated directly, I'll take that palm as the end of the relationship between our two nations. From now on, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom no longer welcomes you. Please, Your Highness, depart. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen was consumed by fury. He roared Bai Yunger's name, then charged towards her with murderous intent, unleashing a powerful blow aimed directly at her head. Younger maintained her composed expression, raising her hand in a defensive stance. She let out a small grunt, then channeled the characteristic red spiritual energy of the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame, preparing to counter the attack. Boom! A massive explosion echoed, as dust and smoke obscured the view of both of them. Xiao Chen suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He gritted his teeth as cold sweat poured down. On the other side, even Bai Yunger sensed something amiss. and a look of horror flashed across her face. Immediately after, Jun Xiaoyao appeared, his strong arm firmly gripping Xiao Chen's hand. Despite his struggles, he couldn't break free. Jun Xiaoyao maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "I really liked that answer of yours, Yunier." He smiled lightly, pleased, and continued, "You've convinced me." Hearing that she had convinced Jun Xiaoyao, Yunier was overjoyed and couldn't hide her happiness. She immediately thanked him. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, restrained by Jun Xiaoyao, was sweating bullets and filled with anxiety. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Jun Xiaoyao smirked mockingly at Xiao Chen. "Just like you said before, I'm just a casual fling." Shocked, Xiao Chen went from wary to completely enraged by Jun Xiaoyao's sarcastic words. He swung his remaining hand, attacking directly towards Jun Xiaoyao, yelling, "You're nothing but a dog couple." He used the Heavenly Dragon's sky-piercing fist, launching a blow with his left hand straight towards Jun Xiaoyao. However, Xiaoyao simply put both hands up to block the attack. A loud bang resonated, but Chen's blow caused no damage whatsoever to Xiaoyao. He stood there, his eyes coldly and casually fixed on Xiao Chen, and chuckled. "You're just a small fry." Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, channeling spiritual power, and said with a challenging tone, "I'm sorry, but seeing your dragon fist has made me unhappy." Immediately following, Xiaoyao unleashed the dragon subduing hand, a signature move of the Dragon Clan, with immense power. It struck directly at Xiao Chen. The attack hurtled towards him like lightning, leaving Xiao Chen no time to dodge. He could only exclaim in horror, "What the hell, fake green dragon meets a real golden dragon, I'm screwed." He was sent flying dozens of meters away, coughing up fresh blood, his eyes rolling back, his whole body in excruciating pain. Ymir witnessed the entire scene of Jun Xiaoyao easily defeating Xiao Chen with a single palm strike. She couldn't help but be terrified, pursing her lips and thinking to herself, "What the heck? One palm and he's down?" At that moment, Jun Linglong also appeared beside Yunier, like a phantom that came and went without a trace, which everyone had grown accustomed to due to her elusive nature. Younger leaned close to Linglong's ear and whispered, "Linglong, may I ask what Shenzi's current cultivation level is?" Xiao Chen is considered a famous figure in the 4 ancient kingdoms, yet he was defeated so easily. "Shenzi's cultivation must be extremely high, right?" Linglong replied casually. Without the slightest hesitation, the Jun family's Shenzi is currently only in the late Divine Bridge realm. Hearing this, Yunker began to think about the realm division system. She remembered that the order from high to low was Infant Transformation Realm, Divine Treasure Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Saup. Xiao Chen and she were both at the Divine Palace Realm, while Linglong was at the True Spirit Realm. Yet Jun Xiaoyao was only at the Divine Bridge Realm, even lower than her and Linglong. Thinking carefully, Yunker put on a look of astonishment, even breaking out in a sweat, and gasped, Wait, isn't that winning, while crossing 2 major realms?" Youngir continued to ask incessantly, "How old is Shenzi this year?" Linglong answered extremely concisely, 10 years old. Hearing this, Younger was even more shocked by the 3 consecutive, unexpected blows. Seeing this, Linglong gently explained further, "Although Shenzi is only 10 years old, he looks quite big." Youngir was now like a child who had just discovered a new miracle, her eyes shining brightly with astonishment, and she thought to herself, "Oh my god, this is amazing." On the other side, after taking a hit from Jun Xiaoyao, Xiao Chen tried to prop himself up. Even though he was in pain, he wasn't giving up, yelling angrily, "Don't you dare look down on me!" Immediately, he threw off his outer cloak, tossing it hard behind him. With a grim look and determination shining in his eyes, he raised both hands in front of his chest, gritted his teeth, and started circulating his azure spiritual power. Spiritual energy from his body began to gather towards the sky. Xiao Chen's cultivation level gradually surged from the 4th level of the Divine Palace Realm, then to the 5th, and finally reached the 6th level. Jun Xiaoyao remained calm, his cold eyes full of disdain. He casually said, "HMPH, you're trying to replenish your dragon chi? There's a slight chance, I guess." Xiaoyao's scornful words made Xiao Chen's face flush with rage. He roared, "You little punk, just you wait." Immediately, Xiao Chen unleashed his strongest technique, the Azure Dragon Celestial Throne imprint, slamming it straight down on Jun Xiaoyao's head. Xiao Chen smugly shouted, "Punk, kneel down to me." But Jun Xiaoyao wasn't scared at all, just smiled faintly, nonchalantly replying, "You think you're worthy?" With a light movement, Xiao Yao gathered dazzling golden spiritual power into his left hand. Then he unleashed the true dragon imprisonment art. He waved his hand, and a shimmering golden dragon powerfully appeared, charging straight up to counter Zhao Chen's Azure Dragon Celestial Throne imprint. In an instant, the Azure Dragon Celestial Throne imprint couldn't withstand the might of the golden dragon, and was shattered into tiny pieces. But it didn't stop there. The golden dragon's phantom roared fiercely, continuing to charge towards Zhao Chen with destructive power. Zhao Chen barely managed to shout a couple of times. Now he could only stand there waiting to die like a lost soul, as his trump card was easily crushed. He suddenly realized he had bumped into such a terrifying kid. But now it was too late to regret it. The golden dragon's phantom relentlessly rushed forward, shaking the entire palace, and golden light enveloped the entire imperial city of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. After taking a hit from Jun Xiaoyao's true dragon imprisonment art, Zhao Chen could only sit there blankly, thinking to himself, "What the hell just happened? Why am I lying here? Who is this? Where am I?" Suddenly, the image of the ferocious golden dragon appeared in his mind. Seriously, what a ripoff! And Zhao Chen couldn't escape the fear that this phantom brought. After regaining his senses and remembering everything, he gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. He thought to himself, "So that's how it is, huh?" He tried to raise his head, his face showing obvious pain, his eyes looking towards Jun Xiaoyao, who was standing in the distance with his hands clasped behind his back, looking arrogant. Zhao Chen looked up, both literally and figuratively, thinking to himself, "I really completely lost that kid. He's not simple at all." Jun Xiaoyao looked down from above, his eyes showing contempt for the green worm that Zhao Chen was becoming. Seeing that look, Zhao Chen was so angry that he clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn that little punk's look, thinking he's hot stuff just because he's from the Jun family." Zhao Chen could only let the blood rush to his head, his muscles tensing, trying to sit up to attack Jun Xiaoyao. Even though his body was covered in wounds, he still didn't forget to shout, "You son of a BTCH, don't give me that look and attitude looking down on me." Jun Xiaoyao was extremely calm, glaring at Zhao Chen. Seeing him attack, Jun Xiaoyao didn't reveal any emotion, simply raising his right hand, flicking 2 fingers down, and unleashing the soldier's punishment art. Immediately, hundreds of phantoms of divine weapons appeared from all directions, simultaneously attacking Zhao Chen. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold, but he didn't show the slightest bit of killing intent towards him. Killing an ant doesn't require being moved or showing killing intent. He lightly waved his hand, urging the soldier's punishment art to fully attack the unlucky Zhao Chen. Suddenly from behind, Bai Yun'er shouted, pleading, "Your divine child, please show mercy." Bai Yun'er's words surprised Jun Xiaoyao slightly. He glanced over and realized that her words had come just in time to make him stop. The phantoms of the divine weapons stopped right in front of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's face was extremely surprised, his eyes widening, not understanding why Bai Yun'er was pleading for him. Bai Yun'er raised her hand to signal Jun Xiaoyao to stop for a moment, making a slightly embarrassed face and saying, "Divine child, if you kill this Zhao Chen in the palace of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, then the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom might be in big trouble. Can you throw him outside and then defeat him?" Aha! Zhao Chen thought that everything would be salvaged when Bai Yun'er showed mercy to him. But the beautiful dream that had just sprouted was immediately shattered after her second sentence. He was so angry that his eyes widened so much that even his eye veins were strained, shouting, "Bai Yun'er, you dog, you tricked me." Jun Xiaoyao was a bit surprised to see Bai Yun'er telling him to stop, but after hearing her reason, he happily agreed. "All right then." Immediately, he raised his hand and activated the True Dragon Imprisonment art with his signature golden spirit energy, gently trapping Zhao Chen's body. Jun Xiaoyao easily lifted Zhao Chen into the air with one hand, pulling him up to the sky. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao agree to take him out of the palace to finish him off, and witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's incredible levitation trick, Zhao Chen trembled with fear while grinding his teeth in shock, thinking, "What the heck? He can use spirit energy to control objects in the air? What a monster!" At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao clenched his palm, then yanked his hand back sharply. Suddenly, a phantom azure dragon was extracted from Zhao Chen's body. Jun Xiaoyao flashed a wicked grin, holding Zhao Chen's azure dragon phantom in his palm, and said, Well, isn't this the dragon soul that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom of Yuan is so proud of?" Seeing his dragon soul extracted, Zhao Chen went ballistic, veins popping on his neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he roared at Jun Xiaoyao, "You damned brat, give me back my dragon soul!" Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate, and said with firm resolution, "Too noisy." Then, He controlled his spirit energy with one hand, squeezing and compressing Xiao Chen's body, causing him to scream in agony. Jun Xiaoyao calmly continued to torment the poor Xiao Chen. The Jun family in Huangjiao is pretty bored, you know. If you're free, come and face me from A to Z. Always remember the name of the ultimate VIP, okay? Important, so I'll say it thrice. Jun family of Huangzhou. Jun family of Huangzhou. Have a safe trip to the afterlife. After finishing his trash talk, Jun Xiaoyao straight up yeeted Xiao Chen like a rocket with a powerful throw, sending him disappearing into the distance, shining like a star against the sun, haha. The people of the Zhuji ancient kingdom were bustling about in the streets when suddenly they panicked as some rando fell from the sky. They gossiped. What was that? What's going on? Who is that? Looks like he's badly injured. What the heck is that position? Isn't that the prince of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom? Ha, serves him right. Probably got wrecked by the princess. Bai Yusir, witnessing all of Jun Xiaoyao's actions, was also terrified, pursing her lips, puffing out her cheeks, and sweating, not daring to comment. In her heart, she feared that the dragon soul would bring disaster to the entire palace. Seeing Bai Yungyer's worry, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at her and said, "Don't worry, I didn't kill him. I just shattered all the meridians in his body." Younger's face showed her surprise. WTF? Did I hear that right? Oh my god, he stole the dragon soul, destroyed all his meridians, beat him black and blue, and a single sentence of sparing his life is considered merciful? That's wild. He really is the Shenzi of the Jun family of the ancient immortal clan in Huangzhou, alright? Xiao Chen was now unconscious, and being supported by a messenger from the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. Jun Xiaoyao continued. This Prince Xiao Chen of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom still has some opportunities left. Sooner or later, he'll rise again. At that moment, a jade ring appeared on Xiao Chen's neck, and after Jun Xiaoyao's words, the ring flashed with light, revealing that this guy might have an opportunity like Xiaoyan to come back later. Inside the imperial city, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were unreadable. In his hand was the dragon soul of Xiao Chen that he had extracted, and he said, "By the way, there's still this dragon soul here." Without giving Bai Yunyer a chance to choose, Jun Xiaoyao flicked his hand, causing the dragon soul to faceplant into Yungyer's chest. Damn. I wish I could be that dragon soul, he thought to himself. Jun Xiaoyao entrusted the dragon soul to Bai Yunyer's Zhu Shi divine body. She was extremely surprised by this action, lifting her hands to her chest and stammering, "Really? For me?" Wow. Bai Yunyer knew that entrusting a dragon soul to someone's body was a rare opportunity, greatly affecting cultivation. Moreover, her body was a Zhu Shi divine body. If this dragon soul were to merge with her, balancing yin and yang, her cultivation would develop rapidly. Jun Xiaoyao now played the knowledgeable one, explaining the reason to Bai Yunyer. This dragon soul has the attribute of wood, while your Zhu Shi divine body has the attribute of fire. This dragon soul will be nourishment for your development, and at least it will help you break through a major realm. Hearing Xiao Yao's explanation, Bai Yunyer quickly shoved the dragon soul into her chest, and thanked Xiao for bestowing this opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand to signal her to stop, and said to Bai Yunyer, "Don't thank me so quickly. Now take me to the location of the sovereign of the Zhu Shi ancient kingdom." Bai Yunyer was overjoyed upon hearing these words, hurriedly turning around and inviting Jun Xiaoyao and Linglong to follow her. "Yes, master, please follow me," she said, her feet running non-stop towards the sovereign's palace. Deep inside, in the palace of the sovereign of the Zhu Shi ancient kingdom, a royal physician was carefully taking the sovereign's pulse on his arm, which was covered in red veins due to being infected with a potent poison. After a long while, the royal physician sadly assessed, "Oh no, this isn't good. The situation has become even more serious than before. If we can't find the immortality elixir soon, it's just waiting to kick the bucket." As soon as the imperial physician finished speaking, the ruler suddenly spoke as if he knew his condition. "My great ministers, quickly prepare the imperial edict and writing materials for me. I must pass the throne to your care." The old minister with snow-white hair standing beside him was extremely sad and heartbroken when he heard these words. "Is there really no other way, ruler?" Suddenly Yuker's voice echoed from outside the palace. "Father, I've arrived in time." Bai Yuker quickly ran straight inside, her bare feet unhesitating. She hurriedly said, "Father, your illness can finally be cured." The old white-haired minister suddenly turned to ask "What does your highness mean? Can you explain further?" His heart was filled with hope and worry. The ruler, at this moment, was being helped up by the imperial physician. With great difficulty, he coughed a few times painfully and said, "Cough, cough, is that my Yor?" Suddenly the ruler noticed the person behind Yor, and his joyful expression immediately turned to surprise. Behind Yor was none other than our Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment the ruler immediately asked Yor, "Yor, who is this young master behind you?" Yor quickly replied, "Father, this is young master Jun Xiaoyao, from the Jun family of the archaic clan in Huangju." When the ruler heard the two phrases, archaic clan and Huangju, he suddenly startled. Breaking out in cold sweat, he thought to himself, This is the rumored Shenzi Jun Xiaoyao of the renowned Jun family, who single-handedly defeated Long Haotian, the dragon child of the ancestral dragon nest, and single-handedly withstood the pressure of the Dragon Clan Supreme, even forcing the ancestral dragon nest's Dark Dragon Supreme to appear. I didn't expect this lofty Shenzi to come here himself. Immediately, the ruler of the Zhu Xi ancient kingdom said, "Yuter, quickly help me up. With such a distinguished guest, how can I rudely lie in bed?" Seeing the ruler's actions, Jun Xiaoyao was quite polite and said, "Ruler doesn't need to be so courteous. Let's skip the old formalities." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao used his spiritual power, and a sparkling golden light appeared in his right palm. This was none other than 4 extremely precious roots of immortality elixir. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the 4 roots of immortality elixir, smiled slightly, and said, "Your royal daughter Bai Yuer has passed the test I gave, so I will keep my promise and gift your Zhu Xi ancient kingdom a root of immortality elixir." Even though he had seen and heard everything Jun Xiaoyao had just said, the ruler still couldn't believe what had just happened. His eyes darkened as he pondered, sweating profusely as he remembered his royal daughter and what she had to exchange. Indeed, no one loves a daughter like her father. Hearing about the so-called test, he couldn't help but think of some dirty things. Each root of immortality elixir that appeared caused a stir in the entire Tianzhu immortal realm. Yet he could just wave his hand and take out 4 roots of immortality elixir at once. Indeed, that's the background of the archaic clan in Huangzhou. After showing off his goods, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smug look, "Of course, if the ruler accepts this root of immortality elixir, you must also abide by the promise of royal daughter Bai Yuer. From now on, the Zhu Xi ancient kingdom and tens of thousands of people of the Zhu Xi ancient kingdom will submit to me, Jun Xiaoyao, and become vassals and subjects of my personal Jun Xiaoyao." The ruler was extremely surprised when he heard this. His eyes widened. He turned to glance at his royal daughter Younger to investigate the truth and asked, "Yor, is this true?" Yor nodded to signal her father immediately without thinking. The ruler put his precious knees on the ground, cupped his hands, and saluted Jun Xiaoyao and said, "The Zhu Xi ancient kingdom and tens of thousands of people are willing to submit to and be loyal to young master Jun Xiaoyao." Immediately after the ruler's actions, Bai Yuer, the imperial physician, and the old minister also knelt down in unison, cupped their hands, and shouted, "Even if it's boiling oil or a sea of fire, we are willing to be loyal to the Shenzi. We will not give up." Seeing this action from the ruler and the great ministers, Jun Xiaoyao was also satisfied, smiled slightly and said, "Good, good, very good." At this moment, outside the Zhu Xi ancient kingdom's palace, Xiao Chen, the first prince of the Qinglong ancient kingdom, had stood up with difficulty. His whole body was full of injuries. His clothes were tattered, looking no different from someone who had just joined the beggar gang. He clutched his left arm in pain, dragging each step forward in the curious gaze of hundreds of Zhu Xi ancient kingdom citizens. The surrounding people easily recognized him and immediately started gossiping. "Isn't that the first prince, Xiao Chen of the Qinglong ancient kingdom? Why does he look as miserable as a stray dog who has suffered a bereavement? Haha." Another person added, "I heard that he was dumped by royal daughter Bai Yuer of the Zhu Xi ancient kingdom, and then he was beaten to this state. Who told him to be arrogant before, tolerating his subordinates to oppress us in every way? He deserves it. His fate." Before the contemptuous and mocking words of the people, Xiao Chen could only silently drag his miserable steps, trying to leave the Zhu Xi ancient kingdom. He walked while gnashing his teeth, his heart filled with rage. After escaping the borders of the Zhu Xi ancient kingdom, the anger inside him erupted. He punched a large tree on the side of the road and shouted, "Damn it, I remember your name. Jun Xiaoyao. I will definitely defeat you." Hundreds of punches continuously caused the ancient tree to shake and uproot. But after the burst of anger, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped, stood in contemplation, breathing heavily. After a moment of silence, he clenched his fist, mocking himself. What the hell am I doing? Acting like a crackhead who's high as a kite. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed in Xiao Chen's head. Are all descendants of my azure dragon ancient kingdom as weak and timid as you? Xiao Chen was startled, not believing his ears, thinking that Jun Xiaoyao had hit him in the head so hard that he'd gone crazy. He blankly turned around, looking back and forth, trying to find where the sound came from. In that instant, the jade, shully green ring he wore around his neck suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Xiao Chen froze, immediately picking up the ring to examine it closely. The green light from the ring grew stronger and stronger. Then a wisp of hazy blue-white smoke appeared, gathering into the shape of a dignified blue-haired man. Xiao Chen couldn't help but stare blankly at the scene before him, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Before him was an elder of the dragon race, with an extremely imposing aura. On his head were two blue-white horns, and his deep, unfathomable eyes shone directly at Xiao Chen, as if piercing through his heart. The elder snorted coldly, his voice full of authority. Have you descendants forgotten this old man? Xiao Chen was still in shock, cold sweat running down his cheeks, stammering, You are. In his mind, the image of the majestic statue placed in the center of the imperial palace of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom suddenly appeared, and the image became clearer and clearer. Xiao Chen suddenly exclaimed in a panic, Could it be that you are the founding ancestor of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom? You are Azure Dragon Shangren? Realizing the identity of the elder before him, Xiao Chen hurriedly respectfully cupped his hands in salute, his voice full of respect. Xiao Chen, the Grand Prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, is honored to meet the old ancestor. In Xiao Chen's mind, countless thoughts raced. The elder before him had the same appearance as the statue of the founding ancestor in the imperial palace of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. If it really was this one, the founding ancestor Azure Dragon Shangren, then according to the historical records, he had once reached the quasi-supreme realm, only half a step away from officially entering the supreme realm. Xiao Chen never expected that the relic left by his mother, the Panlong Ring, actually contained the soul of the founding ancestor Azure Dragon Shangren. This made him feel that his fate might not be completely sealed. Azure Dragon Shangren looked at Xiao Chen and spoke, his voice deep. This old one awakened some years ago. When I discovered that you were a prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, I transferred my power and resources to you, but unexpectedly you still suffered defeat at the hands of that Jun family Shenzi. Hearing Azure Dragon Shangren's reproach, Xiao Chen was startled, but immediately angrily shouted, Shangren, you almost stepped into the supreme realm. Is Kara now? In the Chuxi Ancient Kingdom, you're practically the strongest existence. Why didn't you just kill that Jun Xiaoyao right then and there? Azure Dragon Shangren only curled his lip upon hearing that, his eyes full of disappointment, and snorted coldly. Ignorant brat! Who do you think I am? I am now just a remnant soul, with hardly any strength left. And you? Do you even know who that Jun family Shenzi really is? Azure Dragon Shangren had actually been quite pleased with Xiao Chen before. But now seeing him so emotionally unstable that he couldn't control himself, he was extremely disappointed. Even so, Xiao Chen was unwilling, clenching his fists and bringing them forward, angrily shouting, Old ancestor, you are still a quasi-supreme being. Could it be that you can't make the Jun family and Huangzhou show some restraint? Azure Dragon Shangren's remnant soul shook his head, his tone melancholic. You still don't understand. My current strength is only 1/10 of what it was in my prime, but even in my prime, I couldn't do anything to the Jun family. An archaic clan like the Jun family is not something you can imagine. The Jun family has existed for countless generations. Their power far beyond your understanding. Azure Dragon Shangren sighed, continuing. The information you have is still lacking, and your state of mind is so chaotic, how can you accomplish great things? Listen carefully. Jun Xiaoyao is not just an ordinary person, he is one of the Jun family's Shenzi, designated as number 0. Not long ago, the 18th generation ancestor of the Jun family used only 3 sword strikes to obliterate Yulong, a quasi-supreme of the same realm as me. Within the Jun family, the number of strong people like that is countless. If we attack a Jun family Shenzi, in just half a day, our Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom will be leveled to the ground by them. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen's eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. He gritted his teeth, speaking bitterly. Then does that mean I will never have a chance to take revenge on that Jun Xiaoyao in this life? Azure Dragon Shangren glanced at Xiao Chen, revealing a meaningful smile, and said, Descendant, don't lose heart. You are the national fortune son of heaven, of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. The future still needs you. I won't let you fall into such a gloomy situation. Although your meridians and cultivation are currently blocked, there is fortune in misfortune. I will impart to you a quasi-supreme level cultivation method, the Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation Art. This is the cultivation method I once practiced, and now it's time to pass it on to you. Azure Dragon Shangren smiled triumphantly, reaching his hand forward, the blue spiritual energy from his palm radiating brilliantly, transmitting directly into Xiao Chen's body. He continued, the azure sky transforms into a dragon. No destruction, no construction. The hatred and humiliation of today, you must repay 100-fold. Azure Dragon Shangren's words were like a flame igniting hope in Xiao Chen's heart, his eyes suddenly blazing with intense fighting spirit. Awakened from despair, his body as if awakened, seething with determination to overcome all limits, his fighting spirit rising stronger than ever before. Time passed quickly. A few months later, Jun Xiaoyao was sitting in meditation in his room, radiating the majesty and elegance of a talented young man. His dantian was frantically absorbing spiritual energy, transforming it into the golden spiritual energy of the desolate ancient sacred body. That spiritual energy surged violently, permeating his body. Bai Yunyer and Jun Linglong stood nearby, unable to help but admire him. Jun Linglong said admiringly, in just a few months, the Shenzi has advanced to the perfected divine bridge realm. The Shenzi's cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Jun Linglong stood beside her with a calm expression, not at all surprised, and said softly, this speed was considered slow for the Shenzi even when he was in the Jun family. After speaking, her expression became pensive, thinking, it seems the Shenzi has spent too much time practicing the six immortal sword art, so the growth of his cultivation has slowed down. Jun Xiaoyao gradually woke up at this moment, opening his eyes and looking towards Jun Linglong and Bai Yuer, then gently asked, so what brings you two here? Jun Linglong quickly pulled a jade slip out of her pocket, with weird symbols carved on it. She held it up to her mouth and said, this is a message from Jun Chengjian for the Shenzi. Jun Xiaoyao stroked his chin, thinking, Jun Chengjian, who now? Sounds kind of familiar. After racking his brains for a moment, he suddenly realized and went, oh, Jun Chengjian, right, the dude with the bushy eyebrows. Regaining his composure, Jun Xiaoyao asked, Linglong? So it's Jun Chengjian, huh? What does he want from me? Can't imagine. Linglong? Ji? Activate the jade slip. Following orders, Jun Linglong activated the jade slip in her hand. Instantly, it emitted a dazzling light. Jun Linglong quickly read aloud the content recorded inside. The Heavenly Emperor has announced that a strange phenomenon has appeared in Nanyuan Daozhu, and a supreme aura fills the air. This phenomenon is definitely not a coincidence, but a sign that the Heavenly Emperor's supreme secret treasure is about to be born. With this jade slip, Jun Chengjian sends information and greetings to Jun Xiaoyao, the Shenzi. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly, put his hand on his chin, his eyes full of confusion, and said, why is this Jun Chengjian talking so politely to me? Something feels off. Jun Linglong, hearing this, explained, it seems that because of Lan Qingya's matter, Jun Chengjian feels that the Shenzi has helped him too much and wants to repay you. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. If it's Jun Chengjian's kindness, then I'll accept this news. Linglong, Ji, quickly prepare the carriage. I want to go there immediately. While it's hot, Jun Linglong quickly obeyed and went to prepare the carriage. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao turned to Bai Yunyer and asked, how is the state of the Chu kingdom? That is, the ancient kingdom, Bai Yunyer quickly replied, her expression calm. Reporting to the Shenzi, after using the immortal medicine, my father's health is no longer serious and is gradually recovering. Currently, the king is taking advantage of the immortal medicine to both recover from his injuries and break through his long-standing cultivation bottleneck. Hearing the report from Yumer, Jun Xiaoyao was surprised, but tried to keep a cool expression, glanced elsewhere and thought, I didn't expect that weak king to be a master. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Then, Jun Xiaoyao turned to Yunger and said, it seems that you can't come with me this time. You try to handle state affairs first. There will be more opportunities in the future. He pointed at Youngser and instructed, remember, my subordinates must be truly arrogant. If there is anything urgent, send me a letter immediately. I am a free person. There is no reason for my subordinates to be bullied. Bai Yunyer, hearing Jun Xiaoyao's domineering words, respectfully clasped her hands, and bowed to obey the Shenzi. Not long after that, in Kunzhao, one of the 3,000 Dao Chao of the Huangtian Xianyu, the scenery here was extremely deserted. Moreover, the living environment in Kunzhao is barren, bandits rampant, and monsters rampant everywhere, making survival here extremely fierce. Kunzhao does not have any major forces occupying it. It is clearly a desolate land that no one wants to manage. However, precisely because of this, Kunzhao has become an ideal place to practice. Many young disciples from various Taoist forces often come here to hone their strength and improve their cultivation. At this moment, on a dangerous mountain peak in Kunzhao, a familiar figure appeared. He looked straight at the dragon-shaped monsters flying in the distance, none other than the first Prince Zhao Chen of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. He came to Kunzhao to practice, improve his cultivation, and hone the quasi-supreme cultivation technique, Azure Heaven Transforming Dragon Art. Zhao Chen silently observed the monsters in front of him, his eyes full of determination. He turned his hand slightly, and dense blue spiritual power quickly condensed in his palm. With a strong movement, he jumped straight into the monsters, without hesitation. Azure Dragon Skyrending Hand! Zhao Chen shouted loudly. At the same time, a half-dragon human image appeared. His hands turned into powerful azure dragon claws. A burst of azure dragonlight erupted, carrying a mighty force, directly tearing a Unity Realm monster in front of him into pieces. After casting Azure Dragon Sky Rending Hand, Zhao Chen landed gently on the ground. His eyes looked towards the head of the monster that had turned into a rain of blood. The flesh and blood turned into scattered fragments everywhere. After subduing the monster, Zhao Chen stood quietly upright, the spiritual power in his body surging like huge waves, further demonstrating his remarkable progress. It is indeed a blessing in disguise. Thanks to practicing the Azure Heaven Transforming Dragon Art, he is now stronger than before, reaching the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm, and even, when performing the Azure Dragon transformation, he can easily slay monsters in the Unity Body realm. Beside Zhao Chen, a blurry figure appeared, wearing a blue dragon robe. With dragon horns growing on his head, it was the illusion of Azure Dragon Supreme, the founding ancestor of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. His remnant soul exists to protect and guide Zhao Chen in the process of cultivation. Azure Dragon Supreme, with a look full of admiration, said, "Not bad, not bad. In just a few short months you have cultivated to the 4th level of the Azure Heaven Transforming Dragon Art, and actually reached the mid-stage of Azure Dragon Transformation, a real half-dragon. Back in the day, it took me ages to achieve something like that, and you're already..." Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a little proud after Qinglong Shangren praised him like that, but he played it cool with a modest smile. Shangren continued, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, your future is definitely going to be legendary across the 3,000 Dao provinces. You truly deserve the title of Qinglong Ancient Country's Son of Destiny." Zhao Chen got all flustered hearing that, feeling both stoked and burdened, and a little sweat beaded on his forehead. He replied a bit shyly, "It's all thanks to your guidance, Shangren. Without you, I definitely wouldn't be where I am today." Just then, a noisy commotion of people moving came from afar. Zhao Chen turned to see a lady in a white silk dress, face covered, being chased by a bunch of bandits. These guys were members of the Mao Ling Gang, a bandit group with some reputation in Kun province. The gang leader, some dude at the Guiyi realm, cackled with a crude voice, "Hey hey, little beauty, you think you can escape the Ma Ling Gang in Kun province? No way you're getting away today." Zhao Chen, standing on the mountaintop, sharply observed the situation below. Qinglong Shangren next to him spoke up, "These hillbillies probably have some reputation in Kun province. The leader's cultivation has already reached the Guiyi realm." Hearing this, Zhao Chen was slightly surprised. Guiyi realm. Someone at that level living such a degenerate life in this backwater. What a waste, he thought to himself. Down below, the masked woman in the white silk dress cursed inwardly as she ran. Damn it. If I could use my cultivation, I wouldn't have to run like this. But if I do, they'll recognize my identity and drag me back. Her beautiful blue-green eyes were full of worry, but she still glanced back at the bandits with determination. The Ma Ling Gang leader, seeing that he was about to catch up, shouted excitedly, "Beauty, just come home with me obediently." He laughed, acting like he almost caught his prey. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from the sky, diving straight down. Quote, "It was Zhao Chen." After assessing the situation, with incredible speed, he jumped down like an arrow, making a total hero, saving Faithel. Cradamsel entrance. The masked woman saw Xiao Chen's sudden appearance, her eyes full of surprise, intently watching him. Their eyes finally met. Xiao Chen's gaze was cold and resolute, while hers was still wary, unsure if he was friend or foe. Realizing the urgency, Xiao Chen immediately made his stance clear. He headed straight for the bandits, his voice booming with authority. "You bandits, scram right now!" The leader, hearing the challenge, instantly flew into a rage, his face hardening, eyes filled with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere and ruin the Ma Ling gang's good time?" Xiao Chen didn't need many words at this moment, just curled his lips into a cold smile, but like the "See te fo mai ku" kind, and said shortly, "Scram." The leader was so provoked that he went mad, murderous intent erupting in his eyes. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly a fist as big as a meteor smashed straight into his face. The leader didn't even have time to react, and was punched off his horse 10 meters away, falling heavily to the ground. This scene stunned all his subordinates, their eyes wide, mouths agape. After about 5 seconds of freezing, a bald guy managed to close his mouth and shouted, "DMNU. You dare attack our leader. Everyone, go for the kill immediately." The bandits charged at Xiao Chen on horseback. Xiao Chen just glanced at them and coldly snorted. He immediately activated Azure Dragon transformation, his body covered in blue-green dragon scales, and the Azure Dragon wings stretched out behind him, unleashing a powerful punch. Instantly, hundreds of Azure Dragon light patterns exploded like a storm, sweeping everything away. This fierce attack not only obliterated all the bandits like tiny shrimp, but also set the bald guy flying, coughing up blood as he crashed to the ground. Around Xiao Chen, the bandits lay motionless. Some of them died with peaceful expressions, their corpses scattered like they had forever gone to a distant place. The bald guy, although lying dying, was still not resigned to death, and desperately tried to write a last will and testament, but before he could write anything, he faded away. After the totally cool hero saving the kidamsel moment, Xiao Chen glanced at the woman in the white silk dress, looking at her with cold eyes, but with a hint of concern. "Are you all right, miss?" he asked. This beautiful, veiled babe saw that Xiao Chen had already bravely taken down the whole bandit crew and was relieved. She opened her mouth and softly replied, "I'm all right. Thanks for saving me, young master. And might I ask what your name is?" After the fair maiden in the white silk dress greeted Xiao Chen, Qinglong Shangren, hanging out in his shihai, immediately piped up, telepathically warning Xiao Chen, "That chick ain't no ordinary Jane. There's something deep about her. She might even be hiding my existence. If I were to probe with my divine sense, all I could say is that she's some immortal Daolo lineage's pride of heaven. You should build a good relationship with her, 'cause for your future, you might need a huge favor from her when you're up against the Jun family Shenzi." Qinglong Shengren's words got Xiao Chen thinking. He wondered if taking advantage of someone like that was a low move. Nah, but dealing with Jun Xiaoyao is something he can't let slide, 'cause washing away the past shame is a must, and he'd do anything to get it done. Right then and there, Xiao Chen stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful salute to the veiled maiden, and said, "Yours truly is Xiao Chen, coming from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. If Milady wants to train in Kunzhao, you can head to the mountain range in the southeast. There are a bunch of lone demon beasts there that are easier to handle than this wilderness, which also has bandits." When she heard the name Xiao Chen, the maiden's eyes got all curious, and she suddenly realized the name rang a bell. Plus, he's the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's big bro prince. She quickly replied, "This little girl's name is Wu Mingyu. Many thanks to young master for saving me from danger." Just then, in the high heavens, the shadow of a ginormous dragon-shaped demon beast swooped down right over Xiao Chen and Wu Mingyu's heads. Xiao Chen glanced at Wu Mingyu, signaling to her. Then, both quickly moved to a good spot. Working together like a well-oiled machine, they wiped out that fierce demon beast. Xiao Chen and the veiled maiden officially became adventure buddies in Kunzhao, their bond getting stronger by the day. As the sun went down, the air around the bonfire got all toasty. Xiao Chen decided to whip up some barbecue, hoping to catch Wu Mingyu's eye. He skillfully prepped a plate of mouth-watering grilled meat and handed it to her, grinning and saying, "Mingyu, this is for you." Wu Mingyu, with her ever-so-polite grace, accepted the plate and replied, "Many thanks, young Master Xiao." Then she slowly pulled down the white silk veil hiding her face. As the firelight danced across her face, Xiao Chen was totally mesmerized by Wu Mingyu's killer beauty. her eyes like autumn lake water with a bewitching green shimmer, freezing him in his tracks for a good 5 seconds. He'd never seen a girl so drop-dead gorgeous. Noticing Xiao Qian's stupor, Wu Mingyu covered her mouth and giggled. "What are you staring at, young Master Xiao? White deers stare you right in the face. Young Master Xiao seems to have a thing for babes Her light-hearted laughter, with a hint of playful teasing, snapped Xiao Qian out of his daze, making him question himself. Even though he'd met Bai Yuer before, he realized now that Wu Mingyu was a cut above the rest, like a destiny thing. In his heart, a solid feeling grew. He's got to win her over. He purposely sighed, putting on a rare show of gloom, then said, "It's nothing. I'm just thinking about my faithless fiancée again." He muttered under his breath, like he was showing the feels of a betrayed dude. Xiao Qian started to pile on the drama, telling his tragic and messed up past. He spun the yarn about his passionate love with Bai Yuer, a true love that got stabbed in the back. Bai Yuer. "She went and cuddled up with my enemy," Xiao Qian said with a look of pain. "I went to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom hoping to help the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's ruler heal, but the bad guys crushed me with their power, even trashed all my meridians." He paused for a sec, sighed, then kept going. "Then, I was all alone, gritting my teeth, training, looking for a chance to get revenge." This was straight out a novel, a main character full of hurt. Hearing Xiao Qian's story, Wu Mingyu couldn't help but feel bad. "Young Master Xiao? I didn't know you had such a past. Who's your enemy? He's really hateful," she asked, her eyes full of sympathy. "Which power does he belong to? Do you need Mingyu's help? If you do, just tell me, and I'll go get justice for you." In his heart, Xiao Qian was stoked to see her genuine concern, but he kept on acting like a top-tier thespian. He put on a determined face, saying, "No need. This revenge I'll take myself. How can I rely on others?" Xiao Qian's acting made Wu Mingyu admire him even more, and made her want to help him right away. She jumped up, her voice full of power. "Young Master Xiao Qian, no need to say more. No matter what identity or background your enemy has, this Mingyu ain't scared of him. If he dares to use his power to crush others, then I'll make him know what regret means." Wu Mingyu's voice was all pride and boss. "Make him ode." Hearing Wu Mingyu's arrogant words, Xiao Qian was so happy he wanted to shoot off fireworks. But he kept his cool and kept on with the act. He grinned and said, "Mingyu, you're getting too hyped. Grab some grub first. The BBQ's gonna get cold, and it won't taste as good." After that line, the grin on Xiao Qian's face couldn't hide his smugness as he thought, "The immortal divine dynasty's eldest princess is helping me. Jun Xiaoyao, let's see how arrogant you can be." Meanwhile, the main character, Jun Xiaoyao, was feeling kinda uneasy. Sitting next to him, Jun Linglong turned and asked, "Are you all right?" Jun Xiaoyao calmly replied, "Why do I feel like someone wants to mess with me?" He even snorted, thinking about those planning on him like the ancestral dragon nest, Zhao Chen or Yi Qing. But he didn't really care, 'cause in his heart, he was confident that no one could threaten him. Jun Linglong asked anxiously, "Who dares to plot against the Shenzi?" While they were chatting, they were sitting in a cloud, riding chariot flying through the sky. Finally, they arrived at South Heaven City of the southern origin Dao Province. This was one of the 3,000 Dao provinces of the Desolate Heaven Immortal Domain, belonging to the Dao Extremity Heavenly Sect, standing at the top tier of power. South Heaven City was the domain of the Dao Extremity Heavenly Sect, and also the closest city to the primordial heaven supreme being's secret treasure. Beneath Namtian City, a crowd had already gathered, waiting to welcome Jun Chengjian and Jun Shuihuang of the Jun family. Both sides exchanged serious and respectful glances, while welcoming the Jun family's Shenzi. Number 0, Jun Xiaoyao, eagerly stepped down from the carriage, his confident demeanor impeccable. He looked around and said, "Wow, this is quite the lively reception, isn't it?" Jun Chengjian quickly clasped his hands in a formal greeting, bowing towards Jun Xiaoyao. All members of the Jun family followed Jun Chengjian's lead, respectfully bowing and saying in unison, "Jun family descendants pay respects to Shenzi Jun Xiaoyao." In his heart, Jun Xiaoyao thought, "Oh, so this is that dumbass Jun Chengjian who got stepped on." I remember his face now. Jun Xiaoyao then replied, "Cousin doesn't need to be so polite. We're all descendants of the Jun family, no need to be so stiff." Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's sincere and charismatic words, Jun Chengjian grew even more respectful of this Shenzi. His eyes sparkled as if he'd met his idol up close, thinking to himself, Shenzi is truly a super MVP, so tolerant and magnanimous, not holding on to the past. Jun Xiaoyao reached out his hand, asking frankly, "May I ask who this senior is?" An old man with a snow-white beard and hair immediately spoke up. "This old man is the old Taoist of Daoji Tianzong. It is a great honor for our Daoji Tianzong that the Jun family's Shenzi has come." Jun Xiaoyao listened attentively, his eyes probing. "This is the old Taoist of Daoji Tianzong, huh? Heard he's even above the sect master." Immediately after, Jun Xiaoyao quickly returned the greeting to the old Taoist, saying, "This junior Jun Xiaoyao is truly troubling senior to personally welcome me. I'm really ashamed to accept such treatment." Seeing the Jun family's Shenzi adhering to proper etiquette, the old Taoist happily said, "Haha, Shenzi Jun doesn't need to be so polite. This old man has already prepared accommodations for Shenzi, please. This way." Two male cultivators standing by the road whispered to each other, "Hey, have you seen the Shenzi Jun family's looks and demeanor? Jun family's number 0 Shenzi, who can kill Zulong Chao's Long Haoshan at the age of 10. Oh my god, he's so handsome," one male cultivator drooled, raising his hand to his flushed face and saying embarrassedly, "Damn, if I was a girl, I'd be emptying out all the eggs already." Another, with a face full of freckles standing next to him, said, "Not a problem, I'll help you out with a quick snip, hee hee ha ha." If this era had gender reassignment surgery, it'd be a total mess. Tonight in Nantian City, there will be a whole bunch of female cultivators who will have trouble falling asleep. The female cultivators in Nantian City were also swooning and self-obsessed with each other. "Oh my god, Xiaoyao Shenzi just looked at me." A female cultivator with green hair pointed and said, "He was clearly looking at my stunning beauty instead." Although Jun Xiaoyao's appearance had been covered by a layer of immortal bones, even a fleeting glance was enough to make the female cultivators swoon. Dazzled by the gazes and bustling conversations, Jun Chengjian and Jun Xuhuang, who were older, understood the situation, but didn't dare to comment or judge. Jun Linglong coughed a few times to gloss over the situation. In reality, Jun Xiaoyao was only a little over 10 years old and had already attracted so many eyes. What a rare sight! To break the heavy atmosphere, Jun Xiaoyao put on a cool face and asked, "Chengjian, do you know if anyone else from our Jun family is participating in the battle for the Yuantiantian Supreme Secret Treasure this time?" Jun Chengjian calmly turned to reply, "Apart from Jun Chengjian and Jun Xuehuang who are here, Jun family also has Jun Wanji who has already arrived in Nantian City. Currently, the three of us all have Yuantiantian Supreme Order." Hearing Jun Wanji, Jun Xiaoyao asked a bit curiously, "Wanji of our Jun family, have I met this brother before?" Jun Chengjian quickly replied, "Jun Wanji is the person whose ranking number was 5 at your 10th birthday feast. Jun Wanji also came to participate." He pointed and added, "Jun Wanji is the one who has the natural thunder calamity battle physique. He seems to be dissatisfied with your ranking position of 0. Shenzi, you better watch out for this Jun Wanji." Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and thought to himself, "My eye cha-cha, it's not that I don't understand Wanji's feelings, but I'm a whole different category, goddammit. Being envied by Wanji is understandable." Afterwards, Jun Xiaoyao opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry about anything. We are all descendants of the Jun family. If Wanji doesn't secretly harm me behind my back, I will be generous and not make things difficult just because he is not convinced." Jun Xiaoyao's glittering words made Jun Chengjian even more fanatical. His eyes shone brightly as he thought, "Shenzi is truly magnanimous." At this moment, in a certain guest room of Daoji Tianzong, Jun Wanji was sitting in meditation, cultivating his thunder calamity battle physique. Streams of powerful thunder emanated from his dantian. Immediately after, he opened his eyes wide, blue lightning flashing before his eyes. It turned out to be his subordinate coming to report the situation, kneeling and paying respects below. Jun Wanji coldly opened his mouth. "What is it you have come to me for?" The white-haired, red-scarfed person was Jun Wanji's follower named Heitu, who clasped his hands and reported, "Reporting, Jun Xiaoyao has arrived at Daoji Tianzong." Jun Wanji sat still and coldly said, "Good, just as I predicted. I knew that since he snatched the Yuantian Supreme Order from Jun Chengjian, he'd definitely show up here. But who would have thought Jun Chengjian would suck up to Jun Xiaoyao? What a disgrace to the second spot on the self-ranking list. HMPH. These idiots from Daoji Tianzong are utterly useless. How can they compare some brat in his teens to you, young master?" growled Heitu, Jun Wanji's loyal servant, clenching his teeth in anger. Jun Wanji calmly replied, "Hey Tu, you should know that no one is born inherently superior to me. I will prove this to all the elders and ancestors of the Jun family." The scenery shifts to the ancestral dragon and phoenix continent, where a figure in blue shoes is moving with extreme difficulty. Step by step he proceeds towards the crystal-clear waterfall that is flowing and murmuring. The blue figure moves to the side of a rocky outcrop. Beneath his feet a blue light is becoming increasingly clear. Suddenly, with a crash, a blue dragon behemoth emerges from beneath the water. At this time, the blue figure gradually becomes clear. It turns out to be a Dragon Clan member with blue hair and golden eyes staring intently at the emerging blue dragon behemoth, smiling softly towards the blue-haired Dragon Clan member with golden eyes. The blue-haired Dragon Clan member respectfully clasped his hands and said loudly, "Junior Longbianchi expresses his respect to the ancestral elder, reporting to the ancestral elder that some precious dragon bones have been taken from the ancestral land." The ancestral elder replied, "This time, the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault opens. Longbichi, you must enter it to retrieve the dragon bones of our ancestors. Pay special attention to that Shenzi of the Jun family. This time, when Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault opens, there's a high chance he will also enter." Longbichi nodded in agreement. "Obeying your orders, ancestral elder. This junior will definitely bring back the dragon bones of our ancestors." Afterwards, his eyes were absent-minded and he secretly thought, "Is that Shenzi of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, really that strong? This is the ancestral dragon nest, where the bloodline of the Dragon Clan is still rich. So what do you think of him? Could he easily defeat Long Haoshan?" Longbichi calmly replied, "That kid Long Haoshan only absorbed a drop of dragon essence. As for me, I've already completely refined 2 dragon essences. My strength is definitely far beyond that Long Haoshan. How could he possibly compare?" The blue dragon elder was speechless and sighed softly. "You better be careful." Longbianchi respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Bianchi obeys your orders." Bianchi takes his leave. As soon as he left, Longbianchi left thoughts in the blue dragon elder's heart. He thought of his ancient supreme azure dragon lineage, where a princess was sealed inside the forbidden area. However, there is currently no clue about her, and the azure dragon transformation technique has also been lost. If we can find the descendants of the ancient azure dragon, perhaps we can allow her to break the seal and be reborn, he secretly thought. Then the Shenzi of the Jun family is nothing. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen also received information from Qinglong Shengren and exclaimed, "Supreme Dragon Bones!" Qinglong Shengren appeared and continued to explain, "That's right. The secret treasure of Yuan Tian Supreme, the secret vault, has appeared in Nangwang Daojiao. Yuan Tian Supreme previously seized some supreme dragon bones from the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, you must obtain these supreme dragon bones." At this time, Yu Mingyu, standing nearby, also opened her mouth and asked Xiao Chen, "Xiao Chen, do you want to leave?" Xiao Chen replied without thinking, "That's right, the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault has appeared. I must go there to seek opportunity." Yu Mingyu, with her charming beauty behind the veil, said, "Then please be careful on your way." Xiao Chen said nothing, jumping straight onto the back of a demon beast rock. Once he settled in his seat, he shouted, "Mingyu, one day I will come to the Panwu Divine Dynasty to marry you. My name is Xiao Chen," he introduced himself, raising his head high and promised to heaven, forever, without regret. Yu Mingyu, hearing this, blushed quickly and pulled her veil over her face, shyly thinking, "What is he talking about? How could he say such things, knowing that the 2 of us will never have a future?" At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao, the young man of the Jun family, yawned, one hand on his chin, the other holding a cup of tea, lying in a pose like a bored mermaid, and said, "This is so boring. Why hasn't the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault opened yet after so many days?" Jun Shui Huang, sitting below, heard this and replied, "Shenzi, please don't be too anxious. The Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault will probably open in a few days." Jun Chengjian, sitting across from Jun Shui Huang, also continued, "This time the hosts of the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Vault will be Daoji Tianzong, along with many elders from other family sects. They're planning to turn this Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Realm into a training ground for the younger generation, so they need to spend some time preparing it thoroughly." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt even more bored, took another sip of tea, and thought to himself, "So there's really nothing else to do, huh?" Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's boredom, Jun Linglong didn't know what to do either. standing beside him and sweating bullets. After a while she opened her mouth to Jun Xiaoyao and said, "Shenzi, didn't you say you wanted to learn the zither? Jun Shuihuang is here now, why don't you ask her to guide you?" Hearing something interesting, Jun Xiaoyao immediately perked up at lightning speed, looked at Jun Shuihuang who was sitting and said, "Oh, Shuihuangji is a zither expert? I really didn't know that." Jun Shuihuang was a little surprised when Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked her this, along with a bit of embarrassment for being called an expert. Shuihuang glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and replied, "Compared to the favored daughters of the Yan Wuqin family, I'm not worth mentioning. Just a bit of passion for exploring and practicing." Jun Xiaoyao didn't miss the opportunity, and immediately used his ultimate shameless technique, acting cute. He pouted, his eyes twinkling, and leaned his head on Jun Shuihuang's shoulder, whining, "It's okay, it's okay. Anyway, Shuihuangji is better than so many people, you'll teach me, right?" Jun Shuihuang didn't know what to do, sweating profusely with this clingy Shenzi of the Jun family. After being hit by Jun Xiaoyao's shameless technique, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. "Alright, if Shenzi doesn't mind, I'll guide you into the world of the zither." She reluctantly agreed. Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed happily, "Awesome!" Jun Chengjian, standing behind, saw Jun Xiaoyao's super VIP technique and was extremely surprised, saying, "Shenzi has times like this too? I can't believe my eyes." Jun Linglong, standing next to him, glanced away and explained casually, "Actually, Shenzi is only serious when he needs to be." Suddenly, Jun Linglong noticed something beside her. The green tea that Jun Xiaoyao was drinking. She suddenly realized, clearly with the status of a servant, the power of Jun Xiaoyao. He paid attention to the smallest details, and seeing my cup of tea, he was reminded of something. A moment later, in the bustling market of Nantian City, a shopkeeper greeted her. "Looking for tea? You've come to the right place. Our Nantian City's specialty is this Qingxin spiritual tea. The aroma is smooth, sweet, and unforgettable. Currently, our shop only has one box of 10,000-year-old Qingxin spiritual tea. It's the treasure of our shop, so the price is a bit high." Before the introduction was finished, a box of shimmering, dazzling green tea with a gold label appeared, not even waiting for the shopkeeper to quote a price, even though she knew she might be ripped off. Jun Linglong, with a determined look in her eyes, didn't care about the price. She said, "I'll take it." Suddenly, an arm wrapped in red bandages snatched the box of 1,000-year-old Qingxin spiritual tea. It turned out to be He Tu, Jun Wanqi's follower. He tightly grasped the tea box, glared at the shopkeeper, and said, "Hey shopkeeper, I'm taking this box of 1,000-year-old Qingxin spiritual tea." The shopkeeper was sweating profusely from He Tu's threatening gaze. He Tu deliberately caused trouble, then glanced slyly, smiling triumphantly at Jun Linglong. However, Jun Linglong remained very calm, only glanced at him, and turned to ask the shopkeeper, "Where else can I buy this tea?" The shopkeeper was surprised to hear this, stammering, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, He Tu was a little stunned, his mouth still agape, because he didn't expect Linglong to not be provoked by his challenge. He Tu immediately regained his composure, intentionally provoking her even more, and said loudly, "I want to buy all the Qingxin spiritual tea on this street." After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to glance at Jun Linglong, as if to see her reaction. Jun Linglong looked at He Tu, thinking to herself, "Is this kind of idiot high on tea or something? Buying tea to eat instead of rice or something? Seriously?" She didn't hesitate to clasp her hands together and greet He Tu, saying, "You like drinking tea so much? Could it be that you're the famous Taoist rumored in Guangxi Eastern Continent? What an honor to meet you." Hearing this, He Tu went crazy, his neck veins bulging. He thought to himself, "Damn her mouth. This is so frustrating. Why does this girl avoid my provocation, like a thigh boy avoids thin?" Meanwhile, Jun Linglong just thought calmly that, "This idiotic provocation is too familiar to my superior intellect, reminding me of a number of old acquaintances, like Lan Qingya. You're also under the Jun family roof, and being called out." Not far away, a figure hugging a sword appeared. It was Jun Chengjian, the 10th ranked one on the self-reliance list. He stepped out, saying in a heavy voice, "You actually dare to provoke the follower of the Jun family's Shenzi. Don't you want to live anymore?" Hearing these words, He Tu quickly turned his face to look at Jun Chengjian and jumped back a large distance. Facing Jun Chengjian, he felt awkward and scared. Jun Chengjian turned to Jun Linglong and said, "This guy is the follower next to Jun Wanqi. His purpose here is to cause trouble and provoke you. Jun Linglong replied calmly. I vaguely guessed it from the moment I met him.
He-Tu muttered from afar. You're the 10th ranked one on the self-reliance list. Seeing is believing. He-Tu continued to provoke Jun Qingjian by shouting loudly. So this is Jun Qingjian, the 10th ranked one on the self-reliance list. I heard that you were beaten into a pig's head by Jun Xiaoyao, just for fighting over a girl named Lan Qingkao, Lan Qingya or something, right? I didn't expect you to become a suck-up next to that Jun Xiaoyao now.
Jun Qingjian sighed when he heard these provocative words. His face was calm, but his heart couldn't help but burst into anger. He took slow steps towards He-Tu. He-Tu was a little scared when he saw Jun Qingjian's unpredictable actions, and brought his hands in front of his chest in preparation for defense. Suddenly, an extremely powerful pressure erupted from Jun Qingjian, slamming straight towards that black rabbit. He-Tu. His eyes widened, gritting his teeth without time to react, revealing a large scar over his eye. With lightning speed, Jun Qingjian appeared behind Black Rabbit in the blink of an eye, his cold sword resting against the neck of Jun Wanji's lackey, his expression sinking into a chilling frown. Jun Qingjian said, all cool like, You knew my name and position in the Jun family and still dared to provoke me? Did Jun Wanji tell you to do this? Black Rabbit was sweating buckets, feeling death just a breath away. He thought to himself, Crap, that was fast. I didn't even see anything. Jun Qingjian really lives up to his self-sealed title. I'm no match for him at all. Black Rabbit swallowed hard, glanced back, and said with a stiff voice, You know who I work for, and you still dare to kill me. Suddenly, a cold, murderous voice echoed from afar. Qingjian, show some respect. Along with these words, a terrifying pressure weighed down on Jun Qingjian's body. Right. Jun Qingjian's expression changed slightly. The newcomer was none other than Jun Wangxi, ranked 5th on the Jun family's self-sealed list. Jun Wangxi looked at Jun Qingjian, his voice cold and mocking. Jun Qingjian, you're one of the top 10 on the self-sealed list? Yet you're willing to be a follower of Jun Xiaoyao? What kind of charm does he have that makes you all so willing to serve him? Facing Jun Wangxi's violent pressure, Jun Qingjian didn't budge, his eyebrows furrowed, and his tone was hard. Jun Wangxi, what do you want? Do you want to start a civil war before the primordial heaven's supreme secret realm opens? Jun Wangxi's cold and ruthless voice rang out. A member of the Jun family's self-sealed list, now willing to be a follower. If you're really that willing, then remove your self-sealed status. Without hesitation, Jun Wangxi immediately made his move. He reached out, lightning gathered, and divine lightning light manifested around him. Jun Wangxi cultivated a supreme law called Tribulation Passing Heavenly Skill, awakening the lightning tribulation battle body, ranked 300th among the 3,000 physiques, far surpassing others like the Star Cloud Star God King body. Boom! Thunder roared. As Jun Wangxi's palm pushed forward, rolling thunder surged like a flood, crashing towards Jun Qingjian and Jun Linglong. Before that terrifying lightning, Jun Qingjian's figure became incredibly small, like a tiny boat in a vast ocean. Jun Qingjian furrowed his thick eyebrows, gritting his teeth in helplessness. He realized he couldn't dodge the attack, so the only option was to face it head-on. He thought, good thing I was good at physics back then, my calculations are still pretty good. With all his remaining strength, Jun Qingjian unleashed his sword, its dazzling light spreading outwards, colliding with the powerful lightning. Boom! A deafening sound shook the entire space. Jun Qingjian's body trembled violently, shaking non-stop, and he was pushed back continuously. However, he stubbornly resisted the terrifying attack. On the opposite side, Jun Wangxi looked down, his eyes sharp but also filled with admiration. Oh, he realized he couldn't dodge, and used all his strength to block my lightning strike, even using his sword to cut the lightning. Worthy of being a member of the Jun family's self-sealed list? He's got some skill. Jun Qingjian was pushed back by the lightning, sweat soaking his entire body, and he kept grinding his teeth to resist. In his head, he cursed non-stop. Damn it, Jun Wangxi! Crap, this guy is playing for real. I'm using all my strength and I can barely hold on. If this lightning hits Jun Linglong behind me, she'll at least lose half her life. After struggling to resist for a while, the lightning finally stopped. Jun Qingjian was furious, roaring, Jun Wangxi, do you really want to start a civil war in broad daylight in Southern Heaven City, and at this crucial moment before the primordial heaven supreme secret realm opens? If this doesn't end quickly, it'll be a laughingstock for all the other clans to hear. Jun Chengjian's exposing words made Jun Wangxi's eyes flicker slightly, a flash of lightning in his eyes. His voice was gloomy as he replied, "A civil war? This isn't a civil war. I'm just sending a warning and a little lesson to my fellow clansmen. Do you have a problem with that? Today, I'm just advising you and telling that Jun Xiaoyao to be more humble in the future." Hearing the contemptuous and dismissive words, Jun Chengjian felt a chill in his heart, and more sweat trickled down. At this moment, the lackey Black Rabbit jumped out to chime in, pointing directly and shouting, "Let me tell you all, my master is the Jun family's favored son, the great Jun Wangxi. He has the most potential to become the next Jun family head. Ha ha." Jun Wangxi was arrogant and overbearing, but he knew how to restrain himself. He understood that he couldn't let the reckless words of a lackey like Black Rabbit ruin everything. He also knew that the clan elders and the ancestor were closely watching the members of the self-sealed list. Therefore, he cut off Black Rabbit immediately, his voice stern. "Shut your mouth! It's time to go!" With that, Jun Wangxi turned to leave. No matter what, Jun Chengjian and Jun Linglong were members of the Jun family, and it was enough to teach Jun Xiaoyao a lesson. He didn't intend to seriously injure them with that attack. Black Rabbit immediately followed and left with his master. At this time, Jun Chengjian still held his chest, panting. He glanced at Jun Wangxi's retreating back, his heart filled with frustration. Jun Linglong, who had just been shielded from the attack by Jun Chengjian, stepped forward with concern. "Chengjian Xiang, are you okay?" Jun Chengjian glanced at Jun Linglong, intending to say something, but stopped when he saw a box of Clear Heart spiritual tea in her hands, and sweat poured down non-stop. In his heart he thought, was I shielding her to save her, or to save that box of tea? Seeing Jun Linglong calmly holding the precious box of tea she had just bought, Jun Chengjian suddenly had an epiphany, realizing a strange truth. He sighed. So, while I was risking my life to resist that attack, Linglong calmly went to buy tea, and held it so tightly. I've heard of the 7-aperture exquisite heart for a long time, and now I've finally seen it with my own eyes. Truly speechless, so touching it brings tears to my eyes. Jun Chengjian sheathed his sword, trying to look cool in the style of a senior brother. He raised his hand, gave a tired smile, and said to Jun Linglong, "I'm fine, just a little tired." But as he raised his hand, it creaked like it was about to fall off, clearly needing urgent maintenance. Jun Linglong, who knew all about these Kersheng-off moves, simply asked, indifferently, "So, Chengjian Xiang, do you want to report this to Shenzi?" Hearing the question, Jun Chengjian immediately pictured the scene. If Jun Xiaoyao found out he'd been attacked by Jun Wanji, Jun Xiaoyao would be furious, probably just one-shot him instantly. Forget that revenge of a gentleman crap, even one day was too long. Let's go, I'll see him off. Thinking about that, sweat poured down Chengjian's forehead. He didn't even dare to imagine the aftermath. He quickly said, "Nah, forget about it. I've seen the Shenzi's temper before. Besides, the Xiantian Supreme Treasure is about to appear. Can't let this little thing get in the way." Jun Linglong, hearing these surprisingly mature words from Chengjian, gave him a surprised look, totally in disbelief. "Did getting smacked by the Shenzi knock some sense into you, orc? Wow, you've changed fast." Chengjian just chuckled nervously, not daring to say anything else. He used to be a brat, so getting teased like this kinda stung, but he could only grin and bear it. When Linglong and Chengjian got close to their place, some seriously freaky sounds suddenly came from inside, along with weird noises that didn't sound human at all. Both of them froze, completely speechless at this bizarre phenomenon, not even knowing what to call it. Talk about a Bing-Duong unique phenomenon. Jun Chengjian pointed towards where the strange sounds were coming from, hesitantly asking Linglong, Is that sound what I think it is? Nibmine. Linglong was also clueless, so she just shrugged and said, "Probably something like that. Who knows?" Actually, they were right. It was the sound of Shenzi Jun Xiaoyao's zither practice. Jun Xiaoyao was trying to learn the basics, but the sound was excruciating. Jun Xiehuang, sitting behind him, was practically ready to enter a coffin before the Shenzi even got the hang of it. Finally, Chengjian and Linglong mustered enough courage to step inside. As soon as she saw the scene, Linglong couldn't help but laugh. "Just as we thought. Ha." Jun Xiaoyao noticed they were back, and temporarily stopped torturing Xiehuang with his zither. He asked with a smile, "Oh, you two are back? Where'd you go?"
that I didn't know about? However, upon closer inspection, Jun Xiaoyao's face instantly turned serious, as he noticed something was off with Cheng Jian and Linglong's aura.
Jun Chengjian, still wanting to hide everything, quickly pointed to the tea box Linglong was holding and said, "Oh, we went to buy some tea for the Shenzi. This is the special Qingxin Ling Cha, calming spirit tea, from Nantian City."
But before he could say anything else, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Cheng Jian's hand tightly, and asked with a sharp gaze, "Cousin, who did you fight just now?" Jun Xiaoyao was clearly displeased.
Cheng Jian still didn't understand what was going on, thinking that if he didn't say anything, Xiaoyao wouldn't have a clue.
But in reality, Jun Xiaoyao had already noticed it from looking at Cheng Jian's meridians, seeing a large amount of residual lightning energy. If not treated promptly, Cheng Jian could suffer serious internal injuries. Immediately after, Jun Xiaoyao said sternly to Jun Chengjian, "Cousin, try to bear with it for a bit." As he spoke, Jun Xiaoyao channeled his golden lingli, spiritual power, into Cheng Jian's body. Cheng Jian was bewildered, increasingly confused, his mind a mess. He thought, "I just got out of listening to horror music, now the Shenzi's holding my hand, and saying things I don't understand. Where am I? Who am I?" While he was still confused, suddenly thump, something hit his stomach like a thunderbolt. Jun Xiaoyao had used the unique lingli of the Taigu Shengti to expel the accumulated lightning energy from Cheng Jian's body. But this method was somewhat brutal. Cheng Jian, who had just been beaten up outside, was now like a kid trying to hide a fight from his mom, only to get caught and get another beating. With Xiaoyao's special lingli and skilled technique, Cheng Jian's meridians, blocked by the lightning energy, were quickly cleared, allowing the lingering lightning energy to gradually dissipate from his dantian and spread throughout his limbs. However, this sensation of clearing meridians was not pleasant at all, so painful that Cheng Jian had to grit his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he thought to himself, "Damn it, I didn't even realize Jun Wanji left this nasty effect in my body."
After a while, Jun Xiaoyao had illuminated every meridian in Cheng Jian's body, making the entire room glow brightly. Once it was over, Cheng Jian was panting, sitting slumped on the floor, exhausted. Jun Xiaoyao had also withdrawn his lingli, sitting still for a moment. Cheng Jian gradually felt a sense of vigor returning. He thought to himself, "Amazing is today. Thanks to the Shenzi's lingli, my meridians and all the residual lightning energy in my body have been cleared." After helping Cheng Jian deal with the danger, Jun Xiaoyao asked sternly, "Cousin, I'm asking you one last time, think carefully before you answer. Who did you really fight?" At Jun Wanji's residence, the atmosphere was tense, as his subordinates discussed their master's strength. One bold individual said, "The young master's power is top tier among the heavens chosen. Why not just go and put that Jun Xiaoyao in his place?" Another subordinate replied thoughtfully, "That Jun Xiaoyao possesses the Huanggu Shengti, desolate ancient sacred body, and the Zizun Jiyu, supreme bone. He can't be underestimated. Besides, the Yuantian Zizun secret realm is about to open. Fighting him now would affect my state. If other clans take advantage and act as the fishermen reaping the benefits, the Jun family's interests could be harmed." Haitu, a loyal subordinate of Jun Wanji, showed his dissatisfaction. He crossed his arms, stood up angrily, and said loudly, "HMPH, those damn old farts from the other clans? Are they really looking down on others like that?" However, Jun Wanji remained calm and made a judgment. If that Jun Xiaoyao actually has a brain, he'll wait until the Yuantian Zizun secret realm is over before coming to settle the score with me. But just then, a shocking tremor suddenly erupted outside the mansion, shaking the entire area, causing Jun Wanji to frown and click his tongue in annoyance. Just as he realized something was wrong, he and Haitu quickly jumped out the window. But at that very moment, a powerful seal descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing straight into the pavilion. The Dago seal, carrying destructive power, directly turned the entire area into ashes, creating a giant crater with cracks spreading all around. That desolate scene left a deathly silence. In just a blink, Jun Wanji's massive construction had been completely wiped out. This terrifying Dayo seal was none other than the renowned human king seal. High in the sky, Jun Xiaoyao appeared, with one hand clasped behind his back, and the other having just released the hand seal. Clearly, the human king seal that had just descended was launched by him. For Jun Xiaoyao, the saying "a gentleman takes 10 years to get his revenge" simply didn't exist. Anyone who messed with him would get an immediate payback. With a cold yet arrogant expression, he spoke,
I'm not one to let things slide. If anyone dares to offend me, I'll hit back right away." Jun Xiaoyao's sharp voice echoed, carrying rumbling thunder across the sky, making Jun Wanji feel incredibly tense. Immediately, a figure enveloped in lightning soared into the sky. It was Jun Wanji. He stared intently at Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes blazing with intense bolts of lightning, indicating extreme rage. Jun Xiaoyao's daring attack before the opening of the primordial heaven supreme secret realm surprised and displeased him. Just a moment ago, he was confident that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't act so rashly, but unexpectedly, in the next moment, he was struck head-on by his opponent without hesitation. Jun Chengjian, standing below, secretly shed tears in his heart, lamenting, "It's because things would turn out like this that I didn't want to say anything." Jun Wanji restrained his anger, his eyes sharp as knives, revealing a hint of resentment, and coldly asked, "Jun Xiaoyao, what do you actually want?"
Jun Xiaoyao cast a stern gaze down, his voice retaining its majestic authority. "I'm here to ask you, what's the meaning of this? The primordial heaven supreme secret realm is about to appear, yet you attack your fellow clan members, causing rumors of internal strife within our Jun family to spread. Moreover, who gave you, Jun Wanji, the audacity to touch this Shenzi's people?" Jun Wanji clenched his fists, his eyes coldly replying, without yielding, "I was just giving them a slight punishment, a minor punishment, not really anything serious. That doesn't concern you at all, Shenzi of the Jun family. Do you have to be so petty?" Beside him, He Tutun appeared, his eyes revealing fear upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao. Even though he had heard of his reputation, this was the first time He Tuki had directly faced him, and he never expected Jun Xiaoyao's imposing aura to be so overwhelming. Their hiding place was turned to nothing with a single strike, leaving a deep fear in He Tuki's heart. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, his gaze moving towards He Tu, his tone mocking yet arrogant. "You're right, I am just that petty." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao's figure flashed like lightning, quickly passing by Jun Wanji, causing him to widen his eyes in shock.
Jun Wanji immediately turned around, panicking as he realized the danger coming from behind. In an instant, a hand reached out, resembling the five-finger mountain, the heavy pressure pressing down, causing He Tun to feel like he was falling into an ice cave, a bone-chilling coldness spreading through his mind. He Tun trembled, his soul seeming to be strangled, only able to stammer in utter fear, unable to utter a word.
"No way, how could this be?"
He Tu muttered in fear. Jun Xiaoyao's power was too overwhelming, like a true god, making him feel like nothing more than a helpless weakling facing boundless power. Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly lifted He Tu with one hand, his gaze cold but still maintaining a refined demeanor, then slowly pressed He Tu's head into the ground with a resounding thud. The powerful collision sound shook the heavens and the earth, the vibrations spreading even to the sky, creating a magnificent yet terrifying scene.
Jun Xiaoyao turned to Jun Wanji, his voice calm but full of sarcastic undertones. "I only gave your lackey a light punishment, nothing life-threatening. You probably don't mind, right?" Jun Wanji stared at He Tu, his eyes filled with helplessness and anger. Everything happened too fast. In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao had surpassed even the speed he always prided himself on with the lightning tribulation battle physique. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao released He Tu, his hand still carrying a residual echo of power, and indifferently said, "Saying I did this is just a response to my clan brother's leniency towards my subordinate."
You should be surprised, right, He Tu? After the violent impact, He Tu, with his head still buried in the ground, his body trembled weakly.
Jun Wanji was humiliated by Jun Xiaoyao's sarcasm, his self-esteem severely damaged, and angrily shouted his opponent's name, his eyes burning with thunderous intent. He immediately raised his hand to cast a lightning spell, the powerful lightning transforming into a giant hand, heading towards Jun Xiaoyao to suppress him. Jun Xiaoyao showed no fear. With a wave of his hand, a dragon aura burst forth, forming a golden dragon claw directly confronting Jun Wanji's lightning hand. He snorted coldly, his tone sharp. "Clan brother claims to be tolerant and generous, but when faced with this, you become enraged. Are you just another double standard like the other aristocratic families?"
Jun Xiaoyao had indeed followed Long Haoshan in the dragon origin to master the divine ability Severing Dragon Hand. When his attack collided with Jun Wanji's, a terrifying force erupted, creating aftershocks that shook the surrounding sky. The confrontation happened in a short moment, before Jun Wanji realized something was wrong. He couldn't believe the reality before his eyes. Suddenly, a bang resounded. Jun Wanji was knocked away, his arm mangled like a pile of rags, His 5 fingers deformed, and the bones in his arms shattered, emitting crackling sounds.
Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao remained calm and unwavering, watching the figure of Jun Wanji being knocked away. He too, after regaining consciousness, saw his master being knocked away like a shrimp in the market, and went crazy with anger, shouting, "F you!" He immediately used the special technique of the He Yun clan, turning his aura into black mist and cursing Jun Xiaoyao, "Damn you son of a BTCH, go die!" Jun Xiaoyao coldly glanced at He Tu, and the latter's expression suddenly paled, feeling like his ancestors were calling his name. He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, and uttered a miserable cry. Hastily, He Tu once again attempted to transform his aura into black mist. But all the black smoke was instantly absorbed and refined by a ray of bright golden light from Jun Xiaoyao, disappearing without a trace. Jun Xiaoyao said nothing, unleashing his underworld furnace. The underworld furnace was like a furnace for refining gods and devils, emitting an endless attraction towards He Tu. He struggled in vain, reaching towards the light source of the underworld furnace, unleashing everything he had, but all his efforts were futile. In just a few breaths, He Tu Drak was officially absorbed and refined by the underworld furnace, his miserable cries echoing from within.
Jun Wanji was sent flying, and seeing his follower being refined, he lost his usual composure. The rage in his heart surged, making his hair stand on end, his eyes shooting out 3 feet of lightning, showing extreme anger. He couldn't accept his follower being killed right before his eyes. It wasn't just a loss of face in front of everyone, but also their utter annihilation.
He roared furiously, "Stop it now!" But immediately he lost the will to say anything more.
He knew the consequences would be severe, but at that moment, Jun Wanji just wanted to crush Jun Xiaoyao under his feet. He reached out and grasped the lightning, summoning the Lightning Tribulation Battle Body. Among the 3,000 constitutions, this one ranked in the top 300, famous for its ability to withstand heavenly tribulations, making the physical body unimaginably strong. Moreover, the Lightning Tribulation Battle Body had the special ability of rapid recovery. His shattered arm was now quickly returning to its prime. Then, Jun Wanji formed hand seals to cast a clone technique. With just a glance, surging lightning erupted, and he chanted, "I cultivate the supreme Dharma. I am the one who possesses the Lightning Tribulation Battle Body in this era. I am the Heavenly Executioner. I control all the myriad tribulations." He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, and trillions of layers of lightning shot out from the void, interweaving with each word of the hand seal. Jun Wanji was like a lightning god descending, a blazing blue light appearing between his eyebrows, his arrogant aura directly attacking Jun Xiaoyao, a terrifying pillar of lightning slamming down on him. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained utterly calm, glanced up, and said indifferently, "What, heavenly executioner of this era, lightning god of annihilation? Trisk, you're being ridiculous, dude."
His black hair fluttered, and a cold voice spoke, carrying boundless dominance. Immediately, thousands upon thousands of sharp weapons and divine armaments appeared around Jun Xiaoyao. He used his left hand to manifest the art of weapons: blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and chains. All kinds of divine weapons condensed from the void, carrying a sound like shattering heaven and earth. His right hand then transformed dragon energy into a true dragon as vivid as life. This was the hidden dragon source, where he refined the ancestral dragon nest divine ability, the true dragon trapping heaven technique. Combined with the Jun family's renowned art of weapons, it created a shocking and majestic scene. This double aura of authority seemed to sweep across the blue sky, creating a terrifying tremor. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his hand towards Jun Wanji to unleash a simultaneous attack, saying coldly, "Those who rely on power to oppress others will not have a good end. What happens when you bully the weak? I'll show you." The 2 moves appeared simultaneously, the true dragon phantom exploding, and the sky rumbled, colliding with the black tribulation clouds and the lightning, causing the world to shake to the point of collapsing. Jun Wanji barely managed to blurt out, "Holy crap, what the heck is this?" He struck a cool pose straight out of the textbook, but inside he was worried. Daring to act like a lightning god when you're so weak? I'm about to be fried into a pig's head. In Jun Wanji's pupils, there was only the image of the golden dragon phantom, which would surely haunt him for the rest of his life. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Jun Wanji was blasted to pieces, flying in the wind with the unfeeling rocks and soil. As for that black rabbit, it was struggling in the purgatory furnace, which now rested snugly in Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Seeing the small and adorable black rabbit,
Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile. Ha ha. Finally, Jun Wanji totally lost his marbles like one of those superhero movie plot twists, splat, and just collapsed like a dead dude, totally out of it. On this side, Jun Xiaoyao coldly closed the lid of the purgatory furnace, creating a tragic ending for the boastful Black Rabbit.
Then, Jun Xiaoyao flew towards Jun Wanji, his esteemed cousin.
He clasped his hands behind his back, looking down with an unfathomable expression. Jun family's fifth ranked self, declared, now lay miserably on the cold ground, only able to try and prop himself up with great difficulty. After struggling to get up for a while, Jun Wanji realized that no miracle would happen. He fell face down in pain, one hand propped on the ground, the other clenched into a fist. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Damn it, how could I lose to Jun Xiaoyao?
Without another word, Jun Xiaoyao delivered a sky-rending kick to Jun Wanji, sending him flying. Jun Wanji fell into the huge pit that was created by the collision of the two moves earlier. He dug his own grave, burying his future, a truly tragic screw-up. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were now cold and decisive, causing both Jun Chengjian and Jun Xuehuang standing beside him to not dare speak up. They could only sweat nervously, waiting for the divine child's final decision.
From the bottom of the pit, Jun Wanji was still unyielding, unwilling, continuing to curse his rotten luck. I can't be defeated like this. If you give me a little more time, just a short 10 years, I wouldn't have fallen into this predicament.
Jun Xiaoyao then jumped down, landing right in front of Jun Wanji and sneered, "How strange, dear cousin, and a washed-up has-been like you isn't even worthy of being an opponent that I'm interested in. Even if you had 10,000 more years, you could only futilely look up at my back. You think you can surpass me in 10 years? Right now you can't even beat a toddler like me, and in this pitiful state, you dare to say those words? What's more, you were even dreaming of training hard for 10 years to beat me when I'm 11? Your clan really has a rich imagination, but it's a bit brainless, haha." With just a few words, Jun Xiaoyao not only wounded Jun Wanji physically, but also mentally. His face was burning with hatred, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao high above. He was so angry that his Daoyao heart almost collapsed from the shock of the battle just now.
The cultivators of South Heaven City started curiously gathering around to check out the situation. What happened? Why is there such a big commotion? Another one exclaimed, "Oh my God, my house is in ruins." Another young man, seeing the scene before him, trembled and sweated. It seems like it's the Jun family's internal conflict. The family squabbles seem pretty brutal.
Jun Chengjian felt that the situation was getting out of control and thought to himself, "This is bad. My lord, the nameless cultivators of South Heaven City are gathering more and more. If this continues, our Jun family will become a laughingstock for the other great families." Then, Jun Chengjian quickly sent a telepathic message to Jun Xiaoyao. "Shenzi, please make a decision regarding Jun Wanji quickly. We can't let this situation drag on any longer." Jun Xiaoyao maintained his cold expression, hands clasped behind his back, and replied calmly, "I understand."
Then, he gently reached out his right hand, grabbed Jun Wanji's stiff head, lifted it up, and said mockingly, "My clan member, what did I, Jun Xiaoyao, ever do to offend you? Just because of your petty pride and a few coins of self-respect, you turn things into this. Don't you think it's really foolish?" Then Jun Xiaoyao released his hand, turned his face away, and continued, "We are from the same clan, brothers to each other, not enemies who must compete. We should have been advancing together, so why fight each other?" Jun Wanji coughed a few times painfully, and replied, "Cough cough, the Jun family has never cough."
Before he could finish speaking, Jun Xiaoyao interrupted. "You are a branch family of the Jun family, never treated kindly since birth, and your cultivation resources are more limited than mine, so you're jealous of me?
Thinking that I'm just a good-for-nothing filled with resources who doesn't deserve them? And inferior to you? That's why you used your strength to bully the weak and attacked your fellow clansmen?" Jun Xiaoyao sneered and concluded, "So you dare to call yourself acting on behalf of the heavens with such a narrow mind?"
Jun Xiaoyao finally made a decision, his voice clear and authoritative, ringing out towards Jun Wanji. "Now, I'll give you two choices. One is to submit to me, be bound by a slave seal, and become my servant.
Or choose death." Jun Wanji's face turned pale in an instant, his teeth clenched, his eyes showing confusion and fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "Jun Xiaoyao, do you really want to kill me?" Jun Xiaoyao replied calmly, without the slightest hesitation, "Why not? Even if I kill you, Will the Jun family blame me? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes darkened slightly, full of coldness and indifference, staring at Jun Wanji. After all, you are just a branch family of the Jun family, and you even intended to harm your fellow clansmen.
Hearing these words, Jun Wanji could no longer maintain his composure, struggling to get up in despair.
But immediately, Jun Xiaoyao raised his head, his voice cold and authoritative, resonating.
Kneel down. An immense pressure descended. Jun Wanji was weighed down, his body unable to withstand it, and both knees buckled to the ground.
Jun Xiaoyao continued, his voice as sharp as a knife. I don't have much patience. You only have 3 breaths to decide.
Jun Xiaoyao's counting voice rang out,
each word like a slash at Jun Wanji's will. His whole body trembled violently, his head lowered, his heart churning with mixed thoughts. He knew that if he died here today, no one would vindicate him. But if he submitted to Jun Xiaoyao, his Dao heart would completely collapse.
He would have to endure a lifetime of slavery. If he refused, Jun Xiaoyao would definitely take his life.
Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jun Wanji kneeling before him, his expression unmoved. He understood that killing Jun Wanji would not bring any consequences to himself, but at the same time, he had no interest in taking his life unnecessarily. There were few people in the world who were truly not afraid of death, and Jun Wanji was no exception. The second count rang out. In that short moment, the figure of a girl with orange hair and wearing red and white clothes appeared in Jun Wanji's mind. Her appearance was unclear, but that figure was an obsession he had never let go of. Her gentle voice echoed in his heart, Wanji gauged. Emotion stirred in Jun Wanji's heart, and he gritted his teeth in unwillingness, even cursing endlessly in his heart. He really didn't want to submit to Jun Xiaoyao, but he couldn't let death bury his unfinished obsession. As soon as the final count ended, Jun Wanji immediately lowered his head, knelt, and bowed towards Jun Xiaoyao, and said with difficulty, Jun Wanji submits. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised, because he believed that Jun Wanji, with his arrogant personality, would choose death rather than willingly kneel before him. But then he nodded slightly and said indifferently, if only you knew this day would come, why did you have to be like this in the first place? With that, Jun Xiaoyao gently raised his hand, urging a powerful surge of spiritual energy, forming a deep, golden mark, then pressed it directly onto Jun Wanji's forehead. Jun Wanji felt the burning pain, and both his physical body and his proud, Dao heart were severely damaged. He understood that this was the slave seal. A soul imprint was planted inside his divine palace. Planting a slave seal requires agreement from both parties. Otherwise, it's super tough to pull off, but now that it's done, Jun Xiaoyao has total control over Jun Wanji's life and death. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jun Wanji, eyes sharp, but a hint of contemplation flickered through them. He didn't expect Jun Wanji to choose servitude over death. It was totally unexpected.
Even so, deep down, Jun Xiao didn't really want to kill Jun Wanji
unless he absolutely had to. Right then, Jun Wanji sighed, a look of frustration in his eyes, but then he said earnestly, Young master, I have a younger sister. When she was little, she was exiled to the lower realms, and I swore I'd bring her back to Shanyu. Because of that oath, I can't die. Jun Xiaoyao heard Jun Wanji's words,
tears streaming down his face, and just nodded in agreement. The sight of a tough, arrogant Jun Wanji suddenly bursting into tears shocked Jun Chengjian,
who blurted out, WTF, what the hell, the most stubborn dude in the top 10 acting like a crybaby. Wanna blind my eyes.
After this went down, the news of Jun Wanji's submission to Jun Xiaoyao spread throughout Nantian City. People were gossiping everywhere. From taverns to street corners, everyone was talking about this shocking event. One guy in the crowd said, Hey, you hear the news about Jun Xiaoyao? That Jun family Shenzi straight up suppressed Jun Wanji and even used a slave seal on his own clan brother.
Another nodded. The strong rule, what's there to discuss? You can't hold your position without some ruthlessness. A third chimed in, Stop dreaming. Who is the Jun family Shenzi? That's an ancient immortal clan. How dare a nobody like you even fantasize?
The whole group laughed, not letting go of the wine cups in their hands. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao had returned to his pavilion, and before he could even catch his breath, Jun Linglong's cold gaze locked onto him, followed by 4 icy words. Divine child, Your Grace. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt a chill down his spine, sweat breaking out, and he quickly tried to explain, Hey, don't look at me like that. I really didn't want to make a scene. It's just for the sake of the family. Plus, I sorted things out for Qingjian, didn't I? Jun Chengjian, standing nearby, paled when he heard that, thinking to himself, holy crap, this guy is selling me out without a second thought. Meanwhile, Jun Linglong calmly replied, Jun Xiaoyao, I'm not blaming you, I'm just worried about you. Whether it's Lan Qingyao or Jun Wanji, you're always so generous in sparing their lives. Why do you always have to deal with things like that? Did they live because they were highly valued by you? Or, conversely, because they were underestimated by you? Hearing Linglong frankly express her views as if she were lecturing Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Qingjian sighed in admiration. Whoa, Linglong is badass, actually daring to say that, so awesome. But before Qingjian could fully process his admiration, Jun Xiaoyao coldly retorted, So Linglong, you wanted me to kill that Jun Wanji guy? Jun Xiaoyao's words made Jun Qingjian flinch, not daring to make a peep. Jun Linglong lowered her head slightly and continued to speak honestly. The divine child's lenient attitude towards Lan Qingya and Jun Wanji has created a ripple effect. People are starting to think that the Jun family's divine child is kind and gentle, not scary even if you offend him, at least not to the point of death. In fact, if they're as lucky as Jun Wanji, they might even be protected by you and receive cultivation resources. Because of this, there will probably be more people deliberately trying to provoke the divine child from now on. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao recognized Linglong's good intentions, so he rested his hand on his chin, smiled, and replied, But I didn't accept everyone in the end, right? Didn't some people lose their lives for daring to mess with me? Like that black dude, Hey Tu, or whatever his name was? Jun Linglong was still unconvinced and prepared to argue. But Jun Xiaoyao quickly interrupted her. Okay, don't mention that anymore, little Lingzi. Let me tell you a story. Jun Linglong was stunned, sweat beading on her forehead, thinking, What's this? Don't tell me it's another super, computer, or game story. Jun Xiaoyao began to tell the story, his voice gentle. The story is about a young boy, orphaned from a young age, living alone and in poverty. One day, he was adopted by a blind fortune teller. He lived with the master, enduring many hardships, but still always helped others. One day, after going out, he returned with a swollen face and covered in injuries. The blind fortune teller sat across from the boy, gently stroking his swollen cheek, and said softly, Little devil, who did you offend this time? The boy angrily replied, Damn it, I was just trying to save two stupid animals that were drowning, but when they got ashore, they hit me and demanded I push them back into the river. Look at my face. It hurts so much from being beaten. The blind fortune teller listened and still gently asked, Does this make you uncomfortable? The boy, covered in injuries, replied loudly, How could it not be uncomfortable, master? Those two animals started the trouble with me, and then they beat me. The blind fortune teller smiled, patted the boy's hand, and continued to ask, So, if you had a noble status, would those little beasts dare to do that? He immediately replied, No, master, but I think if they could, they would exploit me and extort money from me. The blind fortune teller nodded and asked again, If today's events were to repeat, would you continue to save such little beasts? The boy scratched his head and thought for a moment before replying, I think I probably still would. I don't really care about the life or death of those little beasts. If one day they're beaten to death somewhere that I don't see, it's okay. That's their fate. But if it happens right in front of me, I can't ignore it, because I feel at peace and free in my heart when I help them. The blind fortune teller smiled softly, nodded, and said, It's good that you understand and can say that. Just do things and act according to your heart. I often call that Xiaoyao. The little dude sat there deep in thought, soaking in every word of wisdom from his mentor. The blind fortune teller ruffled his hair, adding, Just keep living it up carefreely like that, and one day you'll be favored by the heavenly Davio and stand at the pinnacle of glory in this world. The kiddo was in daze for a moment before replying, Are you trying to comfort me, master? Holy moly, this story is terrible, thought Xiao Lingzi, who had been listening from start to finish and just wanted to roll her eyes. Seeing the story end, Linglong immediately asked, Hey Shenzi, aren't you being a bit too obvious? Aren't you implying that the person in the story is you? Jun Xiaoyao put on a mysterious air, acting like a wise sage, and replied, Who knows? Then he pointed down below and said,
Lan Qingya, Jun Wanji, or anyone else for that matter, even if I kill them all, the number of idiots who come looking to challenge me won't decrease at all." He paused for a moment, his eyes sharp, and continued.
"Right now is a period of intense competition, an era where new great emperors will be born. Do those guys think that if I kill a few people, they'll be scared and obey me?
How naive. I spare their lives not because I'm kind, but because I find it amusing to do so." Jun Xiaoyao then pointed straight at his own face, declaring loudly, "My name, this Shenzi's name, is Xiaoyao. If I had to care about what other people think, in every little thing I do, what kind of Xiaoyao would that be, huh?"
Jun Linglong, super smart, understood everything from the slightest hint, while Jun Qingjian continued to play the role of the year's comedian. His eyes sparkled, admiring Xiaoyao's coolness. Linglong understood Jun Xiaoyao's point of view. Her eyes flashed with spiritual light, and she said, "I get it now. Everything depends on your will." While the three of them were chatting and telling super bland stories to each other,
not far away in another grand building, a hand appeared, resting on the wooden railing. A male figure appeared. This young man wore a golden robe, with handsome features and skin as white and smooth as jade. This man had sharp eyes, revealing a hint of something, and whispered a familiar name, Jun Xiaoyao.
Meanwhile, Jun Shihuang was busy recovering that Jun Wanji guy, whom those two must have had a relationship from a long time ago, but only now got the chance to get all tangled up like brothers, turning the cool dude into a mummy again, ha ha ha. After the appearance of the young man in the golden robe, it turned out that he was one of the people from the Imperial Three Families. The Imperial Three Families are one of the largest forces in the Huangtian Xianyu, considered the foundation of the archaic aristocratic families. The Imperial Three Families are known for having the most prestigious reputation and the strongest foundation, with even more outstanding younger generation geniuses. The three great archaic aristocratic families. There's no need to say much about the Jun family, always having geniuses appearing generation after generation. In the previous generation, Jun Wuhui alone, Jun Xiaoyao's father, was enough to firmly establish the Jun family's position in the Imperial Three Families. Currently, on the self-reliance list of 10, Jun Xiaoyao is one of the most unpredictable and monstrous variables in the Imperial Three Families.
Most notably is the Jiang family. Currently, there are notable figures such as Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli, along with several others who possess rare, top, Gen-tier royal bodies.
Finally, we can't forget the Ye family with Ye Xingyun, who possesses the royal body of a reincarnated sword demon.
This alone is enough to extend 10,000 years of luck for the Ye family. Back to the west side of Nantian City, it was noon, with scorching sunlight. From within an exquisite and luxurious pavilion, noisy voices could be heard, as if in a social gathering of some big-shot brothers. A group of young geniuses were gathered, hanging out. The aura of this group of youngsters was not weak at all, but among them was a young man sitting in the middle. The very young man in the golden robe mentioned earlier. The group of geniuses were buzzing with discussion, while one guy said, "Have you guys heard about the Jun family's Shenzi, Jun Xiaoyao?"
Another one clicked his tongue and replied,
"Tresk Jesk. I feel that he really deserves to be the leader of the new generation of Jun family geniuses, and can be seen as the most promising one in the current Imperial Three Families." A guy in a white, regaled robe in the table heard this and raised his hand and said, "Speaking of the Imperial Three Families, I know a little bit about that." Then, he turned to the young man in the golden robe sitting at the head of the table and asked,
"Brother Ji, if I remember correctly, your Ji family used to be one of the Imperial Three Families of the Huangtian Xianyu, right?"
The young man in the golden robe raised his wine cup, laughed casually and replied,
"It's all just a thing of the past. Who doesn't know that my Ji family has long declined?" This young man in the golden robe is a well-known figure among the younger generation, known as the genius of the Ji family, one of the archaic aristocratic families. His name is Ji Xuan, with narrow eyes and black hair. When he raised his glass, he was flattered and praised by those around him.
"Oh my. Brother Ji doesn't need to be so modest. Brother Ji Xuan is known as the little sage. Your identity and status are not comparable to other geniuses."
Compared to that, Brother Ji Xuan is not inferior to that Jun Xiaoyao. Not only that, I remember that Brother Ji also once defeated someone on the self-reliance list of the Jun family. After these words, many others chimed in, flattering Ji Xuan with endless praise. Given his status, being flattered was totally understandable. Ji Xuan wasn't just a prodigy from the archaic Ji family, but also the holy son of the Sacred Spirit Academy. Hearing compliments about once defeating someone on the Jun family's self-ranking list, Jixuan humbly replied, "That was just luck, managing to win a few moves. It wasn't a complete victory." Hearing these modest words, the crowd kept hyping him up. "Big bro Jixuan is the absolute best, both strong and elegant, a true gentleman." Jixuan then chuckled softly, "Ha ha, you brothers are too kind." However, after putting on a show for the bootlickers, his true colors came out. In his heart, Jixuan thought about these stupid leg huggers dare telling me to compete with that Jun Xiaoyao from the Jun family. Thinking I'm an idiot. Being called a little saint doesn't have anything to do with my personality at this moment. The divine glow flashed in his right arm. Divine symbols, runes running along his arm bones, imprints flowing, showing his identity as a holy son thanks to this special right arm.
Jun Xiaoyao's image popped into Jixuan's head, and he thought to himself, "Jun Xiaoyao, if possible, I'll stay far away from you. You're not my main goal in this trip to the primordial heaven supreme treasure."
Jixuan looked down at his special right arm, his expression gloomy. "If I can get the secret opportunity in the primordial heaven supreme treasure, along with other supreme treasures, I could be at the top of the new generation of prodigies. Why bother fighting directly with that monstrous Jun Xiaoyao?" Actually, this Jixuan is extremely cunning, and he wasn't completely unprepared when participating in the primordial heaven supreme treasure. He once stumbled upon an ancient book in the Sacred Spirit Academy. In this book, there was not only a primordial heaven supreme token, but also an ancient talisman, vaguely recording some of the achievements and secrets of the primordial heaven supreme, seeming to hide a rare item inside. If he could get that item, he might become an invincible supreme in the future. At the same time, outside the 1,000-mile boundary of Nantian City, in the desolate forest, a vibration suddenly sounded. The sky began to darken like ink, clouds swirling erratically. Deep inside the distant mountains, a black pillar shot straight into the sky, an ancient supreme pressure spreading around. Strands of eerie black smoke began to spread from the deepest part of the desolate, breaking a large hole between the clouds. A violent rumbling sound rang out. Dense gray fog caused all kinds of ancient alien beasts, pure blood, all had to howl like crazy, their eyes turning red. Not far away, several figures of old men loomed. An old man with white hair and beard glanced at the ancient aura, stroking his beard and saying, "The aura of this primordial heaven supreme treasure is a bit strange, not very suitable." The one who spoke was the Tao Extremity Celestial Sect Old Taoist from Southern Origin Tao Prefecture, the strongest person of the Tao Extremity Celestial Sect. An old man in fancy clothes from the Ji family replied, "This gray fog feels somewhat similar to otherworldly dark matter." He was from the archaic Ji family, an elder named Ji Peng, also Jixuan's protector this time. The Jun family's protector in golden robes standing beside him said,
"There's some similarity, but it can't really be compared to dark matter."
Otherworldly dark matter is an extremely eerie and terrifying existence. A slight contamination can cause living beings to fall into madness and mutation, or even directly die. He pointed to the gray mist and continued, "Although it is also strange, it still cannot be compared with dark matter." An old man with green dragon horns growing out of his head, wearing a dark green robe, sneered coldly, "Ha! You Jun family, if you're scared you can be black turtles and hide your heads." He was an elder of the ancestral dragon nest Azure Dragon lineage, and he came here today to protect Longbi.
The protectors of the Jun and Ji families heard this, and glared at the ancestral dragon elder, snorting coldly, "What? You think this green-shell soft-shelled turtle can follow in the footsteps of that black soft-shelled turtle who was chopped into several pieces and cooked into bibca?" The Azure Dragon lineage elder's face darkened, and he snorted,
"What did you just say?" At this moment, an old man in green robes stood in the middle and said, "Everyone, if you keep acting like this, do you want to continue this debate or not?"
This old man was the archaic Jiang family elder, who also brought the Jiang family's prodigy here, and it was none other than the Jiang family's goddess, Jiang Xingyi. Hearing this, the Azure Dragon lineage elder and the Jun family's protector both snorted, turning their heads to get over the misunderstanding.
Ji Peng pretended and said, "This matter definitely needs to continue. If we retreat when we encounter a little difficulty, then when the Emperor Road opens in the future, these prodigies won't need to participate. It'll be a waste of time."
Back inside Nantian City, at Jun Xiaoyao's pavilion,
His group also felt the movements from the desolate forest, and they were standing high, looking at the ancient, terrifying aura erupting from the distance.
Jun Xiaoyao said seriously, pondering. Finally, the primordial heaven's supreme treasure has appeared. At that moment, in the middle of Nantian City, a golden light suddenly flew into the sky, shining like a mirror reflecting dazzling light.
Jun Chengjian, standing next to Jun Xiaoyao, recognized this supreme treasure and blurted out, "That's our Jun family's ancient holy weapon,
the heaven-observing mirror." With this ancient holy weapon, the elders can observe our scenes inside the primordial heaven's supreme treasure. At this moment, from the sky above Nantian City, a voice echoed everywhere. It was the voice of an old Taoist belonging to the Tao Extremity Celestial Sect. "Everyone, this time the primordial heaven's supreme treasure opens. Immortal orthodoxy Fengtian locks the earth. The previous generation of cultivators is not allowed to enter. This time entering the treasure will be extremely dangerous. The weak should retreat and save their lives." While all eyes were on the primordial heaven's supreme treasure, a figure wearing a cloak, wearing a hood, stood silently in the crowd. It was Xiao Chen. After a journey of several days, he had finally arrived in Nantian City. He looked up at the illuminated sky, his eyes flashing with determination. In another corner, Zixuan smiled confidently, thinking to himself, "The prodigy of the Ji family, my reputation will be affirmed in this primordial heaven treasure." Far away, Long Bi rested his hand on his hip, glanced at the forest, smiling indifferently, as if this trip was just an easy stroll. On Jun Xiaoyao's side, he also led everyone forward with a confident expression, signaling to set off. The four of them, Linglong,
Chengjian, Shuihuang, and Wanji, shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" Then, the whole gang jumped off the viewing platform without hesitation.
No hesitation whatsoever. The five of them were like the Power Rangers, with white, black, red, yellow, and blue armor, leaping from the railing and making a ruckus that shattered the thing. White Ranger Jun Xiaoyao took the lead, yelling, "Straight to the primordial heaven's supreme mystic realm. Let the whole world see the strength of the Jun family's younger generation." They all burst out laughing and dashed straight into the primeval forest, heading for the mystic realm. At this moment, the whole southern heaven city was buzzing. Behind them, a crowd of cultivators cheered, rushing into the primordial heaven's supreme mystic realm, hoping to find some fortuitous encounters. The cheers echoed everywhere. "Let's go, brothers. Let's get some opportunities in there. First come, first served." Even though the old Taoist warned about the dangers in the mystic realm, it couldn't stop the cultivators' greed. The Supreme's opportunity could be a path to rise for anyone, especially those not from major forces. As the cultivators were swarming in, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from behind. The powerful aftershock made everyone stop and turn around. Before their eyes, a magnificent and imposing scene unfolded, leaving 9 out of 10 people gaping in astonishment, mouths hanging open. A giant warship slowly entered the airspace in front of the Mystic Realm's entrance, proudly cruising in the air with the dazzling emblem of one of the ancient immortal clans, the Jiang family. This giant warship seemed to disregard everyone, arrogantly sailing on land. On its way, it accidentally knocked a group of cultivators flying, some falling to the ground, forcing them to crawl back to Southern Heaven City to recover. Enraged, these cultivators cursed loudly. "What the FCK? That hurts like hell." Others recognized the familiar emblem and gaped. "Isn't that the Jiang family's spirit ship, Holy SHT?" While other cultivators managed to avoid the warship's path, they gossiped heatedly, "Damn it, they're cheating!" At this rate, the Jiang family will be the first to enter the primordial heaven's supreme mystic realm. Unwilling to let the aristocratic families bully them with their power, a rogue cultivator took out a bright golden object from his body, gathered spiritual energy into his right arm, formed hand seals with his left, and loudly called on all the rogue cultivators to join forces.
"Don't let those rich and powerful families bully us. We rogue cultivators have to show them our strength." The call resonated throughout the area, and immediately the rogue cultivators formed seals together, summoning a white flood dragon. This valiant flood dragon quickly lunged forward and tightly coiled around the Jiang family's warship, holding it in midair. The rogue cultivators cheered joyfully when they saw the warship was stopped, shouting, "Good! Keep it like that! Sooner or later we'll take it down." But as joy flickered on their lips, a figure appeared above, quickly approaching. It was Jun Xiaoyao, exuding the Jun family's confidence. He landed and delivered a powerful kick to the flood dragon's head, sending it flying downwards.
while the warship shook violently. This powerful stomp caused considerable damage to the warship's deck, giving the impression of revenge for the rogue cultivators. From a distance, a glamorous woman stood silently watching, her eyes showing clear disdain. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the flood dragon, which was gradually dissipating,
nonchalantly stepping on it like a doormat. The Jiang family's entourage witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gape, both shocked and admiring. One of them recognized the woman standing there and whispered, "Isn't that Jiang Shengyi, big sis?" Jiang Shengyi was surprised by the scene before her, muttering to herself, "Is that really Xiaoyao?" Compared to the last time we met at his birthday banquet when he was only 8 years old, the young man before me seems completely different. Jiang Shengyi possessed the innate Dao embryo and was one of the most outstanding prodigies of the Jiang family. Thanks to her ability to connect with the Dambryo, she had a radiant appearance that seemed to emanate divine light, and her eyebrows were like dark mountains. Jun Xiaoyao also had it all. Jun Xiaoyao walked over, looked at Jiang Shengyi, and smiled lightly. "Shengyi, big sis, do you need any help?" Then, turning his head, he ordered Jun Linglong, "Little Lingzi, make your move."
Jun Linglong bowed her head and accepted the order,
then quickly jumped off the Jiang family's warship and landed on the ground.
As soon as she landed, little Lingzi counted. 1, 2. Did I miss a beat? Nope, not a single one. Only each beat is accompanied by a few rogue cultivators falling. On the warship, Jun Chengjian looked down and didn't forget his role as the comedian, raising his shining sword and excitedly exclaimed, "Such exquisite and elegant footwork, Linglong." As for Jun Xiaoyao, he smiled smugly, letting his followers display their full potential, making the entire Jiang family watch in admiration and awe.
Jiang Shengyi was startled by this display, looking at the young boy before her. Even at just 10 years old, Jun Xiaoyao had already subdued such powerful and formidable followers. She quietly observed each of them and thought to herself, Jun Chengjian is ranked 10th on the Jun family's self-reliance list. Jun Shuihuang is ranked 7th, and Jun Wanji is ranked 5th. Jiang Shengyi chuckled softly, thinking, unexpectedly, all 3 people from Xiaoyao's M-year birthday party are here. This little brother is doing better than expected. Right then and there, a huge noise boomed from afar, like a freaking earthquake, with a beastie getting blasted along with clouds of dust flying everywhere. Jun Linglong got smacked head-on and went flying, crashing through a whole bunch of ancient trees in the Taiwan jungle, making them all fall like dominoes. Little Lingzi staggered to steady himself, but his right arm was already messed up bad. He looked ahead, sweat dripping like crazy. He saw a gigantic foot with razor-sharp claws slamming down, making the ground crack. It was a demon bear with nasty gray-black fur, standing tall like a 10-meter mountain, giving off major pressure, and roaring like a beast. Jiang Shengyi, standing on the warship, was quick to spot this weird critter, and yelled out a warning. "Crap, this ain't good! It's a grimace bear! Its skin's all rough and thick like a fortress wall, strong as a late-stage divine bridge cultivator. Especially since this bear seems to be in a freaking rage." Jun Xiaoyao heard all this, glanced at the giant beast, chuckled, and said, "As strong as a late-stage divine bridge? Sounds fun." But while Xiaoyao looked stoked, Chengjian, Shuhuang, and Wanji were sweating bullets, a bit intimidated by the demon bear's power. Jun Xiaoyao turned to tease little Lingzi, voice dripping with sarcasm. Yo, little Lingzi. Need your Shenzi to lend a hand? I'm always ready to bail you out." Little Lingzi, clearly annoyed, frowned and replied, "Gee, thanks for the concern, Shenzi, but I'm good." With that, he charged straight at the rampaging grimace bear, eyes full of determination, and a spirit that wouldn't back down. The ferocious grimace bear snarled, baring its fangs and claws, aiming a deadly blow right at Jun Linglong. But with her 7-aperture exquisite heart, Jun Linglong dodged the attack with crazy agility and instantly appeared behind the monster. Linglong focused her power into her left fist, eyes cold and determined. Without hesitation, she punched the bear right in the head, sending it flying back and creating a huge explosion with dust covering the sky. The cultivators around were stunned, frozen for a few seconds by Jun Linglong's insane power. The solo cultivators were covered in cold sweat, buzzing and gossiping. Holy crap! Who is that girl who can send a grimace bear flying with one punch? Don't you recognize her? That's Jun Linglong, Shenzi Jun's personal guard. No freaking way. This is just the power of a personal guard. Seriously, she's as strong as some of the smaller clan's elders. Not far away, Jishuan of the Ji family made a move. Calm as could be, but showing off incredible power,
Divine runes flickered on Jishuan's right arm. A wave of divine light burst out as he lightly swung his palm or flicked his finger. The dazzling radiance from his arm easily tore through the savage demonic beast in front of him without even breaking a sweat. The solo cultivators around were speechless, whispering in awe. The Jif family's little saint is truly something else. He can wipe out these powerful beasts with just a flick of his wrist? That's right, Jishuan's right arm has a piece of a Saint King's bone fused into it, making every move insanely powerful. The geniuses from the top-tier forces couldn't help but sigh at Jishuan's exceptional talent. Born a chosen one, with advantages that no one could compare to. Suddenly, a green-robed cultivator nearby pointed and yelled, "Holy cow, everyone look! Who's that guy in the hooded cloak?" All eyes immediately turned to the guy in the black cloak. Hood pulled tight. Just then, a ferocious demonic beast charged at him, but with just a light punch, the light of an azure dragon flared up, violently exploding and shattering the beast in front of him, leaving everyone stunned. No one expected a dark horse this powerful to show up in this fight, the crowd murmured, wondering if this guy would be able to win the opportunity and treasures inside the primordial supreme secret ground. Jun Xiaoyao watched from afar, eyes turning cold as he recognized the hooded figure. It was Xiao Chen. Even though he recognized him, Xiaoyao just stood there, eyes sharp, and said, "Oh, so it's an old friend here." Xiaoyao knew Xiao Chen was intentionally hiding his identity, pretending to be innocent to trick his opponents, like a pig pretending to be harmless to eat the tiger. In the secret realm, Xiao Chen was hungry to seize the final opportunity to greatly increase his strength and defeat Jun Xiaoyao. However, he didn't realize that things weren't as simple as he thought, because the whole game seemed to be completely controlled by Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao stood far away, a faint smile playing on his lips. He looked at Xiao Chen as a fun game, like crushing his hopes and destroying Xiao Chen's pride. Just then, Jun Chengjian noticed Xiaoyao's gaze and asked, "Shenzi, do you know someone down there?" Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised, but replied, "What's up?" Jun Chengjian clenched his teeth, looked down with anger and said, "That guy in yellow below is Jishuan. He's the one who fused a saint's bone into his right arm and is called the Little Saint. I fought him once, and he relied on his higher cultivation to beat me. Then he went around bragging about how he beat a Jun family figure, constantly showing off and putting others down." A bitter feeling flashed in Jun Chengjian's eyes as he pleaded with Jun Xiaoyao, like a kid coming home to complain about being bullied. Jun Xiaoyao, after hearing this, responded with a faint smile. "So, Chengjian bro, you want to hit up the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm to get your representative back, and get back both your principal and interest, huh?" Jun Chengjian's eyes lit up with determination, and he confirmed, "Yup, that's exactly it, Shenzi." Meanwhile, off in the distance, Xiao Chen was striding forward with this super focused look, eyes sparkling with excitement. He thought to himself, "My chance to rise up has finally come. Just you wait, Jun Xiaoyao. Once I fuse with the primordial dragon bone and master the heaven-transforming dragon technique, I'll make you bow down before everyone." Right behind Xiao Chen, a female figure was hidden in the shadows. It was Wu Mingyu. She was riding a mysterious spirit beast, closely following Xiao Chen. Her emerald green eyes were gorgeous, but also filled with worry as she watched Xiao Chen. She couldn't rest easy letting him face the dangers of the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm alone. She decided to secretly protect him. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao's group had ventured deep into the Taiwang forest. From afar, they saw a massive, pitch-black crack in the ground, like a giant wound on the earth, spewing out a thick, eerie gray mist. Jiang Xingyi, wise and experienced, carefully observed and said, "Looks like the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm is right beneath this hellish chasm. However, it seems like some freaky changes are happening that we can't quite put our finger on." Jun Xiaoyao and everyone around nodded in agreement with Xingyi's assessment. Right after, the Jiang family's warship, following orders, went straight into the crevice. Jun Chengjian, arms crossed and a scowl on his face, chimed in, "Damn, this black mist is making my body feel all weird. Something must have definitely gone down in the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm. This mist feels like it's suppressing all our energy." Jun Xuehuang, standing nearby, also nodded slightly in agreement. "For now, we can only use our magic power to create a protective barrier against the gray mist." Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao, standing back with his arms crossed casually, said, "Huh? Wait, what suppression? I don't feel any discomfort or anything." Jiang Shengyi, hearing Jun Xiaoyao's comment, glanced at him and gently replied, "You're a special case, young Master Jun. You don't need any protective barrier,
Because you possess the desolate ancient sacred body, supremely yang and unyielding, impervious to all evil. Your blood is like molten gold, incredibly resistant to all kinds of evil or yin energy. Jun Xiaoyao, hearing Sister Shengyi's explanation, nodded in agreement, feeling even more confident than before. The warship was slowly advancing deeper into the enormous fissure. Suddenly, a roar echoed, shaking the very earth and sky. Everyone immediately sensed the danger and exchanged wary glances. Jun Xiaoyao calmly reminded everyone, "Be careful, something dangerous is coming." Right after, a gigantic creature emerged from the darkness. It was a massive foot with long, sharp claws that hadn't been trimmed in ages, making it look even more terrifying. This creature was an aberrant beast, completely black, with a long head sporting a single horn, fleshy wings sprouting from its back, and the overall appearance of a giant black ape. It roared ferociously, then leaped with terrifying speed, stomping on a mountain peak several dozen zang high, causing the entire peak to collapse instantly. The cultivators on the warship couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "That's a primordial aberrant beast, an evil devil ape. Everyone, protect the warship." Primordial aberrant beasts are creatures that contain a trace of bloodline from the primordial era, possessing power far surpassing ordinary demonic beasts. Observing the situation through the heaven-gazing mirror, the 5 elder protectors couldn't help but engage in a lively discussion. One elder remarked, "That primordial aberrant beast, the evil devil ape, has an aura that pierces the sky. Its strength has reached the unity realm. Compared to humans of the same realm, primordial aberrant beasts are much stronger. Even a unity realm prodigy from an immortal dynasty would have to be cautious when facing this evil devil ape. It's no pushover." Ji Xuan's old protector, Ji Bangyin, stroked his silver beard and mused, "It seems the Jun family's Shenzi might be in for some serious trouble." Ji Bangyin's assessment was reasonable. Jun Xiaoyao had only reached the Divine Bridge realm. Facing a primordial aberrant beast at the Unity realm was truly a challenge beyond his current capabilities. Even Ji Xuan, with his superior strength, would struggle to deal with it, so for Jun Xiaoyao, things were far from simple. Although he didn't say anything mocking, the teasing, sarcastic undertones in Ji Bang's voice were undeniable. Hearing this, the Jun family's elder protector simply chuckled confidently and replied, "Oh, you guys, really, you shouldn't underestimate them, especially those on our Jun family's list." In the Taiwang forest, Jun Chengjian and Jun Shuihuang simultaneously charged towards the evil devil ape, ready to face this terrifying creaturehead, Xian. They attacked together. Jun Chengjian unleashed a sharp sword strike aimed at the evil devil ape's chest, while Jun Shuhuang unleashed a freezing attack that froze a large portion of the beast's body, causing it to roar in pain. However, the primordial aberrant beast, evil devil ape, afflicted by the gray mist, its pupils bloodshot and its eyes filled with madness, seemed to be driven into a frenzy. It roared furiously. Its massive fist, carrying monstrous power, slammed towards Chengjian and Shuihuang. The force of the blow sent them both flying back, severely injured. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao appeared, looking all arrogant and confident, and said, "This hot-tempered beast seems to be blocking our way into the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm. In that case, let's just turn it into dust and send it back to where it came from." Jun Xiaoyao immediately raised his hand, and within his radiant golden body, a boundless spirit sea began to churn, emitting waves of ferocious Dharma power. The golden Dharma power, like a vast ocean, condensed into countless divine weapons. Swords, spears, blades, halberds, hammers, axes, hooks, and forks. The Jun family's divine weapons, showcasing the terrifying power of the martial arts' divine power, the art of war. With a powerful push, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed the myriad divine weapons, transforming them into a torrent of golden Dharma power that crashed down upon the evil devil ape. The monster saw this. It roared to the heavens, creating an earth-shattering collision that reverberated throughout the area. Jun Shuihuang and Jun Changjian, standing nearby, stared intently at the battle. They wondered, with this kind of power, can he really take down that primordial aberrant beast, the evil devil ape? Jun Xiaoyao, still hovering behind them, calmly replied, "Just that alone isn't enough to take it down. You two fall back, let me handle this." Just as he saw this, the evil devil ape suddenly emitted a thick, black killing intent. It condensed into a set of black armor surrounding its body, creating a tough defense. Jun Xiaoyao's art of war, unleashed with ferocious power, still didn't cause any significant damage to the enormous body. The evil devil ape, seeing this,
the black single horn on its forehead suddenly glowed, creating mysterious runes. Then, it fired a beam of annihilating black light straight at Jun Xiaoyao.
Facing this devastating attack, Jun Xiaoyao remained calm, his left hand behind his back, his right hand extending forward, deploying the godly elephant suppressing prison strength.
A phantom of a dark nether god surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense against the evil devil ape's power. In this life, Ainshore, death battle. Right at that moment, the nether god guardian appeared, making the giant ape tremble in fear. It frantically looked up.
It caught sight of Jun Xiaoyao's figure, his powerful, wide wings spread out, hovering in the air with an aura of dominance.
Jun Xiaoyao's cold gaze shot down, and his decisive voice rang out,
"It's over." Immediately, a radiant golden light engulfed the entire area, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It was the grand technique, the human emperor seal, Jun Xiaoyao's ultimate skill being deployed. It carried the power to suppress everything, ready to end the battle in an instant.
The group of cultivators watching the scene were stunned into silence for a moment, then began to whisper among themselves, utterly astonished. How is this possible? A freaking primordial aberrant beast, the evil devil ape, with Unity Realm cultivation, couldn't even withstand a single blow?
Could that person be the Jun family's Shenzi, Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao, hearing the whispers, seemingly intentionally put on a cold demeanor.
He maintained a calm expression to impress the observing cultivators. Just then, from behind him, a woman in green appeared. It was Long Bichi, the prodigy of the ancestral dragon nest. As soon as she arrived outside the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm, Long Bichi was drawn in by Jun Xiaoyao's earth-shattering battle. Her gaze fixed on him, she faintly asked,
"Are you the Jun family's Shenzi, Jun Xiaoyao?" Jun Xiaoyao, hearing the question, calmly turned around, his gaze also faintly assessing the person before him. With the small dragon horns on her head, it wasn't hard for him to recognize her as a prodigy from the ancestral dragon nest.
Before Jun Xiao could answer, Long Bichi continued, her tone both arrogant and doubtful. "Did you really defeat that big beast?" Instead of answering, Jun Xiaoyao casually asked back, "And who are you?" Long Bichi raised an eyebrow with a haughty expression, placed her hand on her chest, and introduced herself. "I am Long Bichi, a prodigy of the ancestral dragon nest, of the azure dragon lineage."
Hearing that proud introduction, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed a flicker of oddness. He felt unsure how to react.
After a moment of silence, he unexpectedly spoke, his voice half joking, half serious. "Your parents must not be very good at English, huh? They gave you a really impressive name." Long Bichi looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a puzzled expression, not understanding the meaning of his words. Actually, the name Bichi are pronounced nearly similar with Bichi-T, a legendary monster. It is truly a deeply and impressive detail.
It made her feel somewhat conflicted.
At the same time, from another direction, a golden light shone down, creating a radiant space amidst the swirling dust and smoke.
An image appeared in the smoke, not resembling a human. Instead, it was a large lion's head with sharp fangs, appearing with great power.
It was the golden lion, a mighty creature with extraordinary strength, who had stomped through the air, shaking the surrounding space. What made it special was that this lion carried 9 skulls around its neck, its blood energy surging like a tidal wave, creating a powerful pressure like thunder.
It appeared and whispered in a tone that was both disdainful and amused.
"This human isn't bad at all. To be able to defeat a blackened primordial aberrant beast, the evil devil ape." Then, the golden lion lifted its head proudly and said to Jun Xiaoyao, "Human boy, you're pretty strong. You're qualified to follow me."
The appearance of the lion caused the faces of many human cultivators to turn pale with fear.
They whispered to each other, "That's the 9-headed lion race, the supreme genius of the archaic races." The 9-headed lion race is definitely one of the strongest races. It's rumored that in the ancient years, the 9-headed lions caused quite a stir, that no one could stop, and only a Buddha emperor could subdue them,
turning them into mounts and dharma protectors. Although the number of this race is very small, there was a supreme being named Zhuling Yuansheng, who left a resounding reputation. If it weren't for the rarity of this race, they could definitely stand alongside the archaic royal families.
Jun Xiaoyao muttered, "WTF, what's with this guy? Where did he come from? Acting all high and mighty."
Meanwhile, on the other side, a demonic beast suddenly appeared, lifting a black giant bird that blotted out the sky. Its wings were as large as dark, gloomy clouds, and it spoke in a mocking tone. "You stupid nine-headed cat, what right do you humans have to follow us?"
This giant bird's eyes were like two blood moons blooming with a bloodthirsty gaze. This blackbird was the heaven-devouring sparrow race, one of the notorious archaic races. The heaven-devouring sparrow opened its mouth, its eyes full of murderous intent, as it stared at Jun Xiaoyao.
"They only deserve to become flesh and blood for us to devour."
Suddenly, two small beasts fell from the sky, shouting and cursing wildly. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly, his eyes showing suspicion, as he turned to Long Biqi and said,
"Hey, why do I feel like all of you archaic beasts are so stupid?"
Long Biqi, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, didn't hesitate to reply, "Seriously, most of them are as dumb as you humans, except for my dragon race, of course." However, this remark angered the heaven-devouring sparrow, and it gritted its teeth and shouted, "You human! How dare you insult our archaic demon race? You're courting death!" The heaven-devouring sparrow was enraged.
Its wings shook, raising a red storm, and the surrounding air was sucked up, forming a pitch-black tornado. Tens of thousands of black feathers shot out like arrows, resembling a devastating black rain. This was the heaven-devouring sparrow race's great divine ability, black spirit arrows. Whether it was a divine bridge or a genius, anyone caught in it would be pierced through, with no chance of survival. Jun Xiaoyao regained his calm, resolute expression and unleashed his devil wings. Long Biqi, standing beside him, couldn't help but look up in surprise at his power, breaking out in a cold sweat.
Thousands upon thousands of black spirit arrows shot down from the heaven-devouring sparrow demonic beast, but they were all lightly shielded by Jun Xiaoyao's devil wings, deflected like harmless pebbles. The arrows fell all around, completely unable to penetrate his protective barrier. After a moment, the heaven-devouring sparrow's blood moon pupils went blank, its black feathers standing on end like a plucked chicken, and it exclaimed, "Huh, what the heck?" The nine-headed lion mocked him instantly. Look, can our black chicken friend even land a hit today? This human kid isn't even using his hands." The heaven-devouring sparrow, feeling humiliated by the mockery, angrily retorted, "Shut your stinky mouth, you stupid nine-headed cat." Meanwhile, from the distant warship, a loud shout rang out, "Xiaoyao, don't act recklessly!" Jun Xiaoyao recognized it as his little aunt, Jiang Xingyi. He glanced back and saw his little aunt's worried expression.
She shouted, "The nine-headed lion is a descendant of Zhuling Yuansheng, and the heaven-devouring sparrow likes to devour the fresh flesh and blood of our human race. Either way, they are archaic races that swept across the 8 directions. Fighting both of them alone is too dangerous." Jun Xiaoyao, seeing Shengyi's worry, smiled and replied, "Little aunt, you're worrying too much. How can these 2 little beasts be dangerous?" However, the heaven-devouring sparrow couldn't take it anymore, and it angrily said, "Damn it, this human kid is too arrogant. Take another hit from me." Immediately, a barrage of demonic fireheads rained down from the heaven-devouring sparrow. However, only Long Biqi remained below. Long Biqi leisurely crossed his arms, calmly looking up, while Jun Xiaoyao nonchalantly used his stupid black chicken to activate devil wings. His figure instantly appeared behind the heaven-devouring sparrow, without any flashy moves, just a fierce strike, his boundless mana surging into the eyes of nether divinity, which he threw out forcefully. By the time the heaven-devouring sparrow realized Jun Xiaoyao had turned around, blood had already splattered, feathers scattered everywhere, and a sharp, piercing cry echoed. After the bloody scene, the heaven-devouring sparrow's entire body was split in 2 by Jun Xiaoyao's strike. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes now gleamed with golden light, filled with killing intent, as he looked at the heaven-devouring sparrow's body and said, "Trisk, Trisk, how can this chicken's flesh and blood be so foul? I wonder how much of our human race's flesh and blood it has absorbed." The upper part of the heaven-devouring sparrow, receiving the signal from its lower half, let out a confused squawk, its eyes gradually dimming. The 2 halves of the heaven-devouring sparrow's body fell at the feet of the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion, with its dazed mind on par with the black chicken at its feet, froze for 5 seconds to process the information. Then, sweat poured down like it had just taken a sauna, and it looked at Jun Xiaoyao with fear. Jun Xiaoyao landed lightly in the dust. Then, he turned to the frozen nine-headed lion in the distance and said, "Hey, multi-headed lion, you seem a bit stronger than that black chicken. You could barely make a mount for this Shenzi. Just lie down obediently and stick your butt up, just lie down obediently and become my mount, and I'll spare your life." The nine-headed lion heard this,
and turned its heads towards Jun Xiaoyao with a strange look in its eyes. His hand was trembling like crazy, and he thought to himself, "Am I actually scared? How can a dignified nine-headed lion clan be afraid of some human brat like this?" In the nine-headed lion's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao radiated terrifying spiritual power and murderous intent, like a mythical being he'd only heard about from the elders. Jun Xiaoyao cut off the nine-headed lion's train of thought and said, "You're a little different from that stinky black chicken. You look more valiant, and your flesh and blood aren't tainted with the same evil energy as that bird. You don't seem like the type to devour human flesh to increase your power, so I'll give you one last chance to become my mount. Submit to me, divine child." The nine-headed lion gritted his teeth. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, he thought, "Become a mount? Seriously?" For the nine-headed lion clan, the thing they fear most is the word mount, because their ancestors were once converted by a Buddha emperor and used as a mount. This is a huge humiliation that's been etched into their bloodline. With the dignity of his entire clan at stake, the nine-headed lion seemed to lose all composure. He circulated his spiritual power, took a deep breath, and prepared to strike. All 9 heads roared in unison. The surrounding space was distorted by the sound waves spreading outwards, and even the void was squeezed. This was the 9-headed lion clan's ultimate divine ability. Lion's Roar. One roar shook the heavens, as if the surrounding firmament was collapsing. But Jun Xiaoyao remained the same, his mind as calm as a still pond, and chuckled inwardly. "So this is the ultimate divine ability, Lion's Roar? Unique to the 9-headed lion clan? How interesting." The intense airflow even sent a bunch of weaker cultivators flying. Even those who managed to stay standing had to brace themselves against the violent sound waves. One cultivator, sweating profusely and clenching his teeth, thought to himself, "WTF, is this really a fight between divine bridge realm cultivators?" After unleashing the lion's roar, the 9-headed lion bared its fangs and claws, charging straight at Jun Xiaoyao. His eyes flashed with golden light as he roared, "If you want to fight, then fight. The 9-headed lion clan would rather die than become a mount."
Jun Xiaoyao didn't say another word, rushing forward, easily dodging the attack and landing a punch on the 9-headed lion's body. He thoroughly enjoyed the fight, laughing to himself as he fought, "This is just like an action movie, so intense."
The 9-headed lion, taking the punch, quickly continued to attack, but Jun Xiaoyao, with his agility, easily dodged the counterattack.
Long Bichi, watching from the sidelines with his arms crossed, said with amusement, "Haha, Jun Xiaoyao, you've stepped on a tiger's tail."
The 9-headed lion clan goes completely nuts when they hear about becoming mounts. They're willing to risk their lives for the dignity of their entire race. It's normal.
Jun Xiaoyao, hearing Long Bichi's words, didn't refute them but chuckled and said, "He's a descendant of the 9 spirits primordial sage. Even though he's a demon in this 9 heavens immortal domain, he values friendship. That's why I value him, not to humiliate him." Hearing these words, the 9-headed lion was suddenly startled, his resolve wavering slightly. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "No, I can't let myself be distracted." The 9-headed lion was now completely serious, directly unleashing the clan's ultimate divine ability, the unintentional lion seal. This was an extremely terrifying divine ability, almost at the true dragon level. The 9-headed lion's entire body radiated boundless golden light, and an ancient golden seal condensed, with countless runes appearing around his arm. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were calm. Even though he was facing the renowned might of the great divine ability, he remained extremely composed. He slowly said, "You're finally getting serious? This is exactly what I needed." Before Jun Xiaoyao's chest, dazzling light converged, like a small sun, emitting a terrifying power, brilliant divine light shining down on him. This was the Supreme Bone's great divine ability, Azure Heaven Tribulation Light Gate. The most complete form of this divine ability was the Hand of the Azure Heavens, which Jun Xiaoyao had successfully comprehended. However, in this situation, he didn't need to unleash the Hand of the Azure Heavens. The Azure Heaven Tribulation Light was enough to handle it. When the Azure Heaven Tribulation Light officially collided with the unintentional lion seal, the two ultimate moves clashed, creating a dazzling golden light. Immediately afterwards, an earth-shattering explosion of spiritual power occurred. Jun Xiaoyao was pushed back 4 steps, but he remained standing, his eyes fixed on the 9-headed lion. After the white smoke cleared, the 9-headed lion's eyes glowed with golden light, and a gigantic black silhouette gradually appeared. A massive body with a huge lion's paw slowly emerged. The silhouette became clearer as the dust settled. The nine-headed lion revealed its true form, its size incomparably larger than Jun Xiaoyao. The nine-headed lion was forced to reveal his true form to fight Jun Xiaoyao to the death. But at the same time, Jun Xiaoyao coldly opened his mouth, uttering only 3 words: "Activate the soldiering art." The nine-headed lion must be thinking, "Oh crap, I'm done for, I'm toast, I forgot to write a will, sorry ancestors, I didn't even get to leave any offspring." Jun Xiaoyao flicked his right hand, and hundreds of divine weapons instantly appeared around the 8 mini lion heads. With a single word, "Chop," Jun Xiaoyao uttered. The divine weapons immediately lunged towards the nine-headed lion, mercilessly hacking and slashing, each head being cleaved in 2. Finally, the entire body of the nine-headed lion was severely injured from the relentless assault. The nine-headed lion face planted, lying dazed on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao leisurely strolled forward, and each of his steps seemed to awaken the nine-headed lion, making it feel its lifespan counting down. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao put on a cheerful face, approached, and said, "I'll ask again, do you want to become my mount?" After losing 8 heads, the nine-headed lion's thinking ability had definitely declined. It gnashed its teeth, pondered for a long time, then looked at Jun Xiaoyao and stammered, Re. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He questioned back, "Re what? Am I a real man or what?" The nine-headed lion lay down obediently, its eyes full of adoration, and said to Jun Xiaoyao, "What are the food and drink benefits, bro?" Jun Xiaoyao looked down, extending his 5 fingers forward, seemingly refusing. But then he loudly declared, "Super high benefits, I tell you. 5 meals a day, always including a soup and a meat dish." The nine-headed lion, hearing this, rolled around joyfully. "Heaven is truly teasing me. Why didn't I meet my master sooner? Hi. On the arena of the Jiang family, Aunt Jiang Xingyi laughed out loud and said, "Unbelievable. So this is how this was resolved. Just a few minutes ago, the little nine-headed lion was determined to die rather than submit, but now it's like a playful house cat frolicking at its master's feet. Seriously, WTF?" The nine-headed lion was startled upon hearing that, its face instantly falling. Long Busy stood nearby, arms crossed, laughing gloatingly, while the nine-headed lion turned away, rationalizing, "What do you know? A wise man submits to circumstances. Timing is everything. That's true intelligence." At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao turned to Long Busy and asked, "So next, Long Busy of the Dragon's Nest, do you intend to fight me?" Jun Xiaoyao seriously clasped his hands behind his back, asking a straightforward question. "So cool." Long Busy calmly uttered a sound, and then quickly replied, "Why should I fight you? Am I a battle maniac?" Actually, Long Busy's initial intention was to deal with Jun Xiaoyao in order to enhance the prestige of the Dragon's Nest, but upon seeing the battle scene just now, she decided to give up. Now she was going to find a way to sneak away and report to the elders about the ancient dragon bones. She didn't want to stay here, or she would be screwed. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao asked in a deep voice, "Don't you want to avenge that Long Haoshan?" Long Busy muttered, "Long Haoshan? Oh, him." Then she ran her fingers through her hair and said, "Looking at our hair color, you can easily tell that we aren't related, right? But I heard that he's a madman who dared to provoke your Taigu family, right? He also has a terrifying older brother who could be considered as famous as you. Why don't you go find him to fight? I'm just a little dragon girl passing by here." Jun Xiaoyao didn't let go, continuing to question, "Then why did you appear and jump right in front of me? What for?" Long Busy waved her hands in denial. "Oh, it's because I heard that a monster from the Jun family had appeared, so I came here to see what he looked like, that's all." Jun Xiaoyao remained stern, without hesitation answering, "Based on the grudges and conflicts between the Dragon's Nest and the Jun family, I can't believe what you're saying." Long Busy quickly retorted, "You're thinking too much. When your Jun family and the Dragon's Nest became enemies, you and I weren't even born yet." Then she went silent, sighed, and said, "So the Shenzi of the Jun family only looks at things this way." As soon as she finished speaking, Long Busy turned around, raised her hand, and waved goodbye, continuing, "Well, I'll take my leave here. Sorry for disturbing you." Jun Xiaoyao exuded a cold aura, his voice full of power. "Stop right there. His entire body radiated a dense purple glow, shouting, "Did I say you were allowed to leave? Say that last sentence clearly. I want to hear it again." Jun Xiaoyao's voice was like the god of death, making the surrounding atmosphere suffocating. Long Bichi just turned her head, sneering, "Ooh, so scary. Did I not make myself clear enough?" You, Jun Xiaoyao Shenzi, and all these other cats rushed into the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasure Trove looking for goodies and a level up, but then just started fighting each other like a bunch of wild dogs. What makes you any different? That's why I'm disappointed in you, dude. Jun Xiaoyao, his voice still heavy, asked, "Are you officially trying to pick a fight with me right now?" Long Bichi, totally chill, replied, "Nah, just spitting straight facts. You seem a little triggered, though. Oh, you gonna kill me?" Jun Xiaoyao, still radiating some serious killer vibes, answered, "So what do you think? Am I the kind of guy who needs a reason to off someone?" Suddenly, from the distance, a shout boomed. "The treasure trove is opening." At that moment, in the distance, the entrance to the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasure Trove was slowly creaking open, accompanied by a loud screech and a cloud of inky black smoke. Jun Xiaoyao, seeing the entrance open, turned to Long Bichi and said, "Seriously, now's not the time to argue about this." After that, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, thinking to himself that the entrance to the trove was open, but the system didn't have a mark for Yuan Tian Supreme Treasure Trove. It seemed that he had to go deep inside the trove to check in. Seeing the treasure trove open, the whole gang on the warship started jumping down. Jun Wanji, Jun Shuihuang, and Jun Chengjian all said, "Shenzi, it's time to go in." Jun Xiaoyao, leading the charge with his little lion buddy, said, "Everyone, follow me. Let's go." Ling Long and the rest of the crew were like, "Yes, sir," following his lead. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingyi ordered her subordinates, "The secret realm is changing. This black mist is super freaky. All Jiang family disciples, guard the outside of the realm." Jun Xiaoyao just strolled past Long Bichi without a word, leaving her standing there, stunned. Glancing at the back of his formidable opponent, Jun Chengjian kept teasing, sticking his tongue out at Long Bichi. Long Bichi gave him the side-eye like, "Just you wait, be careful, I can't beat the guy in front, even in a 1v1. At this moment, that dude, Ji Xuan, had reached the bottom of the abyss, quickly hitting the gas and jumping straight towards the entrance of the Yuan Tian Supreme Treasure Trove right in front of him. He's Xiao Chen, and he's also rushing in. All the cultivators went crazy, rushing straight into the treasure trove, yelling and screaming, fighting to be first. Some of them even started throwing hands, fighting to the death. Long Bichi calmly floated in the air, looking down at the whole scene, sensing the chaos below, thinking to herself, "These guys are way too desperate, why bother?" Immediately she drew her sword, channeling a special blue spiritual power, and cackled, "He, let me give you a hand." From above, a streak of bright blue light appeared, like a pillar of light striking down on the group of cultivators frantically running towards the trove entrance. The power of the light created a massive explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. Those cultivators, covering their faces from the dust, yelled, "What the F was that?" After the smoke cleared, Long Bichi's image appeared. Holding his sword, he smiled casually and said loudly, "All right, folks, we've got enough people at the Primordial Heaven Supreme Treasure Trove. Please turn back." As soon as he finished speaking, countless large cracks suddenly appeared on the rubble at the entrance. Immediately after, the crashing sound of rocks breaking echoed thunderously. An entire mountain of rocks fell one after another at the entrance, creating a solid barrier. A moment later, when the dust settled, before the cultivators' eyes, the entrance was completely blocked. They cursed in anger. "This two-faced dragon brat is a real piece of work. Are you crazy? Blocking the entrance? How are we supposed to get our hands on any opportunities now?" From afar, the Jun family's protector let out a sound of surprise, then happily exclaimed, "Since when did the ancestral dragon nest produce such an interesting dragon daughter? Although we warned all the cultivators that this treasure trove is extremely dangerous, those little brats were blinded by desire and didn't heed our warnings." At the same time, inside the Primordial Heaven Supreme Treasure Trove, the black mist was increasingly gathering, becoming even thicker than outside. The cultivators inside felt something was wrong and began to discuss amongst themselves. "This is the black mist. Why? Why is it getting thicker and thicker? Even breathing is becoming difficult." Suddenly one of them grew fangs. Claws protruded. His eyes turned red. Veins bulged all over his face, and he drooled. He quickly lost his mind, screamed, and emitted black energy around his body. The others didn't know what was happening,
and panicked. They stared at the cultivator who was transforming like a zombie and shouted in fear, "What the hell is going on?" These mutated zombies became more and more numerous and ferocious. These zombies were strange demonic corpses, with cloudy eyes, completely losing their reason and advancing madly, only knowing how to fight and kill. Their nails and teeth were extremely sharp, easily tearing apart the bodies of cultivators. The people there could not stop these numerous and powerful demonic corpses. A lone cultivator was carelessly transformed into a demonic corpse by the strange gray mist.
Quickly bit his best friend's shoulder. Sharp teeth and black nails like bamboo. The cultivator who was bitten exclaimed in surprise, What are you doing?"
A bald guy with 2 tufts of hair pointed and exclaimed, "Holy crap! What's going on? Have they all gone crazy?" And the bun-haired guy frowned and shouted, "Damn it! They're being invaded by this strange gray mist. That's why they're going crazy. They're no longer our fellow Taoists. The only way is to kill them all." The demonic corpses were becoming more and more numerous. Coming. Suddenly, from behind, a golden light of spiritual power flashed. Bang! 5 beams of bright golden spiritual power gently turned the demonic corpses into meat patties, almost with the strong smell of barbecue. The cultivators who had just struggled to stop the demonic corpses were now speechless, with their mouths wide open, only staring in the direction of the person who had just made the move. None other than Jun Xiaoyao, who could easily disintegrate the entire group of demonic corpses with just a wave of his hand and a kick of his foot. Jun Xiaoyao frowned annoyedly at this time and said, "I really can't stand you guys. You don't have any ability, yet you dare to rush into the primordial heaven supreme treasure trove. For what? You guys think this is a resort where you can suck whatever you want and inhale whatever you want?" At that moment, a chubby cultivator with limited height recognized Jun Xiaoyao and exclaimed tremblingly, That's him. It's Jun Xiaoyao."
Sweat poured down like rain. He stuttered, trying to warn those around him. "You guys better not mess with him, or you might get killed. His bad name has spread far and wide."
Holy crap, so handsome, rich, and understanding. How come he's rumored to be vicious?
After hearing the warning, the cultivators around him were all cautious, with wary eyes, not daring to move, fearing that they might accidentally provoke Jun Xiaoyao.
In their eyes, he was no different from a grim reaper with a dark, murderous aura, causing the whole group to cower. A chill ran down his spine. Jun Xiaoyao recalled what Long Biqi once said, "Jun family's Shenzi, are you any different from those cultivators?"
He suddenly realized that as long as he showed a little bit of ferocity, in the eyes of these people, he would be no different from a madman who kills without blinking an eye, no different from those cultivators who are fighting and killing each other. Making a decision in his head, Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath and said 2 words full of majesty in a stern voice, "Get lost?" Immediately, the cultivators, like small boats encountering a storm, hurriedly leaned to one side, making way for him as he passed. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, being a bad guy is sometimes really great." Jun Xiaoyao walked away indifferently, leaving the cultivators to live or die on their own. After all, choosing to enter this place was their decision. He was not a nanny, nor was he a righteous gentleman or a superhero with the slogan, "With great power comes great responsibility." Like in Marvel movies, that concept had nothing to do with Xiaoyao. Going deep into the underground palace, Jun Xiaoyao felt the decaying aura, the chilling ying wind, and the black mist enveloping everywhere. At the end of the tunnel, bam! A huge palace appears, all decked out with ancient bagua patterns on the ceiling. Jun Chengjian and Jun Shuihuang step inside, super cautious, and go, "Holy crap, this place is wild. Who knew a creepy tunnel would lead to a freaking epic palace?" Everywhere you look, there's the aftermath of a bloody massacre, giving you the serious chills. Peeking at the left entrance, Jun Xiaoyao, sharp as ever, spots some faint blue spiritual energy lingering around. Then, he glances at the right entrance and finds traces of light yellow spiritual energy on the ground too. In a flash, his brain's crunching numbers like a supercomputer. Based on the signature of those energies, he figures it's gotta be Xiao Chen and Ji Xuan, the Ji family's little saint. With a sly grin, Jun Xiaoyao turns to Jun Chengjian and says, "Chengjian, bro, you're looking to get even with that Ji family's little saint, right? Well, guess what? He went that way, to the right." Hearing this, Jun Chengjian's eyes switch from playful to dead serious, and he replies with total conviction, "Don't worry, Shenzi. I'll be back once I've settled things." No sooner said than done.
Jun Chengjian blasts off in the direction Jun Xiao pointed, his energy blazing, confident as an arrow leaving the bow. As the guy vanishes from sight, Jun Xiaoyao turns to Jun Shuohuang, gently instructing, Shuohuang, ceases. Chengjian's a bit impulsive and hot-headed. If he fights Zhu Xuan alone, things could get dicey. Shadow him, but don't interfere. Just come back and report if anything goes sideways. Jun Shuohuang nods promptly. Understood. Then she vanishes like a gust of wind, leaving behind only a faint trace of spiritual energy. Jun Xiaoyao then dishes out a task for Jun Wanji. He says, Wanji bro, I have a mission for you. Jun Wanji looks at Jun Xiaoyao grimly, then replies in a loud voice, Your Grace Shenzi, don't be so polite with me. I am already your subordinate, just give me your orders. Jun Xiaoyao is surprised, standing still for a few seconds, then instructing, Yuan Linglong, take the left entrance, go deep inside, and find the one I'm looking for. Linglong knows who I mean. Linglong nods, appearing to understand, says, Ah, I see. Could it be him? Jun Xiaoyao chuckles softly. A mischievous smile appears, then adds, That guy's got to share some of his good fortune with us after all. He's got that chosen one vibe, just like all those protagonists I know. So let him worry about finding treasure, we'll just take our cut. Linglong, for sure, knows who he's talking about. Obeys at once. Jun Wanji, though not crystal clear about the plan, does not ask further, only nods and agrees, quickly setting off as instructed. Jiang Shengyi's mind goes haywire, wondering why she is suddenly thinking about the youth's affairs. Why so suddenly?
She murmurs to herself, wondering how her nephew, Jun Xiaoyao, though betrothed to Luoli, looks more mature than his age. She stares at Jun Xiaoyao, wondering, does he look anything like a teenager? Early puberty, perhaps? Noticing Jiang Shengyi's strange expression, Jun Xiaoyao turns around, smiling. Little Shengyi ceases. How about we stroll around this palace and see if there is any chance for us? Jiang Shengyi, being lost in thought, is flustered by what Xiaoyao said, but nodded quietly. Thus, both of them, along with Xiaoyao's spiritual pet, continued exploring deeper into the underground palace. On the other side, Long Bichi is slowly making her way into a large limestone cave. The surrounding space is dark and filled with cold air. Every step she takes is filled with thoughts. Why are all living beings in the Huangtian Xianyu cultivating like crazy? Is it for fame, wealth, or to become the supreme emperor? Or they just don't want to be trampled under other people's feet? Long Bichi wonders. Feeling the pressure from great goals. The pressure from the fierce competition between cultivators. For them, cultivation is not just effort but madness, a thirst for surpassing fate. But no matter how hard they try, there is always someone that is an exception. Someone that is special. Long Bichi, holding a blue flame torch, continues forwards and concentrates her thought. She suddenly hears a loud cheer from deep inside the cave. Ha ha! I finally found it! Long Bichi immediately becomes vigilant, her eyes sharp, as she hears that voice from Xiao Chen, the one with the vibes of a chosen one, blessed with luck, known for obtaining what other people work hard for, with ease. In front, Xiao Chen is standing next to a dragon tribe skeleton, his eyes shining, grinning. Ha ha ha, I didn't think I'd find the ancestral dragon bone so easily. Xiao Chen, I will certainly rise and restore the glory of the Qinglong clan. From afar, Long Bichi sees Xiao Chen rejoicing in front of the ancestral dragon bones, and cannot help but get annoyed. She frowns and thinks, I can't stand it. How can he be so happy in front of other people's ancestral bones? She bit her lips, then could not help but mumble, How abstract. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Xiao Chen jumps and looks up, trying to see who it was. Standing high above, Long Bichi was momentarily flustered, muttering, Could he be that legendary pervert? Unconsciously, she recalled old memories of the subtle injustices in this world. You might be born favored by the heavenly Dako, with innate gifts surpassing ordinary people, and hold a lofty position, as if you're the darling of the heavens. She remembered the days when she effortlessly defeated Long Haoshan, forcing him to kneel before her under the admiring gazes of the Long Chao elders. They revered her as the daughter of heaven, the successor to the Azure Dragon lineage, but that adoration had gradually made Long Bibachi lose sight of the vastness of the world. Most people confidently believe that they are the main character of the world, always standing on the top. A sense of melancholy welled up within her. Even having achieved the positions that so many dreamed of, she had to admit that, towards someone like Xiao Chen, she never fully understood the opportunities he held. those things beyond her reach. Turning her head back, she saw a towering mountain looming through the white clouds, as if reminding her that there's always a higher peak ahead. She told herself, "There's always a higher mountain. Don't be complacent and see the world like a frog at the bottom of a well." Longbichi gazed into the distance, her eyes reaching the top of the towering mountain. The image of a blurry figure flashed in her mind. It was a genius of the Long Chao clan, who made the world look up to him with a dignified gaze, and the white hair mixed with the characteristic gold of the dragon clan, Long Aoshin. Long Aoshin's older brother, the embodiment of pride and absolute power, a guy who saw the world as dust beneath his feet. Returning to the present, Longbichi looked down at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "I really can't stand it. How can you be so happy to see the remains of someone else's ancestors? Are you a pervert?" Xiao Chen was startled by the voice and quickly looked up to see who was talking. At that moment, Longbichi jumped down without hesitation, landing in front of him with a majestic presence, leaving Xiao Chen stunned and frozen. Longbichi's sharp eyes stared directly at Xiao Chen. She slightly raised her head and slowly said, "My mission on this trip is to bring my ancestors' remains back to the Long Chao clan. So no matter who you are or what your intentions are, just get out of here. What you're doing is completely meaningless to me." Xiao Chen was sweating bullets, trying to hide his anxiety, but couldn't conceal the tension in his wary eyes. He thought to himself, "Damn it, fate is so harsh. Why are the people from Long Chao clan here so fast? I still had to rely on Azure Dragon Elder to sense the dragon bone to get here. I didn't expect this dragon girl's bloodline to guide her here so quickly. Can't be underestimated." Xiao Chen tried to regain his composure and smirked. "Young lady, you're being way too bossy. Don't you know the concept of first come, first served?" Longbichi raised an eyebrow, a little surprised, and asked, "Bossy? You're talking about me?" She scratched her head and replied with a nonchalant smile, "I'm already being too polite. How could you say I'm disrespecting you?" The characteristic golden eyes of the dragon clan suddenly flashed with a fierce killing intent. Longbichi continued in a cold voice, "Whatever. Good words and reason can't sway stubborn people like you." Instantly, a terrifying pressure erupted around Longbichi's body, with strong bursts swirling dust around her, distorting the space under pressure. She drew her unique sword and stepped closer to Xiao Chen, calmly saying, "If neither of us is willing to back down, let's settle this according to the old rules of the Huangtian Xianyu." Xiao Chen clearly felt the fierce pressure and killing intent from Longbichi, and couldn't help but clench his fist, his expression tense. He thought to himself, "Damn it, this killing intent is terrifying. If I don't strike first, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble." Without hesitation, Xiao Chen used the characteristic blue spiritual power of the Qing Tianhua Longzhu. In an instant he sped towards Longbichi, throwing a powerful punch. However, Longbichi, as the dragon daughter of heaven, wasn't so easily defeated. At the moment of impact, both bodies touched each other, creating a surge of mana that stirred the space. Longbichi gently blocked the punch with her sharp sword, while her left hand quickly formed a seal, using spiritual power and martial arts to dissolve Xiao Chen's attack. Longbichi didn't forget to lightly sneer at Xiao Chen, "Ooh, scary." Despite the sarcasm, she was a little surprised. This human actually has a mid-stage Divine Bridge Realm cultivation level, a level comparable to other heavenly geniuses among humans. With her outstanding talent, Longbichi has only just reached the Divine Bridge Realm's great perfection. After launching a full-force attack, and still being blocked so easily, Xiao Chen was covered in cold sweat, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Holy crap, how is she so quick?" This is a world of difference between the noble heavenly geniuses and the petty thieves I've met. Immediately afterward, Longbichi swung her sword, creating a powerful gust of wind that pushed Xiao Chen back. He struggled to maintain his balance, his feet sliding across the ground before coming to a stop. He sighed with a hint of resignation as he realized his difficult situation. The Azure Dragon Elder's reminder echoed in his head again. "This little dragon girl has a special bloodline, and her cultivation is higher than yours. If you want to win, you have to make it quick. Prolonging the fight will only alarm other cultivators, which will be troublesome." He muttered a playful remark to himself. Xiao Chen immediately poured all his strength into using the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art that he had painstakingly trained. His body began to emit streams of rolling azure light, and dense spiritual energy enveloped his entire form. Longbichi, seeing this scene from afar, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "What is this? What is this stream of spiritual energy?"
Xiao Chen acted exactly according to the instructions of Azure Dragon Supreme,
rushing towards Long Bipichi with a speed so fast that he almost disappeared from sight.
However, Long Bipichi remained calm, without the slightest hint of worry. Chen.
Xiao Chen appeared right in front of her, unleashing the strongest technique of the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art. Azure Dragon Sky-Shattering Fist, aiming directly at Long Bichi.
Long Bichi lightly raised her hand and caught Xiao Chen's fist without any difficulty,
raising an eyebrow slightly, saying,
"So, this is actually the supreme technique of the Azure Dragon lineage. Where did you learn this technique from?" Not giving Long Bichi any more time to question him, Xiao Chen quickly unleashed the next move, Azure Dragon Sky-Shattering Claw.
But before the attack could even reach its target,
an unexpected kick from Long Bichi struck Xiao Chen's chin, leaving him dazed. Xiao Chen retreated, smiling somewhat self-deprecatingly to himself. As expected, she's a tough one. This Long Bichi isn't an ordinary opponent. Long Bichi landed gracefully, still not showing any signs of fatigue.
Xiao Chen struggled to attack again, seemingly intentionally letting his face collide with Long Bichi's fist in order to counterattack. However, the stronger, Rothan, expected recoil sent him flying hundreds of meters away,
finally landing and only suffering minor injuries, clutching his chest. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it! Don't even mention defeating Jun Xiaoyao. I can't even defeat a little dragon girl?" Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes widened, surprised, as he looked behind Long Bichi. An attack with 8 powerful streams of spiritual energy from behind, hurtling straight towards her. Long Bichi glanced back slightly, not showing the slightest fear, and easily leaped up to dodge the attack.
However, her confidence made her a target.
That attack unexpectedly caused a rather large wound on her face, causing both Xiao Chen and Long Bichi to look towards the attacker. On the ground, Bai Lu's footsteps slowly advanced, shattering the ground with a powerful aura.
Behind him, a woman wearing white silk, her face covered, her eyes like autumn water, beautiful and dazzling, appeared. Xiao Chen exclaimed with surprise and joy, "Yu Mingyu, why are you here?" Yu Mingyu's appearance was completely unexpected by Xiao Chen. She tried to hide her emotions, feeling guilty, so she glanced elsewhere and pretended to be talking.
"I heard that the Primordial Heaven Supreme Secret Realm opened, so I came to join in the fun. I didn't expect Brother Xiao Chen to be here too." Long Bichi, after being wounded on the face, no longer held the same contempt as before. At this moment, her eyes became serious. Observing the veiled woman, she realized that Yu Mingyu's cultivation was at least at the Guiyi realm, indicating that, whether in terms of cultivation or origin, she was no ordinary person.
Yu Mingyu, after explaining her reason for being there, turned to Long Bichi, her voice full of conviction.
"You should leave. Those things are not something you can contend for." Yu Mingyu spoke with a cold, majestic voice, like a princess of a divine dynasty. Long Bichi, upon hearing this, laughed loudly, her eyes full of arrogance. "Ha! So the dragon bones of my ancestors are not to be contested, and are to be left for you to monopolize? You guys are really something, huh?"
As she spoke these words, Long Bichi unhesitatingly released an even more terrifying pressure, her eyes sinking with murderous intent. The wound on her face caused by Yu Mingyu also quickly healed, as if it had never existed. She sneered, Besides this kind of self-aggrandizement, it's really embarrassing. Seems like I'm easily looked down upon when I'm too polite, huh?" Yu Mingyu, after listening to Long Bichi, pondered in silence for a long time, but even after a dozen minutes, she couldn't think of a reasonable answer.
She thought to herself, "What little dragon girl said actually makes sense. I want to refute, but I can't think of anything to say." Just then, Xiao Chen, standing behind, shouted loudly, "Mingyu, don't listen to that Lolita dragon's nonsense." He threw his cloak aside and continued, "These legendary supreme dragon bones are inside the Primordial Heaven Supreme Secret Realm, so they belong to the Primordial Heaven Supreme who has been lost forever. The treasures inside the secret realm of a Supreme who has been lost forever belong to whoever has the ability to obtain them. This has nothing to do with her Dragon Clan ancestors."
Yu Mingyu, with her innocent and pure heart, continued to be influenced by Xiao Chen's persuasive words.
She nodded, thinking to herself, "Yes, that's right. Masterless treasures in a secret realm belong to whoever has the ability to obtain them. That's how everyone does it."
Xiao Chen quickly stepped in front of Long Bichi, his eyes full of determination. "Hey, little dragon girl of the Dragon Clan, there are a total of 5 dragon bones here. Among them, the 4 ancient dragon bones are a deep,
dark gold, and the surface of the bones are engraved with many complex and mysterious runes. They are ancient dragon bones. I, Xiao Chen, can give up these 4 ancient dragon bones. But as for this supreme ancestral dragon bone, which is directly related to my future cultivation, I must absolutely contend for it at all costs. Then, he turned to Yu Mingyu, acting skillfully and clenching his palm, and said, "Mingyu, you don't need to lend a hand to help me, okay?" He pretended to emphasize casually, "A man must know how to rely on his own strength to contend for opportunities and determine his own destiny."
Beside him, Yu Mingyu looked delighted by Xiao Chen's persuasive words. However, his performance was abruptly interrupted by Long Biqi, who couldn't stand the ridiculousness any longer. She kicked Xiao Chen straight in the face, saying, "Cut the pointless bullshit. You better rely on your own strength to compete. You're too good at using me as a puppet. Show me some real skills. Let's see you throw a punch." Xiao Chen took a kick to the face, but didn't fall. He quickly regained his balance, wiped the wound, and yelled, "What the FCK? What are you playing at? A sneak attack while I'm acting? Where's your martial spirit gone?" Long Biqi held her dragon sword, her cold eyes emitting 2 streaks of murderous golden light. She rushed toward Xiao Chen, saying, "Are you kidding me? You guys are fighting over my dragon clan's ancestral dragon bone, and now you expect me to fight you with martial spirit?" Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, bracing himself for Long Biqi's attack. From afar, Yu Mingyu shouted, "Xiao Chen, be careful," with Long Biqi.
She immediately cast the golden silk fabric she had previously used to attack, aiming to protect Xiao Chen from danger. Long Biqi didn't flinch, calmly glancing at Yu Mingyu, as if everything was within her calculations.
She redirected her attack towards the silk fabric, drawing her dragon sword. With a single strike, her sword elegantly split into many small pieces, increasing its length and maneuverability. With a swoosh, she easily shattered Mingyu's magical silk fabric, pieces flying in the wind, before Yu Mingyu's astonished eyes. Yu Mingyu truly didn't expect Long Biqi's azure dragon sword to be so powerful. She was surprised by the sword's strength.
Seeing her plan succeed, Long Biqi said smugly, "This woman used a white cloth to block my divine sense. There must be something secret to hide. I don't care who you are or what your background is, but if you want to wade into this muddy water, you'll be my enemy."
Hearing these words, Yu Mingyu paused slightly, a few drops of sweat appearing on her forehead. Because the Dragon Clan was indeed a major force, although not comparable to the Imperial 3 families in the desolate heaven immortal domain, but still had a great influence. Becoming a direct enemy of the Dragon Clan would cause her many difficulties. Noticing the situation becoming tense, Xiao Chen quickly interrupted the confrontation, shouting, "Shut up! Who do you think you are, talking to Mingyu like that?" Xiao Chen's sudden attack looked powerful, but to Long Biqi, it was just child's play. She gently tilted her head to the right to dodge, then counterattacked with her sword.
With a slight smile, she said, "Ha, is that all you've got?" Xiao Chen had to keep acting, because he was currently soloing against Long Biqi. The only way he could repel her and seize the supreme ancestral dragon bone was to get Yu Mingyu on his side. Ignoring the dangerous sword in front of him, he still tried to yell, "Mingyu, don't be fooled by this little dragon girl's nonsense. Let's compete for the treasures of the primordial heaven's supreme secret realm together, and get out of here safely." Competing for opportunities has been around since ancient times. It has become the law of the desolate heaven immortal domain.
After dodging the attack, Xiao Chen channeled his spiritual power into his right palm, casting the azure dragon claw towards Long Biqi. A ferocious azure dragon illusion rushed towards her, but right then, this illusion was just a fake. A real azure claw with dragon scales and dragon claws appeared directly, shattering the illusion, rushing straight towards Xiao Chen. In his astonishment and panic, he didn't have time to react.
Long Biqi's azure dragon claw grabbed Xiao Chen's head
and pressed him down to sniff the dirt for a while.
At this moment, dragon scales appeared all over Long Biqi's face, her eyes and dragon horns emitting mysterious blue light, along with a hint of gloomy, murderous intent. She said, "Today I'll let you know who the real successor of the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art is."
Xiao Chen had his head pressed down by Long Biqi with one hand, in such a miserable situation that a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "That damn arrogant look again. Just like that Jun Xiaoyao bastards."
He shouted, "I can't allow myself to fail like this. Don't underestimate me."
Suddenly, a thick green smoke appeared around Xiao Chen's body, surprising Long Biqi for a moment.
Immediately after, Xiao Chen respawned with full HP, springing up and pushing Longbichi away. The headband on his forehead also fell off.
Longbichi raised the hand that had just blocked Xiao Chen's attack, staring at it with surprise that she could be hurt by him even after casting the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art. Xiao Chen, with his sudden surge of power, was able to cast the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art to the dragon transformation stage, 2 pairs of dragon horns appearing on the top of his head. Along with his ears and face transforming into the Dragon Clan's form, he confidently roared towards Longbichi. Then let's see who the true successor of the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art is today. Seeing Xiao Chen use his trump card, Wu Mingyu immediately rushed over and shouted, "Xiao Chen, brother, please stay calm, don't be too angry. If we go all out against this little dragon girl here,
both of us will suffer significant losses. The impact of the battle will alert the other cultivators inside the Primordial Heaven Supreme Treasure, and that will be extremely dangerous."
Disregarding the danger, Wu Mingyu rushed straight towards Longbichi, while simultaneously transmitting a message to Xiao Chen. "I have a secret treasure that can hold this dragon girl for a short time. Brother Xiao Chen, please use that time to take the supreme ancestral dragon bone and leave." Xiao Chen, hearing Wu Mingyu's telepathic message, was both surprised and tense. He gritted his teeth, lost in thought. This decision was crucial for him. Either obtain the supreme ancestral dragon bone, greatly aiding his future cultivation, or abandon the Pan-Wu divine dynasty and its princess, losing a relationship full of potential. On Wu Mingyu's side, she began to unleash her secret treasure. Golden strands of spiritual energy appeared before her, entangling Longbichi's body. When Longbichi realized what was happening, she immediately raised her hand to respond. But the secret treasure's speed was too fast, leaving her no time to react. A series of golden threads tightened, restraining Longbichi.
In her mind, worry surged. What level of secret treasure is this? When bound by these golden threads, I can't use my spiritual energy anymore.
Wu Mingyu then shouted, "Xiao Chen, now's the time. Do it quickly." Hearing this, Xiao Chen jumped forward from behind, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Well, this is just too good."
His actions and words were so abnormal that even Longbichi was surprised by the reality before her. She stared at Xiao Chen with a vacant expression, unable to believe that he had decided to stay.
He had hesitatingly launched a poisonous attack directly at Longbichi's heart, who was being restrained by Wu Mingyu's secret treasure. This move was truly cunning, now putting Wu Mingyu on the same boat as him. Xiao Chen understood that if Longbichi died here, the ancestral dragon nest would definitely not let it go. A bloody storm would ensue, and Wu Mingyu wouldn't be able to escape involvement.
Longbichi, struck by the critical blow, quickly vomited blood, sweat running down her face. In helplessness, her eyes were filled with pain and panic. After his cruel attack, Xiao Chen turned to Wu Mingyu and said, "Mingyu, if you let this dragon woman survive today, the ancestral dragon nest will definitely not spare me. There will be endless troubles." Longbichi, struck by the fatal blow, coughed up a mouthful of blood, her eyes becoming unfocused.
Fresh blood flowed from the wound on her chest to the ground, causing her steps to falter, losing her balance.
After his ruthless words, Xiao Chen coldly withdrew his hand from Longbichi's body, to Wu Mingyu's astonishment and helplessness.
Longbichi couldn't stand firm and knelt down before Xiao Chen. Seeing this scene, Wu Mingyu stammered, "Brother Xiao Chen, you really shouldn't have acted like that." Xiao Chen remained calm and replied, "Sister Mingyu, please understand me. I really had no other choice."
A mental struggle ensued within Wu Mingyu. If this were truly a competition of skill to seize an opportunity, perhaps the ancestral dragon nest would find it difficult to pursue the matter. But Xiao Chen attacking little dragon girl while she was being restrained by her secret treasure was truly questionable. Why could Xiao Chen have such a cruel and sinister face? Just then, the influence of these thoughts caused the golden threads to gradually loosen. Longbichi, in her miserable state, sensed this and thought to herself, "It seems this secret treasure is loosening. Is the owner of this treasure unstable?" In the brief moment when the secret treasure loosened and lost its sealing effect on the spiritual energy in her body,
Longbichi quickly retaliated towards Xiao Chen. His surprised eyes were caught off guard, and Longbichi unleashed a flash of green light from her spiritual energy, throwing a punch towards Xiao Chen. Though caught by surprise, he quickly raised his hand to defend, trying to block this attack. Xiao Chen's defending hand trembled violently from the aftershock of Longbichi's punch. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "What kind of monster is this little dragon girl? I pierced her heart with one strike, and she can still move. When she just recovered her spiritual energy, she became so strong. Ooh, he really had no other choice. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chen's cruel and violent nature was revealed. He quickly flew in front of Long Biqi and uttered inhumane words. "Then I'll just have to take your head." Hearing Xiao Chen's cold words, Long Biqi smiled softly, suddenly remembering old words. The image of Long Haoshan appeared. He was looking down and saying, "You are very talented, but you spend all your time chasing after girls. What are you thinking in your head?" Long Biqi lay sprawled on a flower-filled field, her expression slightly annoyed at the name Long Haoshan. She thought to herself, "Isn't this white-haired guy the one who just lost to me in the Ancestral Dragon Nest's younger generation competition?" Then, Long Biqi sat up, scratching her head and yawned, and replied, "So what about you? You train very hard, right? But in the end, you still can't beat me, can you?" Long Haoshan, even buried in the Ancestral Dragon Nest, was undeterred. "Hey, wanna fight, right? I'm telling you, sooner or later, that mouth of yours will get you in trouble." Long Biqi didn't care, glancing at him indifferently and replying, "The bottom line is that you still can't beat me, can you? I really don't understand why you try so hard to compete with others every day like that." Hearing this question, Long Haoshan laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Why, of course, it's because I want to stand at the pinnacle of this wild heaven immortal domain, to become a great emperor. Besides this reason, what other reason could there be? Don't you think it's too reasonable?" Long Biqi heard Long Haoshan's words and was speechless. Glancing at him in despair, he stood there gleefully, like a kid talking about his grand dreams and aspirations. In her head, Long Biqi was like, "Haha, seriously, even this little punk who can't beat me dreams of becoming the Celestial Emperor." For thousands of years, countless people in the Nine Heavens Xianyu have been busting their asses for that goal, risking their lives with swords in hand. After a moment of contemplation, Long Biqi replied, "Becoming the Celestial Emperor? Nah. That's not really my thing." Long Haoshan was surprised that a Qinglong clan member had no desire to become the Celestial Emperor, and asked, "Really? Then why do you cultivate?" Long Biqi casually replied, "Haha, duh, so I can travel all over the Xianyu." She used to have a stone, cold face when Long Haoshan talked about becoming the Celestial Emperor, but now she revealed a playful, gleeful expression. Hey, do you know how big the 9 heavens and 10 earths are? There's the Crystal Desert, the Thunder Sea, the Myriad Colors Mountain. I really want to go everywhere, he. Long Haoshan didn't dare argue with this hyperactive dragon. He could only force a smile, sweating, doing his best to play along. Then, Long Biqi gently lifted her hair in the shimmering sunlight and said, "If I didn't cultivate, you think I could get to those places?" That little gesture almost made Long Haoshan faint. He braced himself and asked, "So, you do have goals, but you're slacking off on cultivation. What if you're traveling and someone wants to kill you?" Long Biqi lightly laughed and replied, "Then that's my fate. I'll just have to accept it." Back in the present, that Xiao Chen guy was still struggling, his teeth clenched, sweat pouring down as he dealt with Long Biqi's attacks. She had completely transformed into a true dragon, fast as lightning, biting right into Xiao Chen's torso. Continuing her earlier words, "I'll accept that fate, but I'll crush your body first." Xiao Chen, bitten by Long Biqi, slammed hard into the limestone wall, creating a shocking aftershock. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face full of pain. But he wasn't about to give up easily. He gritted his teeth, channeled spiritual energy into his right arm, and shouted, "You little dragon girl, die!" Then, Xiao Chen used the Azure Dragon Subdues Evil move from the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art, attacking directly at Long Biqi's head, creating a huge wound between her eyes. At the same time, both Long Biqi and Xiao Chen fell downwards. Bam! They both free fell onto the stone floor in incredible pain. Xiao Chen was having a hard time maintaining the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art. His dragon form was finally about to disappear. As for Long Biqi, even though she was injured after transforming into her true Azure Dragon form, she still smirked smugly. He, just accept your fate, human. You're just a puny human after all. No matter how many supreme arts you learn from my ancestral dragon nest, you'll never become a real true dragon." Xiao Chen, hearing those savage words, angrily rushed forward and yelled, "Shut your mouth." Seeing Xiao Chen act like that, Long Biqi thought smugly, He. He's actually charging in so foolishly. Come and take this." Long Biqi immediately activated both of her dragon cores, the attack appearing between her temples and dantian.
two blinding lights erupting. Yu Mingyu, seeing the danger, spoke worriedly. This isn't good. This little dragon girl actually wants to initiate a Dragon Core self-detonation at the crucial moment. From above, a lightning current like a flood issued from a threatening electric purple, drenching down straight between Xiao Chen and Long Biqi. Both, surprised, raised their hands on instinct and turned their heads to protect themselves.
Yu Mingyu didn't feel this, only noticing a few drops of sweat trickling down her beautiful face. The stream of lightning slowly shrunk. Inside, the figure of a male slowly appeared, surrounded by interwoven violet lightning, giving off the threatening sound of crackling. From the distance, Jun Wanji's familiar sound rang. Wanji brother, isn't this a pity? Wasn't your victory about to be decided? Jun Wanji stood in front of Long Biqi, sheltering her, and said, I really can't stand watching any longer. This can be reported to Shenzi. I will take the responsibility for my actions myself. Long Biqi stood behind Jun Wanji. Before she could understand what was happening, a giant question mark appeared in her head. Guardian Jun Wanji appeared to protect her without benefiting after the battle was about to end. She felt surprised. Jun Wanji stood tall in front of Long Biqi, streaks of violet lightning crackling around him, creating a dangerous atmosphere. Xiao Chen was forced back step by the oppressive aura, while Yu Mingyu rushed to his side. She thought to herself, aren't these the favored talents of the Jun family? What are they doing here? Just then, Jun Linglong hopped to Jun Wanji's side and said to Long Biqi, why bother self-destructing? Even if you self-detonate with the full power of 2 Dragon Cores, it won't do any good. Long Biqi, blood still streaming down his mouth, replied, cough, cough. At least I can destroy the dragon bones of my ancestors. I won't let them fall into the hands of someone like him. Then, Long Biqi turned to Jun Wanji and asked, you helped me. Are you from the Jun family? Jun Wanji's face remained impassive as he coldly replied, Huangzhu, Jun Wanji. Hearing the name Jun Wanji, Long Biqi was taken aback. His eyes flickered as he said, Jun Wanji, aren't you ranked 5th on the Jun family's autonomous list? Jun Wanji tersely replied, correct. Hearing Jun Wanji's confirmation, Long Biqi closed his eyes slightly, nodded, dispelled his true dragon form, and said, so the Jun family is also interested in the dragon bones of my ancestral dragon nest's ancestors. Jun Wanji glanced at Long Biqi and replied, we're here for that little brat standing over there. Yu Mingyu bit her lip upon hearing this, thinking, the Jun family of Huangzhu. Why are they looking for Xiao Chen? Long Biqi looked at the 5 sets of dragon bones and said, these dragon bones contain the innate Tao laws of our Azure dragon lineage, especially one set that contains the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. I'd imagine the Shenzi of your Jun family is on his way here, right? He can't possibly be indifferent to something like this. Why are you pretending you don't care? Jun Wanji frowned without hesitation at Long Biqi's questioning and said, why would you say we don't care? The legendary supreme ancestral dragon bones are an extremely precious treasure. Of course, we're both moved by it, but my Jun family has always been upright and honorable. We wouldn't stoop to taking advantage of others, like some sneaky fisherman. You can take these dragon bones now, but sooner or later, my Jun family will attack the ancestral dragon nest lair and fight you to the death. At that time, everything in your ancestral dragon nest will belong to my Jun family. Then, Jun Wanji finished with a cold glint in his eyes. In short, why would my Jun family resort to such lowly tactics with you here? You're just a lowly dragon, and only a descendant of the ancestral dragon nest? It's just embarrassing. Xiao Chen, hearing that Long Biqi had gained 2 more Jun family allies, was furious, his veins bulging. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept that he was so close to achieving his goal. Long Biqi, hearing Jun Wanji's point of view, casually replied, oh yeah, I forgot, this is the domineering style of the Jun family. But whatever, you guys can take these dragon bones. I can't compete and take them away anyway. But in return, can you do me a favor? That is, please slap that scumbag over there in the face for me. Hearing this, Xiao Chen internally screamed, I'm done for. Jun Wanji didn't reply to Long Biqi's words, but stomped his foot, then appeared in front of Xiao Chen. He slapped him and said, deal. Xiao Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Although he was exhausted and weaker than in his prime, Jun Wanji's speed was truly terrifying. He couldn't believe it. He thought, I was defeated by a single slap? I couldn't even react? And it wasn't even Jun Xiaoyao, but just one of his underlings. Jun Wanji delivered a perfect slap, sending Xiao Chen spinning before he face planted into the ground. Yu Mingyu, still concerned about Xiao Chen, cried out, "Xiao Chen," in worry and said, "What exactly do you people from the Jun family want?" Jun Wanji's eyes darkened, looking cool as he said, "You ask what we want to do, but wait, pause for a few seconds of looking cool." Jun Wanji dazedly turned back and asked, "What are we supposed to do with this guy again?" Jun Linglong casually replied, "You don't know who he is? He's the one who wants to devour the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom within the 3,000 Dao provinces. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is one of the 4 symbols Ancient Kingdoms. The princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Bai Yunker, happens to be my friend, so Shenzi helped the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Unexpectedly, this guy accused Shenzi of having an affair with Bai Yuer. Shenzi was furious and beat him up, and Shenzi was only a little over 10 years old at the time." Jun Wanji was startled upon hearing this, sweating as he said, "What? He actually spread such fake news? He really deserves a beating, but trust me, Jun Wanji sweating like that can only mean he's too shocked that Shenzi already had a driver's license at just 10 years old, haha." Yu Mingyu, standing nearby, was also incredibly surprised, thinking, "Wait a minute, something's not right. Why isn't the story I heard like that?" Xiao Chen, his mouth swollen from the beating, quickly shouted upon seeing Bai Yuer's expression, "That's ridiculous! Don't put on a show in front of me. Bai Yuer is clearly heartless and faithless, failing to cherish my sincere feelings. You Jun family, you interfered in my battle, snatched the dragon bone right in front of me, and now you humiliate me in front of everyone. Why are you targeting me like this?" Immediately after, without letting Jun Wanji and Jun Linglong say another word, he quickly channeled his spiritual power into his arm, attacking directly towards Jun Wanji. He shouted as he attacked, "It's all your fault, take this, Azure Heaven Dragon Transformation Claw." Jun Wanji didn't even bother to lift a finger. He crossed his arms, using his violet lightning power to easily block Xiao Chen's attack. Then, he chuckled dismissively and said, "All right, let me see what you've got." Streams of lightning began to appear more and more around Jun Wanji's body, crackling and buzzing louder and louder. Immediately, Jun Wanji unleashed countless bolts of lightning. Pushing Xiao Chen back, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the Lightning Calamity Battle Physique, Triple Lightning, Forbidden Absolute Heaven Lightning. Like a torrent, it struck straight down on Xiao Chen's body, and his screams of pain echoed throughout the limestone cave. Although his body had transformed into a half-dragon form, which helped reduce the power and effect of the lightning, but the destructive power and lightning magic of Jun Wanji were not ordinary. He used the Lightning Calamity Battle Physique and one of the incantations of the Lightning Forbidden Absolute simultaneously. This attack felt like a pain tearing through every muscle in Xiao Chen's body. Although Yu Mingyu was a bit hesitant, she was still very worried about Xiao Chen. She thought to herself, Xiao Chen Xiang is so angry that he can't even handle someone on the Jun family's autonomous record list. If I don't help him here, he might lose his life. Yu Mingyu opened her palm, and countless golden lights burst forth blindingly. Her eyes firm, she thought, I can't hesitate any longer. Her jade hand flicked out, and in the blink of an eye, she unleashed thousands upon thousands of palm strikes, causing the void to tremble and change. An immensely powerful aura erupted. Seeing Yu Mingyu launch this attack, Jun Wanji was slightly surprised and thought, that's the divine power of the Panwu divine dynasty, the primal chaos dispersing hand. He had fought with a monstrous genius of the Panwu divine dynasty named Wu Di, so he recognized this masked woman's background at a glance. However, Jun Wanji was not worried at all. On the contrary, he was very excited, chuckling and exclaiming, "How interesting!" Jun Wanji gathered violet lightning spiritual power in his hand, then unleashed an uncompromising strike to counter Yu Mingyu's move. A deafening roar echoed from the collision, distorting space. Yu Mingyu quickly moved forward to help Xiao Chen up, thinking, let's take this opportunity to seize the dragon bone and escape. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, startling Yu Mingyu. Not so fast, little wolf. As the voice spoke, a figure with golden hair gently swaying in the wind appeared before Yu Mingyu and said, aren't we here to find him? The person you're carrying away? Jun Linglong said coldly, her eyes glowing with a blue light as she gathered spiritual power into her arm, striking directly towards Yu Mingyu and Xiao Chen. Boom! The strike hit both of them directly, causing Yu Mingyu's white silk veil to slowly fall, revealing her face. Memories of a special lesson flashed through Jun Linglong and Bai Yunger's minds. Jun Xiaoyao, holding a piece of chalk,
stood in front of a blackboard, beginning to lecture.
Professor Jun Xiaoyao's supplementary class officially begins. Students, settle down and pay attention. Yufir, still a newbie, didn't understand what was happening and was bewildered, while Jun Linglong looked at the blackboard with a disdainful expression, thinking, the Shenzi is acting up again. Jun Xiaoyao propped his hand on the teacher's desk, his voice calm but serious. Today's lesson is very important for the female students here. Do you know that there is a very special disease in this world that specifically targets female cultivators? Both Jun Linglong and Bai Yuner were clueless about Jun Xiaoyao's intentions, but still followed along and asked, what kind of disease is it, Professor?
Underneath his anachronistic glasses, Jun Xiaoyao smiled mysteriously.
Jun Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed with a sharp, intellectual light as he replied,
precisely, it's the disease of blind love. A rainbow of colors radiated from his smile as he pushed up his glasses and continued.
No matter how high your cultivation is, no matter how terrifying your status,
once you're infected with love, your reason can vanish like smoke. Then your life may be completely ruined. Bai Yun'er seemed to understand somewhat after hearing this but couldn't help but ask worriedly, is it really that scary? Teacher, Jun Xiaoyao loudly affirmed, of course it's scary. Then he struck a cool pose and continued. When you're infected with blind love, you'll only see one person in your eyes. No matter how terrible he is, you'll still be willing to forgive him and pour all your resources into him. You'll think that if you give, you'll receive, that your goodness will be reciprocated. But the truth is, you're just a stepping stone for him to climb higher.
This is the most terrifying, incurable disease for female cultivators in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bai Yun'er eagerly raised her hand and asked, Teacher, if this disease of blind love is so dangerous, is there any way to treat it? Linglong glanced at Yun'er, nodding in approval because she was willing to play along with the unpredictable teacher's game.
Jun Xiaoyao slowly took off his glasses with a thoughtful expression and replied, this female student is really foolish. If it's an incurable disease, how could there be any treatment or medicine?
Remember, if you encounter someone with this disease, and if they don't harm you, stay away from them and wish them well. Don't stigmatize those who are suffering from that disease.
But if they offend or attack you, then give them a good beating to wake them up, and don't be so foolish in love.
The golden spiritual energy from Jun Linglong's attack gradually dissipated,
revealing Yu Mingyu gritting her teeth, trying to hold on. Linglong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, thinking to herself, oh, something's fishy here.
She didn't even dodge, but chose to directly receive my attack.
When the attack was just about to hit, she pushed Xiao Chen to a safe place,
willing to take the hit just to protect him.
Just like that lovesickness Shenzi mentioned.
Linglong raised her eyebrows.
Her spirit energy surged, thinking, can't just confirm it based on one time, gotta try again to be sure.
Just then, Yu Mingyu sensed Linglong's intention from afar, gritting her teeth and looking up angrily.
Linglong suddenly changed her attack direction toward Xiao Chen, who was sprawled on the ground in a panic. Yu Mingyu tried to rush over to save Xiao Chen.
Just as Linglong's attack was about to touch Xiao Chen, Linglong suddenly twisted her direction,
pulling her hand back to shoulder level, leaving Yu Mingyu stunned. Immediately after, a powerful slap landed straight on Mingyu's face, the loud smack echoing as if the cliff itself was reverberating. Yu Mingyu was sent flying into the wall behind her, so much so that dust flew everywhere. Linglong looked at her again, a mocking expression on her face, thinking, she didn't even realize my feint, too focused on protecting that Xiao Chen guy, her mind's all messed up. On the other side, Xiao Chen just woke up, blankly sitting up. Linglong slightly curled her lips, confirming her thoughts, and then laughing.
She's really blindly in love with this Xiao Chen guy, huh? Is there something wrong with your eyes, Yu Mingyu?
Hearing Linglong's mockery, Yu Mingyu angrily shouted, what did you say?
Suddenly, from afar, Xiao Chen loudly called out Mingyu's name. While gathering spirit energy with his hand seals, he shouted, Mingyu, get away!
With both hands forming seals, a huge azure dragon phantom appeared, the head and tail connected, swirling in space, like a lush green mountain suppressing. This was exactly the secret move. Azure Dragon suppresses demons of Azure Sky Dragon transformation art, making Xiao Chen complacently laugh out loud.
You die.
Seeing the Azure Dragon suppresses demons attack descending,
Jun Linglong was slightly startled,
sweat beading on her forehead, thinking, this attack is really strong, can't block it. But Jun Linglong remained calm, because this was a too Junion 2 fight. Suddenly, Jun Wanji appeared in front of Jun Linglong like lightning. Violet lightning spirit energy burst around his body, like an electronic hedgehog with countless lightning bolts shattering every part of the descending azure dragon phantom.
Xiao Chen watched that scene in astonishment, his mouth gaping open. "Hey, what's that? Jun Wanji is now like a lightning god descending."
His eyes flashed with cold violet lightning, staring straight at Xiao Chen, his voice dropping. "You really like to sneak attack, don't you? Launching killer moves, huh?" Immediately, his entire body was enhanced by violet lightning, leaving Xiao Chen with no hope of resistance.
With just one stomp, Jun Wanji shattered the stone surface under his feet, and in an instant he appeared right in front of Xiao Chen. His firm hand grabbed Xiao Chen's head in his horrified eyes, and slammed his face straight into the wall, dragging it for a long distance. The spreading pain made people wince just thinking about it. At best a split lip, at worst a mess of teeth and lips.
Not stopping there, Jun Wanji coldly threw Xiao Chen straight to the ground. Yu Mingyu, even after taking quite a few hits, hadn't regained her senses, even continuing to rush in with blind eyes, shouting in worry.
"Xiao Chen!"
Jun Linglong turned to look directly at Yu Mingyu, her voice full of mockery. "I just saw you using the divine power of the Banwu divine dynasty, chaotic origin scattering hand. Are you nobility of the Banwu divine dynasty? Well, no wonder that Xiao Chen guy is stuck to you like glue."
Yu Mingyu responded immediately with an indignant expression. "Shut up, don't insult Xiao Chen anymore.
His affection for me has nothing to do with my status or position. Don't tarnish our relationship with your filthy thoughts."
Hearing those indignant words, Jun Linglong was stunned. She only wanted to persuade Mingyu to wake up, but unexpectedly she was criticized so harshly. In her heart she thought, "What is this? Is she really bewitched?"
Recalling what Jun Xiaoyao once said about the sickness of blind love, Jun Linglong suddenly felt a little chills. Could that disease really exist? That's just absurd. Just then, from behind, Jun Xiaoyao appeared with a smug look, laughing gleefully. He, little Lingzi. How could I spread untrue knowledge? Learn, my dear female student, and you'll understand. Jun Linglong turned around. Her voice gentle but full of sarcasm, she said, "That Xiao Chen guy isn't really with you because of your status and background, is he? Then,
do you know who he's made enemies with?" Wu Mingyu clenched her fist, her face full of anger. "Xiao Chen's enemy? Isn't it that young master from the Jun family you guys mentioned?" Jun Linglong chuckled mockingly. "That's right, you're pretty well informed, but do you really know the background of that young master from the Jun family in this wild heaven immortal domain?"
He is the super Shenzi of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. Hearing the name Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Mingyu felt a chill down her spine, startled, and broke out in a cold sweat. The image of an extremely wicked and fierce character flashed in her mind.
The Jun family's Shenzi's reputation inspires fear in those who hear it. His archaic holy body is heaven-born, capable of breaking 10 shackles of the heavenly Tao, and once triggered the anomaly of the myriad saints paying homage. At just over 10 years old, he easily defeated Long Heushan, a heaven's chosen from the ancestral dragon nest. With only true spirit realm cultivation, he could withstand and force the ancestral dragon nest's quasi-supreme to manifest. Currently, he is number 1 on the Jun family's self-reliance list, an insurmountable title for his peers. Jun Xiaoyao's imagined form appeared in Wu Mingyu's mind as a fiend, a monster among the heavens chosen. Immediately after, Jun Linglong continued her verbal assault with a mocking tone. "Think about it, that Xiao Chen is just a prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, a tiny nation in the 3,000 Dao provinces. No matter how many lucky encounters he gets, he can't even touch the shadow of our Jun family's Shenzi. And you, a noble of the Panwu divine dynasty, you really did get a good starting point, huh?" Hearing those words, Wu Mingyu felt like she had been struck. Her mind became numb, her thoughts chaotic, and a fierce ideological struggle ensued.
Jun Linglong didn't let up, grabbing her cheeks and laughing loudly. "Ha, even if that bitch Bai Yungyir kicks me to the curb, I can find someone even better and get even more lucky encounters. Score! I bet he thought that. Don't you think that makes sense?"
Jun Linglong, with her 7-aperture exquisite heart, is not only incredibly intelligent, but also possesses a special physique, allowing her to vaguely see a part of the future. She used all her abilities to put more mental pressure on Wu Mingyu, making her even more hesitant and confused about her relationship with Xiao Chen.
Jun Linglong smiled slightly, her eyes sharp, as if piercing through Wu Mingyu's heart, gently saying, "Moreover, if you don't help him deal with my Jun family Shenzi, Not only will you not be able to be with him, but he might even call you a scheming bitch who sets traps everywhere."
Seeing the situation getting more and more out of control, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shout, "All of you shut up!"
In desperation, he secretly transmitted a message to the Azure Dragon Supreme, pleading, "Ancestor, please manifest and eliminate this Jun family's people." On the side, Jun Wanji still stood with his arms crossed, his cold eyes vigilantly watching Xiao Chen, as if waiting to see what tricks he could pull next. However, surprisingly, the Azure Dragon Supreme remained silent, his gaze somber without the slightest response, as if he had completely sealed himself off from all communication. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it's easy to understand. Even though the Azure Dragon Supreme is a quasi-supreme nascent soul, if he dared to manifest, he might be discovered by the Jun family's elders. At that point, the consequences would be disastrous, and he could even be imprisoned in the soul-refining tower, enduring a life worse than death in 10,000 years of pain.
Looking up at the sky, the Azure Dragon Supreme revealed a helpless expression. From the beginning, he had noticed the presence of a terrifying force, secretly observing everything. In the Azure Dragon Supreme's eyes, a golden light flashed. It was the ancestral dragon nest's elder, Kanglong Yimai, Long Bizhi's protector. This elder stood there, his face gloomy, and murderous intent emanated from his sharp eyes. From beginning to end, he hadn't taken his eyes off of everyone's actions, including Xiao Chen's every gesture towards Long Bizhi. Thanks to the Heaven Observation Mirror, a secret treasure of the Jun family, the protectors were always secretly observing from within the Primal Heaven Supreme secret treasure. The Azure Dragon Supreme clearly understood the situation, thinking to himself, "These protector elders are monitoring so closely. If I show my face, it would be no different from courting death."
Then, he sighed, closed his eyes, and transmitted a message to Xiao Chen, his voice a little regretful. "Too bad for you, if you weren't so delusional about your strength, and didn't openly launch a murderous attack against the representative of the ancestral dragon nest, that little dragon girl. I could have taken you away."
Xiao Chen was full of hope, waiting for the ancestor's appearance to turn the tide. But when he received the message from the Azure Dragon Supreme, he could only stare wide-eyed, his mouth agape, his face blank as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. "Oh God, ancestor, don't abandon me." Xiao Chen could only mutter helplessly. Jun Wanji observed Xiao Chen with cold eyes, unable to resist lifting him up, stopping his muttering.
"This guy looks like he's tripping balls. Jun Linglong, can I kill him?"
Just then, Wu Mingyu, having been enlightened by Jun Linglong, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "No!
You can't kill him!" A flash of lightning flickered in Jun Wanji's eyes. He glanced at Wu Mingyu, and a bolt of lightning shot straight towards her in an instant, startling her. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to escape the deadly blow. Although she escaped, she still trembled from the past damaging thunderbolt. Jun Wanji looked down, his voice full of threat. "Girl, be careful with your words. The Shenzi may be generous, but I have no concept of cherishing flowers and jade. Does your Panwu divine dynasty really want to become an enemy of our Jun family?"
Wu Mingyu possessed countless protective secret treasures, plus her Unity Realm cultivation was just enough to withstand the attack from Jun Wanji, but his cold words still made this princess of the Panwu divine dynasty feel flustered, biting her lips and not knowing how to respond.
The crackling of lightning echoed, blending with the chaotic thoughts in her heart. The Yu family, one of the most powerful families, and the Shenzi of this family. Even my father wouldn't dare to confront them. What am I even doing?
Jun Linglong stood beside her, glancing at Mingyu,
and suddenly had an idea. Oh, right. It seems the Shenzi needs to awaken the second anomaly of the archaic holy body, and the Panwu divine dynasty is the perfect place to do that. A light flashed in her mind, and Jun Linglong immediately revealed a cunning smile, walking towards Jun Wanji, waving her hand and saying, "Come on, brother Wanji, don't be so angry. This is just a personal grievance between the Shenzi and that Xiao Chen. It has nothing to do with the Panwu divine dynasty."
Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was painfully struggling in Jun Wanji's hand, being lifted up like a toy, without any regard. Seeing Jun Linglong's strange smile, Jun Wanji was puzzled, and asked, "Angry?" "Yeah," Jun Linglong replied calmly.
"But this Xiao Chen is a goner for sure now. How dare he mess with someone he shouldn't have?" Then, she turned to Mingyu, and cut straight to the chase. "So, do you really want to protect him?" Wu Mingyu, feeling lost, unconsciously asked back, "What do you really want to let Xiao Chen leave safely?"
Jun Linglong flashed a mysterious smile, answering bluntly, "Well, That depends on whether the esteemed princess of the Panwu divine dynasty is willing to lower herself to let him go. Xiao Chen, knowing full well what was up, still yelled out loud, Mingyu, don't listen to their nonsense, get out of here. His resounding shout only annoyed Junwanji even more. He sneered, quickly adding a surge of lightning straight into Xiao Chen's mouth. Xiao Chen let out a blood-curdling scream, but immediately after, his head was struck by the lightning, turning into a charred mess, and he fell unconscious to the ground. Wu Mingyu watched the scene, biting her lip. She knew that if this continued, neither of them would have a chance to escape her. Her eyes turned sharp, and she stepped forward forcefully, stating directly, "Get to the point. What do you want?" Seeing that she had taken the bait, Jun Linglong chuckled to herself, thinking gleefully, "Love is truly amazing." She took out a blue pearl, handed it to Jun Wanji, and said, "Wanji, Mixiang, please hold on to this shadow pearl for a moment." Then, she looked at Mingyu and said calmly, "Don't worry, we don't need much, just your cooperation." With that, Jun Linglong suddenly swept Wu Mingyu up into her arms, bridal style, catching her completely off guard. Before Mingyu could react, Jun Linglong quickly closed in, taking a deep breath to gather her strength, then raised her right hand, executing a strange technique. Divine palm butt smack. A resounding smack echoed, loud enough for even those hidden in the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm to hear. Wu Mingyu's face flushed crimson, not knowing what to do, both angry and embarrassed. This blow wasn't just physically damaging, it also inflicted severe psychological damage. Her eyes wide, tears welling up, she stammered, You, what are you doing?" Another smack rang out, along with Wu Mingyu's shameful cries, "No! Please don't! Stop it! Please, don't hit me anymore!" Jun Wanji, at this moment, played the role of a reluctant hero, holding the pearl in his hand, standing silently, emotionless. His lips couldn't utter a word in the face of the scene unfolding before him. In his mind, a sense of unease flashed. Oh God, what did I ever do wrong to Linglong? From then on, Jun Wanji officially feared the bizarre nature of Jun Linglong. It wasn't surprising, really. Even a Shenzi had to be wary, so he, an ordinary protector, had to be even more cautious. The elders of the various clans, watching this scene through the clairvoyance mirrors, couldn't help but stifle their laughter. One of them, second elder, stroking his beard smugly, said, "Ahem, don't get any funny ideas, you guys. That's just how our youngsters play with each other." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon elder of the Zulong Nest also laughed heartily, finally feeling vindicated, especially when he remembered how Long B of their clan had been beaten up. Outside, the beautiful scenery was revealed under the morning sun, with green vegetation stretching as the first rays of light pierced through the mountains of the great wilderness's dense forest. Xiao Chen suddenly woke up, dazed with bandages all over his face. He startled and sat up, yelling when he remembered what had happened before he passed out. But before him was a completely different scene. After a moment of confusion, he gradually regained his composure, thinking to himself, "Why am I here? I clearly remember fighting that damn Jun Wanji." Just then, a gentle female figure approached, none other than Wu Mingyu. She walked closer to Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen Xiang, you've finally woken up." Under the beautiful morning light, Xiao Chen continued his plan to cling to her and drop hints. He called Mingyu's name in an affectionate tone, scratching his head shyly. "So, it was thanks to Mingyue, my Mei. You're the one who got me out of the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm." Xiao Chen's mind was truly in chaos at this moment, his thoughts swirling. Damn it! I can't even stand up to Jun Xiaoyao or Jun Wanji's minions. He blamed himself. If I had listened to Wu Mingyu back then, and not attacked the Zulong Nest little dragon girl, but just secretly taken the Supreme Zulong Bone and run, I wouldn't be regretting it so much now. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, needing to clear his mind. He said seriously to Wu Mingyu, "Right, Mingyu, my Mei, the Jun family definitely won't make things difficult for you, will they?" Hearing that question, Wu Mingyu suddenly remembered her horrifying nightmare, and her whole body shivered. She pretended to be calm and replied, "It's nothing really." But the image of Jun Linglong was clear in his mind. That devilish smile still echoed in his ears, and his voice was like a chilling sound. He, little princess, you wouldn't want this video of you undressing to be broadcast live throughout the Banwu Divine Dynasty, would you?" Jun Linglong's sly eyes and the glittering image pearl in his hand made Wu Mingyu feel scared, and she stammered, You
"You're a devil." After recalling the heartbreaking and embarrassing images, she instinctively put her hands behind her to cover her butt as a defensive reaction, then cleared her throat to regain her composure.
Actually, they didn't make things difficult for me.
I revealed my identity as the eldest princess of the MANHWA divine dynasty. They were quite wary and let us leave. Xiao Chen, sitting on a rock, listened to Wu Mingyu's words, thinking to himself, "Wow, awesome, you're the best." But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Wu Mingyu's pensive eyes. With a hint of sadness, she mustered her courage to look straight into Xiao Chen's eyes and said, "Brother Xiao Chen, from now on, I can't be by your side anymore."
Xiao Chen, hearing Wu Mingyu's words, immediately understood and asked, "So, your Tao protector has arrived?" Wu Mingyu sadly nodded, her eyes drooping. "My Tao protector is here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here now. We would have been in the hands of the ancestral Dragon Nest elders. They said that in the near future, my MANHWA divine dynasty will announce a martial arts contest to recruit a husband for me, the eldest princess." Hearing this, Xiao Chen pondered in silence. After a dozen seconds passed, he gently said, "Don't worry about it. I'll go there to defeat all the opponents and be by your side openly. We made a promise, didn't we?" Switching scenes to inside the primordial heaven supreme secret vault, the nine-headed lion was making a dumbfounded face, and he exclaimed, "Ugh, I really can't believe it."
The dignified self-exiled zero-sequence Shenzi of the Jun family is picking up trash in this primordial heaven supreme secret vault. Is he doing environmental protection or some elementary school project? Seriously, WTF. Jun Xiaoyao, rummaging through a pile of low-grade treasures, had a face full of joy. "You don't understand anything," he said, waving the items as if he had just found an immortal emperor's supreme treasure. "These are all money! Only idiots think these things are worthless." The nine-headed lion was silent, feeling speechless, thinking in his head, "This Shenzi is acting like a penniless pauper. Really, 3 meals a day, 5 dishes and a soup, my ass."
Nearby, Jiang Shengyi spoke with a haughty, sparkling air. "It's normal for my little brother Xiao Yao to like collecting these little things, isn't it?"
The nine-headed lion curled his lips in boredom, glancing at Jiang Shengyi. "Big sis, are you okay? What are you doing? This is the 7th hairstyle you've done for me." Jiang Shengyi, still unconcerned, continued to braid the super-cute nine-headed lion's mane. After a while, the figures of Jun Wanji and little Lingzi appeared in the distance, approaching. Jun Xiaoyao glanced over and said, "Oh, Wanji and little Lingzi are back." But immediately, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes became serious, and he stared intently, saying, "Who is that? They look familiar." Jun Wanji walked in front, and behind him was Jun Linglong, carrying Long Biqi in her arms, Long Biqi's body still controlled by Wu Mingyu's golden silk treasure. Xiao Yao immediately recognized an unpleasant minion that they had rescued.
He shrugged, making a displeased face, thinking to himself, "Why save anyone else but this annoying person from the ancestral dragon nest?"
Jun Xiaoyao switched to his cold, aloof Shenzi mode, hands behind his back, and asked, "What happened? Why did you bring back someone from the ancestral dragon nest who is seriously injured?" Jiang Shengyi, seeing Xiaoyao's quick change in attitude, was wide-eyed with admiration and began to eavesdrop. Then, Jun Wanji and Jun Linglong began to gesture and explain the whole story. Jun Xiaoyao picked up Jun Wanji's red brocade storage bag and looked inside, exclaiming, 4 sets of eternal dragon bones and 1 set of supreme ancestral dragon bones? Wow. These are indeed rare treasures. However, his face suddenly fell, and he thought to himself, "Damn, what kind of cheat-like opportunity is this? No wonder Xiao Chen thinks he's the protagonist in those forced marriage novels."
Wait, this guy's virtue and character are trash, so having so many opportunities is a disaster. So I'm the one eliminating future threats, he. Jun Xiaoyao then put on a satisfied expression, as if he had done something beneficial for society. Meanwhile, the nine-headed lion, with tears in his eyes, looked at the seriously injured Long Biqi, worriedly asking, "Biqi, how did you end up like this? Is your life in danger?" Jun Wanji, standing beside him, finally reported, "Shenzi, sir,
I know you don't like this dragon girl, but I really couldn't bear to leave her to die there." Then, Jun Wanji clasped his hands and bowed to Jun Xiaoyao, sincerely saying, "Wanji accepts any punishment for my actions. Please, Shenzi, decide my punishment."
Jun Xiaoyao, feeling bored, suddenly had an idea about burying the desolate heaven immortal domain. He put on a humorous face and used an extremely sarcastic tone, speaking to Jun Wanji, who was very serious. Accepting punishment? Oh my, Wanji, this dragon girl is about the same age as your little sister, isn't she? And her appearance is probably quite similar, right? Jun Wanji, who was serious, was so annoyed by Jun Xiaoyao's sarcasm that he trembled, gritting his teeth and trying to hold back, thinking, what the hell, this and who? This is a textbook example of a mountain collapsing in front of me. Why do I suddenly want to beat this guy up? This is so frustrating. Jun Wanji almost lost control and suffered a QA deviation. You'll get used to it, this Shenzi is always being super sarcastic. Jun Xiaoyao then switched back to his cool, aloof demeanor and said, Ahem, I don't want to let this Longbichi die either. Saving her might be more beneficial than harmful. Besides, I really owe the ancestral dragon nest a small thank you. Then, Jun Xiaoyao approached Longbichi, assessing the situation. But when he looked closely, he wondered, what are these golden silk threads? Jun Linglong, standing next to him, replied, that seems to be a magical artifact capable of sealing the spiritual power in the bound person's body. Now, this magical artifact was used by the eldest princess of the Banwu divine dynasty on this dragon girl. Jun Xiaoyao, while taking the magical artifact and putting it into his storage bag, smiled slyly. He, how wonderful. Now it's an unclaimed item for the destined one, which is me. Jun Linglong, seeing Xiaoyao's shameless greed, couldn't help but sigh. Oh, this scene is so familiar. After getting the good stuff, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Longbichi's injury and thought, holy crap, looking closer, Longbichi's heart is totally wrecked. How is this dragon chick still kicking? The physical toughness of the dragon race is no joke. Right then, Jun Xiaoyao reached out and gently channeled his spiritual power. A flash of platinum light suddenly appeared, revealing a dazzling platinum-colored dragon heart. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Talk about coincidences. I just so happen to have a spare dragon heart right here. Jun Linglong glanced at that platinum dragon heart, thinking, could that heart be from back then? From that young dragon dude who came to stir up trouble at Shenzi's birthday banquet. Cut to inside Longbichi's mindscape, she slowly took a step forward, questioning herself. Where is this? This Black Spring forest feels really familiar. After walking for who knows how long, Longbichi finally reached a place with light. She raised her hand to shield her face and said, finally, a bit of light. The sight before her made Longbichi's eyes widen. Spread out before her was a field of pure white flowers under the warm, bright morning sun. A few gentle breezes blew, carrying the petals, all blending into a poetic scene that stirred the heart. Longbichi walked towards the center of the flower field, walking and walking without end. She stared blankly ahead. At the end of the road filled with flowers and wind was a vast river, the River of Oblivion. In the middle of the river was a long wooden bridge, its end out of sight. On either side of the bridge were stone tablets carved with patterns and exceptionally unique white characters. Faced with this scene, Longbichi seemed to realize her situation, murmuring, this is the Nahe Bridge crossing the River of Oblivion. Standing before the three live stones, I don't feel like right or wrong matters anymore. Legend has it that the Nahe Bridge, the River of Oblivion, and the three live stones are related to the 10 courts of Yama, the rulers of reincarnation. There are 6 types of Nahe bridges: gold, silver, jade, stone, brick, and wood. In Longbichi's case, the wooden bridge is just so smusso, she thought to herself, and smiled slightly. Back to the matter at hand, Longbichi pondered in her thoughts, then reached forward, reaching for a flower petal floating in the wind. She looked closely at the petal and said, I get it now. At this moment, the white flower petal she held in her hand turned into a coin for the afterlife. Longbichi mocked herself. So I really did die. This is the road to the underworld then. Strangely, she wasn't afraid. She calmly thought, dead is dead. Nothing to be done. I can only continue on this road to the underworld and reincarnate. Now that I'm paying attention to my surroundings, it really is poetic and magnificent. If only I had an image stone to record this, she muttered. Then Longbichi shook her head, scolding herself. You're about to die and you're still obsessing? Just being a narcissistic ostrich. She sighed. Akish. Damn it. Why am I thinking about this? Without hesitation, Longbichi stepped onto the Nahe Bridge, her mind wandering. Oh well, seeing this beautiful underworld scene before reincarnating is a bit of consolation. She crossed her arms, a smug look on her face. With my good karma, there's no way Granny Meng's soup will make me reincarnate into an idiot. As Long Bichi was congratulating herself, a streak of light suddenly rushed towards her.
When she realized what was happening, she froze, her eyes widening, and she was immediately kicked straight in the face, sending her flying off the Naihei Bridge. The culprit was none other than the vengeful spirit of Long Heushin. Long Bilachi was sent flying back into the flower field, sliding for a long distance, then regaining her balance.
She wiped her wound and said, "What the hell? Even when I'm reincarnating, I can't catch a break. Got kicked in the face out of nowhere. Who's this evil bastard?"
Long Heushin's vengeful spirit opened his mouth and replied, "Who told you to step onto this Naihei Bridge? You're not worthy." Then, Long Heushin put his hands on his hips and laughed, continuing, "Little dragon girl, you didn't expect this, did you?" He. Long Bichi was sweating. Looking at Long Heushin, she asked, "Why is it you, Long Heushin, you unlucky jerk?" But after a few seconds, Long Biochi raised her hand to her chin, pondering, "Wait a minute. If I'm seeing you here, does that mean I'm dead, right?" Without a word, Long Heushin just flicked Long Biachi on the forehead, like a freaking thunderclap. Caught completely off guard, she could only take the hit and yell, "Ouch, that hurt." Long Bichi clutched her forehead, rolling around in pain and cursing, "Aya, that freaking hurt! What the heck are you doing, you unlucky brat?" Long Heushin just gave her a serious side-eye. His eyes suddenly turned sad, and he said, "I should be the one asking you that. Have you even noticed the difference between us?" Long Biachi sat up, dazed. She didn't really get what Long Heushin was saying, but seeing his pensive look, she decided to chill out for a sec. Then, Long Heushin declared, "You don't belong here anymore, and you shouldn't even be here. Go back." Long Bilachi was like, "What are you on about?" Long Heushin solemnly replied, "I can't fulfill my dream anymore, but you still can. Go back and remember what your dream is. Help me fulfill my part of the dream too, will ya?"
Long Bichi reached out to Long Heushin, saying, Hey, wait a minute. What are you even saying to me?" But Long Heushin just stood there, hands on his hips, laughing happily, totally satisfied, and gradually faded away. Long Bichi tried to grab Long Heushin, but the distance just kept growing, and she shouted, "Stop! Come back here!" The moment Long Heushin's image disappeared, Long Biuchi woke up. Her arm was still outstretched, and she mumbled sadly, come back here." The protector of the Zulong nest was overjoyed when he saw Long Bichi wake up, grabbing her arm and saying urgently, "Bichi, you're finally awake." Long Bichi, still not fully grasping the situation, asked, "Aren't you clan brother?" Seeing that Long Bichi was stable, the Qinglong elder of the Zulong nest tried to reassure her. It's all right. The important thing is that you're alive. Just lie there and rest." The Qinglong elder looked at Biachi worriedly. Then his gaze turned serious, staring directly at someone nearby. He gritted his teeth, staring straight at the Jun family protector and Jun Linglong, saying, "This time, on behalf of the Qinglong clan, I owe the Jun family a debt of gratitude. We will definitely repay it in full later." The Jun family protector, with a look of disdain, nonchalantly replied, "TCH, who cares about the goodwill of you green carp bunch anyway?" Linglong just pondered, saying nothing. The Qinglong elder, still having a temper as hot as ice cream, gritted his teeth, his face full of bulging veins, angrily said, "Hey, you Jun family guy, what did you just say?" But in less than 3 seconds he suddenly sighed. The Qinglong elder helped Long Bichi up and said knowingly, "No matter what you say, we still owe you a debt of gratitude. We, the Qinglong clan, aren't the type to repay kindness with vengeance." Long Bichi, after a while, had more or less guessed the situation, so she turned and asked, "Could it be that people from the Jun family rescued me from there?" The Qinglong elder, unwilling, covered his face with his hand and replied, "Alas, that's exactly how it is, damn it." Long Bichi fell silent for a few breaths. Then, she respectfully clasped her hands together and bowed towards the people of the Jun family, specifically towards Jun Linglong. "You took action to save me." Jun Linglong felt a little undeserving, so she shyly glanced away and explained, "I really wasn't the one who took action to save you back then. I was just the one who was ordered to bring you out of the primordial heaven's supreme secret realm. Besides, although your heart has been replaced, it will be very difficult to cultivate in the future, because after all, it's not something that originally belonged to you." In other words, to the Zulong nest, she was now a burden. Hearing Linglong's words, Long Bichi somewhat guessed whose heart the replaced one was,
Bichi raised her hands to her left chest, where her heart was, her eyes full of complex thoughts. Then, Long Bichi bit her lip, recalling what she had seen in her dream. The image of Long Hyoshin's departed spirit cheerfully laughing, saying, "Don't forget what your dream is, okay?" Long Bichi then turned around and said, "It's all right. For me, this might be the best ending already." Then she turned back into the primordial heaven's supreme secret realm. In a long stone cave, above was a series of night-shining pearls illuminating the entire space, creating extreme tranquility. Only the clear sound of footsteps echoed. At the deepest part of the primordial heaven's secret realm, a male figure wearing a familiar ornate robe, holding an ancient axe in his hand, leisurely and calmly. It was Ji Xuanyuan. He stared straight at a huge ancient stone wall, full of ancient aura and patterns. Ji Xuanyuan looked up at the patterns glowing with blue light, and murmured, "The ultimate great opportunity is here. Scheming for so long, he can finally obtain a great opportunity." Ji Xuanyuan used the spiritual power of a saint king, the bones in his right arm, together with the ancient axe in his body, easily activated the great opportunity on the stone wall. Dazzling golden light rapidly radiated from the ancient patterns on the stone wall, and right in the center of the ancient stone, an entrance converged, causing Jinshuan's body to disappear in the blink of an eye. At this moment, not far away, Jun Chengjian appeared. Just as Jishuan entered the secret realm, Jun Chengjian held the Yuan Tian Supreme Token in his hand, his eyes probing and guessing. The Yuan Tian Supreme Token has a strong reaction to the formation patterns here. How could that Jishuan have discovered this secret realm, he wondered inwardly. Recalling Jishuan's memories from within the Holy Spirit Academy's scripture repository, he was leaning against a long bookshelf, holding an ancient light yellow book in his hand. In Jishuan's mind, he was contemplating the Yuan Tian Supreme, who once possessed incredibly strong power. It was said that he had wreaked havoc in the ancestral dragon nest, tearing apart the Supreme of the myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain with his bare hands. Almost no one dared provoke him. But eventually, the existence of the Yuan Tian Supreme gradually faded into the flow of history. In the Huangtian Xianyu, there were many rumors that before the Yuan Tian Supreme met his demise, he had once traveled to the alien realm and brought back a rare object. If I can obtain this treasure within the Yuan Tian Supreme secret crypt, I will definitely be able to create a new invincible supreme of this era. On top of the ancient book that Jishuan was holding, there was not only a Yuan Tian Supreme token, but also a small, silver-colored ancient talisman with incredibly ordinary carved patterns. Returning to the current situation, Jishuan was carefully proceeding deeper into the secret realm. Ahead of him was a dense screen of eerie gray mist. Jishuan raised the ancient talisman in front of him, gazing intently and thinking to himself. According to the records, this ancient talisman is the keepsake obtained from the magical treasure that the Yuan Tian Supreme brought back from outside the alien realm. Then, Jishuan approached the stone pillars in front of him, placing his hand on them to probe and guess that these special pillars might open the entrance. However, when he circulated his spiritual power and sensed more closely, he felt that something was wrong. Why do they seem like coffins standing upright? Jishuan's eyes suddenly moved, glancing back thoughtfully. Immediately afterward, he turned completely around, looking deeply into the dark space where he had just come from. Jishuan confidently spoke loudly. "Fellow Taoist behind me, please show yourself. You've followed Ji Mao all the way here, why are you still hiding?" Gusts of wind blew, pushing layers of gray mist around Jinshuan. Hidden deep within the mist, the figure of a man gradually appeared. Jun Chengjian chuckled, stepping forward and saying, "Jishuan, little brother, you're really something. When did you discover me?" Jishuan looked at Jun Chengjian with a hint of disdain, replying, "So, it's you again, you defeated General. I didn't want any conflict with your Jun family. But isn't your behavior of following, killing, and stealing treasures behind people's backs a bit too despicable?" Jun Chengjian, quick-tempered, quickly drew his sword, angrily saying, "Your mom. Who are you saying is trying to ambush and steal your treasures?" He raised his great sword, pointing it directly at Jishuan, continuing fiercely, "This daddy came here to teach you a lesson. No need to pretend to be a righteous gentleman." Jishuan remained nonchalant, not taking Jun Chengjian seriously, because he had been defeated by him before. "You're saying here, are you serious?
he replied with a contemptuous smile. Jun Chengjian immediately switched to a martial arts attack, jumping up and swinging his sword, yelling, "Enough! Shut your mouth! Stop bragging! Take my sword!" Ji Xuan was quite surprised by Chengjian's unconventional actions, but his eyes immediately turned serious. He channeled his spiritual power into his right arm with the Saint Ruler bone hand, preparing to receive the attack, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this crazy guy is still the same." As Jun Chengjian charged forward, Jin Xuan easily dodged his great sword, then punched him straight in the side, causing Jun Chengjian to writhe in pain. Jun Chengjian screamed, being pushed back, clutching his stomach tightly where he had just been punched, feeling like his ribs could break at any moment. Ji Xuan lightly retracted his hand, saying with a mocking tone, "Crazy guy, are you really still not clear on the current situation?" Inside the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Crypt, especially in this secret realm, the amount and toxicity of the gray mist has exceeded the limit of tolerance. You need to allocate at least 3 layers of spiritual power to resist its erosion, am I right? But I have fused with the right hand bone of a saint ruler, so I can easily prevent the erosion of the gray mist. I don't know about outside, but right now, right here, you are not my opponent. Ji Xuan glanced disdainfully, continuing softly, "I don't want to offend one of the Imperial 3 families, your Jun family. You should retreat quickly. I don't want to kill you." Jun Chengjian didn't pay any attention to Ji Xuan's words, firmly gripping his great sword with both hands. He charged straight towards Ji Xuan. Ji Xuan wanted to resolve things peacefully, but with this crazy guy, he knew that even his father would suffer. Indeed, Jun Chengjian was an extreme nuisance. Ji Xuan raised his hand into a fighting stance, channeling his spiritual power into his hand, unleashing the Ji family's secret technique, the Kingsway Fist. Jun Chengjian, his eyes firm, stared directly at Ji Xuan's counterattack. He swiftly used his great sword to deflect the attack, causing the Kingsway Fist to veer off course and slam into a nearby stone pillar, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire secret realm. Jun Chengjian, pleased with himself for blocking the counterattack, said with a mocking tone, "You think you can defeat me with a technique of this level? Uh-oh." But Ji Xuan's expression suddenly turned worried, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You idiot, why would you do that?" Just then, the surrounding stone pillars cracked due to the earlier explosion, emitting chilling cracking sounds, and chunks and pieces of stone gradually fell. In the haze of dust, a skeletal hand emerged from the hole, tightly gripping the stone lid, directly shattering the stone door and escaping. It was a zombie, with white and gray matted hair and bizarre fragments of limbs on its back. Before Jun Chengjian could grasp the situation, he gritted his teeth, looking at the zombie with confusion, thinking to himself, "What is that? And who is that guy? He doesn't seem friendly at all." At this moment, the zombie's eyes suddenly flashed with spiritual light, its mouth curving into a strange smile, and its entire body emitted a thick, gray mist. Chengjian sensed something was wrong, a bit scared, gritting his teeth and taking a few steps back to be safe. Then his foot moved slightly. He decisively stepped forward and launched a surprise attack from behind the zombie. Jun Chengjian's great sword successfully struck the zombie's neck, but all that was heard was a resounding echo, and the entire ground was blown apart by the great sword's force. However, Jun Chengjian's face was unsightly, sweat pouring down like rain. He grabbed his other hand and trembled uncontrollably, channeling all his spiritual power into the great sword, slashing straight at the zombie's neck, but without causing any damage. He could only grit his teeth and continue to pour strength into his hand, thinking, "Can't cut through it?" The zombie, after being hit, was furious, its face covered in bulging veins, its eyes radiating a faint murderous aura. The zombie gently raised its skeletal hand. Then, with a speed invisible to the naked eye, it sent Jun Chengjian flying. Jun Chengjian was sent flying, face slamming into the ground, his eyes filled with surprise. Caught off guard, blood spurting from his mouth in mid-air, he crashed into a nearby stone pillar, causing the stone door to shatter into pieces, then slid a long distance across the ground, sitting motionless on that side. Ji Xuan pondered for a long while after seeing that scene, then deduced that inside each stone pillar was a zombie head. These zombie monsters didn't seem to actively attack intruders inside the secret realm. After looking towards Chengjian, who was clutching his chest in pain, Ji Xuan nodded slightly and said, "Hang in there, Chengjian bro. If you can survive, I'll agree to a duel with you." As he spoke, Ji Xuan stepped deeper into the secret realm, leaving Chengjian behind with 2 zombies that were eyeing him menacingly.
preparing to attack. Following the aftershocks, the entire primordial heaven supreme secret treasure trembled violently. The zombie arms successively smashed the stone coffins and crawled out. The gray mist seemed to turn into thick black smoke, creating an extremely horrifying scene. The horde of zombies, as numerous as the Mongol army, rose from their graves, surrounding Jun Chengjian's body with eerie black smoke, step by step, advancing towards him.
Jun Chengjian at this moment stuck his sword into the top of a nearby stone stele, sitting down panting as if frustrated, thinking to himself, what the heck are these zombies anyway?
Could it be the legendary zombies? So different from the zombies outside, they must have been infected by the gray mist from another dimension for too long to become like this.
Looking like he was about to kick the bucket, Chengjian pulled out his great sword and raised it decisively. His eyes were full of killing intent. Jumping on top of a zombie's head, swish! Like chopping vegetables, he lopped off a zombie's head. He thought to himself, his eyes flashing with a bit of hope and determination. Come on, I can do this. But just as he sneak attacked one little zombie, he was noticed by the other zombies and targeted. Right behind Jun Chengjian, two fully armed zombies suddenly appeared, each wielding a giant sword and slashing straight towards him. Just when he had a glimmer of hope, Chengjian instantly froze. Turning his head in astonishment, he thought, where did they get their weapons? Buried with them in their coffins or something? What the heck? What am I supposed to defend with? Gritting his teeth, Chengjian prepared to take a fatal blow. But just like a scene in a wuxia movie, with a whoosh, the two zombies were suddenly invaded by frigid energy. In just a breath, they were completely frozen, and the other surrounding zombies also froze like ice statues, covering the entire area with a chilling mist. Chengjian was stunned and exclaimed inwardly, could this ying frigid energy be from her? From afar, a female figure appeared, with an ice sword in her hand, radiating terrifying frigid energy, none other than Jun Shuihuan. Graceful as if dancing, Shuihuan glided through the frozen zombies, each gentle strike of her sword shattering their brittle bodies. Then she continued to unleash frigid energy, creating an isolated area around Chengjian, freezing all zombies that intended to approach. When everything was safe, Shuihuan gracefully landed beside Chengjian. Glancing at him with concern, she asked, are you all right? Chengjian was grateful but couldn't help but ask, older sister Shuihuan, why did you follow me? Shuihuan replied frankly, without hiding anything, Shenzi knows you're reckless and hot-headed, so he ordered me to follow behind you in case of accidents. Before acting, I also used a jade talisman to transmit a message to Shenzi about the location and what happened here. He must be on his way. As Jun Shuihuan chatted with Chengjian, she mentioned those who were coming to help. Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Shengyi, Jun Wanji, and the nine-headed lion. But as soon as she finished speaking, Shuihuan suddenly stopped. Glancing coldly at the surrounding zombies, she said, before they arrive, you and I need to find a way to deal with these tough zombies first. Shenzi will need some time to get here. Scene change. Outside the secret realm, Jun Xiaoyao and his companions finally arrived before a stone wall carved with strange patterns. The patterns on the stone wall lit up in white, as if guiding them. Looking closely, Jun Xiaoyao determined, if I'm not mistaken, this is the place we're looking for. Without hesitation, he raised his left hand, in which he held the primordial heaven supreme order, which was reacting to the patterns on the wall, and said, just as Shuihuan transmitted, this reaction can't be wrong. Realizing that each primordial heaven supreme order could only bring one person inside, Xiaoyao turned to ask Jiang Shengyi, Shengyi, do you have a primordial heaven supreme order? Jiang Shengyi then took out a similar token, nodding and replying, of course, my clan fought for this supreme order, which is why they decided to let me venture in here. Jun Xiaoyao didn't waste another second, raising his hand above the patterns, circulating his spiritual power to connect the primordial heaven supreme order with the door to the secret realm. As the door opened, Xiaoyao instructed everyone, we need to quickly go in. I'm afraid Chengjian and Shuihuan are in danger. In just a blink of an eye, under the dazzling golden light, Xiaoyao, Wanji, and Shengyi entered the secret realm. Only the nine-headed lion was left behind, squatting in front of the closed door. Looking at the light that had just disappeared, it gave a sad smile and then sighed. How is anyone supposed to play this game? What about me? I don't have a primordial heaven supreme order. Abandoning pets like this is even punishable in America. After a violent spatial shift, the group gradually opened their eyes. Before them appeared a dark space covered by a hazy golden mist. Jiang Shengyi, with tightly pursed lips,
slowly opened her eyes, a little flustered, as if waiting for something.
Her eyes are all sparkly and adorable as she looks around, thinking, is this the deepest part of the Jungian Tian Supreme Secret Realm? The fog is super thick. Jiang Shengyi's gaze suddenly stops and turns serious when she spots a massive stone qilin head.
On its back is a stone tablet with deeply engraved words.
South Mountain, North Mountain, snowy skies, 10,000 miles of mountains, bright moon. After 800 years of life, 26 spent guarding the outer realms to stop invaders.
Died far from home. A sorrowful heart, I ask to be buried here, hoping future generations will pay respects. Yuan Tian Supreme. A letter to future generations in my 48th year.
Jun Xiaoyao and the others also got teleported in front of Yuan Tian Supreme's tombstone. And they can't help but ponder as they look at the words. Jun Xiaoyao frowns, guessing, did Yuan Tian Supreme follow his generals and bury his bones here too? He looks around, his expression heavy, and says, in other words, what Chengjian and Shui Huang are fighting might be lingering spirits still protecting this place. Cut to Chengjian and Shui Huang, a zombie completely wrecked by Chengjian, but countless other zombies keep swarming in. In the thick of the fight, zombies are getting yeeted left and right. Chengjian and Shui Huang are back to back, trying to hold their ground. Chengjian frowns, gritting his teeth, and says, exhausted and annoyed, how many more are there? This number is insane. Shui Huang, even though he's beat, manages a wry smile, haha. With this siege warfare, not even the harmonious spirit realm experts could easily escape, let alone us mere divine bridge and oneness realm cultivators.
Chengjian frowns, biting his lip in frustration.
What's even worse is that we can't use the great teleportation talisman to escape. Shui Huang nods in agreement, explaining. After we went deeper into this secret realm, the great teleportation talisman stopped working and can't be used anymore. We can only try our best now.
Chengjian tightens his grip on his sword, swinging it forward with all his might. He shouts to boost morale, Shenzi will definitely arrive in time. Have absolute faith in Shenzi. No sooner than the words left his mouth, a golden aura bursts out from the distance, signaling the arrival of a familiar figure.
Right in the middle of the chaotic battlefield, Jun Xiaoyao appears in his pristine white robes, looking like an immortal descending in this gloomy atmosphere. Stepping forward, he raises his hand to stop Chengjian and Shui Huang. He says softly but with authority, you two fall back. Leave this stage to me. A smile flashes across his lips, full of confidence. Out. Jun Xiaoyao stands there, calmly raising his hand forward, not using any martial arts or divine powers, just a simple flick of the wrist. But the immense power sends the ferocious zombies flying back as if hit by a divine force.
Chengjian and Shui Huang are stunned, exclaiming,
Shenzi. Jun Xiaoyao gently raises his arm, revealing 3 azure battle flags in his hand, radiating a spiritual glow that flickers.
With practiced ease, he flicks his hand, and the 3 flags fly straight up into the sky, then quickly plunge into the ground around the 3 of them.
Forming a brilliant azure ring that encloses the entire area, the battle formation deploys perfectly in an instant, the azure light spreading out to form a solid protective barrier.
Chengjian and Shui Huang look up in astonishment, feeling the power of the battle formation enveloping them. Chengjian thinks, holy crap, is that the 3 spirits' forbidden formation flags? It not only blocks and defends against external forces, but also helps people inside the formation recover their spiritual power.
Lives up to the name.
At this moment, a woman's light footsteps enter the formation.
Jiang Shengyi steps in,
elegant and regal, landing in a stunning pose. Shui Huang and Chengyian, just recovering from what they've been through, glance over at her and exclaim in surprise, Miss Shengyi is here too? Jiang Shengyi replies with a mesmerizing gaze, gently but persuasively. What are you two waiting for? Summer is here. Come here if you want to recover your strength. Her voice is melodious and teasing, as if she's just here to support them casually. I'm from the Jiang family. I may not be as strong in combat as the Imperial 3 families, but leave the healing to me.
She raises her pale, elegant hand, channeling her spiritual power to create a gentle green circle of light that envelops Chengjian, who is meditating, helping him recover his strength. Chengjian is gradually recovering. He opens his eyes and looks at Jiang Shengyi, unable to stop himself from asking, Miss Shengyi, what is Xiaoyao Shenzi planning to do? At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao is still gliding through the zombie horde like a phantom, leaving no trace. His sharp eyes assesses the surroundings, following the lingering traces of that mysterious aura.
Hearing this, Jiang Shengyi just smiles and replies, Xiaoyao is observing the situation. Didn't you see the big stone tablet on the turtle's back at the entrance? Qingjian is taken aback, sweating as he remembers. Ah, that's right, that stone tablet. But I was too focused on chasing the Xuan Qi at the time, so I didn't carefully read what was written on it.
Jiang Shengyi nods and explains in a somber tone. The zombies you're facing are the generals under Yuan Tian Supreme's command. That they were once upright people who bravely sacrificed themselves to stop the forces from the outer realms. Jun Xiaoyao was checking if their souls were still trapped in their bodies before deciding to just wipe them out. After careful consideration, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh deeply. Xiaoyao stepped towards Chengjian and Xue Huang, his voice somber. It's a pity. Their souls are imprisoned by the gray mist within these decaying bodies. They haven't been able to rest in peace for centuries.
Right now, they're still fighting against the inner demons created by the gray mist, and won't actively attack unless provoked.
If that weren't the case, Chengjian Bro probably wouldn't have survived these seniors' blades until now. Speaking of which, Xiao Gao glanced at Chengjian and gently suggested,
Chengjian Bro, if you don't mind, could I borrow your sword? Chengjian was a little surprised, because he had never seen Shenzi use swordsmanship before. Even so, he didn't hesitate to hand the precious green treasure sword over to Xiaoyao, respectfully saying, My sword is here, Shenzi.
Xiaoyao took the sword, his eyes turning serious. He gripped the blade tightly and brought it down on his left palm, slicing a clean cut that caused blood to flow down. Chengjian and Xue Huang were dumbfounded at the sight. Xue Huang couldn't help but blurt out, Shenzi, what are you doing? Seriously.
Just then, Jun Wanji appeared right behind them, his voice soft but firm. Don't worry, just watch closely.
Remember who we're serving and what kind of person he is. Xiaoyao began to move his hands, dancing with the sword, fresh blood from his palm spraying around. Each drop of blood that fell to the ground instantly burst into brilliant flames,
causing Chengjian to exclaim in surprise, thinking, Shenzi's blood can actually turn into the ultimate yang flames.
With a determined look, Xiaoyao stared directly at the corpse puppets, his voice resounding.
Blood flesh, ancient sacred body, supreme yang and utmost righteousness, overflowing with yang energy, the bane of all evil. Today, I will be your opponent.
Jun Xiaoyao pointed the sword at the corpse puppets, his entire body radiating the supreme yang flames of the blood-flesh ancient sacred body. He did all this with one single wish: to cleanse the lingering demonic energy within the souls of the generals under Yuan Tian Supreme, so they could peacefully rest and escape the torment they'd endured for so long.
When the corpse puppets sensed this powerful aura, they slowly began to move again, rustling sounds echoing in the silent space.
They turned their heads in unison towards Xiaoyao,
then immediately charged forward, slashing directly at him. In Xiaoyao's unwavering gaze, the image of each corpse puppet became crystal clear, and he confidently declared, Burn and purifying. Instantly, flames gathered around the sword in his hand, moving as if with a mind of their own,
spreading according to Xiaoyao's will,
and striking directly at each of the corpse puppets. Under the power of the ancient sacred body's blood flames, the corpse puppets were as if facing a hard counter. Their actions were restricted, one by one unable to bear it, and kneeling down, gradually losing the ability to resist.
Among the corpse puppets being burned,
one holding a great sword looked at Xiaoyao with gratitude, a faint smile appearing on its withered face, just before its body cracked and disintegrated into ashes.
In a brief moment, Jun Xiaoyao had purified all the corpse puppets, leaving behind only the swords plunged deep into the cold earth of the secret realm.
Xiaoyao approached and looked up, sensing something unusual. Above him, countless souls of the valiant generals were looking down at him with peaceful eyes. Thanks to Xiaoyao's cleansing blood flames, they had been freed from all impurities, radiating the noble golden light of the ancient sacred body.
Chengjian and Xue Huang witnessed this solemn scene and couldn't help but sigh in admiration, their hearts filled with respect for Jun Xiaoyao.
Looking up at the souls gradually ascending, Xiaoyao softly said to everyone, These are all the souls of generals from hundreds of years ago.
They were all seniors who had contributed significantly to the desolate heaven Xianyu.
They deserved respect. And this release, in the sky, a soul suddenly noticed Xiaoyao's actions.
He was respectfully clasping his hands in a salute towards them, which surprised both Chengjian and Xue Huang.
They didn't hesitate either, immediately clasping their hands in a salute as well, still feeling a bit regretful for not realizing the truth sooner. The souls exchanged glances, and one of them nodded, flying down in front of the group who were saluting.
Jun Xiaoyao looked at the soul in surprise as he saw the soul kneel on one knee, raising a radiant golden sword with an imposing aura, offering it to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao quietly observed the sword, musing, "Could this be the gift that Yuan Tianjizun left for a fated descendant?" The soldier's soul nodded in confirmation, his eyes sincere and full of respect. Without further hesitation, Xiaoyao reached out and took the sword. The moment he touched it, a familiar system notification rang out. "Congratulations to the host for successfully logging in. Yuan Tianjizun is extremely grateful that you have freed his soldiers. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 5-star reward, Yuanhuang Daojian." As soon as the system notification sounded, streams of mystical cultivation techniques flooded Jun Xiaoyao's Shihai within the divine palace. A brilliant light of the divine lotus gradually condensed, radiating dazzling brilliance. The Yuanhuang Daojian, the renowned technique of Yuan Tianjizun, one of the 5 great divine techniques, and also the Jun family's Yuxian Jianzhu, famous throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, was now entirely Jun Xiaoyao's. Before Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, an illusion appeared. A majestic golden figure standing tall between heaven and earth, his might as awe-inspiring as a god. With just a single swing of his sword, he could shake the heavens and earth, reverse the cosmos, and shatter mountains and rivers in an instant. This small golden sword exuded an aura no less powerful than when the 18th ancestor wielded the Jun family's Liuxian Jianzhu. Truly a worthy 5-star reward. Between Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows, a golden rule manifested, transforming into a shining divine lotus, ordering the Shihai within. Mystical cultivation techniques poured in like a flood, merging and surging into Xiaoyao's heart. He recalled the 18th ancestor's words when he imparted the Liuxian Jianzhu, mentioning 4 other great divine techniques, and the Yuanhuang Daojian was one of them. The Yuanhuang Daojian was not just a sword, but a divine lotus of order, possessing boundless transformative power and mystical abilities akin to the stars. Its terrifying power allowed Yuan Tianjizun to storm the ancestral dragon's nest, to seize the dragon bone, ascend the myriad emperor's spirit mountain, and even slay a divine emperor. The terror and dominance of the Yuanhuang Daojian made it famous throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, after Yuan Tianjizun mysteriously fell, the sword also vanished, becoming a lost legend, shocking and regretting the entire Xianyu. The old seniors in the Xianyu considered it a great loss when this invincible heritage was cut off, but no one expected that this seemingly lost divine technique would be recovered and acquired by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao and his companions looked up at the sky, where the souls of the soldiers had vanished, leaving behind only tiny specks of light like sparkling stars in the dark night. Outside the Yuan Tianjizun secret vault, where the guardians were observing, a Ji family badge-bearer suddenly exclaimed anxiously, "What exactly is going on? Why can't we see anything from the observation mirror, since the juniors entered deep into the Yuan Tian's secret realm?" The Jun family guardian glanced up at the sky and then stepped forward, confidently predicting, "Our Jun family's observation mirror has never malfunctioned like this. It's likely that the increasingly dense, eerie gray mist deep within the Yuan Tian secret realm is obstructing the observation mirror's view." The Ji badge bearer nodded in agreement, adding, "Oh dear, this is really not good. We've never even had the chance to explore deep within the secret realm. Who knows what dangers lurk inside?" But all the juniors who entered this vault are descendants of immortal Dabio lineages, each possessing protective treasures or major teleportation talismans. So, even though we can't see them, we can only worry. Their lives are definitely not in danger. However, inside this secret realm, even the observation mirror with its profound Dabio rules can't detect anything, let alone those crappy teleportation talismans. The 4 guardians standing nearby could only murmur to each other, knowing that this was the destiny and opportunity of the juniors, and they couldn't interfere. The 4 guardians stared at the observation mirror, helpless against the developments inside the secret realm. In the deepest part of the Yuan Tian secret vault, a vast ancient hall appeared, covered with zombie talismans, surrounded by numerous golden chains as if imprisoning something extremely eerie. With dim light reflecting from the talismans inside the hall, a male figure hurriedly jumped in, wearing an ornate robe and holding an ancient talisman, exuding a calm aura. Ji Xuan finally reached the deepest part, he thought, gazing ahead. The final great opportunity must be here. Before him appeared a divine pagoda, filled with ancient aura, pitch black and towering like a pillar supporting the sky, restrained by countless chains. He landed in front of the massive hall, his heart filled with joy. After all this scheming,
He could finally obtain this great opportunity. Suddenly, from behind, an attack aimed straight at his neck. But Jixuan remained super chill, casually tilting his neck to dodge. Behind him was none other than Jun Chengjian, swinging his sword right at his neck, looking all cool and stuff. Jun Chengjian chuckled. If I remember correctly, didn't some dude get all cocky, saying if he survived those zombie dudes, he'd fight me for the title? Don't even think about running away this time, you little devil, Jixuan. Jixuan brooded for a moment before replying, didn't I tell you already? In the Yuan Tian Supreme's secret realm, you're not even in my league. Why bother struggling against me so hard? Just then, a cold, contemplative voice chimed in from behind.
Brother Jixuan, don't get all caught up in wishful thinking. It was Jun Xiaoyao.
He clasped his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. His deep eyes narrowed. He continued icily. I've used some special techniques, so Chengjian is no longer affected by that weird gray mist. Brother Ji can freely exchange pointers with Brother Chengjian now.
I wonder if Brother Jian is a man of his word, willing to keep his promise, and battle my Jun family's Chengjian.
Jixuan's face changed slightly. Beads of sweat trickled down as he worriedly asked, Jun Xiaoyao, huh? But if I refuse, will your Jun family jump me?
Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao burst into hearty laughter.
Ha ha! Brother Ji is joking. I know you possess the Saint Ruler bone, but even a Saint Ruler is just a saint. If Brother Jia knows about me, you must know I have the Supreme Bone.
Supreme Bone literally means supreme.
Compared to a saint, Brother Ji should understand. If I really wanted to make a move on you, do you think you could survive and leave this place?
Jixuan clenched his fists, his eyes dark as he thought. Stay calm. Starting a conflict with the Jun family here won't benefit me, he thought to himself. Finally, Jixuan replied, looks like I have to accept this little spar.
From this, he could also see the gap between himself and Xiao Chen. Although Xiao Chen had great luck on his side, his background was limited, while Jixuan came from an ancient family. Whether it was mindset or vision, Jixuan was one step higher and stronger than Xiao Chen.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jixuan wasted no time activating his Saint Ruler bone. Forming a golden spirit energy claw with his hand, he turned and knocked away Chengjian's sword that was close to his neck.
Jixuan looked at Chengjian and said, Brother Chengjian, please enlighten me. Chengjian smirked, replying, enlighten you? Too late for that, you little devil, Ji. With the confident aura of a killing god, Chengjian swung his sword at Jixuan, saying, little devil Ji, how about you take a moment to feel this, buddy? The collisions between sword energy and claw energy made the entire Yuan Tian Supreme secret realm tremble.
Seemingly after no longer being affected by the gray mist, Chengjian was able to fight evenly with Jixuan. The two fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. Chengjian's eyes darkened as he retracted his sword, and then unleashed a sudden strike towards Jixuan, forcing him to jump back to dodge.
At this moment, Jixuan felt extremely flustered and surprised. Looking at where the sword energy had just swept past, he thought to himself, I underestimated him. After all, Chengjian was one of the top 10 on the Jun family's self-reliance list. His sword aura was indeed astonishing. Jixuan looked at Chengjian, who was radiating fierce energy, and decided he couldn't drag this out any longer. Let's end this with one decisive strike. He channeled all the spirit energy in his body into a stance, preparing to unleash his signature technique, all things impermanent, the law of life and death, the law of reincarnation, annihilation of joy and wrath, extinction, creation fist. Jixuan unleashed a world-shattering fist, breaking through the void, carrying an aura of kingship. This was a supreme fist technique, the kingly fist, the extinction, creation fist.
Chengjian, facing this bizarre attack, was also worried, thinking, what kind of weird, illusionary fist technique is this? Reincarnation of life and death? The unification of three laws. One strike can annihilate the life force of living beings. Holy crap!
He gripped his Qingdai sword tightly with both hands, thinking, in a battle of this level, life and death are up to fate. If I can't withstand this strike, I'll be crushed into pieces.
Chengjian's eyes turned resolute as he raised his sword in front of him, deciding in his mind to meet force with force, to see whose ultimate move would prevail. He swung his sword above his head, and waves of black and white spirit energy gathered in the center of his being, unleashing the 13th stance of the Zi Huang sword art.
Yun Chengjian officially made his move, Yi Hua Kai Tian, a stroke that splits the heavens. He unleashed a sword aura so hazy and mystical, like a brushstroke dividing the sky, aimed straight at Jinxuan's extinction fist. The clash between these two powerhouses exploded, the air so thick you could cut it with a knife. Zhun Qingjian used the 13th move of the Zi Huang sword art, that one stroke to split the heavens thing, and it literally ripped the sky apart, dividing it into stark black and white halves.
Finally, the attack slammed into Jixuan's extinction fist, creating an eardrum, shattering boom. Qingjian poured every last ounce of strength into his sword, facing death like it was no biggie. After a moment of intense back and forth between the two super moves, they were evenly matched. Qingjian narrowed his eyes, peering through the smoke and dust. Then, without hesitating, he jumped through the lingering remnants of the extinction fist, swinging his sword horizontally at Jixuan's neck. This guy couldn't react fast enough to Qingjian's desperate move. Jixuan gritted his teeth, clicking his tongue in annoyance at how stubbornly persistent Qingjian was being. Bursting through Jixuan's big move, Qingjian unleashed the Zi Huang sword art again, with purple energy surging everywhere. The attack caused a massive explosion right in the middle of that ancient divine tower, shaking even the secret realm a little. The talismans sealing the tower started falling off one by one, and the golden chains around it rattled like crazy, as if something inside was trying to break free. Finally, the golden chains couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Qingjian got sent flying, rolling across the ground. He coughed a few times, cough cough. In pain, his clothes ripped to shreds, his body covered in cuts and bruises. He struggled to push himself up, muttering, "Damn it!" And that Jixuan guy. Jixuan stood far away, looking at Qingjian. He had a pretty nasty wound on his shoulder, but didn't even flinch. The wound didn't seem to bother him at all. His eyes were dark and unreadable, like he was already planning his next move. After a moment, Jixuan spoke. "Zhun Qingjian, you want to keep going?" Qingjian just stared powerlessly at Jixuan. He gritted his teeth, feeling totally defeated, thinking, "Am I really going to lose to him again?" Just then, Jun Xiaoyao jumped down from above, landing near Qingjian. Qingjian turned his head to look at Xiaoyao, saying, "Shenzi?" But Xiaoyao cut him off. "Bro, let's talk about this after we get out of the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm." Then, he turned to Jixuan and asked, "Jixiang, mind if I ask you something?" Hearing this, Jixuan felt a chill run down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat, hesitating for a moment. Before Jixuan could answer, Jun Xiaoyao continued, "Seriously, what the heck are you hiding in that ancient tower behind you? Those talismans and golden chains have been breaking like crazy. Is everything really okay?" Jixuan whipped his head around, looking shocked, thinking, "Breaking? No way! Those are golden chains sealed by a supreme. How could attacks from guys at our divine bridge realm level even damage them?" Suddenly, Jixuan was surrounded by swirling black mist. A bizarre scene appeared beneath his feet, like the surface of a rippling lake. Jixuan gritted his teeth, staring down in fear, thinking, "What the hell is this?" Hundreds of chains shattered simultaneously. The entire ancient tower started to crack apart. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer, and collapsed. Dust and shockwaves erupted, creating a deafening roar that shook the entire secret realm. Jun Xiaoyao, carrying his treasure bro, Zhun Qingjian, dodged the falling debris, cursing under his breath. "What the actual F? What Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm, my ass? This is totally the Yuantian Supreme's freaking tomb." Xiaoyao ran towards Xuehuang and Shang Yi, shouting, "Everyone, fall back now!" Then, he glanced back at the collapsed tower, now shrouded in dust. A figure emerged. Xiaoyao thought, "If I had to guess, that weird thing is about to show itself." From inside the dust, a towering figure loomed, with the black smoke. An ancient figure with gray, white hair gradually materialized, face stern, exuding a heaven-shattering aura. Zhun Wanji and Jiang Shengyi, witnessing the scene before them, couldn't help but gape in astonishment, exclaiming, "That figure, could it be, that person? It's actually Yuantian Supreme." The zombie's eerie eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, gradually regaining consciousness. His empty, pale white eyes glanced down at Jun Xiaoyao's group, and an invisible pressure bore down. Too overwhelming. If it were ordinary divine bridge realm cultivators, they would probably have their heart meridians shattered directly by this pressure, with no good outcome. A supreme is forever a supreme. Even after dying for many years, just a corpse is still terrifying. If it were a true supreme powerhouse, no matter how heaven-defying Jun Xiaoyao was, he wouldn't have the slightest power to resist. But this Yuantian Supreme zombie is different. After death, all his magic power is lost. He has no divine abilities whatsoever, and his body is eroded by black smoke, his strength weakened to the extreme. Right now, this supreme zombie only has, at most, 1/10,000th of Yuan Tian's supreme strength when he was alive. However, even 1/10,000th is definitely not something a divine bridge realm, or even a Kuei realm, prodigy can withstand. Jun Xiaoyao felt a few drops of sweat appear on his cheek.
His eyes were full of concern as he assessed the pressure before him. This is really pressure, huh? He thought. This feeling of oppression is no joke. It feels like being crushed by a huge, invisible object. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao recalled the clumsy figure of that quasi-supreme sea dragon at his 80th birthday banquet and compared them. It's actually quite funny if you think about it. They are both supremes, but their levels are so different, he thought. As expected, those eels from the dragon's nest are all useless. Suddenly, a hand reached out from within the void. The Yuan Tian supreme zombie, with terrifying strength, reached its arm forward, and from thin air, grabbed Jinxuan by the neck, lifting him high. Jinxuan painfully struggled with both hands, trying to escape in agony. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Why is he targeting me?" Suddenly, he remembered the ancient talisman in his pocket and realized. So, it's because of that ancient talisman. This Yuan Tian supreme zombie is breaking out of the ancient pagoda because of the ancient talisman on me. The Yuan Tian supreme zombie suddenly clenched its palm, controlling Jishuan's neck, with a baleful aura radiating around. Jishuan saw this scene and thought in fear, "No way. If this keeps up, I'm toast." "Hold up a sec there, buddy." Just as Jishuan was in utter despair, Jun Xiaoyao appeared, swinging a blow that knocked away the Yuan Tian supreme zombie's arm, saving Jishuan's life. Jishuan looked at Jun Xiaoyao, thinking, "Why did he have to step in and save me?" Surprise and gratitude intertwined in his heart, but he knew there was no time to think more. Danger was still lurking around. The Yuan Tian supreme zombie was enraged, his face darkened, and he looked towards Xiaoyao. Immediately after, his eyes glowed with blue light. A fistful of baleful aura aimed directly at Jun Xiaoyao. With the speed of a supreme, Jun Xiaoyao was caught off guard, barely managing to utter an "ah." Just as the fist arrived, he was immediately sent flying straight into the ground, shattering it with the terrifying power of the fist. After being rewarded with a punch to the face by the Yuan Tian supreme zombie, Jun Xiaoyao began to recall the past to find strength. When he was young, he loved to eat cake, but because he didn't have enough money, he could only stand outside the glass door looking at the expensive cakes, filled with longing. Xiaoyao worked tirelessly, making efforts for more than half a year to earn money by all means, washing dishes, picking up scraps, selling newspapers, and delivering goods. Finally, he had enough money to buy the cake he had dreamed of day and night. The first time he had that cake was truly indescribable joy. He enjoyed every bite of the cake with the blind old man with a special sweet taste, deeply engraved in his mind. However, when Xiaoyao could easily buy cakes to eat, those sweet cakes became boring and tasteless. He realized that pursuing opportunities for cultivation was the same. Only by trying to get the fruit did he feel precious and enjoy what he had done. Back to the main event in the secret realm. Xiaoyao was punched down, causing the ground to shatter, along with a shocking shock.
Jun Shuihuang was worried, wanting to rush over to support Jun Xiaoyao, but Jun Wanji waved his hand to stop him and shouted, "This is a battle at the supreme level, we can't help at all. Don't go there and cause more trouble for the Shenzi."
Little Ji, Jiang Shengyi exclaimed with worried eyes. Xiaoyao. Immediately after, her eyes became focused, intently staring at where Xiaoyao had fallen. A familiar golden spiritual energy, the ancient sacred body, surrounded Jun Xiaoyao's body with golden radiance. He was unharmed. With a calm face, only his eyebrows were slightly furrowed, carrying a hint of solemnity.
Jun Xiaoyao glanced up at the Yuan Tian supreme corpse, the opponent provoking him.
The Yuan Tian supreme corpse raised its hand in challenge. "Come on and fight."
Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate. He immediately shot forward, throwing a fist straight at the Yuan Tian supreme.
He knew that in this life, cultivation was easier than eating cake and drinking water. But it wasn't his arrogance. It was more like making up for the hardships of his previous life. Heaven had blessed him with so many opportunities. And the golden finger system, the fastest way to ruin a game and make a player feel bored.
The Yuan Tian supreme corpse took the hit from Xiaoyao, but immediately retaliated.
A fierce light flashed in its eyes, and it punched Xiaoyao squarely in the gut, dealing direct damage.
Xiaoyao couldn't avoid getting hurt and coughed up blood. He realized this was the first time in his life he'd ever taken damage of this caliber.
But Xiaoyao wouldn't allow himself to fall. He quickly returned the favor, punching back at the Yuantian Supreme Corpse. He steeled himself, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, "This Supreme Corpse doesn't have any magic or divine powers. He's just using his decaying body to fight me." Knowing that this Yuantian Supreme Corpse only had 1/10,000th of its original strength when it was alive, one could imagine just how powerful a true Supreme really was. Now Xiao Yao could only rely on the strength of his physical body to fight. This battle was going to be a head brawl.
Xiao Yao charged straight forward. He used only the strength of his body, punching the Yuantian Supreme Corpse directly in the face.
In this life, he could easily defeat all his peers, and even the elders, without even needing to cultivate. He was over the initial excitement, and all that was left was boredom. The treatment in this life felt like a mockery of his efforts to survive in his previous life. Sometimes he would say to himself, "See, no matter how hard you try, it's still no match for the rewards from this system after being reborn." The negation of all his efforts in his new life made him lose his yearning and dreams. He once hated this cheat, Necode system, and wondered why it belonged to him.
He had even planned to abandon this system to live an ordinary life. After all, being a spoiled kid and enjoying his life would also be precious. But then he discovered that the Huangtian Xianyu was full of lunatics, a world where strength reigns supreme. Big fish eat little fish.
The strong can torture the weak at will, and then get tortured at will by those who are even stronger.
Survival only had two options: become absolutely strong, or rely on someone stronger. What's more, this world really didn't have karma.
The strong could do anything without paying the price. If they were strong enough, barbaric slaughter could become a beautiful story. The victors write the history. The winner takes all, the loser is trash. The winning powerhouses are just beasts in human skin.
When he realized all this, Xiao Yao could only say, "Ah, so that's how it is."
He looked down at his hands and his archaic holy body, saying to himself, "Heaven gave me these cheat codes,
not so I'd be dragged down by the twisted rules of this world, but so I could create a new order
and reshape a truly correct civilization."
He was determined to turn this world into a place he wanted, an ideal place where every kid could have cake. Xiao Yao regarded this as his mission and began working towards it. Simply put, he needed to find a purpose to keep living.
His fist collided heavily with the Yuantian Supreme Corpse, creating huge ripples that spread around them. Both sides went head, toe head,
showing strength that couldn't be underestimated.
The Yuantian Supreme Corpse gritted its teeth, determination showing in its eyes. From its waist, an ancient steel appeared, like Jishuan's, maybe a matching set related to the obsession within the Yuantian Supreme's body.
He, even as just a steel at the entrance of the secret realm,
or as the souls of the generals resting like stars in the sky,
had endured 81 self-imposed shackles, suppressing the obsession within his own corpse. The Yuantian Supreme was the first opponent Xiao Yao had faced since being reborn, and he took it seriously. The Yuantian Supreme was a hero of the Huangtian Xianyu, and a hero shouldn't have such a tragic ending. Xiao Jiao was dead set on freeing him. Every young man's dream is pretty much to be a hero, right? To wipe out evil, not be some psycho killer. In the blink of an eye, the fight between those two was earth-shattering, like seriously intense, making the whole secret realm tremble with every blow, just from their raw physical strength. Huge chunks of rocks and dirt were flying everywhere from the fight, with crazy aftershocks. Jishuan was dodging debris, totally helpless, gritting his teeth as he watched Xiao Jiao. His eyes looked kinda messed up, like he was blinded by some obsession. He didn't even recognize the people around him anymore. Xiao Jiao, eyes glowing gold, was thinking, "Gotta give this hero a proper ending." Jun Xiaoyao and the Yuantian Supreme Corpse were beyond caring about anything else. Their eyes were blank, just focused on beating each other up. Xiao Jiao was getting used to the Yuantian Supreme Corpse's speed,
and with the pure physical power of his ancient sacred body,
he started to gain the upper hand and actually hurt the Yuantian Supreme Corpse.
The Yuantian Supreme Corpse then used chunks of the secret realm to attack, easily hurling a massive piece at insane speed with his Supreme Realm body.
Jun Xiaoyao wasn't chickening out,
easily jumping to dodge. But, because his mind was clouded by obsession, he only cared about the fight in front of him, not realizing there was a dangerous attack coming from behind.
The attack was too sudden, catching Jiang Shengyi completely off guard. She could only watch as the debris flew straight toward Jun Wanji, the guy Xiao Jiao told to protect her.
Wanji and the crew, determined not to back down, gritted their teeth, using their martial arts and the eighth thunder forbidden annihilation divine power to resist the pure physical strength of a supreme realm cultivator with all their might. But in just a breath, the power made blood start to trickle down the corners of Junwanji's mouth.
This is insane. I feel like my insides are about to explode,
Wanji thought. But he managed to block the debris. Even though it caused him serious internal injuries, Jiang Shengyi rushed over from behind, worried sick.
Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, somewhere else, a bunch of cultivators were arguing about a spirit herb.
Even though this demon spirit herb is super valuable, I'm not going to risk my life fighting for it, one of them said. So why don't we just split the herb evenly? Another suggested, their eyes gleaming with greed. One of the cultivators crossed his arms and yelled, "Split what? Are you nuts? Look, there are only 2 mature spirit flowers. How are we supposed to divide 2 flowers among all of us? Dumbass, useless trash." While the group was busy figuring out how to divide the herb, they didn't notice the secret realm above them shaking.
2 guys standing off to the side, spacing out, suddenly felt something was off.
They glanced at each other and said, "Hey, you feeling what I'm feeling? Looks like the whole secret stash is shaking." Right after they said that, the whole secret stash shook even harder, and the ground started to crack. The ceiling was no different, with rumbling sounds echoing everywhere. Now the cultivators realized something was seriously wrong. Their eyes widened, their mouths dropped open in shock, as huge chunks of debris started falling straight down. The cultivators started screaming,
scrambling and trampling over each other to escape the secret stash.
"What the hell? Hurry up. What's going on? Use your teleportation charms. Get out of here now. The secret stash is collapsing."
Inside the secret realm, Jiang Shengyi was trying to heal Junwanji, while Jixuan was standing there like a statue, watching Xiao Zhao and the Yuantian Supreme Corpse slug it out.
He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it. If this keeps up, forget about the Yuantian Supreme's treasure. We're all gonna get buried alive." Jixuan gritted his teeth, making a difficult decision. However, he recalled the wound still etched on his neck, left by Jun Xiaoyao when he saved his life. He sighed and said, "Then forget it." Immediately after, Jixuan formed a hand seal, his hands moving between his chest, intertwining streams of black and white spiritual light gathering. Finally, he made his decision and thought,
"Perhaps I, a descendant of the Ji family, am destined to be a stepping stone for others." Between Jixuan's hands, where the black and white spiritual light converged, a fist, mid-sized black, Karagold object appeared. Seeing this object, both Jiang Shengyi and Junwanji were astonished, thinking, "That's the reincarnation Tao Gold." The reincarnation Tao Gold is the celestial essence of the desolate heaven Xianyu, containing the power of the great Tao of reincarnation. It's the most precious treasure for crafting divine artifacts. But why does Jixuan want to extract the reincarnation Tao of gold? Jixuan sat down, beginning to refine and absorb the reincarnation power from the reincarnation Tao gold. Above, Jun Xiaoyao and the Yuan Tianjizun corpse were channeling their physical spiritual power, preparing to unleash their ultimate moves, both charging at each other. Jun Xiaoyao's fist, imbued with the power of the desolate ancient sacred body and supreme bone, clashed with the supreme corpse. The impact of their blows created an astonishing shockwave, but their eyes suddenly turned serious, noticing the center, where Jixuan was manifesting a reincarnation vortex, blocking both Xiaoyao and the Yuan Tianjizun corpse. At this moment, Jixuan's body was being torn apart, fresh blood flowing from all his orifices. He gritted his teeth, thinking, even with the aid of reincarnation power from the reincarnation Tao Gold, I can't completely withstand the power of two supreme-level blows. If Jixuan didn't stop the collision between Xiaoyao and the Supreme Corpse, the secret realm could collapse at any moment. But thanks to him, Jun Xiaoyao regained his senses. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at Jixuan and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" Why, Jixuan used all his remaining strength, shouting at Jun Xiaoyao, snap out of it, look down at your people below. Jun Xiaoyao looked down in alarm, seeing that all four were in dire straits, each heavily injured. Jiang Shengyi continued, "Only you can fight this Yuan Tianjizun corpse. If you continue to be blinded by obsession, everyone will die." The Yuan Tianjizun corpse was restrained for a moment, but now he was enraged. He gritted his teeth, withdrew his hand, and kicked Jixuan, causing him to cough up blood in pain. Jixuan crashed to the ground, cracking the earth. Having exhausted his strength to stop Xiaoyao and help him regain his senses, Jixuan was no longer capable of fighting this supreme corpse. His face fell, and he passed out. The supreme corpse laughed triumphantly, but suddenly, a golden light shone directly at him,
startling him.
Jun Xiaoyao then used his divine martial arts to fight the Supreme Corpse, unleashing the army punishment technique, creating thousands of phantom divine weapons that struck the Yuan Tian Jizun corpse. Jun Xiaoyao struck with a sharp gaze, thinking, I made a grave mistake. This is not a battle that requires fairness. Oh, the one I'm fighting is not the real Yuan Tian Jizun, but an empty shell controlled by the eerie gray mist. However, the Yuan Tian Jizun corpse took the full force of the army punishment technique without suffering any significant damage, only a few minor external wounds.
Before he could react, he was surprised to see familiar chains. Looking up at the sky,
Jun Xiaoyao was pointing at the sky, unrivaled hatred, unleashing one of the 5 great divine techniques, the Yuan Huang Daojian, Yuan Tian Jizun's famous martial art. Meanwhile, Jixuan, though injured, still tried to rush into the battle to save his nemesis. He handed Jixuan over to Jiang Xingyi and said, This guy's still alive, right, Jiang? Jiang Xingyi's eyes widened in admiration. He's still alive, but all his internal organs are damaged, and his arm bones are broken.
On the opposite side, the Supreme Corpse was stunned to see the familiar martial art recreated before his eyes. Though his mind was no longer intact, only fierce obsessions remained. This scene was like a distant dream, deeply buried memories resurfacing, urging him to grasp that power once more. At this moment, dark spiritual power surged, engulfing the Supreme Corpse. He raised his hand to the sky, his demonic intent erupting.
His face hardened as he unleashed his own martial art, also the Yuanhuang Daojian. This was the worst-case scenario Jun Xiaoyao faced. The Supreme Corpse had finally replicated this incredibly powerful move of Yuan Tian Jizun. Under the power of the Yuanhuang Daojian, anyone, be it a divine bridge cultivator, a dual return to one cultivator, or a genius, would be crushed instantly.
Only Jun Xiaoyao, with his extraordinary, unfathomable power, could resist that move. The two-sword, Raidao, unleashed an earth, shattering pressure, colliding to create a violent explosion, shaking the ground and making the world seem like it was about to collapse. At the same time, outside the entrance of the Yuantian Supreme's secret realm, 2 cultivators were struggling to carry huge rocks to block the entrance, constantly complaining. One of them hissed, That damn blue dragon girl! Covering the entrance by destroying the mountains is so mean. Just 'cause she's pretty, she thinks she can do whatever she wants. If I catch her, I'll punish her good.
The green-haired guy next to him sighed and advised, Dude, you're carrying rocks, not smoking them? That dragon girl could cleave a mountain in 2 with one sword strike. How many hits do you think you could take, huh?
The other guy's face turned red as a beet, and he snapped, What the heck, how do you know if you never try? While the 2 were busy yapping, a brown-robed cultivator approached, pointed at the pile of rocks, and said, Hey, haven't you guys noticed? These rocks seem to be shaking. Immediately after the reminder, the pile of rocks blocking the way suddenly exploded from the inside, causing all the cultivators to scream in panic, fleeing in disarray. Those who escaped the danger quickly breathed heavily, each cursing silently, Damn, what the heck? Luckily, Grandma and Grandpa saved me in time. The others who stopped, their eyes full of surprise and confusion, asked, What's going on? Why did the entrance explode? The cultivators running out from inside could only gasp. Collapsed. The Yuantian Supreme's secret realm has collapsed. At that moment, the protectors of the Ji family and Jun family also looked at each other in shock. One person murmured, What the heck? The Yuantian Supreme's secret realm collapsed. What happened inside that made it collapse like that?
Before the group could wonder for long, the ground in front of them suddenly cracked and broke, emitting a terrifying boom, a deafening sound, accompanied by a cloud of dust covering the entire space. The scene that unfolded before their eyes was Jun Xiaoyao and the Supreme Corpse fighting with the Yuanhuang Dao sword, their power completely destroying the Yuantian Supreme's secret realm. Jun Xiaoyao, with a cold face, rushed forward, constantly launching fierce attacks. The Supreme Corpse deftly blocked these attacks. At the same time, hundreds of golden sword, kidao, with chains at the hilts, appeared around them both, striking down from above. From below, hundreds of purple sword dayos rushed up, as if following their will, colliding with each other. Each wave of attack and defense formed a terrifying vortex covering both of them.
Amidst the chaos, a Ji family protector suddenly exclaimed, Wait a minute, Isn't that someone from the Jun family? Isn't that the Shenzi of the Jun family?
At this time, besides Jun Xiaoyao and the Supreme Corpse fighting fiercely, others also appeared, escaping from the ruins of the Yuantian Supreme's secret realm. Jiang Shengyi of the Jiang family, Ji Xuan of the Ji family, and geniuses like Jun Wanji, Jun Xuehuang, and Jun Chengjian, all in a state of exhaustion, as they proudly appeared before their eyes. The four guardian elders, the Jiang family's protectors, immediately became serious. He quickly assessed, could it be that the corpse fighting the Jun family's Shenzi is the Supreme Corpse? All four elders immediately got into a fighting stance, preparing their spiritual power, and said in unison, "This is bad! A supreme level isn't something that geniuses who have only reached the Shenqiao realm can fight. We must quickly step in to help." But just as they were about to act, a golden spiritual energy flashed from the sky, appearing in front of them and forming a golden barrier, stopping the four elders' advance. The elders looked at each other in shock. Then a voice echoed directly into their shiha. The Jun family guardian elder's eyes darkened, sweat dripping from his forehead, explaining, "That is a warning from the protector of the Jun Xiaoyao Shenzi. The senior has ordered us not to interfere." Jiba, next to him, looked incredulous and questioned, "What do you mean? Does your Jun family want to let a kid who's not even 10 years old fight a supreme-level corpse by himself?" The Jun family elder also couldn't believe the situation before his eyes, but replied, "Yes, this is the order from the senior. We cannot interfere. We can only put all our faith in Jun Xiaoyao." Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao stood before the supreme corpse, his eyes firm and sharp like a high and lofty immortal. He controlled countless glittering golden swords around him, like chains of sword davos that followed his will, and shot straight towards the supreme corpse. Jun Xiaoyao at this moment thoroughly unleashed the power of the ancient sacred body around him. Supernatural and divine shadows began to appear in the void. Each divine shadow carried a majestic sacred aura, like ancient sacred rulers manifesting in space. If one observed closely, there were tens of thousands of saintly figures floating, creating a magnificent scene. The guardian elders witnessing this scene could only gape, exclaiming in astonishment, "Jun Xiaoyao, you little brat! Is that the sacred body phenomenon? The worship of 10,000 saints? Jun Xiaoyao? After so many battles, you finally had to use your ultimate move." His ancient sacred body not only possesses unparalleled, ultimate physical power, but also a terrifying, yet to be awakened, sacred body phenomenon that makes people shudder. He's never needed to use his sacred body phenomenon before. Not because he didn't want to, but because no one was strong enough to force him to. But the Supreme Corpse Fiend is a worthy opponent for this heaven-shaking phenomenon. 10,000 majestic holy figures simultaneously bowed to Jun Xiaoyao, as if before heaven and earth, he were the only god. The terrifying pressure from the myriad saints descended. Golden divine light spread in all directions, engulfing everything. Even the Supreme Corpse Fiend, with its earth-shattering power, was heavily suppressed, its strength reduced by 40%, and was forced to stand still for a moment. Jun Xiaoyao's ancient sacred body has the effect of restraining all kinds of evil forces, and he didn't miss the opportunity, focusing all his mental strength. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze became more determined than ever, full of decisiveness and killing intent. He poured all his strength into unleashing a lightning-fast sword strike at the Supreme Corpse Fiend, making everything around him seem to freeze, while his sword shone brightly, its power soaring to the heavens, aiming directly at the immobile body of the Supreme Corpse Fiend. Golden cracks began to appear on the Corpse Fiend's body, spreading across the surface, creating radiant lines of authority. Suddenly, Primordial Heaven's Supreme Corpse Fiend turned its head, its voice echoing slowly, "Little brat, you have freed me." "Who are you?" Jun Xiaoyao paused slightly, then replied with a firm expression, "Jun family of Huangzhou, Jun Xiaoyao." On the face of the Primordial Heaven Supreme Corpse Fiend, a dark, viscous substance began to flow from the golden cracks, gradually spreading to its gaunt face. 2 points of light, like dying candles, lit up inside its eye sockets, emitting a faint spiritual radiance. Jun Xiaoyao understood that before him was only the last remnant of the Primordial Heaven Supreme. Strands of divine thought emanated from the soul fire in Primordial Heaven Supreme's eye sockets, transmitting to Jun Xiaoyao, "Little brat Jun Xiaoyao, you greatly resemble an old friend of mine. He is in the different dimension of origin, the dark region at the very end." The mysterious voice continued in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. An image of a figure in white standing in the cold night sky, lonely, suppressing eternal darkness,
suddenly appeared.
The mysterious words of the remnant soul of primordial heaven supreme seemed to be a piece in a larger puzzle that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't yet understand. Elsewhere, Jun Linglong and Long Biqi were happily shopping for souvenirs in South Heaven City. Linglong blushed, holding a sparkling ball, asking, "Is this pretty?" Long Biqi, embracing a shimmering quartz, exclaimed, "So cute!" Meanwhile, the guardian elder of the Long lineage was secretly crying in pain as he looked at the bill for the not-so-cheap items. Back at the ruins of the primordial heaven supreme, there was a sudden movement from the rubble. A simple wooden box, without elaborate patterns, unexpectedly flew up. It was wrapped in primordial heaven supreme's mystical purple spiritual energy, hovering in mid-air. At that moment, the ancient talisman that Jixuan always kept in his inner pocket suddenly lit up, emitting a layer of mystical light. It slowly flew towards the primordial heaven supreme. Primordial heaven supreme, with a look full of emotion, gazed at the wooden box and the ancient talisman, then turned to Jun Xiaoyao and said in a deep but authoritative voice, "In your glabella, I sense the original owner of the primordial sovereign Dao sword. In other words, little one, you have freed my generals. Accept it. This is the opportunity you deserve." With each word of the primordial heaven supreme, the wooden box and the ancient talisman simultaneously flew towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao solemnly accepted them, using both hands to hold the wooden box and the ancient talisman, feeling both respect and a heavy responsibility. Primordial heaven supreme continued to explain, "This is currently only half. The other part is currently in the lower realm. This ancient talisman is the keepsake of someone important to me, representing her family. If you are fated to be with me, I hope you will take care of her family a little." The words of the primordial heaven supreme were like strands of weak soul thought, like a candle in the wind, unable to last much longer. Jun Xiaoyao tried to remember every word, feeling the profound meaning hidden within, suddenly understanding why Jixuan wasn't attacked by the corpse fiends when holding the ancient talisman, realizing that it was the keepsake of the primordial heaven supreme's Dao companion, and that her family still existed in the lower realm. The cracks on the primordial heaven supreme's body widened, and the sound of cracking echoed repeatedly. In his final moments, he clenched his hands, looking up at the sky with a nostalgic expression, his voice sounding softly like a farewell to life. "Is this the end? Is that her?" Yuan Tian Supreme's eyes blazed, staring straight at the horizon, where the scarlet sunset seemed to await a familiar figure in his eternal dream. From afar, a female phantom appeared in Yuan Tian Supreme's mind, possessing unparalleled beauty and a gentle smile. His Dafio companion. Before the figure of his late partner, Yuan Tian Supreme couldn't contain his emotions, his whole body trembling, eyes filled with tears. He choked out, She's here to take me away, right?" He reached out as if to touch the beautiful scene before him. Then, Yuan Tian Supreme's body gradually dissolved, turning into dust that scattered in the wind. A lifetime of Supreme ended in silence, dust to dust, earth to earth. Jun Xiaoyao watched, a hint of sorrow and respect in his eyes. He bowed his head slightly, muttering to himself, "Senior, rest in peace. This junior will do my best to ensure you depart peacefully." A few days later, in the bustling marketplace of Nantian City, a constant buzz filled the crowd. One person excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, have you heard? The Jun family's Shenzi sealed and annihilated the Yuan Tian Supreme zombie using the Yuan Huang Dao sword." Another chimed in, "That's right, the Jun family's Shenzi is a rare genius. Rumor has it he even has a supreme lion as a mount, keeping it like a pet." "How awesome!" Loud laughter erupted. "I don't know if the Jun family Shenzi needs any more pets, but if he does, I'm willing to sign up." "Ha!" Another mocked, "You want to be the Jun family's pet too? How ridiculous." Amid the jeering laughter and fawning praise of Jun Xiaoyao, a cracking sound echoed as a teacup was crushed. Xiao Chen, face gloomy, eyes burning with hatred, gritted his teeth and thought, "Jun Xiaoyao. Everywhere I go it's all about him. He will pay a heavy price, along with the entire Jun family." The murderous aura radiating from Xiao Chen made other cultivators stop in their tracks, pointing and whispering about the dangerous guy. "No one dares to approach him. What's he doing? So sinister," they murmured. Cut to a forest outside Nantian City. Xiao Chen awkwardly asked Xinglong Shengren, "Old ancestor, We've lost the dragon bone, what do we do now? Xiao Chen understood that without the dragon bone, he wouldn't be able to continue cultivating the Qing Tian Hua Long secret, and his strength wouldn't be able to increase further. Qinglong Shangren sighed. The Jun family is untouchable right now. Hearing Qinglong Shangren's words, Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time, thinking to himself, old ancestor knows that if I keep arguing with the Jun family, Xiao Chen might develop a heart demon because of that Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen's eyes turned sharp as he turned back and said, old ancestor, I must find every way to become stronger. There's only one way left. He paused before continuing. I must become a consort of the Pan Yu divine dynasty, or in other words, marry the Ming Yu grand princess. Only by relying on the Pan Yu divine dynasty will we have a chance to turn things around, otherwise I'll be trampled underfoot for the rest of my life. Qinglong Shangren's eyes turned thoughtful as he listened to Xiao Chen's plan. Then, he opened his mouth and said, there's another way, but it's a bit too much. As he spoke, the old ancestor glanced at Xiao Chen with a pitying look. Xiao Chen resolutely said, old ancestor, please tell me clearly. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I'll never give up. Qinglong Shangren clasped his hands behind his back and began to explain. Do you know where this Qing Tian Hua Long secret of mine came from? Xiao Chen asked, puzzled. Please enlighten me, old ancestor. Qinglong Shangren continued. This cultivation method of mine was accidentally obtained when I entered an ancient nest secret realm. Inside that secret realm, there's very likely sealed an ancient freak of nature from the ancestral dragon's nest. Xiao Chen raised his hand to his chin, recalling Longbi's words. Who do you think is the true successor of the Qing Tianhua Long secret? He secretly speculated about the monster from the ancient ancestral dragon's nest. After pondering, Xiao Chen suddenly exclaimed, then, is he a descendant of the Shenglong Supreme? Qinglong Shangren nodded, explaining, exactly. Some geniuses in their own era, for various reasons, seal themselves inside the Xinyan Yuan divine origin, waiting for an era when they have an opportunity to prove their Dako. They will once again enter the world. These types of geniuses are called ancient freaks of nature, and each and every one of them is extremely terrifying. In their era, they could sweep across the present. Sealing themselves for a few eras is still good. The gap between them and contemporary geniuses isn't too big. But if it's an ancient freak of nature sealed for more than 10 eras, even 100 eras or more, then it's too terrifying, and can't simply be calculated according to common sense. Qinglong Shangren's finger pointed into the distance. That one in the ancient nest secret realm, the origin of the sealed freak of nature, is extremely astonishing. You should be able to find the Shanglong lineage's supreme blood inside. With that supreme blood, you can complete the Qing Tian Hua Long secret. He paused for a moment, then continued. Of course, you must be very careful. If you awaken that freak of nature, I'm afraid the entire Huangtian Xianyu will be shaken. No young genius of the current era can defeat that ancient freak of nature. At the same time, in a grand hall of Nantian City, Jiang Shengyi gazed thoughtfully into the distance, thinking to herself, I really can't do anything. This time, going on a training journey with Jun Xiaoyao and everyone, I felt very happy. But what if I'm alone? Not to mention the primordial heaven supreme corpse, but also little Saint Jishuan, Longbi, the ancestral dragon nest, and even the nine-headed lion. Can I really beat those guys alone? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao going all out, Jiang Shengyi's Dao heart seemed a little unstable. Suddenly, Jiang family's protector stepped forward and said gently, don't worry too much, child. That's just reality. Not everyone can be as strong as the Jun family's Shenzi and defeat a primordial heaven supreme corpse. Even if I personally took action, I'm afraid I couldn't win without some injuries. So don't develop a heart demon over such a small thing. Jiang Shengyi's eyes were a little sad, but she understood and replied, yes, I understand. The protector continued. By the way, about the engagement between the Jun family's Shenzi and Luo Li, I'm afraid I'll need you to handle some minor details to help them get along better. As you can see, the Jun family's Shenzi is a one-of-a-kind genius. Befriending him wouldn't hurt our Jiang family. Hearing the protector's instructions, Shengyi could only give a forced smile and obey. But in her heart, Shengyi was thinking, oh geez, how should I put this? Back when we went to the primordial heaven supreme secret realm, Jiang Luoli was all like, nah, I hate that guy. And he clearly didn't like me either. Will the fact that we clearly hate each other really bring the families closer together? The chance of us turning on each other and becoming enemies is kinda high, isn't it? Even though Jiang Shengyi thought the task of mediating between Jun Xiaoyao and Luo Li was impossible, She still tried her best.
Wiping her sweat, she muttered to herself, "I'll do my best to help them get along." Meanwhile, an adorable group photo popped up, showing Jun Xiaoyao and Luo Li as kids, only about 10 years old. Jun Xiaoyao pointed at Luo Li, saying sternly, "If anyone forces underage people to marry, slap them in the face and report them to the police for violating criminal law." Jiang Luoli just blankly asked, what's criminal law?
The last picture was a bonus shot of the primordial Heaven Supreme and his Tao companion when they were young. Scene changed to deep within the Ji family, in a primeval valley covered in immortal light, where the trees were always lush and green, like spring all year round. Under the canopy of a giant ancient tree, Ji Xuan was meditating. White butterflies fluttered around him. Despite everything that had happened with Jun Xiaoyao, he maintained a firm Tao heart, focusing solely on cultivation. 2 leaves slowly fell. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Using a leaf as a foothold, she jumped forward. The white-haired woman landed gently, whispering, "Isn't this little brat Ji Xuan?" She glanced at him, appraising Ly, and asked, "Little brat Ji Xuan, what happened to your right arm?" Jin Xuan, who had been concentrating on cultivation, startled and looked up, recognizing Qingyi, 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 Qingyi. "Why are you here?" Qingyi lightly jumped down beside Ji Xuan. Lifting his right arm to examine it, she said, "Let me see, it's broken. A Saint King's bone is broken." "Tell me clearly, who did this?" Ji Xuan remained calm, looked at Qingyi, Ji for a moment, and then slowly replied, "I was just forced to try to withstand an attack from a supreme." The woman named Qingyi continued to inquire, her eyes sharp but full of concern. "Oh, what exactly happened? Tell me in detail." After listening to Ji Xuan's account, Qingyi gently put her hand to her chin, a thoughtful look in her eyes, and said, "I understand now." So that Jun Xiaoyao was able to defeat a supreme corpse with his divine bridge realm cultivation? Ji Xuan quietly replied, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Jun Xiaoyao's radiance is too dazzling, to the point that all geniuses like me feel ashamed."
Hearing this, Qingyi chuckled, her eyes sparkling with interest. "I see. In the end, he did save your life. If there's a chance, I'll pay a visit to this Jun family's Shenzi." Qingyi. Qingyi was actually Jian Qingyi, an outstanding female genius of the Jian family, and also the saintess of the Rengxian sect, one of the immortal Taoist sects of the 9 heavens immortal domain. With her dual identity as the Ji family's pride and the Rengxian sect's saintess, Jin Qingyi not only held a high position in the Ji family, but was also a famous figure in the immortal realm.
Meanwhile, in the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace in Huangzhou, Jun Xiaoyao sat with his arms crossed in front of the wooden box that the primordial Heaven Supreme had given him, a smug smile on his face. He thought to himself, "Ever since I was reborn into this world, my luck has been so good.
This time, I'll definitely find the best treasure in the primordial Heaven Supreme's wooden box." Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands and prayed a little, then took a deep breath, muttering to himself, "It's here, it's here." The thrilling and exciting moment of unboxing, he slowly opened the wooden box, and a mysterious golden light burst out, illuminating the entire room.
Outside the Jun family's martial arts arena, a large group of disciples were gathered. Some were so surprised they broke out in a sweat, exclaiming, "Is that Kong Yi?"
Ranked 10th on the self-ranking list, and Jun Wanji, ranked 5th, and even the one ranked 7th, Jun Shuihuang. Why are all 3 of them from the self-ranking list here at the martial arts arena? What the heck is going on? One observant person noticed. The surprises don't stop there. See that blonde woman over there? That's Jun Linglong, famous for always being by our Shenzi's side. I heard her cultivation has already reached the divine bridge realm. Could this be the showdown we've all been waiting for?
These 2 were so engrossed in their conversation they didn't realize Jun Xiaoyao was standing right behind them. Xiaoyao smirked, interrupting, "Probably not a showdown. I'm the one who called them here anyway." Hearing this, the 2 disciples turned around, eyes wide, then stumbled back, yelling, "What the? This is Shenzi Jun Xiaoyao."
Holy crap. The commotion spread, and even Chengjian and Wanji noticed Jun Xiaoyao's presence.
Xiaoyao walked over to the 4,
saying with a smile, "Oh, you guys are early," Jun Wanji asked curiously. "Is there really something important that Shenzi summoned us for so urgently?" Shui Huang added. "I wonder if you have a special mission for us." Only Jun Linglong understood Xiaoyao's personality, so her face remained expressionless, but a hint of doubt flickered in her eyes.
Xiaoyao chuckled reassuringly. "Hee hee, Don't worry too much. It's just something good." Then, he happily took out 4 red storage pouches, handing one to each person. Jun Wanji opened his pouch and gasped. This is ancient dragon bone." Cheng Jian's eyes widened, and he made an admiring face like a child, teasing, "Shenzi, are you really giving us such a precious treasure?" Xiao Gao raised his hand to signal them to stop, saying calmly, "No need to praise me yet. You're receiving this ancient dragon bone, but tell me, how long will it take you to successfully refine it?" Jun Wanji pondered for a moment, answering, "At the fastest, 3 months. At the slowest, it could take several years." Xiao Yao nodded, his eyes full of determination, and raised a finger, pointing. 1 year. I'm giving you 1 year to refine this ancient dragon bone and break through to the Unity Realm. Exactly 1 year from now, you must return here." Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist, his eyes full of resolve, and declared, "By then, anyone who can't withstand a single punch from me will be severely punished." Jun Shuihuang and Jun Wanji, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "It seems like Shenzi is expecting something terrifying." Cheng Jian hid behind them, teary-eyed, and whispered, "Shenzi is so scary." Soon after, all 3 quickly returned to their cultivation, leaving only Xiao Yao and little Lingzi behind. Little Lingzi looked around, seeing that the other 3 had left, and whispered close to Xiao Yao's ear, "Shenzi, you opened the box already? Did you get any treasures?" Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms in a mysterious pose, and replied, "Oh? Why would little Lingzi ask that?" Linglong winked slyly, answering, "If Shenzi hadn't found anything good, why would you be so willing to give away those ancient dragon bones?" They both looked at each other and burst out laughing. "Ho ho ho, just as expected. Little Lingzi really understands me best." Little Lingzi responded, smiling, "He, that's because I've always thought Shenzi was stingy since we were little." Xiao Yao cleared his throat and said seriously to Linglong, "What I got from the wooden box will be a secret for now. When the time is right, little Lingzi will know what it is." He changed the subject, asking, "Oh, by the way, does the Jun family's treasury have Xian Yuan?" Jun Linglong replied, "Xian Yuan? That stuff is rare. As far as I know, even the Jun family doesn't have much of it." Jun Xiaoyao stroked his chin thoughtfully upon hearing that. So, there's still some left after all. Jun Linglong sighed softly, thinking to herself, "I reckon those things will disappear sooner or later." Meanwhile, outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Lan Qingyao was still kneeling, looking pitiful, muttering, "How long do I have to kneel here? No one cares about my plight." Only Linglong occasionally sneaks me a steamed bun, but not without teasing me, saying, "Just kneel for a whole year, and you'll be fine." Inside a cave filled with spiritual energy, at the very center, was a massive tree, the Azure Dragon Clan's ancestral dragon nest. The place was solemn and profound, showing the Dragon Clan's respect for their ancestors. An old man, the Azure Dragon Elder, was sitting still, eyes closed, meticulously divining with his fingers. In a flash, he performed a series of skillful hand gestures, releasing shimmering streams of water that contained the power of water magic. The elder suddenly opened his eyes, which shone brightly, and shouted, "Someone, come here now!" Immediately, a young dragon, with small horns just sprouting, appeared and bowed respectfully. "This junior is present. Does the elder have any orders?" The elder laughed heartily, full of excitement and joy. "Ha ha, I've been divining for months. And finally, I've glimpsed a sliver of the future. A crucial prophecy has been revealed. Twin dragons ascend, the ancestral dragon shall flourish. You convey this prophecy to all the Dragon Clan immediately." The young dragon, upon receiving the order, rushed off, so hasty that he almost tripped, trying to deliver the message before mealtime. The prophecy, once spread throughout the Huatian Xianyu, caused quite a stir. Everyone was discussing that the ancestral dragon nest was about to rise, and the Dragon Clan's future might change forever. Many believed one of the dragons would be Long Aoshan, currently the most outstanding genius of the ancestral dragon nest, but who could be the second dragon? Many suspected that the ancestral dragon nest was aiming for a direct confrontation with the Jun family. Meanwhile, in the Fire Continent, within the territory of the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom, there was a woman, in fiery red attire, concentrating on absorbing dragon souls from a mystical flame. Her figure was elegant and soft as silk, her features refined and graceful, her long crimson hair cascading down, blending with her fair skin. Between her eyebrows was a bright red vermilion birthmark, adding to her captivating beauty, as tempting as a peach blossom,
enchanting hearts endlessly. This woman was Bai Yungyir, the one mentioned in conversations by fellow cultivators. Her eyes gazed into the distance, inwardly contemplating the prophecy of twin dragons ascend, the ancestral dragon shall flourish.
She smirked, unable to hide her skepticism.
This prophecy has caused such a commotion, but who knows if it's even trustworthy, especially considering what happened to the Azure Dragon ancient country's descendant Long Bi, who was severely injured in the Heavenly Supreme Secret Realm by the ancestral dragon nest not long ago. This made her more doubtful. As Bai Yunker spoke of this, she gently circulated spiritual energy around her body, emanating a powerful blend of Vermilion Bird Divine Fire and Azure Dragon Aura, making her presence even more imposing.
With a graceful movement, she struck out with a palm strike.
Seemingly simple, yet its power was astonishing. The Vermilion Bird Divine Fire erupted like a flood, sweeping through everything, incinerating all in its path. The flames were so powerful that even a small mountain in front of her was blasted through, leaving a massive hole, and the ground was scorched into a red, hot lava flow, radiating an incredible amount of heat. Beside her, a little maid stared in admiration, exclaiming softly, "Your Highness, has your cultivation broken through to the Guiyi realm?" Bai Yungyir smiled humbly. "I've only just reached the early stage of the first level of the Guiyi realm. Reaching this realm at this age mostly belongs to geniuses from immortal Dao lineages." Originally, Bai Yungyir could not have achieved such rapid cultivation speed, but it was thanks to Jun Xiaoyao giving her the dragon soul that she was able to progress by leaps and bounds. In her bright ruby-like eyes shone respect and admiration for the one who had helped her. Then, Bai Yungyir turned to the little maid and asked, "Oh, is there something you came to me for?" The little maid replied respectfully, "Reporting to your Highness, a general has brought news that the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom has declared war on the ancient White Tiger Kingdom and the ancient Black Tortoise Kingdom." Bai Yungyir, upon hearing this, placed her hand on her chin, lost in thought. Something's not right. The four ancient kingdoms, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, have maintained a balance for hundreds of years. There's no way the situation would be so easily broken.
Could there be another reason behind this?
The little maid nodded in agreement, adding, "As your Highness suspects, there are currently many mysterious experts in the Azure Dragon Kingdom's army, but their origins remain a mystery." Yunker frowned slightly, thinking about state affairs. "My father is still in closed-door cultivation, and it's not appropriate for him to participate at this time. But if we don't act, the ancient Vermilion Bird Kingdom will be in danger. Once the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom occupies the ancient White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms, the situation will be extremely disadvantageous for us. We can't delay any longer."
Determined, Yunker immediately gave an order. "Relay my decree. Summon all generals to court for discussion. We must unite with the ancient White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms to resist the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom."
The little maid clasped her hands in salute and quickly left to carry out the order. Yunir gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with worry and determination. In that moment, she remembered the jade slip that Jun Xiaoyao had given her before. Holding the jade slip in her hand, she pursed her lips, hesitating whether or not to seek his help. At the Jun family's Heavenly Emperor Palace, Xiao Lingzi was closing her eyes, looking helpless. The dude was pouting, thinking about retreating, but then his mind wandered to the delicious meal: bone broth, stir-fried mushrooms with beef, shredded celery, sweet and sour greens, braised pork ribs and 5 spices, spicy duck blood soup, pickled squid, caviar, spicy crab, shredded rabbit with scallion oil, pepper-roasted duck, and super spicy chicken balls.
Xiao Lingzi just rolled her eyes and muttered, "Ugh, seriously." But Jun Xiaoyao's super effective babying skills could even make Grandpa Jun Zantian give in and spoil him rotten. Heck, even Linglong couldn't resist, and could only sweat and give in.
With a serious face, Xiao Lingzi treated cooking like a battlefield.
Seriously, she zoomed into the kitchen and started handling the ingredients like a master chef. Beef bones were chopped into perfect slices, veggies were neatly cut, and fish was carefully deboned, especially the red squid eye. She had to perfectly time the ink expulsion and control the fire. Chicken and rabbit were roasted together to save time, and when it came to stinky tofu, she frowned, wondering who even wanted to eat that funky stuff. Once everything was done, Xiao Lingzi's eyes sharpened, thinking, "All right, everything's perfect, just as planned." But just as she was about to bring the food out to Jun Xiaoyao, the jade pendant rang with Bai Yungyir's worried cries. Yungyir was sobbing and yelling, "Linglong, please get Shenzi to help me. The Qinglong ancient kingdom is going crazy. Some bestie leaving me to fend for myself. Xiaolingzi was so surprised that she tripped, sending the whole tray of food flying everywhere. She fell flat on her face, staring at the mess of food, and sighed in disappointment. I know, younger. You're such a pain. Still, hearing Linglong's slightly annoyed voice, Younger was overjoyed. The Jun family's 7-aperture exquisite heart had never broken a promise, which made her feel a lot more at ease. Finally, while Xiaolingzi was still cleaning up the mess, the 9-headed lion cub appeared, happily gobbling up the scattered food. The lion cub was super excited looking at the mountain of food in front of it, making Xiaolingzi smile helplessly. Cut to Jin Province, inside the imperial palace of the Baihu ancient kingdom. The main palace was now just a pile of rubble, with smoke from the battle still smoldering, creating a scene of horror. Bloodstains were everywhere, with only a few guards holding on in fear. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out, and the main gate of the Baihu imperial palace was blown to smithereens. Inside, 3 tense men exclaimed in fury, "Damn it, we fell for their trap." The sound of the gate being broken showed the other side's powerful strength. Following that were the thunderous footsteps of people rushing in. Leading the way was a guy in a green robe, looking imposing and smug. Behind him, a long line of warriors in black robes completely covering their bodies, their faces all wearing weird masks. The leader was none other than the Qinglong Kingdom Lord, a powerful Saint Realm expert who laughed triumphantly. "Ha, long time no see, my 2 good friends." At this time, the Baihu Kingdom Lord and the Xuanwu Kingdom Lord stood there with pale faces. Obviously both had been through a fierce battle and were seriously injured. Although they were both Saint Realm experts, on par with the Qinglong Kingdom Lord, their bodies were covered in wounds, and their eyes couldn't hide their shock and anger. The Xuanwu Kingdom Lord quietly glanced at the group of black-robed people behind the Qinglong Kingdom Lord, full of suspicion. Who the hell are those guys? He thought that in the recent battle, it was the presence of these guys that had created absolute dominance, making both Baihu and Xuanwu unable to resist, leading to their armies being scattered and unable to protect their kingdoms. The Baihu Kingdom Lord and the Xuanwu Kingdom Lord gritted their teeth in resentment, suppressing their anger. They both knew that if they didn't vent this hatred, it would eat away at their fighting spirit. But now, in this difficult situation, they could only silently watch their opponents enter, their hearts aching at the thought of their entire army being wiped out. The Qinglong Kingdom Lord still maintained his victorious expression, a playful smile appearing on his lips as he said softly, "My 2 good friends, why bother trying to resist?" The Baihu Kingdom Lord's expression suddenly tightened, veins popping out clearly, and he quickly retorted, "Old Qinglong, what the hell do you want?" The Qinglong Kingdom Lord glanced at them, a faint smile appearing, and he replied in a smug tone, "Haha, why do you guys need to know so much? Just know that I'm only following orders from that young master." Hearing that, the 2 Kingdom Lords simultaneously showed surprise. They couldn't believe their ears. A dignified Kingdom Lord working for someone else? Moreover, hearing the Qinglong Kingdom Lord call that person young master, they felt even more bewildered. The 2 Kingdom Lords looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion and unease. The Qinglong Kingdom Lord calmly continued, not paying attention to their surprise. "No need to doubt, these black robes are also people from that young master. The young master instructed that you only need to meet 2 conditions. First, hand over your compass pieces. Second, the entire country must submit to the young master. Meet these 2 conditions, and I'll spare you a path to survival. Otherwise, there's only death." Hearing that, the expressions of the Baihu Kingdom Lord and the Xuanwu Kingdom Lord became even heavier, especially when mentioning the compass, which was a sacred inherited object, a symbol of the power and honor of an entire country. The 4 great ancient kingdoms each had a piece of this compass. Yet now, the Qinglong Kingdom Lord was demanding they hand it over, and the fact that the entire country had to submit to that young master was nothing short of an unacceptable humiliation. As the 2 Kingdom Lords were pondering, a powerful voice cut through their thoughts. "Shut your traps." The voice was full of spirit, and a figure appeared. The great general of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Qi Ri, with a sturdy build and determined eyes. He was a void divinity cultivator, a towering realm. Qi Ri, with a resolute expression, declared loudly, "We of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom are born of blazing fire, and we shall die for blazing fire. I will never be slaves to you lowly dogs." In the arena, a black, robed figure, hearing Qi Ri's words, chuckled mockingly,
and stepped forward to face him.
Chi-Ri clenched his fists, his eyes firm, pouring all his strength and resolve into a powerful attack.
But the black-robed figure looked at Chi-Ri as if he were a child playing, and with a single blow, easily pierced through the general's chest.
Fresh blood poured from Chi-Ri's mouth, his eyes still filled with unwillingness. But he was powerless.
The White Tiger Kingdom Lord and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord, witnessing this scene, were terrified and horrified, unable to believe the death of such a valiant general as Chi-Ri. The black, high-robed figure laughed scornfully, glancing at the two kingdom lords, then tore Chi-Ri's body in half with one hand.
Flesh and blood splattered everywhere,
fresh blood staining the ground red.
Both kingdom lords felt deep fear and lost their will to fight. Even as sage cultivators, they were powerless against the black-robed figure's strength. Looking down from above, it was clear that a single mysterious black-robed figure had easily suppressed the aura of both of them.
The arena was deathly silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord maintained his despicable expression, a cold smile on his face. He loudly said, "How about it? Do you brothers want to die like him? Blazing fire is just child's play." Meanwhile, in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Bai Yunger was so angry that she slammed a book on the table,
the room echoing with the sound of splintering wood. "Damn Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, they're going too far!" she exclaimed angrily. The little maid standing beside her, seeing the princess's actions, gaped, her eyes wide as a frog's. "Princess, watch your hands!"
Bai Yunger sighed, regaining her composure, telling herself, "Phew, calm down. Getting angry won't help her. The urgent matter now is to find the mastermind pulling the strings behind the Azure Dragon Kingdom." As Bai Yunger was thinking and looking for a solution, someone gently lifted her hand. Bai Yunger thought it was the little maid helping her, but when her eyes met the other person's, they gazed at each other affectionately. Bai Yunger blushed,
stammering, "Linglong, what are you doing here?"
Jun Linglong looked at her, surprised, and replied, "What's so surprising? Didn't you call me here?" Bai Yunger was confused for a moment, then turned joyful, hugging Linglong. "It's so good you're here." Jun Linglong was slightly taken aback, then hugged Bai Yunger back, her eyes a bit strange. After calming down, Yunkir asked, "Did only you come, Linglong?" Linglong quickly replied, "I did plan to come alone, but that's not the case."
Finishing her sentence, she glanced behind her. A male figure approached, piquing Yunger's curiosity.
She asked, "Who is this gentleman?" Linglong replied, "This is number 10 on the Jun family's self-reliance list, young master Jun Chengjian."
You could say he's Jun Xiaoyao Shenzi's introducer. Chengjian froze for a moment, then blurted out, "Just could say." He then looked at Bai Yuer with a slightly surprised expression. Yumer, hearing this, was overjoyed. This gentleman is on the Jun family's self-reliance list. Does that mean Shenzi Jun Xiaoyao is willing to help our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom?
Chengjian nodded, explaining, "Shenzi is enclosed, crew door cultivation, so he doesn't know about this yet, but you, Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, have pledged allegiance to him. How could he let others bully you?" Yunger nodded, saying, "Thank you, young master Jun Chengjian. We can only rely on your assistance now." The scene shifts to the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. In the Grand Hall of the Royal Palace, the Azure Dragon Hall, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord held a tray with 2 compass pieces taken from the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdom Lords. In the hall, numerous beautiful dancers were swaying gracefully, creating a colorful and lively space. Above, on a large bed with a draped curtain, a male figure was faintly visible. From the figure, it could be deduced that it was the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord. The Kingdom Lord spoke softly, respectfully. "My lord, the things you wanted have been obtained." From behind the curtain, a mysterious man, resting his chin on his hand, softly said, "Very good." He gracefully and powerfully waved his hand towards the 2 compass fragments, instantly causing the 2 compass pieces to slowly float up, hovering in the air before entering the barrier. The mysterious young master picked them up. His eyes gleamed with pleasure as he muttered, "Excellent, national ruler. You haven't disappointed me. That makes 3 pieces already, just 1 final piece from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom left." He smiled smugly, his voice low. "Once I gather all 4 complete Azure Dragon compass fragments, they will lead the way to the traces of the Azure Dragon Immortal Hall.
If successful, I'll obtain a great opportunity, enough to be absolutely certain of marrying Yu Minyu. Then enter the Wuling chess game to find more opportunities. At that time I'll hold supreme power in my hands, trample the 9 heavens and 10 earths, standing at the peak and looking down upon all living beings."
His laughter echoed in the grand hall. An ambition, filled and power, hungry resonance spreading throughout the magnificent space of the palace.
Before Jun Linglong set off for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Jun Qingjian, either by accident or on purpose, learned of this news and immediately followed. His sword-like eyes flashed as he said worriedly, "Is it that dangerous? Linglong is going alone? I have to go with her. Even if I have to burn through my cultivation realm, I can still bring some people along to help." "Let me go with you," Zhang Jian begged incessantly, his eyes pleading.
Meanwhile, at the Azure Dragon main hall, after hearing the echoing laughter from behind the barrier, the Azure Dragon national ruler revealed a pensive look. He cautiously hesitated for a moment before respectfully saying,
"Young master, there is actually something I don't know if I should say or not."
The voice from behind the barrier became deep, as if containing an unpredictable change. "What is it? If there's a problem, just speak." The Azure Dragon national ruler nodded slightly, respectfully explaining, "Young master, the reality is that the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom might not be as easy to deal with as the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom or the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom before." Others tease. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom used to have good relations with the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, but that's no longer the case. We even have a major grudge.
Our Xiao Chen was dumped by Princess Bai Yuger, kicked out of the clan in utter humiliation, and even had his dragon Q seized. Given this situation, I can't possibly have any good feelings towards the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and Bai Yuger. I even consider it a deep-seated grudge.
The voice from behind the barrier rang out with a hint of coldness mixed with doubt. "You're saying the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is difficult to deal with because they have a powerful army?" The Azure Dragon national ruler calmly replied, "Not exactly, young master. In fact, Princess Bai Yunger of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom seems to have some kind of relationship with the Jun family's Shenzi."
The person behind the barrier chuckled casually, his eyes containing a hint of curiosity mixed with disdain. "The Jun family's Shenzi? Is that the Jun Xiaoyao who caused a sensation in Shenyu during the opening of the Primordial Heaven's Supreme Treasure Trove?" Those who have met Jun Xiaoyao in the desolate heavens Shenyu might not be many, but his reputation must be known by everyone.
The Azure Dragon national ruler immediately replied, "That's right, young master. It is him." The mysterious young master gently embraced the beauty beside him, resting his chin and smiling disdainfully. How ridiculous. The Jun family's Shenzi, the leader of the Imperial Three Families.
Would he really bother with a small country like the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom?
It's even more impossible that he would care about this country's Princess Bai Yunger.
His eyes sparkled with confidence and arrogance as he continued.
"But even if Jun Xiaoyao really does take a fancy to Princess Bai Yunger, do you think this young master here would be afraid of a mere nobody like him?" The Azure Dragon national ruler bowed slightly, respectfully replying, "I'm just reminding the young master a bit. Young master is an outstanding figure among the Heaven's Pride generation. In the future, you will definitely stand at the peak of Xianyu, majestically observing the living beings below."
That young master smirked with self-satisfaction, his eyes sharp. "Good, it's good that you know. Next, you should immediately gather the troops of the 3 kingdoms and advance directly to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom.
I want them to kneel and submit and offer up the remaining fragment of the Azure Dragon compass." The Azure Dragon national ruler clasped his hands and bowed his head in reply, "As you command, young master." But the young master didn't stop there, continuing with a calculating laugh. "Oh, wait a minute. You mentioned the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's Princess Bai Yunger. I heard she is a stunning beauty rarely seen in 1,000 years. Don't hurt her.
Bring her here so she can become this young master's concubine.
I want to see what it feels like to taste a beauty that even the Jun family's Shenzi would value." Haha. Scene change to Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's Fire Province, where the flames of war fill the air, and withered branches and leaves burn in the inferno. Hundreds and thousands of swords from fallen soldiers stick all over the battle lines. This is the final pass protecting the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. The Azure Dragon national ruler quickly assembled the troops of the 3 kingdoms, leading the army straight towards the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, without any concealment, brazenly marching to Fire Province.
The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was already weakened in national power, making it difficult to resist. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom alone would be enough to create a life-or-death disaster for the Vermilion Bird, let alone a three-kingdom alliance. To the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, this is almost a death sentence.
At this time, on the battlefield, a figure appears, walking forward step by step, her long crimson hair flying in the wind. It is none other than Princess Bai Yunke. Her aura is now vastly different from before. She wears bright red soft armor, revealing every line of her body with pride and fortitude. Her pink-red hair is neatly pinned up. Her expression exudes majesty while still retaining her charm. She clenches her hand, her eyes focused and deep in thought before the difficult situation facing the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom.
Youngyear looks toward Linglong, her eyes firm and full of determination. From the opposite side, Linglong hesitantly speaks.
Younger, do you really want to go to the battlefield yourself? Bai Yunke gave a slight nod, her voice resolute. My father is still in seclusion, and for now, who else can shoulder this responsibility? This is the last line of defense for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. When the battle officially begins, Linglong, you can leave if you want. Don't think they'll go easy on you just because you're from the Jun family. On the contrary, they'll kill to silence you and blame it on someone else. Bai Yunge's eyes turned sharp as she continued. If Shenzi Jun Xiaoyao hadn't personally come, this place would truly be hopeless. Jun Linglong listened in silence, her eyes flickering with emotion at Bai Yunge's determination. But she still tried to persuade her. Yunge, come back to the Jun family with me. After Shenzi emerges from seclusion, he will counterattack and won't let the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom be invaded.
Don't throw your life away in this hopeless place.
Bai Yunge stared quietly at Linglong, a serene but content smile blooming on her lips.
She looked up at the sky, her voice gentle but full of will. As a princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, when my country is in danger, I cannot turn my back. You inherit the will of fire. You must live like a brilliant and unyielding flame.
I regard death as light as a feather, so that when I vanish, I will merge with the wind and land of this Vermilion Bird.
She turned to Jun Linglong, her eyes shining brightly but filled with heaviness. I've ordered the elderly, women, and children to be gathered in the capital.
If you can, please help me protect them. If you can't, just light a fire for me, so that they may rest in the true spirit of the will of fire, rather than die under the enemy's blades.
Jun Linglong was silent for a moment after Bai Yunge's courageous words.
Her eyes filled with sadness, bowed her head, and nodded in acceptance. Bai Yunge continued to walk, each step seemingly heavy with responsibility for her homeland.
Before leaving, she waved goodbye to Jun Linglong,
her voice full of emotion. Linglong, you've always been the best friend I could ask for. I'm sorry for troubling you so much. Jun Linglong watched Bai Yunge walk into the battle, her heart heavy, biting her teeth in unwillingness. She thought to herself, what should I do? I don't even know myself. This is so damn frustrating.
A few days later, at Xiang City, Nanming Pass, thousands of flags appeared on the horizon. The spears and halberds of the Xuanwu Ancient Kingdom's army advanced like a gigantic sea of people. Bai Yunge stood on the city wall. Despite having prepared herself for battle, she couldn't help but feel a sense of despair at the sight of the endless army advancing, each pounding step of the horses, the resounding war drums echoing like a dark tide engulfing everything, the crowded figures seeming to obscure the entire horizon. Bai Yunge was stunned for a moment, not expecting the Xuanwu Ancient Kingdom to submit to the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom so easily. Beside her, a general reported, Your Highness, that's the Xuanyue army of the Xuanwu Ancient Kingdom. Bai Yunge gritted her teeth and replied, Looks like the Xuanwu Kingdom Lord isn't in good shape anymore. Before the dense ranks of the Xuanwu army, a general stepped forward and spoke in a solemn voice. Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, I am Xuan Er, the great general of the Xuanwu Ancient Kingdom. I give you an offer. Lay down your weapons and surrender. You can avoid useless slaughter. Bai Yunge stood firm on the city wall, loudly retorting, General Xuan Er, you should know that we were once allies. Why have you submitted to the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom? Is this your virtue? Bai Yunge couldn't help but suspect the Xuanwu Ancient Kingdom's quick submission. Even if such a powerful nation had been defeated, they shouldn't have surrendered so easily. Facing the Vermilion Bird General's words, he coldly said, We submitted because of young Master Lu Lai.
And young master's identity is not something ordinary people like you can understand. Bai Yunger's eyes instantly blazed with fierce fire. She declared loudly before the entire army, "People of the fire country, I was born in the raging will of fire, and if I die, it must also be in that flame. The will of fire is indestructible. The vermilion bird flame will never be extinguished."
Bai Yunger's words were like fuel to the fire, igniting the battle spirit of the soldiers. The entire army shouted in unison with overwhelming momentum, "The vermilion bird divine flame is indestructible, born and destroyed in the will of fire." General Xuan hesitated slightly when witnessing the unyielding spirit of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. However, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "General Xuan, what are you waiting for? Could it be that the Xuanwu Kingdom Lord's life is not more important?"
Under the threat, Xuan gritted his teeth, with no other choice but to obey the order.
He raised his treasured sword high, ordering the Xuanwu army to advance. Bai Yuer also immediately signaled for the Vermilion Bird army to prepare for battle. War drums thundered, and the two armies clashed. The battlefield filled with blood and fire, chaotic and bloody. Meanwhile, far away, Jun Qingjian, the clown of the Jun family, was sneaking into the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's royal palace with a secret mission. Inside the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, powerful aura filled the air. Immortal radiance and golden mist permeated the space, creating the feeling of a supreme true immortal in meditation. Suddenly, a golden light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds, signaling the awakening of unparalleled power. At the center of the heavenly emperor palace, a figure appeared, looking cool but causing everything around to be in disarray, creating a chaotic scene. A large hole was broken in the roof of the palace. Dust flew everywhere, and debris fell from above. Looking down at the center of the Heavenly Emperor Palace's main hall, a male figure rushed through the main gate. It was Jun Xiaoyao. "You've been gone for a while." He, Jun Xiaoyao, finally emerged from his closed-door cultivation. Normally, he rarely went into seclusion, but every time he came out, there would be significant changes, drawing the world's attention. At this moment, Xiaoyao casually swept his hand across his nose, smiling triumphantly. "Ha ha, is that so?" But then, his expression turned sad and listless. 2 years of self-isolation, nothing to eat, no delicious food to enjoy, made Xiaoyao very uncomfortable. "Oh my god, I want mushroom bone broth, braised snakehead fish, stir, fried celery, shredded beef, 5, spice pork ribs, spicy pickled duck blood, pepper braised cuttlefish, and chili crab." In the distance, a lightning bolt flashed, and Jun Wanji's figure appeared. Then, Jun Wanji respectfully knelt down. "Greetings, Shenzi." He and Jun Shehuang then approached Xiaoyao to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Shenzi, on successfully exiting seclusion," Jun Shehuang said, his eyes filled with respect. Xiaoyao looked up at the two, slightly surprised that only Jun Xuehuang and Jun Wanji had come. He asked, "Where are the others? Still in seclusion? Don't tell me you forgot the bet about taking one of my punches?" Jun Xuehuang and Jun Wanji exchanged glances, then recounted everything that had happened at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom 2 months ago. After hearing the story, a wave of dark aura enveloped the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Xiaoyao replied in a cold, deep voice, "Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Quote, they're really bold." Jun Wanji felt the powerful pressure, his whole body trembling with a sense of extreme danger, sweat rolling down his cheeks, thinking, "Shenzi's aura is becoming more and more profound. Before, Shenzi gave off a feeling like an immortal, but now, I feel Shenzi is something beyond an immortal. This powerful pressure, has Shenzi broken through to the late stage of the Return to One Realm?" Jun Wanji looked at Xiaoyao worriedly, feeling even more unfathomable. Shenzi was even more unpredictable than before. He wasn't even sure if he could withstand one of Shenzi's moves now. This feeling made him both bewildered and admiring. Although he was a powerful expert, he had to face Xiaoyao's changes. In fact, this could be easily explained. Jun Xiaoyao, with the opportunities from Yuan Tianjizun's treasure box and the consumption of a lot of immortal essence from the Jun family's vault, had reached this state. However, Xiaoyao was always discreet, not revealing his situation to those below, leaving them only to sense and speculate. These matters were never explicitly stated, and Jun Xiaoyao had become a mystery. Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with anger, both hands gathering a golden light at his dantian.
and a golden token appeared. At this point, many people are curious about the cultivation realms in the story, so let me briefly explain the cultivation system in this story. The cultivation system in the story is divided into many major realms, each realm further divided into smaller ones. 1. Physical body 5 realms. 2. Body refining 5 realms. 3. Spirit Sea realm. 4. Divine Palace realm. 5. True Spirit realm. 6. Divine Bridge realm. 7. Return to One realm. 8. Tao Integration realm. 9. Nirvana realm. 10. Sky Piercing realm. 11. Divine Fire realm. From the Divine Bridge realm to the Divine Fire realm, there are 6 major realms, each major realm divided into 5 minor realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, lesser perfection, and greater perfection. Regarding higher realms such as the 9 stages of Divine Sage, the 7 realms of Supreme, and the Emperor realm, I will explain in more detail in future videos or parts of the story. Returning to the story, Jun Xiaoyao handed the golden token to Wanji. When Wanji saw it, his eyes widened in surprise, and he thought,
"This is the Shenzi token, symbolizing Jun Xiaoyao's Shenzi status." Jun Xiaoyao pointed to the sky.
Leisurely continued, "Each of you take a piece of this Shenzi token. Mobilize 10,000 from each guard of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain quads. Then set off immediately, straight to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. I really want to see who dares to be so bold to touch someone of Jun Xiaoyao." Not long after, at the Jun family's back mountain, in the afterglow of the setting sun on the mountaintop, 2 figures were looking into the distance, conversing. Jun Shuihuang held the Shenzi token in his hand,
deep in thought. Even as a Jun family member, this is the first time he's been in contact with his own family's army. Jun Wanji, sitting nearby, smiled wryly.
"Haha, same here. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain quads are an extremely powerful force of the Jun family."
Jun Wanji explained further. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain quads consist of 4 famous armies: the Wind Shadow Guard, the Imperial Forest Guard, the Fire Banner Guard, and the Mountain God Guard. They are not the Jun family's only military force, but they are the most renowned, considered the Jun family's shield, always ready to suppress rebellious forces. Jun Wanji added, "The wind, forest, fire, and mountain quads not only help the Jun family suppress all directions, but also protect the major Dao province territories, where they go like an iron flood, unstoppable. In each army, the weakest soldier has a Nirvana realm cultivation, while talented Sky Piercing and Divine Fire realm experts are numerous." Jun Shuihuang nodded slightly. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain quads are the Jun family's most elite force. They cannot be easily mobilized. Even the top 10 on the list cannot mobilize the quads easily, requiring many procedures and with limitations on the number of troops. Only Jun Xiaoyao has the authority to mobilize the quads at will, without quantity or condition limitations, simply by presenting the Shenzi token. Jun Wanji, after that, pondered, his eyes glancing over Shuhuang, and then said, "Right now, the 4 guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain are assigned to us to command. Kinda unbelievable." Jun Shuihuang clenched her palm, a serious expression on her face, replied, "So Wanji bro, what do you think about this decision of the Shenzi?" Wanji thought for a moment and answered, "I'm not sure either. The Shenzi is really strange. But his way of thinking, his thoughts and actions aren't like someone from the 9 heavens immortal domain. How should I put it? The Shenzi not only has the innate arrogance of our Jun family, but compared to the status of a highly respected Shenzi, I feel like he's more like a mortal from the lower realm," Wanji said as he recalled the image of his small, lost sister in the lower realm, then glanced sideways, asking Shuihuang, "But why are you asking me this question? You always follow behind us and try your best to minimize your presence. Why would you ask me such a sensitive question?" Shuhuang gently lowered her head and replied, "It's nothing. You don't need to worry about it. Right now, I'm just like this temporarily." At this moment, inside the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Zantian was sitting cross-legged in meditation, in a peaceful scene with sunlight shining in. He was highly focused. But from the side, Xiaoyao had arrived, gently approaching without Jun Zantian noticing. Then, Xiaoyao sneakily put a cute, super manly pink bow on his grandpa's head. Jun Zantian was shaking with anger, clenching his fists, unable to contain himself any longer. He swung his hand with a loud thwack. The sound was so loud,
Even Ca Mao could hear it.
After getting smacked, Xiaoyao obediently sat down next to Jun Zantian. Jun Zantian remained in meditation, advising Xiaoyao, "I heard you mobilized the 4 guards of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, right? Remember, reputation must be built bit by bit, don't act recklessly and cause a big impact.
And furthermore, why did you come to find me?" Xiaoyao continued to use his super-level charm, teasing his grandpa, "Grandpa, can't I come visit you?" At the same time, Xiaoyao's sparkling eyes and pouty lips made the atmosphere even more adorable, but it made Jun Zantian unable to resist.
He shook with anger and flicked Xiaoyao's head again, saying, "I know your personality all too well. You've already gone to the 3 Treasures Palace and taken all the treasures the Jun family accumulated, haven't you?"
Jun Zantian said while assessing Xiaoyao, his grandson, who now had the appearance of a 12-year-old, but the aura of someone far beyond his years. Even he couldn't judge his true strength. "I don't understand what he did with all the Jun family's immortal essence reserves. Not long ago, he was just a naughty, mischievous, playful kid. Now he looks more mature," he worried. But to his grandpa, Xiaoyao would always just be a baby.
Xiaoyao grinned and looked up, asking, "Grandpa, I have something I want to ask you." Jun Zantian was slightly surprised. His grandson had something he didn't know? Pexrets. "Try telling me. I'll know what it is." Xiaoyao took something out of his sleeve. When Jun Zantian saw the object, his expression immediately became extremely serious.
Xiaoyao held up a fragment of a bronze shard and asked, "Grandpa, do you know what this is?" Jun Zantian quickly exclaimed, "Xiaoyao, where did you get this fragment? This thing is very dangerous." Xiaoyao replied, "Oh, I got this fragment from the wooden box that Yuantian Supreme left behind."
Jun Zantian lowered his head and thought, "Yuantian Supreme's secret stash, huh? Could it be that old man Yuantian Supreme brought this thing back from the exotic realm? So, Yuantian Supreme's ancient corpse really came back from the exotic realm?" His voice turned somber. "Xiaoyao, have you ever heard of the 7 inconceivables of the immortal domain?" The original text is a little difficult to understand, but it can be understood as the 7 bizarre legends of Xianyu. This story seems to continue a series of mysteries.
After returning from Yuantian Supreme's secret stash, the Black Thought was finally released and returned to Jun Wanji's embrace. Black Thought sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down its face, and hugged Jun Wanji, its voice choked with emotion. "Master, I suffered so much. That hellish furnace was terrible. It was dark and scary, boo-hoo."
Black Thought's cries echoed through the space, making Jun Wanji sigh. Knowing that what Black Thought had been through was not easy at all, Jun Zantian now continued to talk about the 7 inconceivables of the immortal domain, the bizarre legends that had existed for thousands of years. These legends had only ever been circulated within the immortal domain, and they were all incredibly mysterious and dangerous. The 7 inconceivables are 7 bizarre legends, each carrying a particular horror. One of the famous legends is the Starry Sky Ghost Ship. It tells of a strange ship at the very end of the starry sky.
Whoever sees this ship, no matter who they are, even if they are a saint, will be enchanted and unable to resist its call, pulling them onto the ship and taking them to the end of the Yellow Springs, a place full of mystery and danger. Another legend is about the beheaded swordsman. This is a headless figure, holding a rusty sword in his hand, blood dripping from the blade, wandering through the alleys of the immortal domain. Any cultivator who encounters the beheaded swordsman will meet with bad omens. Some cultivators will fall to a lower level of ordinary cultivators, while others, even supremes, cannot escape its influence. These kinds of legends have contributed to the formation of the 7 great inconceivables of the immortal domain, Jun Zantian said. Go on. I can say, each one of these legends is unimaginable. They represent the most bizarre, mysterious, and dangerous things in the immortal domain. They can be called taboos. No cultivator wants to get involved with them, because they are too mysterious and scary. Once you touch them, more or less, it will cost the cultivator dearly. Then he slowly added, among them, there is a legend about the Bronze Immortal Palace. Throughout countless eras, who knows how many great cultivators have tried to discover the secrets of the Bronze Immortal Palace. But very few have been able to survive and return, and those who did return were almost completely ruined beyond telling. Jun Zantian looked at the shard in Jun Xiaoyao's hand, his eyes showing seriousness. This shard emits an extremely ominous aura. I fear it's closely related to that Bronze Immortal Palace. Jun Zantian solemnly continued to explain about the Bronze Immortal Palace, one of the legends within the 7 unfathomable mysteries of Xianyu. This Bronze Immortal Palace, though called an immortal palace, isn't actually a normal palace. Despite the name, there are too many secrets inside. You could say it's like a tomb of a mysterious cultivator, a place where no one can be sure what will happen. Most of the powerhouses who enter can't come back out. Jun Xiaoyao listened, curiosity mixed with caution in his eyes. Jun Zantian continued. It's rumored to contain things related to immortals. Anything related to immortals can attract the attention of countless cultivators. Since ancient times, countless young supremes, hegemons of their regions, even powerhouses, have sought to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace, hoping to discover the secrets of immortality. But most have disappeared. Jun Zantian looked at Jun Xiaoyao. His gaze turned even more serious. Xiaoyao, you have outstanding talent, but there's no need to take unnecessary risks. You can still become a saint, become a patriarch of emperors. Don't let curiosity put you in danger. Promise, Grandpa, don't let your curiosity lead you to danger. His grandpa's words made Jun Xiaoyao feel a touch of emotion, but he understood that Jun Zantian was just worried about him. He thought for a moment, then smiled, and raised his hand in response. Jia, you don't need to worry too much. I was just asking. Didn't expect this shard to have such a history. Just as he finished speaking, a sound from the system suddenly rang out, like a notification. Congratulations, host. A new check, Frenian location, has been scanned at the Bronze Immortal Palace. Host, please check in at this location. Are you surprised or excited? Jun Xiaoyao muttered angrily. This system, is it digging a pit for me? Is the Bronze Immortal Palace a place anyone can go to? His eyes were sharp as knives, a sense of annoyance rising in his heart. This is really too bizarre. The system immediately retorted in an unfriendly tone. The host cannot physically attack or seduce me, you know. Jun Xiaoyao turned purple with anger, truly unable to bear the way this system always acted like it knew nothing. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and decided to summarize the check-in locations he currently had to give himself a clearer picture. Currently, I have 3 check-in locations. Wuling Bamboo Raft, Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom Imperial Palace, and finally, the Bronze Immortal Palace. He looked at these locations and thought to himself, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom Imperial Palace can be resolved quickly. The Wuling Bamboo Raft will take some effort but isn't too difficult. But the Bronze Immortal Palace is a mystery, with no information at all. How am I supposed to find my way? Scene changed to Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Flames raged fiercely. Smoke billowed. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's army was in a fierce battle with the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. The sound of clashing weapons. Fresh blood flowed across the ground. The warriors fought tirelessly, but the battlefield was gradually being overrun. A powerhouse in the Void God realm, a general of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, fiercely eliminated enemies. But he couldn't help but worry. Even as a Void God realm powerhouse, I can't change the current situation. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Can the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom overcome this tribulation? On Bai Younger's side, the situation wasn't any better. She faced thousands of Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom soldiers alone, but still stubbornly held her ground. The Vermilion Bird Divine Fire she unleashed burned fiercely in the air like a sun scorching the enemy. Bai Younger's gaze was firm, she muttered inwardly. Hold on, keep going. The Vermilion Bird Divine Fire continued to burn, not only incinerating the enemy but also miraculously healing her own forces. Thanks to the miraculous power of this flame, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's general was able to stand up and continue fighting, despite his serious injuries. His whole body radiated the light of the divine fire. His eyes flashed gold before he immediately charged into the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom army. Just being able to withstand this much with only Void God Realm cultivation was already a miracle. But every step he took came at a price, and the persistence of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's army was being tested to the limit. Above the battlefield, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord stood leisurely, his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing. He thought to himself, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, huh? Not good at all. He hated these hard-to-swallow quail with a passion. However, when he looked at Bai Younger, he couldn't help but sneer. Look, she'll quickly exhaust herself if she controls the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire for too long. In the meantime, Bai Younger continued to fight. Her eyes burned with fire, so steadfast that no one could extinguish the flames in her heart. But the worry about her strength still gnawed at her mind. At the same time, within the imperial city of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Jun Chengjian quickly entered, his eyes fixed on the front, finally finding it. He thought to himself, in this entire imperial city. Only these locked palaces have defensive formations. This proves there's something hidden inside.
Cheng Jian cautiously stepped forward, reaching out to touch the defensive formation, trying to find a way to enter.
However, his actions were discovered by a black-robed figure wearing a green ghost mask. The black-robed figure quickly reported to the young master behind the curtain. "Young master, someone has broken into our formation," the young master calmly replied. "Just a small fly. Deal with him quick." Right away, the black-robed dude took the order and vanished into the shadows.
Meanwhile, Cheng Jian kept moving deeper into the palace. His aura was super well hidden, and he was radiating confidence.
But suddenly, Cheng Jian frowned a little, sensing something was off, and his eyes narrowed. In a split second, without hesitation, he instantly changed direction and launched an attack at the spot next to him where he felt someone lurking. The black-robed guy showed himself, unfazed, and tried to block Cheng Jian's sword strike with his bare hand.
Cheng Jian was surprised by the opponent's strength. The sword in his hand vibrated fiercely, making him grit his teeth and take a few steps back. Cheng Jian thought to himself, "What the heck? Is this guy at the Tongtian realm, or even the Shenhuo realm?"
The black-robed guy only got a slight scratch on his hand, blood dripping, but he still looked at Cheng Jian with disdain. A mocking glint flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Not bad, kid. Spill your name."
Realizing his opponent was way stronger, Cheng Jian hesitated, feeling a surge of anxiety. He knew one small mistake could cost him his life.
However, he tried to keep his cool, laughed, and replied, "Haha, you've got it all wrong. You should be answering that question, not me." Cheng Jian looked at the black-robed guy in front of him, half smiling, half serious, a flash of coldness in his eyes. "What kind of sneak are you, all covered up like that? Who are you anyway?" Cheng Jian's words and composure were like a knife stirring up anger in the black-robed guy. He gritted his teeth in anger, unable to stand the arrogance of his opponent. He channeled his power into his arm, unleashing a murderous attack, shouting, "Arrogant brat, you're just a little punk, how dare you talk to me like that?"
But Cheng Jian kept his cool, unfazed. Each of his sword strikes skillfully blocked most of the black-robed guy's killing moves.
However, the gap between them was too big, and Cheng Jian inevitably suffered injuries all over his body. Even so, he laughed loudly, seemingly having achieved his goal, which caught the black-robed guy off guard. At this moment, the black-robed guy dropped his contemptuous look, his eyes becoming more serious. "What is this brat up to? Is he trying to cut off my retreat?" he wondered, looking at Cheng Jian with a probing gaze.
"This kid only has early-stage Gui realm cultivation. How can he hold on like this? Could he have had some special opportunity?" Cheng Jian saw the suspicion in his opponent's eyes, smiled faintly and said, "Haoyang finger, huh? So you're from the MANHWA divine dynasty." The black-robed guy heard this. His eyes darkened for a moment, then he asked seriously, "Kid, who exactly are you?"
Cheng Jian replied without hesitation, full of defiance, "You don't even know who you're messing with? The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has submitted to my family, and they're now under the command of Shenzi Xiaoyao. Does the MANHWA divine dynasty really want to become enemies with the Jun family? Or did King MANHWA allow you to act like this?" When the black-robed guy heard about the relationship between the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and the Jun family, his eyes darkened, filled with worry. He thought to himself, "This guy is related to the Jun family of Huangju? This is bad. I can't let this little punk leave here alive." As soon as he finished thinking, he instantly moved at lightning speed, appearing right behind Cheng Jian, unleashing a fatal blow.
Still the Haoyang finger, but this time he didn't hesitate, aiming straight at Cheng Jian and hitting him right through. Caught off guard by the vicious attack, Cheng Jian didn't have time to defend and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell forward, a large, bloody wound on his chest, looking extremely serious. The black-robed guy looked down at Cheng Jian's body, smirked, and thought, "Is that all there is? Is it over already?" But before he could enjoy his victory, a weak but calm voice rang out. "You think no one would find out your identities if you launched a fatal attack on me here? But you think you can kill me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Jian's body lying on the ground suddenly vanished in a cloud of mist, leaving the black-robed guy standing there with a dark face. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it! We're in big trouble. No time to delay. I have to report to the young master immediately." The black-robed guy immediately vanished from the scene, leaving the space of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's palace in silence, devoid of any presence. Deep within the imperial chambers, Cheng Jian let out a sigh of relief as his lure the tiger from the mountain strategy succeeded, allowing him to penetrate deep inside unnoticed.
As the clone dissipated, all the information it had gathered was transmitted back to Cheng Jian's true self. He frowned and thought, Banwu Divine Dynasty, Banwu Divine King, huh? What exactly are they plotting that they need to hide so carefully? Cheng Jian secretly created 7 clones, quietly moving throughout the capital of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom to gather more information. He chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Let's keep this up. But there's something weird. Ever since I stepped inside the barrier, 2 powerful auras have been constantly flaring up, as if someone is deliberately showing off their strength to attract others. Guess I need to go deeper to see what the heck they're hiding. Scene change to the battlefield at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. In the sky above the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, a giant hand coldly reached down, clenching, as if with an unstoppable power.
Below, Princess Ba Yungyir was desperately resisting the flood of black troops, her face pale, her breath ragged. Suddenly, the giant hand above tightened, creating an invisible pressure that weighed down on her whole body. Yunkir's body trembled, controlled by a powerful azure energy, and lifted into the air. Feeling overwhelmed by helplessness, she thought to herself, "This aura, it's that Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord." Yunkir, determined not to surrender, recklessly burned her vital essence, activating the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. The blazing red flame ignited around her body, forming a protective barrier that no one dared to approach. From afar, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord saw this scene and showed interest, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, hey, don't risk your life like that. If my young master didn't insist on having you as a concubine, I would have crushed you a long time ago." That scene made the loyal generals of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom unable to sit still. A group of 3 generals recklessly charged forward, determined to save their princess. They yelled, "You bastard! Don't even think about humiliating our princess." But the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord just smirked with contempt, glancing at the charging generals. With a casual wave of his hand, he created a few sharp azure sword energies, instantly tearing the 3 of them into small pieces, blood splattering everywhere. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord looked down at Ba Yungyir, his eyes full of provocation, and said coldly, "What's wrong, Princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? You think the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame can help them stand up again?" Ba Yungyir felt her heart ache as she watched each Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom general fall because of her. Resentment surged, but she could only suppress it in silence. These warriors sacrificed themselves for her. She told herself she couldn't give up now. Yunkir's mind kept racing, searching for a plan to escape this dangerous situation. "I have to think. There must be a way." Just then, a powerful aura suddenly descended, suppressing both the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and Ba Yungyir. Both were caught off guard and simultaneously turned their heads towards the source of that terrifying aura. From deep within the imperial city of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, a deafening roar echoed, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. On the peak of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Palace, a majestic figure appeared, enveloped in blazing red flames, seemingly transforming into a giant vermilion bird, symbolizing the power and authority of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. That figure gradually revealed itself to be a man wearing imperial robes with fiery red hair, his eyes gleaming with intense battle intent, heavenly flames erupting around him, revealing the true form of a Saint Realm powerhouse. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, who had just successfully broken through and advanced to the Saint Realm. With a voice as resounding as thunder, he roared, "Who dares to invade my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom?" After successfully escaping the pursuit of the black-robed guy thanks to a clone magic item, Cheng Jian went deeper inside the central barrier. His figure glided through the endless, winding secret passage, moving as fast as a dark shadow. After a while, Cheng Jian arrived before a massive grand hall, his expression serious as he realized that this was the source of the 2 enormous auras, fearlessly releasing across space. There must be a secret chamber below, Cheng Jian thought to himself. I must check it out immediately. Using his left hand, Cheng Jian channeled spiritual energy into the ground, creating waves of probes like a submarine's sonar. Each ripple gently spread through each layer of rock beneath. After a few moments of feeling, he realized there was a hidden space beneath the main hall. Cheng Jian's eyes widened with excitement. He furrowed his brow slightly, then pulled out his sword from his storage ring. Carefully trying not to make too much noise, Chengjian unleashed a series of sword techniques, sending sharp bursts of sword Q straight down at the ground, slicing the earth and stone into neat, square blocks, creating a large hole leading down to the secret chamber below. As he jumped down, the falling rocks and dirt kicked up a cloud of dust, just enough to obscure vision, but not enough to make a loud noise. As the dust settled, Chengjian landed safely and looked around. But the moment he saw the scene in front of him, he was so shocked he couldn't hide his expression. Before him was a familiar face. This person, with obvious wounds both large and small, had clearly endured prolonged torture. That person's desolate eyes made Chengjian's heart ache, realizing that the one lying here was someone he never expected. On a massive pillar in the center of the secret chamber, a white-haired man covered in blood hung suspended, his body pierced by 4 chains, blood dripping down the cold pillar. It was the White Tiger Sovereign, his body riddled with wounds from brutal torture. Sensing Chengjian's ki, he immediately unleashed a powerful pressure and intense killing intent, his hoarse voice filled with rage. "Which brat is this? Who the hell are you?" The killing intent from the White Tiger Sovereign pressed down on Chengjian, making him feel immense pressure. He gritted his teeth, enduring it, his heart pounding in terror. What terrifying pressure! Is this the power of a Saint Realm expert? Suddenly, a voice from the opposite side spoke, softening the White Tiger Sovereign's pressure. "Old friend, put away your killing intent. This kid isn't from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, nor from the MANHWA dynasty." Hearing the voice, Chengjian glanced over and saw another person hanging suspended, suffering torture no less than the White Tiger Sovereign. It was the Black Tortoise Sovereign, his eyes calm, also enduring numerous wounds all over his body. Thousands of questions suddenly popped into Chengjian's head. How could this be? Why are 2 Saint Realm experts imprisoned and tortured so cruelly? Calming himself, Chengjian respectfully clasped his hands and introduced himself. "Junior Jun Chengjian greets the 2 seniors. May I ask who you 2 are?" Hearing the name, Jun, the White Tiger Sovereign's eyes lit up with surprise. "You're a Jun, kid. Do you know Jun Xiaoyao? He's the Shenzi of the Jun family in Huang Province." The Black Tortoise Sovereign beside him glanced over, advising the White Tiger Sovereign in a calm voice, "Old friend, calm down. You're a Saint Realm expert after all. Don't let this make you lose your composure." The White Tiger Sovereign angrily retorted, "Damn it, you damn old geezer. We're both hanging here like smoked meat, and you're worried about face?" After his outburst, both sovereigns turned to Chengjian, their eyes filled with sorrow. They began to explain, "Kid, I'm the Black Tortoise Sovereign, and this is the White Tiger Sovereign. We're imprisoned here because we failed, and our countries and armies fell into the hands of others. I've also heard of the Jun family's Shenzi. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is currently aligned with the Jun family, under the command of that Shenzi. I'd like to ask, does the Jun family's Shenzi intend to intervene in the affairs of our 4 great ancient kingdoms?" Hearing the name of the Jun family's Shenzi, Chengjian's eyes lit up, filled with pride. "Are you talking about Xiaoyao Shenzi? I'm his loyal fan. Shenzi is a magnanimous person who always cares for his subordinates. He definitely won't sit idly by in this situation." Hearing this, the Black Tortoise Sovereign exclaimed joyfully, "Excellent! So there's hope for us." The White Tiger Sovereign, still maintaining his stern tone, ordered Chengjian, "Kid, hurry back and report this news. If the Jun family's Shenzi can intervene, we have a chance to regain control of the 4 great ancient kingdoms before the Panwu dynasty can send their troops here." Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, the Azure Dragon Sovereign was facing a relentless assault. Although he gritted his teeth and braced himself, he was still being overwhelmed, step by step being pushed back and falling into a disadvantageous position, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. And in front of him was none other than the Vermilion Bird Sovereign, who had just emerged from seclusion and broken through. In the Vermilion Bird Sovereign's hand was Bai Yuker, who looked like a small, young girl, but radiated a special cue that made the Azure Dragon Sovereign wary. The Azure Dragon Sovereign roared angrily, "Vermilion Bird Sovereign, you're actually still alive?" The Vermilion Bird Sovereign, after his breakthrough, looked several decades younger, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked down on the Azure Dragon Sovereign and replied, "Not only am I not dead, but I also turned misfortune into fortune, successfully breaking through to the Saint Realm." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon Sovereign smirked, intentionally probing, "So you just broke through. Your realm must still be unstable, right?" The Vermilion Bird Sovereign coldly retorted, "You worry too much?
Even if my realm is unstable, I'm still better than a tail-wagging dog who licks boots like you." The Vermilion Bird Sovereign's taunt enraged the Azure Dragon Sovereign, causing him to lose his composure and launch an attack. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign gently pushed Bai Ymir aside, his other hand meeting the Azure Dragon Sovereign's attack. The two powerful pressures collided in mid-air, creating a fierce and intense battle. Bai Ymir landed safely, right next to the soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Many of them were completely spent. She quickly raised her hand in front of her chest, cast the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame, and shouted, "Rise and fight with me, soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom!" The Vermilion Bird Divine Flame immediately released its miraculous power, helping the soldiers recover so they could continue fighting. Divine fire blazed across the battlefield, mingling with the roaring shouts of the entire army. Victory will belong to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Thanks to the power of the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's army was like an arrow piercing straight into the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom's forces, creating an overwhelming advantage. But at this moment, from behind, two armies from the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom and Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom came rushing from the left and right, executing a surprise pincer attack. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's troops cheered loudly, triumphantly yelling, "Slaughter them all! Take over the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom!" With the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's army surrounded from both front and back, the soldiers and generals were in utter chaos and panic, murmuring, "That's the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom and White Tiger Ancient Kingdom's army. We've been flanked. The Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom was just bait." The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, who was fighting with the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, saw his dirty plan succeed and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, Vermilion Bird old friend, you might as well just accept defeat." The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed coldly, and retorted, "You alone aren't qualified to make me submit." But at that moment, from behind the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared, swinging a metal claw at the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's back for a sneak attack. The black-robed figure's surprise attack seriously wounded the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth, his face showing obvious pain. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Jun family's Jun Xiaoyao, a mysterious and powerful figure, was still on his way to the battlefield. This Shenzi was moving so fast that the entire army couldn't keep up. Even though the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord had a breakthrough, his cultivation level hadn't stabilized, and he wasn't strong enough to withstand the pressure from both great saints, not to mention the danger from the mastermind pulling the strings. Bai Yunker's heart was filled with despair, seeing her father, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, cornered and hit by a sneak attack from a black-robed figure. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord immediately coughed up blood, painfully staggering backward. Before he could stabilize himself, another black-robed figure quickly rushed forward, unleashing relentless battle techniques. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord gritted his teeth. Glancing around, he gathered all his remaining strength to create a fragile defensive barrier to withstand the barrage of attacks. As soon as the attack paused, he seized the opportunity to counterattack, using his mastery of fire to unleash a brilliant fire strike directly at the black-robed figure, knocking him far away. But before the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord could even breathe a sigh of relief, another figure suddenly flashed past behind him, creating a series of cuts on his shoulders. Feeling his body getting weaker and weaker, his breath gradually fading, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord muttered in shock. Weren't there only supposed to be one black-robed figure? The black-robed figure who had just succeeded in the attack laughed loudly. "Haha, guess how many black-robed figures there are here?" The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord replied smugly, his face full of self-satisfaction. No, you thought there was only one black-robed figure." Just then, 4 black-robed figures slowly flew towards the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord. He smiled arrogantly, his voice full of confidence. "It's 4 black-robed figures. This is the little bit of help that young master bestowed upon me." "Why must you suffer so much? Resistance only makes you suffer more torment." "Oh well, resisting equals death, right? Why don't you honestly join us and submit to that young master together?" Hearing this provocation, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord only glanced at him, remaining silent. Then, he immediately unleashed his fire energy, continuing to fight with unwavering determination. "Sacrifice for the greater good," the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Trisk! It's gotta be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the 4 black-robed figures a ruthless look, ordering, Kill him! The four figures immediately formed a formation, creating four explosive orbs of spirit energy, aiming directly at the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord couldn't dodge, so he had no choice but to charge forward and desperately fight back. However, the sharp attack pierced through his body, seriously wounding him. In his mind, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord felt like he was sinking deep into the ocean. Countless chaotic thoughts swirled in his head. Could it be? Is heaven really trying to destroy my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? No. No way, I can't lose heart. I can't lose my will to fight. If I fall, then my daughter will be humiliated, and all the citizens of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom will become their slaves. I have to stand up. My body, stand up. The Vermilion Bird Divine Fire will never be extinguished, and the Vermilion Bird will is indestructible. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was revived by the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, which helped him quickly regain consciousness. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Yukir, who used her own body to take the terrifying attack from the four black-robed figures, protecting him. Yukir's eyes gradually lost their light, her voice weakly saying, "That's great. Father, you've finally woken up." The cinnabar dot, the sign of the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire air, gradually faded on Yukir's forehead, signaling that her life was like an oil lamp, flickering in a strong wind. The scene from afar fully revealed the terrifying power of the combined attack from the four black-robed figures, creating a huge crater much larger than a small mountain, with the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord and Yukir in the middle. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord looked at his daughter with painful and desperate eyes. Calling her name, Yukir, she slowly fell, losing consciousness in her father's helpless arms. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord now finally understood everything. While he was unconscious, Yukir had used the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire to pull him back from the brink of death, even healing all his wounds. But if the limits of the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire are forcibly exceeded, even that flame cannot be indestructible, but will gradually wither. And when the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire is extinguished, the end for the host will be death. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord looked at Yukir, who was in critical condition in his arms, and a heart-wrenching pain filled him as he hugged her tightly, screaming in despair. From above, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord laughed coldly, tapping the head of the black-robed figure with the green mask beside him, scolding loudly. "Dumber than a pig! Young master told you to capture Bai Yukir alive and bring her back to be his concubine." The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord gritted his teeth in regret, then continued with a disdainful tone, "Forget it. Just bring her body back. If she can be turned into a living puppet, she can still be used." As soon as his despicable words were spoken, from afar, a kick unexpectedly slammed into his face, sending the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord flying in a panic. Unable to defend himself, the White Tiger Kingdom Lord suddenly appeared, delivering a decisive kick to the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's face, sending him flying far away. He chuckled smugly, his mocking voice ringing out, "Hey there, little green eel, your grandpa's back." At that moment, from above, the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord also jumped down beside the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, who was holding Bai Yukir's body, which was in critical condition. The Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord glanced at the two, noticing that although the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire had helped the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord escape death, his hair had turned white, a sign of a great sacrifice. Worry flashed in his eyes as the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord asked loudly, "Zhu Kui, old friend, are you all right?" But the aura emanating from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord startled the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord, who worriedly thought, "This is bad, we're too late." Just then, from afar, Jun Chengjian suddenly appeared, smiling brightly and saying loudly, "It's not too late, it's not too late, friend. There's still a glimmer of hope here." Jun Chengjian pulled out a 5-leaf ginseng root from his storage pouch, radiating a sparkling silver light like an immortal medicine. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was shocked, his eyes fixed on the ginseng root, stammering, This is an immortal medicine." Chengjian urged urgently, "Senior, what the heck are you hesitating for? Quickly give Yukir this immortal medicine." In the distance, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's face was contorted after the kick, struggling to fix his ugly face with his hands. He glared resentfully at the White Tiger Kingdom Lord, questioning, "How could you be here? Both of you should be suffering under the secret chamber." The White Tiger Kingdom Lord smiled mockingly, his voice full of innuendo. "Isn't it thanks to my little green eel for bringing all 4 of those black-robed Saint Realm guys out here? If not, how would we have had the chance to escape?" From behind, the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord stealthily approached, step step, closing in on the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord. Seeing this, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord revealed a smug grin, jeering, "Old man Azure Dragon, the tables have turned. Now it's 3 against 1. You're going to be crippled at best." The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord remained calm, chuckling faintly. "Turned what? Just the 3 of you? With your half-baked Saint Realm cultivation, what can you even do?" The moment he finished speaking, the 4 black, sure-robed figures charged forward in unison. A chaotic battle erupted instantly between the 8 Saint Realm powerhouses, shaking the very space around them. From afar, Chengjian was cautiously helping Yumier recover with the elixir. He sighed softly, thinking to himself, "Everything is still proceeding according to plan. Hopefully, the 3 Kingdom Lords will be all right while fighting the 5 Saint Realm experts." The 3 Kingdom Lords felt immense pressure. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord laughed arrogantly, continuing to provoke them. "Knowing that I brought 4 Saint Realm experts with me, you still want to resist. Facing 5 Saint Realm powerhouses at once, you think you have a chance to win." On the other side, Chengjian, while helping Yumier consume the immortal medicine, lamented inwardly. "My only immortal medicine root is a treasure bestowed by the 18th generation ancestor. Now, I don't know how I can ask for another one from the green token in the future. Such a pity." The White Tiger Kingdom Lord and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord had managed to arrive at the battlefield in time, but their armies showed no signs of stopping. The armies of the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom and the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom were still caught in the heat of the battle, engaging in fierce, sword combat. In an unprecedented scene of chaos, the White Tiger Kingdom Lord looked down from above. Seeing his army fighting hopelessly, his anger surged, causing him to grit his teeth. Letting out a loud roar filled with the majesty of a Kingdom Lord, he bellowed, "You brats, why haven't you stopped yet for this old man? Who in the world allowed you all to run to the battlefield? Can't you tell who's the enemy and who's the friend anymore?" Hearing the familiar voice and powerful pressure of their Kingdom Lord, the soldiers of the White Tiger exclaimed in surprise, "This is the Kingdom Lord's signature technique, Soaring Roar! Quick, stop fighting! The Kingdom Lord is back!" But seeing the unfavorable situation, with the battle already at its peak, the White Tiger Kingdom Lord realized that his words alone couldn't distinguish friend from foe in this chaos. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, "This is not good. This alone is not enough to stop it. The armies of each country are fighting in chaos. Those brats are annoying." The White Tiger Kingdom Lord was too concerned with trying to manage his army, failing to notice his surroundings. Just then, a blue attack came from behind, striking him squarely in the back. Luckily, the White Tiger Kingdom Lord reacted in time, blocking with his hand, but the power of the attack still forced him to stumble back, falling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord attacked, standing from afar, his eyes flashing with malice, chuckling mockingly, "Ha! You still have the mind to worry about your broken army? Once they're on the battlefield, they're already killing each other with bloodshot eyes. You can't just stop them by shouting a few times, you know?" The White Tiger Kingdom Lord knew this was the truth, and could only grit his teeth in anger, unable to respond. Seeing his opportunity, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord grinned sinisterly. "As long as we can hold you guys back, all your struggles will be meaningless. Just a waste of effort." At that moment, a black-robed figure appeared behind the White Tiger Kingdom Lord. At the same time as the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, they took turns launching sneak attacks on the White Tiger Kingdom Lord, attacking relentlessly. Fortunately, the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord noticed the danger and quickly created a shield to protect the White Tiger Kingdom Lord. The Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord angrily shouted, "Old bye, be careful, your head was almost chopped off." Meanwhile, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord were also struggling, having to face 3 other black-robed figures. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord loudly ordered, "First, we must focus on fighting these Saint Realm black-robed guys. Other things can wait." The battle between the 8 Saint Realm experts continued fiercely, with no clear victor. On one side were the 3 Kingdom Lords fighting with all their might, remaining vigilant, defending with difficulty. On the other side were the 4 black-robed figures and the treacherous Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, using any means necessary to find an opportunity to kill their opponents. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord channeled his spiritual power into his palm, preparing to attack, saying with a smug look, "I really don't understand what you guys are persisting and struggling for." He then used his palm strike to send the White Tiger Kingdom Lord flying away. The White Tiger Kingdom Lord crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to defend, but still had to let out a grunt, "Ugh." In the moment he was sent flying, memories of his days imprisoned in the secret chamber flashed through his mind. To subdue the 4 symbols ancient kingdoms,
The Panwu divine dynasty has dispatched 4 Saint Realm powerhouses to assist the prince. You must quickly send this message out.
Jun Chengjian heard the message from the Jade Slip transmission and agreed without hesitation. Okay, I will send the message immediately. But before he could finish speaking, a voice from the Jade Slip surprised Chengjian.
Jade Slip message, what?
After hearing the message,
Chengjian immediately turned to the 2 kingdom lords and said, Senior lords, instead of being trapped here, would you be willing to gamble head, Minyan, with this junior? Both kingdom lords stared in surprise at Chengjian's proposal. Seeing this, Chengjian explained further. The Jun family Shenzi just sent a message. The Shenzi has mobilized and is leading 40,000 divine guards from wind, forest, fire, and mountain, the 4 guards of the Jun family, into battle. They are on their way here. As long as we can hold back the 4 saints from the Panwu divine dynasty on the battlefield, we will have a chance. What are we persisting for? Haha, we're just stalling for time, you idiot, Qinglong Kingdom Lord. These words made the Qinglong Kingdom Lord feel confused and uneasy. Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the distance. The Qinglong Kingdom Lord turned around in surprise to look.
From the sky, a powerful stream of spiritual energy was frantically gathering in the dark and smoky battlefield.
The Qinglong Ancient Kingdom's army advancing couldn't help but look at this strange scene. The golden light illuminated an area of the sky, and in a flash, a massive spiritual energy attack poured down like a waterfall, shaking the space. The sound of the collision made not only the warriors, but even those far away exclaim, "Holy crap! What the heck?" Some warriors close to the attack were knocked down, almost swept into the fire and smoke. They asked each other in fear, "What's going on? What the heck is happening?" With just a flick of the wrist, the battlefield was split in 2. From the distant horizon, where the golden spiritual light shone, the residual golden spiritual energy gradually became clear, making everyone unable to believe their eyes. Just a casual flick of the wrist created such terrifying power. After seeing this scene, the Baihu Kingdom Lord couldn't hide his excitement. He laughed loudly, gloating at the Qinglong Kingdom Lord. "Ha ha, you green worm, you! You were just asking what I was waiting for? I was just waiting to welcome the Jun family Shenzi." Baihu's words were full of mockery, making the Qinglong Kingdom Lord even more confused. From the sky, Jun Xiaoyao stood firm, coldly observing without any fluctuation in his mind. He didn't even make a move, but with just a glance, the situation changed. With just a light gesture, the power spread across the battlefield. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor echoed from the distant horizon, scattering the clouds. And from there, the figures of 4 army branches appeared, tearing through the sky. The Jun family's signature banners appeared in sight. And anyone who had lived in the desolate heaven immortal domain knew that when they saw these symbols, they should be terrified. Not only that, but as soon as these armies landed on the battlefield, the ground shook violently. The warriors in the Qinglong Ancient Kingdom's ranks couldn't help but feel a chill, as if they were standing in an ice cellar. These 4 armies carried terrifying killing intent, as they landed on the battlefield like descending majestic beasts. From the guard army appeared golden 9-headed lions roaring at the sky, instantly punching out, sending a group of Qinglong Ancient Kingdom generals flying into pieces. A soldier, after being blown away by the shockwave of the attack, fell to the ground and painfully propped himself up. His eyes were filled with horror when he saw a person with a lion mask in front of him, wielding a great saber that radiated fierce battle intent. He couldn't believe his eyes and wondered, "What kind of monster is this? Am I dreaming?" A faint laugh echoed in his head, but it wasn't comforting. It only increased his fear. In the sky above, beside Jun Xiaoyao, a 9-headed lion appeared. It unleashed its innate divine power, roaring, "Listen up! The Zuxi Ancient Kingdom is under the command of the Jun family's Shenzi. Anyone who dares to attack will be shown no mercy." The lion's roar sounded like a thunderclap, making the soldiers below unable to bear it, and they had to cover their ears with both hands. However, in contrast to them, the Zuxi Ancient Kingdom's army didn't care about the pain at all. They cheered excitedly. "The Jun family! The Jun family is here! The Jun family Shenzi has come to help us." The Qinglong Kingdom Lord, seeing that his plan was about to fail, was extremely annoyed. He gritted his teeth, looking unwilling. Right then, Jun Xiaoyao lands right in front of him, eyes icy but voice all casual. "Qinglong Country Lord, wanna explain to me what's going on here? 'Cause if I ain't happy with the answer, Qinglong Ancient Country is gonna be wiped off the Xianyu map. Capiche?" Next up, the masked leader of the Jun family's Feng Ying Guard,
rocking red eyes and blue hair, unleashes some seriously sharp wind blades,
slicing and dicing the Qinglong ancient country's soldiers before they even know what hit them. Whoosh!
Not far away, there's this fiery spear showing off. It's the Jun family's Huo-Chi guard leader. Left hand's got the spear, right hand's got a longsword. He's strolling through the battlefield like it's a park. Barbecue, manning Qinglong soldiers left and right. And finally, the leader of the Jun family's Yulin guard, eyes glinting with battle lust, hoists up his massive shield, yells a battle cry of kill,
and slams that shield into the ground, making a huge crack and sending soldiers flying. Feng, Lin, Huo, and Shan guards are cutting through the million-strong army of the three ancient kingdoms like a hot knife through butter, fighting like raging waves against a cliff.
40,000 soldiers going up against 1 million? Nobody saw this coming. The difference in power between Jun Xiaoyao's crew and the Qinglong ancient country is just insane. The whole battlefield's a bloody hurricane. No way the Qinglong ancient country can stop Jun Xiaoyao's 4 squads from charging through. Every few steps Jun Xiaoyao takes, bam!
He's crushing the Qinglong army's formations. After a few rounds of this, over 100,000 soldiers from the Three Kingdoms Alliance are down for the count.
Soldiers are freaking out, running for their lives, leaving behind a mess of bodies. Screams are everywhere. Is that the Jun family's Feng Lin Huo Shan 4 guards? They're too strong. This can't be real. They're demons. Monsters! Run! We can't beat them!
Right nearby, the Qinglong country lord is frozen solid, face pale as a ghost, gritting his teeth. He's thinking, the quality of these armies is totally off. This is what an ancient immortal family's army is like? We don't stand a chance. 40,000 dudes just wiped the floor with 1 million of my guys.
In despair, the Qinglong country lord looks at Xiaoyao and asks in a low voice, Jun family, Shenzi, what do you even want?
Xiaoyao gives him a side. Icy as ever. What do I want, you're asking me, really?
You're the one who started this whole mess? The one who got all aggressive? And now you want to know what I want?
Xiaoyao smirks, eyes flashing with killer intent. I want your whole family, 9 generations of them, wiped out. So get to it, will ya? Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao drops that bomb, and the whole crowd of 1 million people is stunned. That's the kind of talk even emperors like the Qinglong country lord usually don't dare say.
The Qinglong country lord's face goes through a rainbow of colors, from white to green. His whole body's radiating saint aura. But he can't hold back the rage bubbling inside. You dare? The Qinglong country lord shouts, chest heaving, ready to explode. Don't push it too far. I got a young master backing me up. You can't stay cocky forever.
Xiaoyao shoots back,
cold as ice. I'm the one pushing it too far, who ordered their army to invade other ancient countries and cause countless casualties.
Bullcrap, who planned to slaughter a whole city and destroy the foundation of an entire nation? Was it me, Jun Xiaoyao, who did all that? Xiaoyao finishes, eyes blazing with murder. He raises his sword, golden spiritual energy gathering fast. One wave, and that sword can slice through anything. The sword shining like crazy, draining the spiritual energy around it, leaving a trail of light in its wake.
So who's backing you? Ha! I want to see who in the entire wasteland immortal domain can handle Jun Xiaoyao's rage. Xiaoyao's words hang in the air as the sword energy surges up, forming a divine tornado heading straight for the Qinglong country lord. Xiaoyao flicks his hand, and the sword energy becomes a blinding flash. The 6th immortal sword art, first form, immortal fall sword light.
It screams through the air, like a beam of light, attacking Qinglong country lord head-on. He can only defend with everything he's got, hands flying through the mudras, but even as a saint, he can't dodge the onslaught of sword energy.
The Qinglong country lord feels pain down to his bones. Even though he gave it his all, he can barely block it. The sword energy is like a bottomless pit, sweeping under his feet, tearing up the earth around him, and leaving a massive crater. Ugh! He roars, filled with anger and fear. This is the Jun family's 6th immortal sword art? One of the 5 great divine arts? It's so strong even I can't stop it. The Qinglong country lord is pale and freaking out inside.
I'm a Saint Realm cultivator, ruler of a country. How can I be scared of some kid who's only at the Guiyi realm? He tries to calm himself, but he can't stop the fear. No way I can die by this sword. I'm the Qinglong country lord. How can I lose to some junior like this?
The Qinglong country lord's eyes flash with struggle, but he finally decides to bail, Gotta retreat first, meet up with the young master, and figure things out, he thinks. Uneasy.
Xiao Yao sees him tuck tail and run, flicks his hand dismissively, and says coldly, "You think you can just run? Not so easy."
In a lightning, fast move, Xiao Yao waves his hand. The primordial royal Dao sword in his hand instantly launches hundreds of sword chains, trapping the Qinglong country lord. He quickly defends, confused. What the heck is this? Another one of the 5 great divine arts. How much luck does this Jun family Shenzi even have? Just then, a figure rushes in. It's the Zhuke country lord. Eyes cold, she swings her sword and slams a powerful blow into the Qinglong country lord, seriously wounding him.
"Tit for tat, you jerk," the Zhuque country lord says, voice icy. The Qinglong country lord coughs up a mouthful of hate, glaring back.
But just then, 2 black, robed figures rushed in, ready to provide support and launch a sneak attack. However, just as they were about to strike, the Black Tortoise Sovereign and the White Tiger Sovereign intervened, shouting, "Vermilion Bird Sovereign, why didn't you finish him off with one blow? Don't be a gentleman on the battlefield. Showing mercy to your enemy is being cruel to yourself." The black-robed figures appeared, constantly launching surprise attacks at the Black Tortoise Sovereign.
"Old Bai, watch your back,"
the Black Tortoise Sovereign shouted, warning him. The White Tiger Sovereign gritted his teeth, helplessly preparing to take the hit. But at that very moment, from afar, a familiar hand reached out. Hundreds of golden spiritual power streams instantly struck towards the black-robed figures. One of the black-robed figures, wearing a golden mask, who was about to launch a sneak attack, was suddenly locked down by the sealing chains from the primordial Emperor Dao sword.
Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jun Wanji, like a bolt of lightning, appeared behind the black-robed figure wearing the golden mask.
A surge of raging lightning blasted straight into him. The black-robed figure was struck, the golden mask on his face shattering into pieces, revealing the face behind it. His eyes immediately narrowed, a flicker of surprise appearing in the black-robed figure's eyes. After being attacked by Wanji, although not seriously injured, he landed lightly and quickly grabbed the Azure Dragon Sovereign and fled. The Black Tortoise Sovereign, seeing this, looked suspicious and exclaimed, "A puppet!" The White Tiger Sovereign angrily asked, "What the hell was that?
Could it be that all 4 of those black-robed figures are puppets?"
But just then, a blinding light appeared in the distance, approaching from between 2 mountain ranges. This light was unlike anything they had ever seen,
terrifying the Azure Dragon Kingdom soldiers. One of them panicked and shouted, "What kind of freaky light is that again? Don't tell me it's the same as before."
At the same time, within that light, a meticulously carved golden dragon gradually emerged from the void. A voice echoed from the golden dragon, seeming to ignite a mysterious atmosphere.
"The Jun family Shenzi is truly impressive."
The sound reverberated, and in the center was a 4-poster bed carved in the shape of a golden dragon, floating in the air. Around the bed was a magnificent red cloth, with silk curtains draped on all 4 sides, but one could still see the elegant and graceful figure hidden within.
Xiao Zhao, seeing this extravagant scene, couldn't help but look annoyed and speechless.
He then pointed at Wanji and asked, "Brother Wanji, what the heck is that? I've been alive for over 12 years, and I've never seen anything like this." Wanji also felt awkward and replied, Well, this is a bit tricky, but if I had to guess, it's a bed." Xiao Zhao looked at the strange bed, surprised, and asked again, "Is using a bed as a flying artifact a hot trend these days?" Wanji chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. At this moment, Jun Xuehuang, with her graceful and elegant appearance, appeared and explained.
According to the intelligence Qingjian sent back, the person behind the Azure Dragon Sovereign is from the Panwu dynasty. From the current situation, we can guess that there is indeed someone in the Panwu dynasty who matches this style of appearance.
Xiao Zhao, intrigued, asked, "Oh, so, older sister, you know the identity of that guy?" Jun Xuehuang's eyes showed a hint of caution. She gently replied, "He's a marquis of the Panwu dynasty, known as the Champion Marquis." Inside the golden dragon bed, he was a young man wearing a jade crown and adorned in gold, with a regal appearance. His looks were quite ordinary, with no particularly striking features, but he carried a cold demeanor, with dark circles under his eyes from indulging in pleasures day and night. Shui Huang continued, "This Champion Marquis, Yang Pan, is a true cultivator of the boudoir arts of the Huangtian Xianyu." Xiao Zhao, upon hearing this, had a sudden thought, his eyes lighting up, and he chuckled. "Ah, I see. So, a bed can be a flying artifact too. Then it makes sense for me to turn a broom into a flying artifact. Right? In Xiao Zhao's mind, the image of him riding a broom, soaring through the air and battling 2,000 super soldiers, made him burst into laughter.
Hee. If that's the case, that would be seriously cool.
The name Yang Pan, the champion marquis, carried countless legends.
Initially, he was just a lowly servant in a humble royal manor, responsible for tending horses, and constantly looked down upon by everyone. Yang Pan's status was so low that he often became a plaything for a young prince in the manor.
On a whim, the young prince treated him like a toy, kicking Yang Pan down a valley filled with snakes and insects. Thought to have no escape, Yang Pan miraculously found an ancient green divine sword. This sword was no ordinary weapon. It was the Panhuang Life Spirit Sword, one of the 3 divine swords forged by Emperor Panwu, the founder of the Panwu dynasty.
With the power of the Panhuang Life Spirit Sword, Yang Pan instantly changed his destiny. The first thing Yang Pan did after getting power from the sword was wipe out the entire royal family who had stepped all over him.
Didn't matter if they were good or bad, young or old, big or small, even pregnant women or breastfeeding moms, nobody was safe from him. Even the horses Yang Pan used to take care of weren't spared. Yang Pan's massacre shook the entire Panwu divine dynasty. Even though everyone was pissed about his brutality, because the sword he had was a relic of the Panwu great emperor, he didn't just get away with it, but the current Panwu emperor even favored him. So, Yang Pan shot straight to the top, becoming the champion marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty. Rumor had it that Yang Pan might just be the reincarnation of the Panwu great emperor.
Even though that was never confirmed, nobody dared question Yang Pan's position in the Panwu divine dynasty. Plus, word on the street is that the eldest princess, Wu Mingyue, had already picked Yang Pan as a candidate for the Panwu divine dynasty's future, showing mad respect for Yang Pan here. He was seen as a top-tier, rebellious prodigy from the desolate heaven Xianyu, with scary power and born from the lowest class. He had this crazy, decisive, and unpredictable personality. Yang Pan hit the jackpot, going from 0 to hero.
Now, he had that show-off, arrogant attitude of a nouveau riche. His wild dreams about beautiful women weren't just fantasies anymore. Now he was collecting beauties, like an emperor building his harem. Yang Pan had this mini palace with over 3,000 gorgeous women, and he was going nuts adding concubines to his harem.
He didn't hesitate to crush anyone who dared to resist.
So, in the eyes of Xianyu women, he was considered a total scumbag. Seeing Xiaoyao staring into space, Jun Shuihuang asked, "Shenzi, what's on your mind?"
Xiaoyao squinted and replied, "Nothing much. Just wondering when the rule of law is going to get a push in the desolate heaven Xianyu."
Tu Huang chuckled softly. Puzzled, Xiaoyao Shenzi is saying something difficult again. Xiaoyao explained, rule of law is like good and right regulations for everyone, like banning emperors from partying with the palace girls, an eye for an eye thing, but I guess I'll have to become a great emperor to set up these rules. Just then, the golden dragon carriage flew right up to the battlefield, radiating an insane pressure. Inside, you could make out 10 figures.
Yang Pan, on the golden dragon carriage, smirked when he saw Xiaoyao. He thought, "So, that's just the Jun family's Shenzi, huh? Let's see how he handles it when I provoke him."
Then, he looked down at the Zuxi Kingdom ruler, and boomed! "Zuxi Kingdom ruler, you had your chance. Now just hand over that piece of the bronze compass, and swear loyalty to me, and I might consider not wiping out your Zuxi ancient kingdom." Yang Pan chuckled coldly, looking mockingly at the Zuxi Kingdom ruler. "Plus, I might even let your princess, Bai Yun'er, become my concubine. Isn't that a huge honor? Yet, you're still stubbornly resisting." Xiaoyao, hearing Yang Pan's arrogant words, couldn't hold back his anger.
Spiritual power gathered intensely in the palm of his hand, ready to strike, but Shui Huang quickly grabbed Xiaoyao's hand, stopping him. Xiaoyao turned to look, puzzled, and saw Shui Huang pointing towards the distance, at the Zuxi Ancient Kingdom city. There, the Zuxi Ancient Kingdom soldiers were raising their bows and arrows, their fighting spirits soaring. "You damn thug! Who are you to insult our princess? Brothers, shoot him dead!"
Yang squinted disdainfully and sneered. "A bunch of lowly mortals daring to bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of this marquis."
He raised his hand, blood, red spirit energy gathering in his palm, forming a terrifying vortex.
Then, he flung his hand out, launching an attack towards the Zuxi Ancient Kingdom soldiers. A series of giant hand phantoms descended. That was the Panwu divine dynasty's famous divine ability. the Hunyuan scattering hand.
Seeing this, the Zuxi kingdom ruler bit her lip and quickly rushed forward to block the blow for her soldiers.
After a series of intense attacks, she finally managed to hold out. The soldiers below cheered, "That's our majesty, we can't forgive anyone who insults our princess. Long live majesty, long, long live." The Zuxi kingdom ruler stood up firmly. Her eyes were bloodshot. She spoke coldly. "A small kingdom like ours can't shoulder such a great honor from your lordship. If you insist on forcing us, then all we can do is resist until our last breath." As he spoke, he pulled out the fragment of the azure bronze compass and unhesitatingly engulfed it in his flames. Seeing the lord of Zhaoxi kingdom burn the fragment of the azure bronze compass, Yang Pan immediately panicked and yelled, You bastard, stop it right now."
Just then, a dazzling golden light burst forth, startling Yang Pan, who turned back to look.
A powerful fist carrying earth-shattering force violently came towards him. The strength of this fist seemed to want to shatter the space.
Turns out it was Jun Xiaoyao, his face still indifferent, with a clenched fist, the fist carrying the image of a golden dragon coiling around it. This was Dragon Fist, a resounding ultimate move. The people below only heard the roaring of the dragon resounding. A long golden light swept across the sky, heading straight for Yang Pan's golden dragon bed. Even without the divine elephant subduing prison forces enhancement, this fist was strong enough to destroy 1,000 Zhang Mountain. After unleashing the fist, Xiaoyao said calmly, his voice full of sarcasm, "Sorry, Marquise Champion, but I just can't stand little dogs barking in front of me, and honestly, isn't Marquise Champion a title for the leader of a pack of wild monkeys?" Xiaoyao's fist power caused the golden dragon bed to be pushed back, the surrounding silk curtains were shattered and flew everywhere.
Yang Pan's face changed. Murderous intent enveloped him, and he growled, "I'll remember you, Shenzi Jun Xiaoyao."
He lowered his head
and sighed, then raised his head and continued,
"Shenzi of the Jun family,
do you and I really have to fight to the death like this?"
Jun Xiaoyao chuckled,
his eyes full of provocation as he replied calmly, "Marquise, you underestimate Senior Lord of Zhaoxi Kingdom. You have the cultivation of a saint realm, but you're being so polite to me? I'm just a Unity Realm cultivator. You two only don't dare to offend the Jun family. Because I'm from the Jun family, right?" He paused, his eyes sharp. "So it turns out the Marquise Champion of the Panwu Divine Dynasty is just a coward who only knows how to bully the weak and be afraid of the strong."
Yang Pan's face flushed red, veins bulging with resentment,
but he couldn't utter a rebuttal. He fell silent, his eyes tightly closed, and said heavily,
"Jun Xiaoyao,
you're really asking for death."
His eyes flashed with thick, murderous intent, and a heavy aura enveloped him. The anger made his face turn pale. Unable to restrain himself any longer,
Yang Pan decided to make a move. Pointing out a finger, his entire body erupting with vast magic power, condensing into a crimson finger, carrying immense power. This is the Hao Yang Divine Finger, a powerful divine ability of the Panwu Divine Dynasty.
Jun Xiaoyao saw it, but only thought to himself calmly,
"Damn, this old man is only Unity Realm. To think someone this washed up is the Marquise Champion of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. I'm only a little over 12, and already at the late-stage Unity Realm." While Yang Pan shouted angrily, "Jun Xiaoyao, go die for me." The giant finger phantom condensed from magic power carried a crushing power and rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao. Facing that attack, Jun Xiaoyao just sneered coldly, calmly assessing it. In his heart he thought about the reason why Yang Pan was so resentful, probably because of his humble background, always being bullied by others, and now he wants to act high and mighty. HMPH. Xiaoyao muttered to himself. "In my previous life, I was also an orphan, without power or influence, but I didn't do such embarrassing things like this Yang Pan. I really don't understand his behavioral logic." Jun Xiaoyao's face remained indifferent, calmly activating the divine elephant subduing prison force, creating a massive power from tiny particles, erupting within his body, triggering a terrifying divine force of up to 1 billion pounds. He raised his hand, and a myriad underworld's divine spear condensed in the air, shining with a sharp and dark light.
Looking at the Hao Yang Divine Finger, the Panwu Divine Dynasty's famous ultimate technique, Jun Xiaoyao smiled contemptuously, then grasped the myriad underworld's divine spear tightly and threw it out forcefully. The spear shot out, piercing through the void, heading straight for the divine finger phantom descending.
Yang Pan saw this scene, his eyes filled with shock. The collision between the myriad underworld's divine spear and the Hao Yang giant finger was like a clash of giant stars, magic power rippling and shaking the sky. In that instant, The Haoyang divine finger was immediately pierced by the myriad underworld's divine spear.
The spear didn't stop, but went straight for Yang Pan.
Yang Pan's face turned pale. Without a drop of blood, he tried to dodge in desperation, but Jun Xiaoyao's attack was too sudden and far exceeded his expectations. Just as the myriad underworld's divine spear approached,
Yang Pan was forced to raise both hands to block it. However, the terrifying, penetrating force of the spear, blessed with spiritual power from Jun Xiaoyao, was not something he could easily stop.
Both of Yang Pan's hands were severely injured, and his body flew away like a kite with a broken string due to that terrifying power.
But Jun Xiaoyao, along with Wan Ji and Shui Huang, still didn't show any joy, but instead a pensive and inexplicable expression.
Down below, the soldiers were freaking out at the insane scene. Some were like, "No way! That's Champion Marquis Yang Pan! Dude's a legend in the immemorial divine dynasty. How could he get one-shotted like that?" But a Chu Shi ancient kingdom general was straight up fanboying. It's not that Champion Marquis is weak, it's that Jun family Shenzi is just that OP.
The Chu Ji ancient kingdom folks were even more in awe of Jun Xiaoyao. Easily crushing Champion Marquis made them see Jun family Shenzi as the ultimate badass of this generation. Still, some were side-eyeing the whole thing, like something's not right.
Jun Wanqi, after giving it the old squint, hand, stare, seemed to have clocked something sus.
He calmly sized it up and respectfully reported to Jun Xiaoyao, "Shenzi, that ain't the real Yang Pan, or at least, not his main body. I've gone keto-toe with Champion Marquis before, and felt some serious pressure. Even though your current power is off the charts, straight, lot up one, shotting Champion Marquis seems kinda sus. Plus, he hasn't even pulled out his ultimate trump card, the Pan Huang Life, Devouring Sword."
Jun Xiaoyao stroked his chin, all thoughtful. "Ah, so that's the deal. Could be just a clone. Yang Pan, are you just too cocky or too dumb to come at this Shenzi with just a clone?"
Yang Pan was fuming, his voice dripping with ice.
"Jun Xiaoyao,
you know this Marquis is just a clone, so you should also know how strong the real deal is.
If you back down now, I might spare you some face." Yang Pan thought a clone would be enough to conquer the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom, but Jun Xiaoyao was a major wrench in his plans.
Now Yang Pan knew his clone couldn't win against Jun Xiaoyao, so he had to rely on his main body's reputation to try and scare Jun Xiaoyao into backing off. Good luck with that, dude. Jun Xiaoyao listened to Yang Pan's threats like they were just background noise.
He casually strolled towards the clone.
Jun Xiaoyao said, all sarcastic, "Hey, you old geezer, see all the leftovers on this battlefield?
You know the cultivation level of these soldiers, right? They're just low-level cultivators. At best, they barely scratch the surface of the spirit ocean realm. To geniuses like us, they're just ants, right? But look at them. Those ants are willing to risk their lives, to fight to the death for what they believe in. And you, Champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, just flex your power to bully the weak. You're basically scum of the Wasteland Immortal Domain. Worse than those ants. Ouch." Yang Pan exploded. "Fine. Jun Xiaoyao, you asked for it." As soon as he finished talking, 4 dark figures appeared around Yang Pan. The oppressive aura made it hard to breathe. The Chu Shi Kingdom ruler, White Tiger Kingdom ruler, and Black Tortoise Kingdom ruler showed up quick, their eyes full of dread, and yelled, "Shenzi, those are 4 Saint Realm dudes. Be careful." The 3 kingdom rulers instantly unleashed their power, ready to face the 4 Saint Realm cultivators to protect Jun Xiaoyao. But Jun Xiaoyao was chill, looked down at Yang Pan, and smirked. "Yang Pan, you know the biggest difference between you and me?" Right then, a sudden aura appeared from above, heading straight for Jun Xiaoyao. The Azure Dragon Kingdom ruler, healed up and hiding, saw his chance to strike. He cackled evilly, unleashed his killing move, and shouted, "Hey, you're toast!" From far away, a mysterious zither sound echoed, turning into sharp sword energies that ripped through the air. The shocking zither melody was so powerful that it tore apart space, creating a long, dark rift. In a flash, the Azure Dragon Kingdom ruler's head was chopped off before he could even react, and Jun Xiaoyao, hands clasped behind his back, casually said,
"The difference is, I represent the Huangzhu Jun family, one of the ancient clans, and you can't even represent the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Talk about savage."
The Azure Dragon Kingdom ruler's head landed near Yang Pan, making him pale. As a clone, Yang Pan didn't have any protectors. He never expected Jun Xiaoyao to have a hidden and powerful protector backing him, with power far beyond a normal saint. Just the killing intent from that zither sound sent shivers down the other saints' spines.
Jun Xiaoyao turned to look at the fallen soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, and said calmly but sharply,
"You probably thought that as long as you didn't kill me, the Jun family couldn't do anything to you, right? And that you could easily take the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and steal the azure bronze compass fragment, huh?" Yang Pan grit his teeth in despair, his eyes full of panic as the murderous zither sound echoed again.
Aimed squarely at the 4 saint-level puppets he'd brought along.
A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield, and the 4 saint puppets were torn to shreds, pulverized into hundreds of pieces. The entire battlefield fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Champion Marquis Yang Pan trembled, his eyes filled with horrified disbelief. How could this be? A powerful Saint Realm cultivator eliminated almost instantly.
Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly,
his gaze calm but profound, as he witnessed the panic in Yang Pan's eyes.
Yang Pan hadn't expected Xiaoyao's guardian to be this strong.
He'd initially guessed the guardian was only a Saint Realm cultivator, because usually powerhouses of a higher caliber wouldn't lower themselves to be protectors. But now he realized he was dead wrong. Xiaoyao's guardian clearly had strength far exceeding an ordinary saint, maybe even a saint king. This was the first time since becoming champion Marquis.
Yang Pan tasted such crushing defeat,
his heart filled with doubt and rage. He couldn't believe his schemes had been destroyed in an instant.
At this moment, Zhao Yao gently held a dazzling spark of Vermilion Bird Divine Fire on his fingertip, his voice laced with mockery.
"Ah, seems you've realized your grave mistake, haven't you?
Your Saint Realm puppets can't do squat to me.
Not to mention, if need be, my Jun family can declare war on your Panwu divine dynasty for absolutely no reason, just for having some clueless idiot like you show up before me."
With that said, Zhao Yao activated the spark of Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, aiming it directly at Yang Pan's weakening clone.
The magical flame blazed, engulfing his clone, forcing him to face what he had previously scorned. The Vermilion Bird Divine Fire burned relentlessly, never ceasing, completely incinerating Yang Pan's clone, causing the divine sense of the clone to be swiftly destroyed and return to the original body.
In a luxurious and magnificent palace belonging to the Panwu divine dynasty, Yang Pan's true body stood towering in rage, turning the space around him a ferocious crimson.
His anger was like a murderous aura, more terrifying than a Asura demon. Spiritual energy swirling around him and exploding into cold gusts. His voice roared furiously. "Jun Xiaoyao, I, Yang Pan, will not rest until you're dead. I'll challenge the Jun family and you to a duel."
Jun Xiaoyao.
Yang Pan's eyes flashed with icy light, expressing the towering rage he felt when mentioning the name he swore to destroy.
Meanwhile,
at another location, Jun Linglong couldn't help but panic at the bizarre scene. Yunyer, a fellow cultivator ally of the Jun family, was slowly floating into the air with a bewildered expression. Linglong blurted out, What's going on? Why is Yunyer floating into the sky?" Jun Chengjian, standing beside her, tried to explain awkwardly.
"Probably because Junker used too many recovery pills to maintain the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire for the army, so her cultivation is leveling up."
Not long after, in the Vermilion Bird Imperial Palace, Jun Xiaoyao was meticulously piecing the 4 compass fragments together. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, and turned to the 3 national rulers for answers. What exactly is this compass, that Yang Pan would go so far as to destroy a nation to steal it?
The Vermilion Bird national ruler shook his head slightly, sighing as he replied, "Actually, we also don't know what this compass does. We only know that it's closely related to the predecessors of the 4 ancient nations, an ancient dynasty
that once had contact with an immortal force." Pausing for a moment, his expression turned serious as he continued. "The founder of the 4 symbols ancient nations was an unparalleled supreme being, known as the 4 Symbols Supreme. Our 4 ancient nations were all established by the disciples of this supreme being.
It's said that the 4 Symbols Supreme once obtained this treasure, the bronze compass, but because of it, he was besieged by countless powerhouses. In the end, he had no choice but to split it into 4 pieces, entrusting them to his disciples to safeguard.
From then on, the fragments of the compass became our heirloom." Jun Xiaoyao listened, his brow furrowed, muttering to himself, "This compass, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Suddenly, a flash of insight hit him.
He immediately took out a small bronze shard from his spatial storage, bringing it up for a closer look. He said seriously, "Here it is, Aries." If I'm not mistaken, it should be placed in the center of the compass.
And with that, Jun Xiaoyao carefully fitted the bronze shard into the middle of the compass. As soon as he finished, he blurted out,
"As expected, this compass is very likely related to the Bronze Immortal Palace." The three sovereigns were shocked to hear this. They repeated in unison,
"The Bronze Immortal Palace!" Then, their expressions immediately changed, revealing clear worry. One of them said in a panic, "No wonder this treasure is so coveted by countless powerhouses. We really can't hold on to this thing. What do we do?" Seeing their helpless expressions, Jun Xiaoyao could only remain silent, feeling utterly awkward.
Before he could even speak, the three sovereigns bowed deeply, saying in unison, "Since young master has saved us, we naturally offer this item to you."
Realizing he'd been handed a hot potato, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but complain inwardly, "Isn't this just pushing this huge trouble onto me? Can't you three have any ambition? No wonder you've been bullied to this extent." Jun Xiaoyao, after a moment of thought, finally accepted the compass. However, he quickly changed the subject. "Alright, let's put this aside for now. Have you all finished discussing?"
His question made the vermilion bird and black tortoise sovereigns hesitate, not responding immediately.
The white tiger sovereign looked at the other two blankly, clearly still not understanding what was going on.
Jun Xiaoyao frowned, his voice becoming more serious. "I'll ask again. Have you finished discussing who exactly will lead the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom after it's unified?"
As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze swept over the bewildered expressions of the three sovereigns. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think to himself in frustration, "These three seriously haven't even considered this problem? How can they be sovereigns? They're complete idiots."
Shifting the scene to a quiet canyon, where Jun Zhangjian was holding a coin between two fingers.
Looking at the two people opposite him, Bai Yong'er and Jun Linglong, he emphasized, "This is just practice, not a real fight. Don't overdo it, you two." Bai Yong'er and Jun Linglong didn't say anything, just looked at each other with a knowing glint in their eyes. Jun Zhangjian, seeing this,
flicked his fingers, sending the coin spinning in the air before it landed on the ground with a soft clink.
At that very moment, both of them quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them.
Bai Yong'er unleashed a blazing divine fire, her sharp eyes assessing her opponent. "She's really fast, but I can't lose either." She clenched her fists, gathering brilliant fire energy in her palms, and then charged forward.
But just as she approached Jun Linglong, her opponent suddenly vanished. In an instant, Jun Linglong appeared in the air. From there, she launched a massive blast of divine fire downwards, causing the ground to explode violently. Bai Yong'er, in a rage, her eyes turning red, unleashed several more blasts of divine fire at Jun Linglong's position.
The intense streams of fire energy zipped through the air, creating a series of explosions below.
Jun Linglong, swift and elusive like a phantom, dodged every attack by a hair's breadth. But then her eyes suddenly contracted. Realizing she couldn't dodge in time, countless streams of divine fire were converging on her from all directions. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire canyon. Bai Yong'er stood on the ground, her eyes hazy, as she looked at the pillar of smoke rising high into the air. She thought to herself, "Did I hit her?" But a feeling of unease suddenly welled up inside her. Her eyes widened as she looked up at the sky. Then she gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "No, she's still higher up." Indeed, even higher up, Jun Linglong was gracefully gliding through the air. Bai Yong'er's eyes lit up, as 7 golden spheres of spiritual power appeared before her, different sizes, linking and revolving around each other. The spheres began to glow intensely, and without waiting another second, they simultaneously fired 7 powerful beams of spiritual power. These beams shot down like lightning bolts, aimed directly at Bai Yong'er. The ground beneath each point of contact exploded, sending rocks and dirt flying, creating deep craters. Bai Yong'er was freaking out, constantly dodging, sweat beading on her forehead as she tried to escape the fierce attacks. Jun Chengjian watched from afar, unable to help but marvel, "Wow, that move ain't bad at all. I want to try it too." Just then, Jun Xiaoyao appeared from behind. He crossed his arms, his eyes calmly observing the two going at it, and asked, "What's the sitch? Why are they fighting?" Jun Xiaoyao's sudden appearance startled Jun Chengjian a bit. He bowed respectfully. "Young master." After that, he explained seriously, "The compatibility between the immortal spiritual medicine and the vermilion bird divine flame exceeded expectations. This little princess is actually blessed in disguise this time because she leveled up. Linglong is fighting her to test her current power level."
Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao smirked with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad.
He suddenly recalled something that happened not long ago, remembering when Jun Linglong stood before Jun Xiaoyao with a hesitant look, softly asking, "Young master, can I leave for a while?"
Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow in question.
Why? Jun Linglong looked straight ahead, her eyes full of determination, but her voice carried a hint of helplessness. This incident made me realize I'm too weak. Without the young master's rescue, I could barely do anything. I want to train, to find a way to stand on my own, even without relying on the young master.
As your maidservant, I know this thought is very selfish. But Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything more, just stood up and nodded slightly. If you want to go, then go.
Jun Linglong raised her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao looked at her seriously, reminding her, "Remember to bring the sound transmission jade talisman. You can call me anytime, you know. And unless I'm in secluded cultivation, I'm always pretty idle."
Jun Linglong listened to Jun Xiaoyao's instructions, a feeling of indescribable emotion welling up inside her. But she quickly pursed her lips, trying to suppress her feelings. Finally, she bowed her head and said a thank you, her voice low but sincere. Seeing her serious and sincere attitude, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but be a little surprised. He paused slightly, and then laughed awkwardly. "What's there to thank me for? Isn't it a given?" After that, he deliberately raised his voice half-jokingly, scolding, "Linglong comrade, aren't we childhood sweethearts who grew up together since we were little? You dare to be so distant with me? It's really hurtful, you know?" Jun Linglong heard this, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted into a faint smile. Yes, I apologize." But her gaze gradually turned towards the distance, looking up at the clear blue sky. In her heart she wondered. A given. In this era, weakness is a sin. The weak are not worthy of being called human, only ants. If you don't want to become an ant, you must pursue strength by any means necessary. Recalling the old days, when Jun Xiaoyao was still a small child, he once looked at her kneeling before him, and asked in surprise, "Why do you always kneel before me like this?" Thud. Jun Linglong calmly replied at that time, "I am your servant, young master." Jun Xiaoyao frowned then, his face showing a hint of embarrassment as he asked back, "It's not wrong to say that, but you work for me, not as my slave. We didn't sign any contract of indenture or anything, right?" Jun Linglong shook her head slightly. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao smiled brightly, his voice filled with ease and sincerity. "Then stand up, we are equal, why kneel? Everyone is human. No one is nobler than anyone else." Jun Xiaoyao's words had always been deeply engraved in her heart, even though she knew that he was different, with somewhat strange thoughts that were taken for granted in this era. But sometimes it was that simplicity and sincerity that made people unable to help but turn towards him, secretly yearning to be like him, free and comfortable to live according to their ideals. Scene change. Inside the Vermilion Bird Royal Palace, Bai Yunker's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling as she asked, Am I really the ruler of the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom?" The three kingdom rulers nodded in unison, answering in unison, "That's right, it's you." Bai Yunker scratched her head, looking embarrassed. "But I'm just—" Before she could finish speaking, the Black Tortoise Kingdom ruler cut her off sternly. "Youngir, don't refuse. Who doesn't know that old Vermilion Bird is in secluded cultivation? You're the one who held up the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom." The Black Tortoise continued, his voice decisive. "It was you who decisively sent troops to join forces with us to resist that damned old Azure Dragon." The Vermilion Bird Kingdom ruler also added, "Most importantly, under your leadership, even though the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was on the verge of destruction, no one betrayed us, the people were united, and even refused the guidance of the Jun family, deciding to live or die with the country. Even I, as your father, couldn't have done as well as you if I had come out of seclusion earlier." As he spoke, he gently wiped away a tear rolling down the corner of his eye. The three kingdom rulers bowed solemnly in unison. "We all agree that you are the most suitable person to lead the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom." Looking at their solemn but somewhat goofy actions, Bai Yunker blankly, Qiam, counted twice. Suddenly, two warm hands rested on her shoulders. Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong said in unison, encouraging her, "Go for it, you're this family's last hope." Adding these two to the mix, Bai Yunker's mouth twitched. She was speechless. Finally, she sighed helplessly and nodded. All right, if you're all going this far, I'll give it a try." The Vermilion Bird Sovereign was overjoyed, his voice filled with pride. "That's great!
As expected of my good daughter, the vermilion bird sovereign, smiling broadly, very smoothly pulled out a thick stack of lists from his sleeve, and with a thump, they landed on the table with a loud bang. The other two sovereigns also simultaneously held Bai Yungyar in place, their eyes serious. The vermilion bird sovereign extended his hand without a shred of shame, smiling brightly. Sovereign? Shouldn't it be called Vermilion Bird County now? This is the list of soldiers who died in battle from Vermilion Bird County, the post-war relief table, and also the reconstruction plan for the war zone. It's all yours. His actions were so quick that Bai Yungyar could only stand there dumbfounded, her face full of question marks, before she could react. The other two sovereigns also placed their lists on the table, their voices filled with glee. Good niece, this is the list for Black Tortoise County and White Tiger County. Bai Yungyar still maintained her dazed expression, but this time her face was drenched in sweat. Just then, Jun Linglong also appeared, placing another equally thick stack of lists. And there are also the remaining issues of Azure Dragon County to deal with. Hearing this, Bai Yungyar was so angry she trembled, her voice strained. Jun Linglong was startled. Her hair standing on end, she smiled awkwardly, her eyes darting away. Do I look like some kind of vengeful spirit to you? No, I wouldn't dare. Looking directly at her, answering stumblingly, I'm encouraging you. Good luck. Then, as if wanting to escape the situation, Jun Linglong slowly backed away and left, leaving Bai Yungyar to slowly turn to ashes in her chair. Scene change. At the Jun family's leisure pavilion, a group of people were gathered, laughing and chatting. Hey, did you hear? That Yang Pan guy just got slapped down by the young master, didn't he? One person laughed gleefully, adding, and he still dared to issue a challenge, challenging the young master to a duel on the summit of the Forbidden City. Jun Wanji crossed his arms disdainfully, his tone filled with mockery. What an idiot! Even I couldn't catch him. And he thinks he can fight the young master. Stroking his chin, musing, he added, but the MANHWA dynasty is, after all, an immortal dynasty. The princess's selection of a consort will definitely attract forces from all 8 directions. Seeing Jun Zhengjian loudly speculate, that kid wants to step on the young master to rise to the top. Haha. This abacus calculation is basically thrown in my face. He rested his chin on his hand and scoffed, his attitude incredibly dismissive. Jun Shui-Huang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. I wonder how the young master will respond. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. If this abacus calculation has been thrown in my face, wouldn't it be a disservice to the melon-eating crowd if I didn't go and join the fun? Jun Zhengjian turned around to see Jun Xiaoyao appear and excitedly called out. Young master, Jun Xiaoyao, smirked leisurely. I plan to personally visit the MANHWA dynasty. Do you, my cousin brother and sister, have any plans? Jun Zhengjian's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? You're not taking us with you? Jun Shui-Huang replied. Young master, I plan to go down to the lower realm. The clan has already discussed everything. This is a convenient opportunity to decline, Jun Wanji added seriously. It's a rare opportunity. I plan to go with her. That way, the two of them can take care of each other. Jun Shuohuang nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Jun Zhengjian slammed the table, stood up, and interrupted. Wait a minute, are you guys serious? The rules of heaven and earth aren't simple. Beings of the Xianyu who want to descend to the lower realm must erase their immortal ki, or they'll be rejected. He curled his lip and shouted, his eyes filled with worry. That means they have to extract their immortal bones. Jun Wanji, his expression unchanged, said coldly. Although that's true, the Jun family actually has methods to forcefully break through the dimensional barriers. Jun Shuihuang also calmly added, it's just that's probably a privilege reserved for the young master. If we want to descend, the Jun family wouldn't go that far. Hearing this, Jun Zhengjian gritted his teeth, his voice strained. You guys? Jun Wanji and Jun Shuhuang stood up simultaneously, their eyes resolute. That's right, we've decided to erase our immortal qui, extract our immortal bones, and use our mortal bodies to descend to the mortal realm. Seeing their determination, Jun Zhengjian didn't know what to say to dissuade them. He could only turn to Jun Xiaoyao. Young master, say something. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily at a loss, pondering deeply. The lower realm. It's no surprise that Wanji wants to go, because his lost younger sister is there. But what about Shui Huang? She specifically mentioned that the Jun family could break through the dimensional barriers. But she chose to use a mortal body to descend. It seems like she's implying that I shouldn't interfere in this matter. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked directly, "Cousin sister, why go to such lengths? Did something happen?" Jun Shui Huang broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "Why is he only asking me?"
She raised her hand calmly and replied, "Young master, as you know, cultivators like us, each of us has our own Dao.
The Dao is the goal of cultivation, and also the foundation of a cultivator. If we go against our Dao heart will shatter, and we can no longer continue cultivating." She sighed softly, her eyes containing a hint of regret. "But unfortunately, I don't have my own Dao."
Saying this, Jun Xuehuang shook her head, her hands spread wide to indicate emptiness, or rather, except for the young master,
everyone else here doesn't have a Dao. The other three silently grumbled inwardly. "Don't drag us into this," Jun Xuehuang emphasized seriously. "We all come from Xianyu families. Stepping onto the path of cultivation is a given. But very few people ask themselves why they want to cultivate." Jun Wanji silently thought to himself, "I, on the other hand, am striving for recovery for my family. But who doesn't want to find their own Dakya?" Shou Huang continued, her voice calm. "Is this a turning point? Or something else I just feel?" She suddenly remembered a sentence Jun Wanji had said recently. Compared to a cultivator, he seems more like a mortal from the lower realm.
Perhaps going to the lower realm will help him find his Dao. Otherwise, even if he stays in the Xianyu and constantly increases his cultivation level, it would just be foolish.
Jun Xiaoyao pondered thoughtfully. It's truly astonishing. In this world, the vast majority of cultivators will become followers of a singular Dao, but I never expected that there would be people willing to extract their immortal bones just to seek their own Dao. Suddenly, he called out softly, "Cousin sister, Jun Shui Huang." Slightly startled, she turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao. He bowed deeply, clasping his hands in a sincere salute.
Xiaoyao feels incredibly honored to be the cousin brother of sister Jun Shui Huang.
Jun Shui Huang pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "I really don't understand this kid's thoughts."
That day, the members of the Jun family each went their separate ways.
No one knew what would happen in the future. Watching their receding figures, Jun Xiaoyao nodded silently. "All right, everyone's gone." Then, he also turned and walked away, saying to himself, "I should get going too."
Meanwhile, at another corner, Jun Qingjian sighed softly while escorting Fenglin Huoshan back home. "So that's how it is. I get it now. But what about me? Where should I go from here?"
At the 3,000 Dao provinces, in the Black Desolation province, within a desolate crevice,
Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, cultivating with a focused expression. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, which dripped from his mouth onto his hand, blazing red like burning flames. Xiao Chen stared at his blood-stained palm, his eyes filled with confusion and rage.
He questioned through gritted teeth, "Didn't the ancestors say I was the chosen one of destiny of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom? Why? Why is it that now even the kingdom is gone?" Within the space, a faint illusion gradually appeared. Qinglong Daoren emerged. His gaze was calm but carried a sense of sternness. "Child, you were too hasty to unify the four kingdoms, too hasty to not wait until you were truly ready. It was this haste that caused you to suffer a backlash."
Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, clenching his fist and snarling, "Jun Xiaoyao, the hatred of killing my father,
the hatred of destroying my kingdom. If I don't grind you to dust and scatter your bones, then I, Xiao Chen, swear I'm not human." Black energy radiated from Xiao Chen's body, enveloping his entire being, making his aura twisted and terrifying.
Qinglong Daoren cried out in alarm, "Xiao Chen, calm down. You're about to become a demon."
But his words didn't move him. Xiao Chen laughed coldly, his voice full of resolution. "Become a demon? So what if I become a demon? I want to kill Jun Xiaoyao, no matter the cost."
Seeing him like this, Qinglong Daoren couldn't help but angrily shout, "You foolish idiot! Have you forgotten that you still have 2 trump cards?
The supreme dragon blood in the ancient nest and Wu Mingyu of the Panwu divine dynasty. You haven't lost yet, there's still a chance."
Qinglong Daoren's words were like a ray of light piercing through the darkness in Xiao Chen's heart.
He gradually calmed down, telling himself, "That's right, I haven't lost yet. I still have Mingyu. She will definitely help me."
Xiao Chen stood up abruptly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice, "Ancestor, it was this junior who lost control. Let's set out immediately, find the ancient nest to retrieve the supreme dragon blood. Only it can help my strength to transform." Qinglong Daoren frowned, his expression becoming serious. "Wait, before we go, there's something I need to tell you regarding Wu Mingyu." Xiao Chen paused, his eyes worried. "What do you want to say, ancestor?" Qinglong Daoren sighed, speaking solemnly. "Do you know what the biggest obstacle between you and her is? It's not Jun Xiaoyao, but Marquise Guanjun, Yang Pan." Xiao Chen was startled in surprise. Yang Pan. Qinglong Daoren interrupted coldly, explaining, "The selection of a consort is actually just a pretext. It's a pretext that the Panwu Divine Emperor is using to help Yang Pan gain momentum. Without the backing of the Panwu Divine Emperor, how could a mere stable boy have achieved his current position? Moreover, if you think about it carefully, it was Yang Pan who indirectly led to the destruction of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom." Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His eyebrows raised, he gritted his teeth and swore, "Damn it, I won't spare any of these scums." Qinglong Daoren smiled faintly, changing his tone to advise, "But I have good news. Yang Pan and Jun Xiaoyao are also enemies. What you need to do now is not rush into battle, but to rest and recuperate. Wait for the opportunity to become the fisherman who profits. This is the best strategy for us at the moment." Xiao Chen pondered, finding the ancestor's words reasonable, and nodded respectfully. "This junior understands. I will follow your instructions." At the Jiang family secret realm, in a quiet garden, Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli were sitting leisurely under the gentle sunlight. Suddenly, a small bird flew over anxiously, carrying a bamboo tube tied to its leg, landing on Jiang Shengyi's shoulder, drawing the attention of both sisters. Jiang Luoli, who was lying with her head on her sister's lap, asked curiously, "The family is sending a message. What's going on?" Jiang Shengyi frowned, gently removing the bamboo tube, and replied vaguely, "I don't know either, let me take a look." She opened the bamboo tube, took out the paper inside, and slowly read aloud. "In half a month, the Panwu Divine Dynasty will hold a banquet at the Forbidden City Imperial Capital. Many heroes from across the desolate Heaven Immortal Domain are invited to attend. At the banquet, outstanding young talents will participate in the selection of a consort for the eldest princess." Hearing this, Jiang Luoli's eyes lit up like stars, cheering with excitement. "Isn't that a martial arts contest to find a husband? How interesting!" She jumped up like a kitten, running around Jiang Shengyi and acting spoiled. "Good big sister, take me with you, I want to watch." This childish behavior made Jiang Shengyi both amused and annoyed. She grabbed Jiang Lali's collar, pulled her close, then hugged her tightly, sighing, "What are you doing, Lali? You want to be the eldest princess's lackey too?" Jiang Lali giggled, turning to reply, "I'm just going to watch the drama. Plus, it's just attending a banquet. There's nothing dangerous." But when she saw Jiang Shengyi's less Drethan, happy expression, the smile on her lips gradually faded. Ever since Big Sis came back from the Yuantian Supreme Secret Realm, she's been making that face a lot, which makes Lali worry. She placed her hand on her Big Sis's hand, her voice soft but full of concern. "Sis, if you have something on your mind, just tell me. Even if I can't help, talking about it will make you feel better, right? It's just the two of us here. I promise I won't tell those old farts where I heard that from." Jiang Shengyi was slightly startled, feeling like she'd been seen through. She inwardly scolded herself. "Damn it, is my mood that obvious that my little sister is worried about me?" She took a deep breath, trying to keep calm, then slowly asked Lali, "What do you think of our Jiang family right now?" Jiang Loli tilted her head blankly, asking back, "What do you mean, what do I think?" Jiang Shengyi closed her eyes, slowly saying, "Not just our generation, but from way back. The Jiang family has never produced a peerless genius like the Jun family or the Yi family. But we've always been ranked among the imperial three families of the desolate Heaven Immortal Domain. Because our relationships with other powerful families are pretty good, right?" Jiang Lali nodded in agreement. "Yeah, our cousin is married to the white-clad divine king of the Jun family. We have marriage ties with the Ya family too, and I even have a betrothal already." Hearing this, Jiang Shengyi unconsciously tightened her grip on her little sister, hugging her close, her voice lowered with self-reproach. "You're only how old? If I were stronger, could we end this twisted method of relying on marriage for the Jiang family?" Jiang Lali was momentarily silent, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes, but then she couldn't help but burst out laughing. This reaction made Jiang Shengyi even more sulky. She glared at her little sister, her voice playfully resentful. "Lali!" Jiang Lali pouted, pretending to cry.
"Wah, sorry, but I couldn't help it."
She then quickly jumped out of Jiang Shengyi's embrace,
turning back, with a smile as bright as a flower, asking, "Big sis, how old are you anyway?" Without waiting for her sister to answer, Lolly seriously continued, but with a teasing tone, "I'm still just a kid, aren't you? You were only born a few years before me. Kids should do kid things."
right? Trying to carry the whole Jiang family at this age is a bit much. If something happens, isn't there still someone to hold things down? She shrugged, looking nonchalant, then continued,
"Besides, I have my own way of living. You don't need to worry too much, Lolly." Lolly then raised 2 fingers, pointing at her face, acting serious as she asked, "Do you think I look like an idiot?"
Jiang Shengyi didn't answer, only silently looking at her little sister. But the expression on her face had softened, her eyes full of helplessness mixed with affection.
Jiang Shengyi sighed softly, her voice becoming lighter. "All right, we'll do as you say, but the important thing right now is to prepare to go to the Panwu God Dynasty to watch the drama." At night, in a quiet forest within the Yek family, Butler Fu stepped out from inside the forest. He silently observed the young man standing in the middle of the lake, his eyes calm but sharp. The young man didn't turn around, his voice drifting out lazily. "I'm not interested in the Panwu God Dynasty's invitation. Butler Fu helped me decline." Butler Fu smiled, not rushing to answer. He took a few more steps, his voice calm but with a deeper meaning. "This banquet is actually quite interesting. Young master really doesn't want to go."
Ye Xingyun raised an eyebrow, asking back with some curiosity, "What's so interesting?" Butler Fu slowly replied, "Rumor has it that Panwu God Dynasty's champion Marquis Yang Pan wants to use the banquet as an opportunity to challenge the Jun family's Shenzi to a duel on the Purple Forbidden City's peak." Hearing the familiar name, Ye Xingyun's eyes flickered slightly, his azure pupils contracted slightly, then gradually returned to normal. His lips curled up, a flicker of interest in his eyes.
"Uncle Fu, prepare to depart. We're going to the Panwu Dynasty." Uncle Fu bowed slightly and replied succinctly, "Understood."
Xiao Chen continued to rely on the guidance of the Azure Dragon Elder to search for the ancient nest cave.
This ancient nest cave, according to the Azure Dragon Elder's instructions, should be located in a vast, desolate mountain range, filled with blood cubes. Droplets of blood and bone dripped down from the stalactites of the cave. After just a few days of searching, Xiao Chen discovered a narrow crevice in a black stone mountain. He followed the crevice inward. Inside, he discovered another world, like a small underground realm. What surprised Xiao Chen even more was that when he entered, he took a breath, shocked, because within it he discovered the supreme blood of the ancestral dragon bloodline. The supreme blood had gathered into a small blood pool, making Xiao Chen almost dazed. He couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "The supreme blood of the ancestral dragon bloodline. It could actually gather in a place like this." Just as he was about to reach down into the blood pool to absorb the opportunity, a regal female voice suddenly came from above, the voice carrying a tone of mockery and coldness. "Mortal, have times changed so much?
You dare to touch this palace's belongings with your filthy hands."
Both the Azure Dragon Elder and Xiao Chen felt a chill run down their spines. Both of them instinctively sensed danger from behind, startling them. The Azure Dragon Elder's expression immediately changed, and he sent a telepathic warning. "Not good. It's very likely that ancient freak, the one sealed from the immortal source." The Azure Dragon Elder didn't hesitate, immediately turning around and using his body to shield Xiao Chen, shouting in a low voice, "Xiao Chen, run quickly!" The female voice continued to emanate from the space above, this time carrying surprise. "Aha, so there's also a powerful remnant soul attached." Immediately after, a powerful azure light suddenly appeared, controlling the Azure Dragon Elder's remnant soul, preventing him from resisting. That Dragon Clan ancient freak continued to speak, her tone cold. "This palace finds this one's remnant soul dry, coarse, and tough, not tasty at all."
Xiao Chen, who was currently absorbing the supreme blood, saw the ancestor's remnant soul helplessly being absorbed, and his heart grew even more anxious. Sweat poured down like rain as he tried to channel his spiritual power into his hands to resist. But in this situation,
he was like a fly caught in a trap, unable to do anything but be suppressed under the power of that Dragon Clan ancient freak. The overwhelming force knocked him down, face-planting him onto the ground.
Xiao Chen felt his mental state shatter. He gritted his teeth, unwilling,
thinking to himself, "Damn it, why is it always like this? Her killing intent has locked onto me. Can I really only go this far?" That Dragon Clan ancient freak gently clasped her hands and said with a mocking tone, "Ah, How interesting. A mere mortal like you doesn't run away, but instead dares to think of resisting. You have some courage. Suddenly, the eyes of the Dragon Clan ancient freak narrowed, staring intently at Xiao Chen, and then she let out a surprised, "Oh, Xiao Chen, you've actually activated the Azure Dragon Blood Q in your body." Two faint illusory dragon horn shadows appeared. Xiao Chen pushed himself up with his hands, slowly getting to his feet. The Dragon Clan ancient freak assessed. So it's the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art. When was this art of mine secretly learned? Then she laughed contemptuously. But mortal, you are not the one who obtained the true inheritance. You probably thought that just by entering this cave you could steal the supreme blood. But you never thought that the owner of this ancient nest cave had awakened, did you? The appearance of that Dragon Clan ancient freak was also revealed, causing Xiao Chen to be startled. It turned out to be a petite female, her slender body covered in ancient azure script patterns, with the characteristic long blue hair of the ancient Azure Dragon Clan, and especially the pure white dragon horns, emitting a faintly discernible, powerful aura.
Xiao Chen's eyes revealed a clear look of fear. The Dragon Clan ancient freak seemed to have read his thoughts, and thought to herself, "The owner of this ancient nest cave? So this is that Dragon Clan ancient freak?"
The voice of the female from the Dragon Clan ancient freak sounded gentle yet full of authority. "Petty mortal thief, do you want to make a deal with this palace? You seem to desperately crave the supreme blood of the ancient Dragon Clan, don't you?"
Xiao Chen, though confused, was also very intelligent, and he coldly replied, "A deal? How could you, a royal of the ancient freaks, possibly make a deal with me?" That Dragon Clan ancient freak continued to smile and reply, her tone light as if nothing was a concern. "Mortal, do you know when, in this 9 heavens Xianyu, cultivators started calling themselves mortals? I've slept for a very long time, and now I'm very hungry. This palace doesn't know how long I've slept, but the immortal formation has long since lost its energy. You will find 99 boys and 99 girls for this palace, using their blood to help this palace circulate the immortal essence formation. If you do that, this palace will grant you a wish." Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, his heart filled with rage and unwillingness. He thought to himself, "This ancient Dragon Clan creature actually wants to eat people."
He resolutely shouted, "Even if I'm killed, I won't do such a crazy thing. I can't agree to that." That Dragon Clan ancient freak pondered for a moment and then asked herself, "Strange, strange indeed. Why am I, a Dragon Clan who craves human blood, considered a savage? Crazy, huh? Aren't you mortals always absorbing our dragon race's chi and blood, even slaughtering other clans? So why aren't you considered crazy? Or should I say, you guys go even further than we do."
The great freak dragon race member continued to sneer, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Our dragon bones are refined into magical artifacts by you humans. Our dragon scales and horns are used to make battle armor, and you consume dragon livers, dragon hearts, and top-grade essence blood. Moreover, you keep sucking those things to the marrow, without a shred of shame. And have you already forgotten your main objective here?" Xiao Chen felt somewhat perplexed by the seemingly illogical yet persuasive words of this great freak dragon race member. Unsure how to respond, the female dragon race member continued in a tone as if advising, "You should change your perspective for the better. Don't let narrow-minded and blind thoughts hinder you." The great freak dragon race member lightly raised her hand, flipping her green hair like an 18-year-old girl, giggling, "Oh my, after a long sleep, my temper has improved a lot. Even after being robbed by a mere mortal like you, and hearing such unpleasant words, I can still maintain the graceful and charming aura of a young lady. Only I can do that." This big sister descended closer to Xiao Chen, continuing, "But I still advise you to think carefully. You only need to put in the effort to find a little bit of human race essence blood, and your future will be unprecedented. Think about which is more important." The words, combined with the pressure from this old lady, made Xiao Chen feel his Dao heart tremble intensely, yet he still tried his best to maintain his spirit. Meanwhile, Qinglong Shengren, who was sealed above, noticed Xiao Chen's unstable situation, and his expression turned extremely grim. Not allowing the situation to worsen, Qinglong Shengren decided to use force to break free from his confinement, even knowing it would affect his primordial spirit. He shouted, "Xiao Chen, don't let her bewitch you. This is definitely not her true form. She is being restricted by the seal. Don't let her deceive you. If she could truly escape,
Why would she waste time trying to persuade you like this?
Xiao Chen, despite harboring deep hatred for Jun Xiaoyao, was still a genuine and unyielding man inside. He shouted, his eyes revealing his unyielding spirit. I am of the human race. I will stand tall, unyielding. I myself will fulfill my own wishes, without needing to rely on anyone. I will not be bewitched by a great freak dragon race member like you. The great freak dragon race member looked at Xiao Chen with surprise, then praised him. Oh, mortal, you're quite brave, huh? Ha ha, take what you need this time, but next time, you'll have to pay double. Every word of the ancient dragon race member echoed like mysterious incantations. Purple Q gradually entered Xiao Chen's body. Initially he felt pressure, but then gradually felt nothing at all. He raised his head, exclaiming, so it disappeared. Qinglong Shangren stepped forward to explain. That great freak dragon race member definitely never truly appeared here. What suppressed us just now was just a trace of spiritual consciousness leaked from the seal. Currently, that ancient dragon cannot awaken anymore. He continued in a serious tone. Xiao Chen quickly absorbed the supreme blood of the ancient dragon race. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, then gradually awakened. He nodded in agreement, and the scene changed. As the scene changed, Xiao Chen appeared in the Forbidden City imperial capital of the Panwu divine dynasty. From a distance, in the bustling crowd, familiar figures of Jun Xiaoyao could be seen. Xiaoyao chuckled and said, it's really crowded. The imperial capital of the Panwu divine dynasty, worthy of being an immortal divine dynasty, the atmosphere is truly impressive. It seems this trip will be very lively. The young man stood on the mountain, looking down at the entire scene of the Panwu divine dynasty's imperial capital, his eyes full of seriousness, assessing that this trip would be anything but simple. The scene shifts to the center of the storm in Panwu divine dynasty. A little girl was strolling along the bustling street when she suddenly noticed a fat cat sitting in the corner of the road. Looking at its plump appearance, she couldn't help but be surprised, and exclaimed inwardly, ah, a fat cat. Without hesitation, she quickly approached, sat down in front of it and asked, do you want to eat dried fish? The cat looked at her with glittering eyes. Without waiting for it to nod, the little girl took a piece of dried fish from her bag and brought it to its nose. The cat sniffed it a few times and then opened its mouth to bite. While eating, it wagged its tail non-stop, making the little girl laugh with delight. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, huh! The cat, after finishing eating, stood up and began to walk around the little girl, looking very comfortable and happy. Seeing that, the little girl couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, then whispered to herself. Her hand trembled as she reached out to the cat. It likes me. It wants to come home with me. It'll definitely love my yellow sack. Just as she was lost in thought, a stern voice echoed from behind, startling both her and the cat. Well, I've been looking for you all day, and you're hiding here? Jun Xiaoyao appeared, his face gloomy, his eyes full of reproach. He glanced at the cat, then scolded, I told you to lose weight. The cat lowered its head upon hearing this, not daring to look up, its posture full of guilt. Jun Xiaoyao then turned to the little girl, his voice softening. I'm sorry, miss. This one has caused you trouble again, hasn't he? The little girl quickly shook her head, smiling. No, not at all. Her eyes shifted to the cat shuffling away in front of them, then curiously asked, is this young master's cat? Jun Xiaoyao nodded, his voice calm. Yes, this one sneaks out as soon as I take my eyes off him. The little girl asked again, her voice full of interest. Is young master also here at the Panwu divine dynasty to attend the banquet? Jun Xiaoyao shrugged, replying simply, you could say that. Someone invited me here to have some fun. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes widened, her mouth agape in surprise, her expression as if she'd just discovered something. Seeing her reaction, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel puzzled. The little girl's eyes were now shining as brightly as golden coins, and she thought to herself, just one look, and I can tell this guy's loaded. My chance has finally come. The little girl immediately ran around Jun Xiaoyao, flashing a bright smile, and began to coax him. Do you need a guide? I'm not gonna lie. I've grown up in this imperial city since I was little. Anything related to the Panwu divine dynasty? There's nothing I don't know. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao slightly nod, the little girl raised a finger and started calculating, putting on a serious face. After a few seconds, she held up 3 fingers, grinning broadly and shouting, just 3
Singzagrade Divine Origin Stones, how's that? Isn't it a steal?
Jun Xiaoyao looked at the little girl's lively appearance, and a hint of nostalgia couldn't help but rise in his heart. He used to work as a guide himself, just to earn a little money to survive. That familiar feeling made him chuckle. Then he nodded. All right, I do need someone to take me around and learn about some things in the city. With that, Jun Xiaoyao pulled a top-grade Divine Origin Stone from his pocket, glittering with a brilliant golden light, and held it up, asking, "Is this enough?" Seeing the Divine Origin Stone before her, the little girl couldn't help but be shocked. A top-grade Divine Origin Stone? She pretended to be dazzled by it, but internally she was overjoyed. "I've met a big customer," she loudly replied. "Enough, absolutely enough. What does young master want to know?" Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, then asked, "Which forces are participating in the Panwu Divine Dynasty's banquet this time?" The little girl walked ahead to lead the way, putting on an "I know everything" act, and enthusiastically replied, "Young master, you've come to the right person. I've already received quite a few descendants from major clans and families during this period." Pausing for a moment, she rested her chin on her hand, pondering, then continued, "Among them, the most noteworthy are probably the Northern Lands royal family and the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao softly repeated, his voice full of thought, "Northern Lands royal family. Ding. That name sounds a bit familiar." The little girl walked and explained, her voice full of excitement. The Northern Lands royal family is located in the far north of the desolate heaven immortal domain, occupying more than 3 vast provinces. They're an ancient royal family with a resounding reputation. People are talking a lot about the geniuses within their clan, especially the royal family's young emperor, Wang Teng. Hearing this name, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly sneezed loudly, startling the little girl, who stared at him blankly. "What's wrong, young master?" Jun Xiaoyao quickly pretended to cough, softly replying, Nothing. Who did you say just now? Wang Teng?" The little girl nodded in confirmation. "Yes, young master. Do you know the royal family's young emperor?" Jun Xiaoyao didn't answer immediately. Instead, he suddenly raised his voice. "My son Wang Teng has the bearing of a great emperor." The little girl was stunned after hearing this, then revealed a look of worship. "Amazing! Young master, how did you know that the young emperor's father often says this phrase?" Jun Xiaoyao only smiled silently, a sense of amusement rising in his heart. With his deep understanding of this world, he knew exactly where that rumor originated. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes focused intently on the front. From afar, 2 figures, both familiar and strange, were approaching. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as none other than Ye Xingyun. Jun Xiaoyao immediately stepped in front of the little girl, instructing in a low voice, "Little one, step back. Dai Huang, you protect her." The little girl was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while Da Huang, the chubby cat, immediately puffed up its fur, looking extremely vigilant. Ye Xingyun advanced slowly, each step carrying an oppressive aura. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Jun Xiaoyao's group. Without the slightest fear, Jun Xiaoyao met his gaze with a cold stare. Ye Xingyun flashed an arrogant smile and spoke, "Young Master Xiaoyao, long time no see." Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and thought to himself, "Wait a minute, who are you?" Today, Dai Huang will explain a little about origin stones. Origin stones are the common currency of Xianyu, used not only for trading, but also containing massive amounts of spiritual energy, making them crucial items for cultivation. Origin stones are divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade, with top grade being the highest. Jun Xiaoyao, seeing Ye Xingyun's aggrieved expression, was slightly taken aback. He vaguely asked, "Who are you?" Ye Xingyun, with tears welling up, thumped his chest and emphasized, "I am Ye Xingyun. We met 2 years ago, and even fought once. You don't even remember my name? You're going too far." Seeing Ye Xingyun's resentful attitude, Jun Xiaoyao paused and thought. Suddenly, he recalled the young whippersnapper from back then and chuckled. "It's not that I did it on purpose, it's just you've changed too much." Ye Xingyun pouted, his face full of dislike. "You have no right to say that to me." The little guide girl, holding Da Huang in her arms, looked as if she had just been startled. She looked back and forth at the two with sparkling eyes, secretly speculating. The young master of the ancient Yi family, and the third master they called, some rich young master Xiaoyao,
Damn, these two aren't just rich, they're also this strong.
She couldn't help but salivate at the thought of the massive gold bars these two might possess.
Jun Xiaoyao turned and asked, "Young Master Yun, what brings you here? Surely you didn't come without a clear purpose, did you?"
Ye Xingyun slowly replied.
Last time, exchanging blows with young Master Xiaoyao left a very deep impression on me. These past 2 years I've been thinking a lot, and my strength has also increased considerably. Therefore, I want to find an opportunity to spar with you, hoping to gain some insights to reach a new realm. Jun Xiaoyao casually asked, "Spar right now?" The little guide girl's eyes widened upon hearing this.
Keke, Ye Xingyun also bluntly asked, "I heard you're about to battle the champion marquis of the MANHWA dynasty. You wouldn't want to expend your energy before that important fight, would you?" He pointed to himself, his face like that of a righteous gentleman, and said, "I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, it's just a spar. I can wait until you're done with that fight before we consider it." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao burst out laughing. He looked at Ye Xingyun with disdain and said, "Brother Xingyun doesn't need to overthink it. That MANHWA dynasty's champion marquis isn't anything great."
He paused, raised an eyebrow, and added, "Besides, you just want to spar with me, not risk your life, right?" Ye Xingyun was silent for a moment. Then, he chuckled lightly and replied, "That's true enough."
He turned to the little guide girl and asked, "Little one, is there an open space nearby that's suitable for sparring?" The little girl thought for a moment.
Then, she led them to an open space on the mountain, pointing around and saying, "This place isn't bad, right? It's still a distance from the main city area, so it's not considered too far. As long as you don't cause too much of a ruckus, it won't attract attention."
Jun Xiaoyao assessed the surroundings,
nodded. "Indeed, not bad, Brother Xingyun. How shall we compete?"
Ye Xingyun stood facing Jun Xiaoyao and proposed, "I remember last time I used my divine abilities haphazardly, and basically didn't even touch you, Brother Xiaoyao. This time, let's just spar with techniques. No spiritual power allowed."
"I want to see if I can catch you this time." Jun Xiaoyao smirked, his eyes gleaming. "Playing hide. Seek, huh? Sounds fun." Both quickly backed away to create some distance.
Suddenly, Ye Xingyun darted forward from afar, his powerful fist aiming straight for Jun Xiaoyao. But Jun Xiaoyao reacted swiftly, dodging by a hair's breadth. Then he immediately threw a punch in retaliation. Ye Xingyun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at this thunderous counterattack. Bam! The two fists collided violently, creating a small explosion that left a large hole in the ground beneath their feet. Dust swirling and sweeping through the area, making the little guide girl had to raise her hand to shield her face. When the dust settled, she widened her eyes at the scene before her, thinking in disbelief. No way, is this just a pure physical clash? Is this the strength of an ancient clan's young master? The girl suddenly remembered the rumors about Yang Pan wanting to compete with the Jun family's Shenzi during the princess's horse selection day.
If this person really is Jun Xiaoyao, then maybe he really could kill Yang Pan. Thinking of this, the girl's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Her name is Qin Xuan, and she's no ordinary person.
Qin Xuan was originally the daughter of Qin Tianhao of the MANHWA divine dynasty. Her mother was a stunning beauty, famous throughout the dynasty. Yang Pan coveted Qin Tianhao's wife's beauty and wanted to take her into his harem. Qin Tianhao couldn't bear this insult and led his generals in a desperate resistance, but in the end he died at the hands of Yang Pan.
The entire Hao mansion was almost completely massacred, and the Qin Tianhao family fell into ruin. Qin Xuan's mother, wanting to avenge her husband, was also cruelly murdered by Yang Pan, and her corpse was thrown on the street for wild dogs to devour.
Even so, the MANHWA divine dynasty protected Yang Pan, silenced everything, and covered up his cruelty.
The corpses of the wronged rotted in the wilderness, while the perpetrators still sat on the throne enjoying endless glory and wealth. Suddenly, Da Huang's ears twitched slightly. Sensing the heavy killing intent emanating from Qin Xuan, it couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It looked up and nuzzled the girl's cheek. Qin Xuan finally snapped back to reality, feeling that something was wrong. She wondered to herself, "I lost focus. How's the fight going?"
Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment when she saw Ye Xingyun, his whole body numbed, coughing violently. Looking back at the clearing before her, she couldn't believe it. The ground that was once flat was now a mass of deep pits and cracks. What is this? Qin Xuan couldn't believe her eyes. At this moment, Da Huang, in its muscular form, grabbed Qin Xuan tightly and asked angrily, "Such heavy killing intent. You want to bring those two grudge holders over here to beat you up?" Qin Xuan's eyes rolled back, and she barely managed to stammer out, "Sorry,
Sorry. Ye Xingyun cradled his arm, his face contorted in pain, and groaned softly. Ouch, that really hurt.
He reached out to wipe the sweat from his face, a hint of confusion in his eyes. A strange feeling arose in his heart, making him couldn't help but ask probing,
"Has your right arm been cultivated with some kind of body refining technique?" Zhun Xiaoyao smiled upon hearing this, a look of surprise on his face. "You've noticed."
He glanced at his hand that was trembling slightly, and then said calmly, "The feeling of that impact just now was very strange, like hitting an iron rod."
An indescribable joy arose in Ye Xingyun's heart. But on the outside, he maintained a calm expression. Zhun Xiaoyao spread out his palm. He explained slowly, "This is the inheritance that Yuan Tian Supreme bestowed upon me.
I've never shown it to anyone before.
To be honest, I don't even know how much this inheritance can upgrade my body." With that, Zhun Xiaoyao clenched his fist, and an intense force erupted from it.
He looked at Ye Xingyun seriously, his eyes full of challenge. "A rare opportunity, Xingyun bro. Are you willing to try taking a full Shu-force punch from me?" Ye Xingyun was slightly surprised to hear this. He looked at Zhun Xiaoyao and gave a confident smile. "So, this is considered you acknowledging me, right?"
He slowly raised his hand in a gesture of invitation and smiled faintly.
"Xiaoyao bro,
thinks so highly of me, Ye Xingyun. What's there to be afraid of when risking my life with a real man?"
"Ha ha,"
Zhun Xiaoyao laughed excitedly. "That's the spirit." With that, he gained momentum and leaped forward.
Ye Xingyun didn't hesitate either. He immediately went into a defensive stance, crossing his arms to form a solid block.
Zhun Xiaoyao swung his powerful fist, drawing his arm back forcefully before throwing a full, Crair-force punch. In that instant, Qin Xuan and Dai Huang, who were standing nearby, both stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes.
It was a scene of Ye Xingyun being sent flying backward, the impact so strong that it pierced through a mountain behind him, creating a deep hole.
Ye Xingyun was covered in dust, his body swaying, his breathing heavy.
He forced a smile and said,
"I've learned a lot." Zhun Xiaoyao stood opposite him, grinning. His eyes were full of admiration. This kid is really sturdy.
He couldn't help but recall his previous exchanges with Ye Xingyun, those back-and-forth battles that made him realize that the other party had definitely put in a lot of hard work. While Zhun Xiaoyao was lost in thought, Ye Xingyun suddenly rushed forward and launched an attack.
However, just halfway there, he suddenly stopped and collapsed to the ground with a thud. "I can't do it, I can't fight it, Xiaoyao bro is really amazing."
Ye Xingyun sighed,
but a hint of confidence flashed in his eyes. He stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and said with a calm expression, "Using this strength as a basis to display divine powers, I'm afraid even a simple move can't surpass you. Maybe even the little yang pan in your hands can't withstand 3 moves." Zhun Xiaoyao chuckled, pulled out a bottle of elixirs from his body, and opened the stopper modestly.
"It's just good luck that I obtained the inheritance of Yuan Tian Supreme."
He held out a pill and explained, "This is a qi preservation pill. After using it, you can quickly regulate your body." Ye Xingyun swallowed the pill without hesitation and replied casually, "Luck is also a part of strength, although it's a bit different from you. I've also received some special inheritances during this time." As he spoke, he circulated his spiritual power to regulate his body. During this time, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he turned to ask Zhun Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao bro, do you know if there are people in this world who can awaken the memories of their past life due to a chance encounter?" The sudden question shook Zhun Xiaoyao's heart. He paused slightly, looking at Ye Xingyun as if searching for an answer. Ye Xingyun continued slowly, his voice calm but containing something profound. "I am one of those situations. Although I don't know exactly who I was in my past life, he left me a star palace. Every time I dream, I can see a corner of that star palace and receive inheritance from my past life." He paused for a moment, looked at Zhun Xiaoyao with a serious gaze, and added, "It sounds unbelievable, but isn't there also Ye Gushen, who claims to be the sword devil reincarnated, in the Ye family besides me? His situation doesn't seem to be much worse than mine." Zhun Xiaoyao suddenly burst out laughing, breaking the silence. "What if I said that I also awakened the memories of my past life?" Ye Xingyun's eyes widened in surprise. He asked back, "Really? Xiaoyao bro, who were you in your past life?" Zhun Xiaoyao's face showed a hint of sorrow upon hearing the question. He pondered for a long time before answering. "Just a street beggar, that's all." Ye Xingyun asked again, voice laced with disbelief. Are you pulling my leg or something? Jun Xiaoyao just chuckled softly, not giving a straight answer. His silence made Ye Xingyun even more suspicious, a whirlwind of questions swirling in his mind. How could someone like Jun Xiaoyao have been a mere beggar in a past life? It was mind-boggling. Suddenly, a loud whoosh from afar cut through their thoughts. Wutong leaves started raining down from above. Ye Xingyun and Jun Xiaoyao both looked up. Simultaneously, on the horizon, a gigantic bird was soaring towards them, wings spread wide. Wutong leaves fell wherever it went, as if the bird carried the entire autumn sky on its back. And there, faintly, the silhouette of a majestic woman. Ye Xingyun bent down, picked up a wutong leaf, examined it closely, and sighed. Someone from Wanhuang Lingshan is here too. Jun Xiaoyao frowned, curious. Wanhuang Lingshan? Ye Xingyun explained, eyes still tracking the giant bird. It's a Taigu Huang clan, on par with Zulong Chao. The Wutong tree is their symbol. Whenever they appear, Wutong leaves fall, like, they're announcing their presence, loud and clear. Jun Xiaoyao fell into thought, his sharp gaze following the bird's trajectory, then asked, where are they headed, do you think? Seems like they're not going towards the imperial city. Qin Xuan, who was standing nearby, gently offered, they're heading to Xianchenglu. Xianchenglu? Ye Xingyun turned to Qin Xuan, surprised. Qin Xuan explained slowly. Recently, Tianqin Nu of Xianyu Qinzong is hosting a zither competition at Xianchenglu. Rumor has it, anyone who can defeat her in the art of the zither will receive 300 Xian Yuan as a reward. So, yeah, it's attracted quite a few Tianjiao. Hearing the number 300 Xian Yuan, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes instantly lit up, like they could pierce the heavens. He grinned, practically drooling. 300 Xian Yuan, you say? Qin Xuan, standing beside him, saw that intensely excited look and felt a pang of familiarity. She raised an eyebrow, already guessing his intentions. Jun Xiaoyao scratched his chin, trying to look serious, and cleared his throat. Ahem, Xingyun bro, fancy joining me for a little trip to this zither competition? Ye Xingyun blinked, a bit stunned, and replied, confused? Huh? I don't know how to play the zither. Jun Xiaoyao immediately gave him a thumbs up, patting Ye Xingyun's shoulder with utter confidence. No worries. Your bro here is a zither master. You just need to tag along to help me look impressive. Ye Xingyun, even more bewildered, stammered. Playing the zither needs looking impressive. Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You wouldn't understand, bro. Just trust me on this. You won't regret teaming up with me. Jun Xiaoyao really never stays put. It could not be helped but to make one wonder, is this what it feels like to be dragged into mischief? At Xianchenglu, a quiet but vibrant afternoon, two familiar pairs of feet slowly approached the entrance. Inside, the buzz of conversation spilled out, mingling with the soft golden sunlight, creating a bustling yet dreamy scene. As Jun Xiaoyao's group passed by, they caught snippets of curious whispers from the city folk. Have you guys seen that Tianqin Nu? She's definitely not someone ordinary. Of course we've seen her. We've been jostling here since early morning just to get a glimpse of her. Her aura is amazing. Not just anyone can order that kind of person around. Ye Xingyun, hearing these words, couldn't hide his annoyance. His voice was tinged with frustration. These people are so rude. How can they talk about someone behind their back like that? Walking ahead, Jun Xiaoyao simply chuckled, his tone casual, like he was explaining a basic fact of life. Don't be so naive. It's just people appreciating beauty, that's all. Qin Xuan, walking beside them, nodded in agreement. Gongzi is right. Tianqin Nu is very famous. Rumor has it that even the young master of Wanbao Shanghui and the third prince of Shenchao are pursuing her. Before long, the group had entered Xianchenglu. The atmosphere was incredibly lively, packed with people like it was a festival. Jun Xiaoyao eagerly stretched his neck, peering through the crowd, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Let's see what this Tianqin Nu is all about. His gaze quickly landed on the center of the hall, where a woman sat amidst the shimmering lights. At first glance, her face seemed a bit blurred, but looking closer, her exquisite beauty became clear, making Jun Xiaoyao gasp inwardly. However, her expression held a hint of melancholy, like a beautiful yet sorrowful flower. Jun Xiaoyao lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with a mix of surprise and delight. Whoa! That Y-level quality? Not just anyone can have people like that at their beck and call. Just then, A booming voice cut through the lively atmosphere. The madam on the stage cleared her throat and announced, "Today's zither competition officially begins." The madam on the stage looked around and said loudly,
"Does anyone want to try?"
Immediately, a hand shot up, accompanied by a powerful shout. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot down from above, like it was shattering the peaceful atmosphere. A pair of brilliant golden wings unfurled. Wutong leaves fluttered down around them, creating a magnificent scene. Amidst the light, a woman appeared, radiating arrogance and power. It was Feng Qingling from Wanhuang Lingshan. One hand on her hip, the other resting lightly on a fiery red guakin.
She smirked slightly, her voice full of challenge. "Let's see what the supposed top zither player of the younger generation in Xianyu is really like."
Tian Qinnu, sitting in the center, raised her eyes, her voice humble but sharp. "I wouldn't dare claim to be the best, but since you wish to challenge me, then please, proceed."
At this moment,
Ye Xingyun leaned close to Jun Xiaoyao and whispered, "She's from Wanhuang Lingshan."
Tian Qinnu gently adjusted the strings of her zither, her delicate hands gliding across the silken threads. When she began to play,
the zither music rang out. Clear as a spring, smooth as moonlight, the sound was like a fairy's dance, both captivating and enchanting. Yi Xingyun couldn't help but be moved, his eyes shining with admiration. "Wow, it's like listening to Xingyan music. It's amazing, I really like it." While Ye Xingyun was lost in blissful appreciation, Jun Xiaoyao let out a strange little hum.
Ye Xingyun turned to him, surprised.
"What's wrong, isn't it beautiful?" Jun Xiaoyao frowned, his voice thoughtful. "It is beautiful, it's just, it sounds like the Nishang Yu Yi Kwa." Yi Xingyun's eyes widened, his hand clenching as if he'd just realized something. "So that's it! This is the Nishang Yu Yi Kwa? I heard it's the signature piece of Shan Yu Qinzong."
Jun Xiaoyao nodded, his gaze thoughtful. Shan Yu Qinzong? Sounds about right.
But why would she play this piece in a place like this? The sound of Tian Qinnu's zither gradually faded, leaving a sweet, lingering echo in the air.
It was Feng Qingling's turn to step up. She adjusted the strings of her zither.
Each movement was sharp and powerful, a complete contrast to Tian Qinnun's gentleness.
Tian Qinnu suddenly stopped playing. Her sharp gaze fell on Jun Xiaoyao, causing him to break out in a cold sweat.
"Chillin'." On the stage, the powerful sounds of Feng Qingling's zither soared like a phoenix's cry, flying freely through the vast blue sky. The sound was full of majesty and freedom, captivating the listeners. Ye Xingyun once again exclaimed in admiration, "This is so liberating, it's like hearing a phoenix call from a secluded valley." Suddenly, he noticed Jun Xiaoyao was biting his lip, trying to suppress a laugh. Confused, Ye Xingyun tilted his head and asked, "Xiaoyao bro, what's up with you now?" Jun Xiaoyao covered his mouth, his voice low but unable to hide his amusement. "Xingyun bro, can't you hear it?
The piece that young lady is playing is Feng Qi Huang."
Ye Xingyun was bewildered. "Feng Qi Huang? What does that mean?"
Jun Xiaoyao put on a dramatic expression and explained in an equally dramatic voice. "There's a type of beauty you see them once and can't forget. One day without seeing them, you miss them like crazy. The phoenix flies across the four seas, seeking its soulmate. Alas, the beloved is not near, so it expresses its longing through the zither's song, hoping one day to be a match in talent and virtue, and to be united with her. If not, I'd rather die." The people standing nearby couldn't help but blush and steal glances at the two women on stage. The connection between the meaning of the song and the two women competing made their gazes undeniably awkward. Ye Xingyun's face was now burning red, almost steaming. He covered his face with his hand, stammering, "Xiaoyao bro, this... could it be?" Jun Xiaoyao kept a straight face, as if it were the most serious matter. He nodded firmly. "That's right. This is a song used to find a life partner." Ye Xingyun, even more embarrassed, exclaimed in amazement, "The Taigu Huang clan is really direct and so intense." As Feng Qingling was engrossed in her playing, suddenly, a PFFT sound rang out. A string on her zither snapped unexpectedly, causing the music to abruptly stop. Feng Qingling froze, her eyes flashing with a flicker of confusion. But it was quickly replaced by her usual pride. She slowly stood up, her expression calm, but her voice tinged with a hint of regret.
"As expected of the top zither player of the younger generation in Xianyu, I concede, Tianqin Nu replied humbly.
You were too kind, young lady.
Then, she gently reminded her, her tone polite but firm, please have your zither repaired. Feng Qingling remained silent, her gaze as arrogant as ever. She turned and walked away.
Ye Xingyun and Jun Xiaoyao now displayed a rare seriousness. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, his tone contemplative. Looks like this Phoenix lady has failed. Yeah. Ye Xingyun agreed, whispering, yeah, in this kind of situation, succeeding in front of so many people, it's really not easy.
Then, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly slung an arm around Ye Xingyun's shoulders, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and said with a grin, Xingyun bro, next up, it's our turn to shine. Ye Xingyun, startled and anxious, asked, are we really going up?
Without wasting any more time, Jun Xiaoyao didn't say another word.
He immediately leapt onto the platform. His figure landed gracefully in front of Tianqin NV, gently but full of confidence.
Jun Xiaoyao smiled,
his tone challenging. This one wishes to challenge. I wonder if the young lady has the strength to continue.
Tianqin NV was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure, nodding, I'm fine, please, young master.
Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, his voice filled with excitement. If that's the case, take this.
As soon as he finished his sentence, he suddenly produced a strange scale.
At the same time, he lightly plucked at the ancient zither that had just appeared in his hands.
The crowd below immediately gaped, and a commotion erupted everywhere. What kind of zither is that? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jun Xiaoyao.
In his hands, an ancient zither with the majestic aura of a divine weapon, named Feng Ming Qishan, appeared. Its brilliant light enveloping everything as if declaring its superior power.
Feng Qingling couldn't hide her shock. Her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing.
Even Tianqin NV, known for her composure, couldn't help but sweat a little.
Jun Xiaoyao maintained his smug smile, cradling the zither in his arms, and began to play. The zither's melody was graceful yet powerful, like a phoenix soaring through the heavens. He played and laughed loudly, his laughter blending with the music to create a scene of madness and excitement.
Haha, let's enjoy this madness together.
In a corner, Feng Qingling clenched her fists, her eyes following Jun Xiaoyao with a complex expression. The Phoenix clan's wings were their pride, but they were only revealed during special occasions.
About half a year ago, at the Huangzhou Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao's zither music exploded like a nuke, causing a mess. Each discordant note was like tearing through space, causing all nearby disciples to hold their heads in pain. Even Jun Zantian couldn't stand it, feeling a headache from the terrible music. He went to where Jun Xiaoyao was playing and irritably called out to him. Jun Xiaoyao innocently looked up and asked, "What's wrong, old geezer?"
Jun Zantian advised, "We don't have that kind of talent, so don't force it. Your cotton-padded zither will cause trouble and complaints sooner or later."
Jun Xiaoyao pouted and replied, "But I'm quite interested in it." Jun Zantian heard that, sat down next to him and suggested, "If you really like it that much, why not seek a master?" Jun Xiaoyao asked in surprise. "Does our old Jun family have a predecessor who is skilled in zither music?" Jun Zantian laughed heartily. "Your protector is the one who entered the Dao through the zither. If you want to learn, you must go and find her." Immediately afterwards, a strange scene appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. The picture was a quiet forest at night, with the full moon shining brightly. A woman sat opposite him, holding a zither in her hands, her eyes serious, her skillful hands gliding over the strings, creating sounds that reverberated through the space.
Jun Xiaoyao listened attentively to each melody,
until a sonic shockwave suddenly shattered the space, making everything around him sway. Both were silent. The woman stopped playing, looked at him, and spoke. "What's the matter?" Jun Xiaoyao sincerely replied. "I want to ask the senior to teach me how to play the zither." The woman asked again. "You want to learn the zither, but do you know what I was playing just now?" Jun Xiaoyao slowly replied. "Sadness with the wind, shaking the heart of injustice, a small object but still falling. The sound is hidden, singing first." The woman was a little surprised, and asked again, "You don't know how to play the zither, but you know what melody I was playing?" Then, she lifted the zither, and suddenly threw it straight at Jun Xiaoyao.
Jun Xiaoyao quickly reached out and caught the zither.
The woman looked at him for a moment and said, "Then, first play a song for me to hear." Jun Xiaoyao replied in surprise, I'm actually fine with that." He began to play the zither, but each sound that came out was extremely unpleasant, like ear piercing sonic booms that made listeners uncomfortable. The woman listened. Then her eyes lit up as if she had understood something profound. So that's how it is. You're not suitable to play the zither. Jun Xiaoyao revealed a pitiful expression, softly said. Then won't you give me a chance? The woman slowly stood up and explained. The zither is to enter the Dao with the heart. Zither playing is not just sound, but also the sound of the heart, the Dao of the cultivator, the life of the cultivator. The meaning of the jade zither is to care about high mountains, to care about flowing water. It is a kind of introverted musical instrument.
Saying this, she approached,